In order to eradicate the evil English from the world, I decided to inject the T-virus into Qin Shi Huang to prolong his life and unify the world. Looking at the dying first emperor of the ages before me, I suddenly said, Your Majesty, I have something that may extend your life by 10 or even hundreds of years. However, this substance is dangerous. If it fails, the great Qin may have to bury with it. When Qin Shi Huang heard my words, he suddenly sat up from the dragon bed. Chang Changchuan, is this true? In that moment, Ying Zheng was excited. He didn't have to die. He chose to ignore the danger I mentioned. And now he looks like this. What can't he fight for? The level of danger of this thing, Your Majesty, is beyond imagination. If it fails, there may be billions of lives buried with Your Majesty. Have you thought about it? Qin Mu asked solemnly. This thing has too much at stake. When he first obtained it, Qin Mu wanted to destroy it, but he had no good way to do so he kept it until now. Ying Zheng fell silent for a moment, and in just a few breaths, his eyes became firm again. I have never been defeated. All right, Qin Mu nodded. He liked the spirit on Ying Zheng's body, and it was precisely because of this that he had been an official in Daqin for 15 years. To others, this was a gamble that determined the fate of the entire world, but for Ying Zheng, it was not a gamble. He would only win. What is the thing that Changchuan said after all? Ying Zheng asked eagerly. Hoping was now in front of him. He didn't want to wait for a moment. This thing is called the T-virus. Qin Mu said. Yes, it is the T-virus. The thing that can accidentally bring about the end of the world. And also Qin Mu's first system reward. His system is called the check-in system, which can be checked in once a year. The reward for the first year is the T-virus, something that can destroy the entire world. The second year's check-in rewards the complete sexual organization. The third year's check-in rewards the 12 evils of Tianqi. The fourth year's check-in rewards the inheritance of the nameless heavenly sword, leaping to become a strong person in the heavenly realm. The fifth year's check-in rewards the 5 tiger generals. Qin Mu has been very satisfied with the check-in rewards over the past 10 years, except for the T-virus in the first year, which was too difficult to handle. If he destroyed the whole world, how could he still enjoy it? But this terrifying thing has now become Ying Zheng's lifesaver. Once Ying Zheng injects the T-virus and successfully survives, the virus will strengthen and recombine the characteristics of biological genetic factors, allowing dead cells to revive. Even if it is just a hand or a foot, as long as the head is still there, it can still survive. However, its danger is too great, with only 1 out of millions of people able to survive. If he fails, Ying Zheng will turn into a zombie, which is not a big deal. But the fear is that the virus will spread and plunge the entire Great Qin into doomsday. This kind of thing is useless to Qin Mu. He is not a nihilist, always thinking about destroying the world. Qin Mu turned his hand, and a blue T-virus syringe appeared in his hand. Your Majesty, this is the lifeline. This thing is extremely dangerous, and if not necessary, I shouldn't have brought it out. Qin Mu said in a deep voice. Changchuan taught me. How is this thing used? Ying Zheng stared at the syringe in Qin Mu's hand, unwilling to look away for a moment. When this thing enters the body, it will baptize the body thoroughly. If you can endure it, you will be reborn and your lifespan will greatly increase. In theory, you can live forever. But if you can't endure it, you will become a walking corpse. Although you will live long, you will be unconscious, unable to think, only knowing to consume human flesh and blood. Qin Mu introduced solemnly. Moreover, this thing is like a plague. Once it is not controlled well, it will spread extensively, turning all living beings into those walking dead monsters. Once the time comes, Great Qin may be destroyed in less than a month. After Ying Zheng listened and contemplated for a long time, he nodded and said, I understand. This thing sounds like a wicked doomsday object, but I have no other choice. If I fail, I will become a monster who only knows how to consume human flesh and blood. Ying Zheng asked, Is that so? Yes. At that time, I will have to respectfully send your majesty on the final journey. Qin Mu said in a deep voice. Ying Zheng understood Qin Mu's meaning, which was that if he failed, Qin Mu would personally send him on his way. Such words might have been considered disrespectful before, but now it didn't matter. Ying Zheng stared at the T-virus in Qin Mu's hand and fell into contemplation again. Qin Mu did not urge him, quietly waiting for Ying Zheng to make the final decision. The right to choose was all in Ying Zheng's hands. Ying Zheng did not ask Qin Mu where he got this thing from. It was no longer necessary. He only wanted immortality. He wouldn't care about anything else. Ying Zheng never doubted the truth of what Qin Mu said from beginning to end. He did not doubt people he trusted, and he trusted people he used. The people Ying Zheng trusted, he would never doubt from start to finish. This was the self-confidence of the first emperor through the ages. He was confident that he would never be wrong, and Qin Mu was worthy of his trust. I entrust everything to Changshuan. Ying Zheng trembled as he got up from the dragon couch, then bowed. He made his decision. This was the first time he bowed to someone after becoming the first emperor. I will do my best. Qin Mu nodded, not surprised. Ying Zheng knows what kind of person he is. Qin Mu stood still and calmly accepted Ying Zheng's gesture. The emperor's gesture is not something that everyone can withstand, but Qin Mu did, because he could bear it. The matter of prolonging life is of great importance and cannot be successful in a short time. Your Majesty's body needs to be adjusted to its peak with strong medicine before it can be attempted, Qin Mu said. With Ying Zheng's current physical condition, Qin Mu did not believe it would be successful, with at least a 90% chance of failure. He didn't want to watch Ying Zheng become a zombie and then blow his head off. And now that Great Qin is in trouble both internally and externally, and the imperial court is also flowing with dark waves, Your Majesty must make all preparations before you can start planning. Ying Zheng nodded at his words. He was the first emperor of Great Qin. If he suddenly left without a word, it would definitely cause turmoil in the world. Before that he needed to have a proper reason to go into seclusion. Thinking of this, Ying Zheng looked at Qin Mu. Let you arrange everything. Changshuan, tomorrow, during the morning court, I will decree that you, Changshuan, will be the substitute supervisor of the state, and I am counting on you for all matters inside and outside of Great Qin. Ying Zheng spoke. These two tiger talismans, one can mobilize 100,000 forbidden troops in Yin-Yang, and the other is the tiger talisman of 300,000 heavily armored troops in the north. I will now hand it over to you. Saying this, Ying Zheng touched the two tiger talismans from his bosom and handed them to Qin Mu. From tomorrow onwards, if there are any people up and down the Great Qin who dare not follow you, just kill them, Ying Zheng said in a cold voice. This meant that from now on, Ying Zheng had unconditionally trusted Qin Mu. This is a big no-no for an emperor, but it's just what Ying Zheng did. Aha! Qin Mu nodded, not much more excited. No one in this world understood the horror of the T-virus better than he did, and once the operation went wrong, he would have to survive in a broken post-apocalyptic world in the future. Coupled with this unconditional trust from Ying Zheng, it brought Qin Mu a hint of pressure. He had originally thought that even if Ying Zheng would agree to use the T-virus, he should have no small amount of concern. However, I never expected that Ying Zheng would do such a thorough job and directly put the fate of Qin and himself into Qin Mu's hands. In the eyes of outsiders, this is a shocking gamble. Ying Zheng pressed everything he had to bet that Qin Mu hadn't lied to him. Your Majesty, do you really trust me so much? After hesitating for a moment, Qin Mu opened his mouth and asked. Ying Zheng looked at Qin Mu and spoke. I have already done so. Over the years, Ying Zheng could clearly feel that the two of them were less like kings and subjects and more like friends. Changshuan will live up to his promise. Qin Mu solemnly left behind a sentence, then turned around and left the Qilin Palace. It's time for him to get ready. Chapter 3, Prince Hu Hei. Walking out of the royal palace, Qin Mu didn't start moving immediately. He has to leave some time for Ying Zheng to arrange the aftermath. I never thought that the fate of Great Qin would end up in my hands. Qin Mu looked back at the royal palace and sighed softly. Lord Left Minister. At this time a boy suddenly ran over. My son, His Highness, invites Lord Left Minister to the pavilion in the building. That boy said and handed out an invitation. Which son of the world is it? Qin Mu frowned at his words, already guessing who it was in his mind. Back to your excellency, my highness is the 18th son. Hu Hei. Qin Mu let out a light laugh at his words, just as he had thought in his mind. Although Ying Zheng had many heirs, there were only two of them who could speak in the court. One is the eldest son, Fusu, and the other is the 18th son, Hu Hai. A year ago, Fusu was framed by Hu Hai and punished by Ying Zheng for going to the northern part of the country to serve as a border guard. The name of the army is garrisoning the border, but in fact it is trying to let Fusu build up his own reputation in the army. But unfortunately Fusu doesn't understand Ying Zheng's intention, and Hu Hai was getting more and more rampant during the year, with half of all the officials in the court being drawn into his camp. Nowadays, above the courtroom, only he, the left minister, has not yet taken a stand. Qin Mu shook his head and was about to throw away the invitation in his hand, but then suddenly thought of something and opened his mouth to ask, who else did your worldly highness invite? Back to your excellency, his highness has also invited all the 9 ministers except General Meng. The boy replied, your highness, you have a lot of guts. Qin Mu sneered, those who have reached the rank of 9 ministers are all pillars of Great Qin. General Meng Tian is one of the 9 ministers. and Hu Hai has invited the rest of the 8 people outside of Mengtian to go there today. Princes and sons of the private banquet court officials, this is a taboo. A bat will have to lose their heads. Hu Hai is now so unbridled that he has gone to this extent. Everyone's gone? A cold aura flashed in Qin Mu's eyes before he asked. They've all arrived and are waiting for you, Mr. Left Minister. That boy didn't notice the murderous aura in Qin Mu's words and still said honestly, they're all here. Qin Mu sneered. These court officials were also dishonest. Do you really think that his duty as the left minister to monitor the 100 officials is just a pose? Hu Hai broke the taboo. But these officials went to the banquet also broke the taboo. Now it's all so blatant that they dare to come and pull him down too. Laying flat for a few years. These people are almost forgetting that Qin Mu was relying on killing to get to the top. Lead the way. Qin Mu glanced at the boy and opened his mouth. It was time for him to move around so that he could let these people know who was really in charge of the great Qin dynasty hall. Cabinet in a building. In the open, this is a restaurant that only receives the nobles of the royal palace, but secretly it is Luo Net's stronghold in Yin-Yang. On the top floor of the pavilion, Hu Hai sat by the window looking at the streets of Yin-Yang at his feet. Teacher, do you think the left minister will come? Hu Hai asked with narrowed eyes. If he's smart, he won't refuse your highness's invitation, Zhao Gao said with a confident smile on his face. Now that his majesty's body won't last more than a few years, left minister Qin Mu is a smart man. And looking at great Qin, the next Qin emperor will be your highness, and he has to leave a way out for himself. I'm afraid he's as stubborn as Meng Ten. Speaking of Meng Ten, a hint of hatred flashed in Hu Hai's eyes. Don't worry, although Qin Mu is the left prime minister, in charge of supervising the 100 officials, but he is not in charge of military power and has no power under his command, so he can't turn over any waves. Zhao Gao wore a relaxed smile. He's in charge of the net and has collected information on all the officials in the court over the years. He was confident that he had eaten through Qin Mu. So what if Qin Mu is the left minister? Without military power and influence, he, Zhao Gao, was really not afraid of Qin Mu. The left minister has also been an official in the court for 10 years. Did he really not have any power in 10 years? Hu Hai asked with some uneasiness. The position of the left prime minister is not general. The power of his hands, the son of the great he did not dare to mess with. Don't worry, your highness, you know the ability of Luo Net. There's nothing a dragnet can't find out. Qin Mu is the left prime minister these years, but honestly, military power is not even touch. Never pulled 100 officials. No faction in the dynasty. Zhao Gao shook his head. He also could not see Qin Mu's thoughts. If someone else climbed to the position of the left minister, with the power to monitor the 100 officials will certainly pull together a large number of party members to form a faction. But Qin Mu hadn't done anything. In that case I am relieved. Hu Hai nodded. He still knew about Luo Net's ability. No one can hide from the behemoth that is the Ro. If we can force the left minister to defect to us today, the throne will be taken with a wave of our hands. Hu Hai couldn't help but have an indulgent smile on his face. After waiting for so many years, he, Hu Hai, is finally going to sit in that position. In front of the pavilion in the building, Qin Mu's carriage slowly stopped at the entrance. Driving is an old man with white hair. The whole body is thin and seemingly powerless, but its eyes are like a falcon. Fierce and unusual. Imposing. My lord, the pavilion in the building has arrived. That old man spoke respectfully. Qin Mu's voice came out from within the carriage. The curtain lifted and Qin Mu walked out from it. Lord Left Minister. The boy at the door hurriedly greeted Qin Mu when he saw him getting down from the car. My lord, His Highness the World Prince has been waiting for a long time. My lord, please follow me into the pavilion. That little man lowered his head and respectfully said, lead the way. Qin Mu's eyes were half closed, his divine light restrained internally, looking like a good old man who had been an official in the dynasty for many years. Your Highness, the left minister has arrived. Above the top floor, a Luo Net killer came to Hu Hai and reported. It looks like our Lord Left Minister is indeed a smart man. Hu Hai sniffed, and an excited look appeared on his face. In his opinion, since Qin Mu came to the banquet, he was supporting him. Hu Hai, now towards the 9 ministers in addition to Meng Tian before, the rest of all by him to pull together. The right Prime Minister Lizi also showed him goodwill. Now with the support of Qin Mu, the left minister, the throne was within reach for him. Congratulations, Your Highness, the great thing is accomplished. Zhao Gao was also excited in his heart. With Hu Hai on the throne, he, Zhao Gao, will become the most powerful man in the world. With all the years of scheming, Hu Hai had to look at his face. Let's go. Don't let our left phase wait long. Hu Hai was in a good mood and led Zhao Gao down from the top floor. In the pavilion, Qin Mu walked in with the coachman, and the 9 ministers sat high in the banquet, accompanied by a dozen officials below, each with an indulgent smile on their faces, and the occasional few with a few moments of sadness hidden in their eyes. These people had been officials in Great Qin for many years, and each of them was a human savant. They naturally knew what Hu Hei had invited them for this time. Because of this, there is ecstasy for some and apprehension for others. The happy thing is that if Hu Hei is on the throne, the status of these people will definitely rise and go up to the next level. The worried ones, on the other hand, feared that if Hu Hei failed, they would have no way back but to die. When these people saw Qin Mu's arrival, the smiles on their faces unexpectedly grew a few points wider, and even the few officials with apprehension in their eyes were smiling at this moment. Your Highness really has the courage to pull in the support of the left minister. They were thinking the same thing as Hu Hei, that since Qin Mu had gone to the banquet, it meant that he supported Hu Hei. With Qin Mu's support, they could no longer think of the possibility of Hu Hei's failure. Right Minister Li Si, Left Minister Qin Mu, plus the support of their 9 ministers, what can Hu Hei lose? Thinking of this, numerous officials got up with smiles on their faces and saluted toward Qin Mu. Lord Left Minister, please take a seat. The crowd made way, leaving the best seat in the banquet for Qin Mu. Bongchang Li Sai, Weiwei Lieutenant Chen Tao, Imperial Servant Zhao Li, Court Lieutenant Sun Chang, Denka Zhao Qin Lai, Zhongzhang Wu He, and Xiaofu Wang Qingshan. Qin Mu scanned the 100 officials present and recognized these 9 ministers. In addition to Zhao Gao, the Order of Longzhong, and Meng Ten, the inner historian of Corn, the other 7 ministers of the 9 ministers were all present. That's right, Zhao Gao is now mixed up as one of the 9 ministers. Good. Very good. A hint of killing intent passed through Qin Mu's eyes. The 9 ministers are the pillars of the Qin dynasty, and they have a high position of power. Now that Ying Zheng is still alive, these people are even thinking of looking for the next one. The 9 ministers of state look up to the prime minister for orders, and are in charge of state affairs. One of them, Feng Chang, is in charge of the rituals of the temple. Langzhong Order, in charge of the temple and the discussion. Bingzhan, received the Zhang matter. The palace guards. Weiwei Lieutenant, in charge of the imperial palace, all the doors of the military. Tai Servant, the Zhou dynasty official position. The Qin dynasty along the set, in charge of the royal carriage. Courtier, the highest judicial officer. The Denka was in charge of the affairs of the lords and the chiefs of the minority tribes on their pilgrimage and the reception of the counties and prefectures. Zhongzhen, also known as Zhongling, was in charge of the relatives of the royal family and registered the genealogical records of the clan. The governor of Corn, in charge of all grains, gold and jade storage, equivalent to the treasury. Xiaofu, in charge of the emperor's private property, takes care of the emperor's daily life. It can be said that once these people are in disarray, Great Qin will immediately be in disarray. It was reasonable to say that the 9 ministers would rarely be all pulled together by a single world sun, because above the 9 ministers there is the prime minister clamping down, as well as the left minister monitoring. However, Prime Minister Li Si now has a subtle attitude and turns a blind eye to what Hu Hei is doing. Qin Mu, on the other hand, has started to enjoy his life in the past few years, and has seldom supervised the 100 officials, but at most, he has occasionally given his advice to Ying Zheng to change the policies. And Ying Zheng, the first emperor who likes to do everything himself, has gradually decentralized his power in the past 2 years due to his health. That's what has created this situation today. This responsibility lies with me, and it's time to smooth things over today. Qin Mu retracted his sight, and it was time for Great Qin to be cleansed once more. After all, this situation had more or less everything to do with him. Although pulling out the 9 secretaries of state would cause turmoil in Great Qin, Qin Mu wasn't afraid of that. If the real thing comes, Qin Mu alone can control the Great Qin. The power that had been accumulated over the past 10 years was more than enough to topple Great Qin. No one could have imagined that the seemingly powerless left minister of Great Qin would hide such a terrifying force under his command. This Great Qin, Qin Mu will pick clean from top to bottom. It's better to err than to let go. Once a hero draws his sword, it's another 10 years of plunder for the people. Qin Mu stood still, and the officials present looked at each other with some embarrassment. They didn't know what was going on in Qin Mu's mind, but this move made them detect a hint of misfortune. Lord Left Minister is here. It is Hu Hei who has been slow. Left Minister, please take your seat. Hu Hei punished himself with 3 cups to make amends. At this time Hu Hei's voice came. The voice had just fallen, and immediately after that, Hu Hei appeared in the crowd's line of sight with Zhao Gao. They had come down as early as when Qin Mu first arrived, and were just hiding in the shadows to observe him. Unexpectedly several 9 ministers got up to welcome and invite to take a seat. Qin Mu did not give face at all. Hu Hai only thought it was because he didn't show up and made Qin Mu a little displeased. Qin Mu glanced at Hu Hai, still not making any moves as he was calculating what to do with these people present. He wanted to dispose of it according to the Qin law, but it suddenly occurred to him that he had never read it himself. Usually with Ying Zheng, he was as comfortable as he wanted to be, and there were no rules to speak of. Well, if you can't think of them, then they will be beheaded according to the law. Qin Mu muttered to himself, and in his heart, he had already arranged a place for these banquet officials in front of him. Hu Hai was slightly embarrassed when he saw Qin Mu was talking to himself, ignoring him, but in order to the throne of the big event, Hu Hai suppressed the anger to walk to the Qin Mu body. Feigned anger, why the left minister does not enter the seat? Is not it not see this highness in the pavilion in the building? Qin Mu turned his head to Hu Hai and nodded. Aha! To be honest, over the years, he had either dined with Ying Zheng at the palace, or Ying Zheng had sent the palace's royal chef to Qin Mu's residence to prepare meals. He really couldn't look at a place like the pavilion in the building. Hu Hai was choked and couldn't say a word. The people present also looked at Qin Mu in shock. They now understood that the left minister was not here to support His Highness the World Sun at all. The scene was a bit awkward for a while. Several 9 ministers looked at each other, lowered their heads and looked at their respective toes, did not dare to say a word. Although they are honored as the 9 ministers, each of them is in charge of some state affairs. But now, in this kind of scene, the 9 ministers really don't count for much. On one side is the left minister, with the right to monitor the 100 officials, although Qin Mu has always been the image of the good old man. But people have the right to do them in their hands, just to be able to do them at any time. On the other hand, there was Hu Hai, Ying Zheng's favorite 18th son, who might become Qin Tu's crown prince in the future. These two parties, they didn't dare to offend anyone, and could only consciously shut up as a humanoid heir. What do you mean, Mr. Left Minister? My son His Highness sincerely invited you to a banquet, and this is your attitude. Zhao Gao frowned and came in front of Hu Hai. Zhao Gao was conceited that with the power in his hands, Qin Mu would not dare to dislike him. The plan had gone exceptionally well over the past 2 years, and had gradually inflated Zhao Gao. Male or female thing, there's a place for you to interrupt here? Qin Mu glanced at Zhao Gao, his eyes filled with contempt. You think you're somebody just because you're sitting on the Linzhou mortar? You're worse than a dog. You! Zhao Gao's face instantly turned red, and his eyes were filled with anger. The eunuchs of Great Qin, while not necessarily castrated, most eunuchs of high status consciously castrated themselves. It was because of Lao Ai's eunuchs back then that Ying Zheng had a strong dislike for eunuchs who had not been castrated. Most of the eunuchs, therefore, consciously castrated themselves so that Ying Zheng would value them. Zhao Gao is naturally no exception. Qin Mu, this highness honors you as the left minister and gives you some face. Don't think that this highness is afraid of you. Hu Hai couldn't help himself at this point. Being hit in the face by Qin Mu in public like this, if he still didn't dare to squeak out, how could he still pull the 100 officials together in the future? Plus, having had Zhao Gao's assurance, Hu Hai was even more confident. A left minister with an empty mandate. He, Hu Hai, can get rid of it with some means. Your Highness son, how should you be dealt with according to the law if you feast on the 100 officials in private? Qin Mu looked at Hu Hai and said. Hu Hai's face instantly grimaced. Does Lord Left Minister know what you're talking about? The few 9 ministers present also looked up at Qin Mu at this moment. Just now they could be treated as heir. But not now. The fire has reached them. The matter of their coming to the feast can be big or small. But if it reaches His Majesty's ears, it's no small matter. Lord Left Minister, there are some words that are better left unsaid. Feng Chang Li Sai couldn't help but speak up. Qin Mu's eyes slanted at Li Sai. Slap your mouth. Nuwa. The old carriage driver behind Qin Mu instantly came to life, dodged to Li Sai, and slapped down the entire right side of Li Sai's face. Blood splattered, staining the bodies of the several 9 ministers next to him with a lot of blood and flesh. Ho! Ho! Ah! Li Sai-Night's eyes relaxed as her feet floated in vain as she kept retreating, and not a single sound could be emitted from her mouth anymore. At this moment, it was as if his entire being had died, without consciousness or pain. After a few breaths, Li Xiao's eyes began to return to focus, followed by a heart-stopping scream. Ah! The screams also brought back the crowd present. It all happened so fast that the people present had absolutely no time to react. Zhao Gao, a Zhongshi expert, was able to see the speed of that old carter's strike, but he was also incapable of stopping it. Based on this slap alone, he was able to calm down that this old man, who seemed to be in line, Was a clan master not weaker than him? And Li Sai, who had received this slap, was already a dead man in Zhao Gao's heart. He won't live long enough to burn incense. That slap has injured Li Si Knight's internal organs. After an incense burner, Li Si Knight must die violently. Qin Mu, on the other hand, looked at Hu He. This prime minister asks you. The prince's son privately banquets the 100 officials. How should he be dealt with according to the law? Qin Mu slightly tilted his head, his eyes looking down at Hu He. Hu Hai froze in place, unable to react for a moment. He didn't understand why the left minister, who Zhao Gao said was powerless and indifferent to the court, was so strong. Obviously the previous left minister wouldn't have cared about any of this. Nor have I ever heard that the left minister has recruited any expert disciples. But an old coachman driving a cart under his command is a Zhongshe expert. Why is the left minister so aggressive? Zhao Gao stiffly stood out again. Qin Mu suddenly stormed up, his right hand probing out to strangle Zhao Gao's neck. If you interrupt one more word, this minister will cut out your tongue. An icy voice rang in Zhao Gao's ears. Zhao Gao's eyes widened. The pupils in his eyes contracted, and his face carried a look of shock. The left minister, Qin Mu, had actually single-handedly restrained him. A patriarchal master. He watched as Qin Mu probed his hand. His speed was not fast, but he couldn't avoid it. Zhao Gao opened his mouth, unable to say a word. Hui also looked at Qin Mu in shock. What the heck did Luo Net check out? The left minister has such strength, and the Luo network didn't find out half of it. Hu Hai was aware of his teacher's strength. That was one of the best amongst the sect masters. However, now that they were facing Qin Mu, they were like ants. Considering the fact that you've been dressing His Majesty for decades, today, this minister will not take your life. A small punishment. Remember who you are. Qin Mu slowly withdrew his right hand and looked indifferently at Zhao Gao. Zhao Gao took a big breath of fresh air. Just now he felt the threat of death. Qin Mu looked toward Hu He. Hu Hai gulped, no longer as arrogant as before. At this moment, his mind was constantly hurling curses at Luo Net. How dare this claim that the dragnet is pervasive? Will your highness answer now? What shall be done according to Qi law? According to the law. When the sentence of caning is 300, Hu Hai said with an ugly face, the caning of 300 is not terrible. Hu Hai resisted. What was really hard for Hu Hai to accept was the fact that the caning involved removing clothing and striking the buttocks in public. Remove the clothes and receive the rod to dishonor the person being tortured. This is abusive. Hu Hai, the 18th son of the royal family, was stripped of his pants in public, exposing his ass. How does that make him take it? That's why most of the nobles of the royal court would rather be flogged than caned. Huang Zhong. Qin Mu slowly spoke. Yes, the old coachman answered in a neutral voice. He was Qin Mu's third-year sign-on reward. Huang Zhong, one of the 5 tiger generals, now working as a carter for Qin Mu. Please, 18th prince, take the cane for 300. Qin Mu opened his mouth. The pupils in Hu Hai's eyes contracted. Qin Mu really dared to move him. He is not afraid that after Ying Zheng's death, Hu Hai, will settle scores. Nuwa. Huang Zhong answered and walked towards Hui. Left minister. I, Hu Hai, am at least the same. Hu Hai opened his mouth, but when he saw Qin Mu's icy cold eyes, he fell silent again. Your highness, please. Huang Zhong reached out and waved his hand, and a bench landed in front of Hu Hai. Hu Hai's eyes swept over the officials present, and no one dared to meet Hu Hai's eyes. It's something they don't dare to meddle with. In theory, when a prince's son breaks the law, he should be personally tried by Yanwei, one of the 9 ministers, but now no one dares to mention it. Even Zhao Gao's eyes slightly averted. Qin Mu's strength was beyond his expectations. Hu Hai smiled miserably and slowly removed his clothes. Lying down on top of the bench, Hu Hai's face was suffocated red, and his heart was unusually humiliated. Today's insult, Hu Hai later will be 100 times to return it. He didn't believe it. He was at least a member of the royal family, but he still couldn't bring down a courtier? With endless resentment in his heart, Hui closed his eyes. This bench, he would keep it and let Qin Mu lie on it later as well. The 100 officials in the pavilion closed their eyes, not daring to look at Hu Hai. Execution. Qin Mu spoke. Nuwa. Huang Zhong copied a bench and made it work as a club, striking Hu Hai's buttocks. Humph. Hu Hai stifled a grunt and forced himself not to scream out. A quarter of an hour later, the 300 canes are finished. Hui's consciousness was a bit confused, and his buttocks were already bloody. At the end of these 300 canes, it was not certain that Hu Hai would be able to stand up for the rest of his life. When the 100 officials saw this scene, they could not stop chilling in their hearts. What is wrong with the left minister today? This is completely different from the left minister they know. Even the 18th prince dared to abolish them, let alone them? Zhao Gao carefully came to Hui's body, real qi into Hui's body, to heal his wounds, but don't dare dress him, because Hui's ass is already a mass of rotting flesh. Qin Mu's eyes were flat from the beginning to the end, and when he saw the end of the caning, he slowly walked over to Hu Hai. Does His Highness recognize the punishment? Hu Hai hard to raise his head. Now this kind of wretched appearance let its heart full of resentment, but he did not dare to show it. Don't dare, at least not now. Recognize, Hu Hai said through gritted teeth. Do you know the mistake? Qin Mu stood tall and looked down on Hu Hai. Hu Hai clenched his hands into fists. Now Qin Mu's attitude was just like his father's. I know I'm wrong. Hu Hai took a deep breath and said, what does your highness think is the most important thing about being a vassal? Qin Mu said with intent. Hu Hai was full of doubts, not knowing what Qin Mu meant by this statement. He just wanted to get out of here now. No shame to the king at the top, no shame to the people at the bottom. Hu Hai replied casually. It seems that your highness still doesn't know the error of your ways. Qin Mu sneered. The most important thing for a courtier, it's obedience. At these words, the entire attic fell silent. Hu Hai and the many 9 ministers understood Qin Mu's meaning in their hearts. It's a warning to them. If the king wants me dead, I can't live. If you're a vassal, you have to listen to what you're told. Qin Mu's eyes became incomparably sharp as his eyes swept over everyone present, and no one dared to raise their heads to meet his gaze. Being a dog should be like being a dog. Don't you think so, Lord Zhao? Qin Mu changed his words and looked at Zhao Gao. Zhao Gao's face instantly sank, but he couldn't refute it. What the left minister said is true. Zhao Gao has been taught. Let's call it a day. Take care of yourselves. Qin Mu glanced at the crowd and turned around with Huang Zhong to leave the pavilion in the building. He had no intention of letting these people go. These people are going to die, but not without a fight. Qin Mu wanted the deaths of these people to deter the courtiers. Chapter 4 Regency Supervisor. He watched as Qin Mu got into the carriage and left without a trace. I want Qin Mu to die. Hu Hai roared out angrily, but of course, if Qin Mu was present, he wouldn't dare to say anything. The officials present lowered their eyebrows and looked at their own toes. What they thought at the moment, only they did not hear anything. Moreover, no one dared to take this word. When Hu Hai calmed down a little, the people hurriedly saluted and left the pavilion in the building with quick steps. Hu Hai eyes shadowy, staring at the departure of a group of officials. Today not only failed to recruit Qin Mu, but in turn, the rest of the officials will also be scared away. After today, the forces under his Hu Hai's command have lost half of them. A bunch of losers. Hu Hai slumped his body and hated it. One of the officials was a little slower on his feet, and when he heard Hu Hai's words, he stumbled and nearly fell, and hastily stabilized himself, striding out of the pavilion. After a while, only Hu Hai and Zhao Gao were left in the pavilion. Teacher, Luo Net's intelligence is really accurate. Hu Hai looked at Zhao Gao and gritted his teeth. If Zhao Gao hadn't packed his bags with a Luo Net, he wouldn't have gone so far as to reach out to Qin Mu. A tough, hard nut to crack. Previously also swore Zhao Gao. Sitting next to Hu Hai did not say a word, eyes showing deep meaning. The fault of this matter is indeed in him. Don't worry, Your Highness. What happened today will definitely be recouped in another day. A moment later, Zhao Gao opened his mouth and said, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Although Qin Mu was out of his expectations, but the forces he's developed over the years, Zhao Gao, are no slouches. Coupled with the fact that the first emperor was now critically ill, he was very certain that he could move Qin Mu. Having been immersed in dynasty politics for many years, he, Zhao Gao, has never been a loser. Teacher, don't let me down again. Hearing Zhao Gao's words, Hu Hai was reassured. Zhao Gao's strength he still knew. This matter was out of the expectation of the two of them. Hu Hai knew that it was Qin Mu who was hiding too deeply, but as long as the teacher put forth his full strength, any amount of family money Qin Mu had would surely be unearthed. The eyes of several storm clouds change. How to plan properly must also have the life to suffer. Feel the pain in the buttocks. Hu Hai eyes once again brewed up anger. Send me back to the house. Beads of sweat broke out on Hui's forehead. Zhao Gao got up and ordered someone to help Hu Hai up and lead him out of the pavilion in the building. Next day, morning court time, Kirin Hall. The civil and military officials had different thoughts, but all of them looked at Ying Zheng, who was sitting dangerously on the dragon chair, with slight suspicion. It's been a long time since Ying Zheng was critically ill and he hasn't attended a morning court properly. Today, Ying Zheng is sitting with a serious look on his face. His Majesty the First Emperor, who made the 100 officials feel their majesty, has finally returned. The people who went to the banquet yesterday were secretly trembling. All of them secretly glanced at Qin Mu, fearing that if the other party said one word, they would not be able to protect their heads. Sitting on top of the dragon chair, Ying Zheng took in the reactions of the people in front of the temple, and said calmly, with a cold look in his eyes, in recent days, deeply the dragon body is not good, so I want to rest for half a year. The affairs of the government, the secretaries of the left can be handed over to the prime minister. When these words came out, the dynasty was shocked. All of them do not understand why His Majesty let the left minister supervise the country. Your Majesty. No, Your Majesty. Since ancient times, the only people who supervise the state are the royal family. The left minister is not a member of the royal family. It is not in line with the rules to supervise the state. Your Majesty. In the matter of supervising the state, the eldest son, Fusu, has reached the age of maturity and can exercise it on his behalf. I ask Your Majesty to withdraw your order. The civil and military officials' faces were ugly, and all of them were against this decree. The prime minister supervised the state, and the Qin state had already learned from its mistakes. In the past, when Lu Buwei interfered with the government, the courtroom was chaotic as the king was not a ruler. The ministers were not ministers, and the ministers were in cliques, so it can be described as chaotic. And even now, all the officials still have palpitations in their hearts. Now His Majesty is even another decree to raise the power of the left minister again. The officials looked at Qin Mu, and a few scruples showed in their eyes. If another Lu Buwei comes out, I don't know how much pandemonium will appear in this court of Great Qin. Therefore, even at the risk of offending the left minister, they all stepped forward and bowed down, asking Ying Zheng to withdraw his order. As the protagonist of the Qin Mu is a face of frankness. Also do not defend. He only calmly stood aside, as if the people are talking about the person is not him. Anyway, what His Majesty has decided, these officials are not yet capable of shaking. Zhao Gao looked at Qin Mu even more incredulously. After yesterday's incident, he had already thought over and over again about the countermeasures to move down Qin Mu. It's just that he hasn't had a chance to set it up yet. To this day, His Majesty has actually handed over all the power in his hands to the latter. Zhao Gao's deep eyes showed more scorn than the others, as he deeply appreciated how uncomplicated this person Qin Mu was. Qin Mu supervised the state and held great power, so it would only be more difficult to deal with him. So he had to stop this matter no matter what. Your Majesty, the words of all the adults are very reasonable. Supervise the state, always by the people of the clan, although the left minister adults in a high position. But it is indeed not etiquette. I thought that the 18th son of Hu Hei, talent and wisdom, acting steadily, feasible to supervise the state affairs. Zhao Gao brooded for a while. A step out, kneeling on the ground said. After Zhao Gao finished speaking, all the officials in the court spoke out in unison to stop him. I beg Your Majesty to take back the order. Your Majesty, I think the eldest son, Fu Su, who is still young and has both virtue and talent, is a good candidate to supervise the state. Among the officials who fell down, some of them recommended Fu Su again. If His Majesty really wants to choose someone to supervise the state, they naturally won't let this fat job fall into someone else's hands. Du Kuhai is still young. I'm afraid it's difficult for him to take up the important task of supervising the state. Your Majesty, think twice. Immediately after, someone else chimed in. Your Majesty, Prince Fusu has a soft nature, and now that the 6 remaining kingdoms have not been cleared, it is necessary to rule with an iron fist. For a while, the supporters of the 2 princes above the courtroom confronted each other. Qin Mu shook his head. His Majesty hadn't even spoken yet, and this group of people were getting a little carried away. Ying Zheng did not open his mouth to stop the arguing ministers, but his eyes narrowed slightly, and soon returned to a calm demeanor. As the crowd watched Ying Zheng's unperturbed face, the voices of contention gradually subsided, and their hearts began to feel anxious. The matter was so important that they argued among themselves, which was a big no-no. However, Ying Zheng could tell from this incident. My great Qin, when was it your turn to make decisions for me? The 100 officials quieted down before Ying Zheng slowly swept over everyone present and spoke calmly. Ying Zheng's tone was flat, without a trace of anger, but everyone's backs were slightly covered in cold sweat. The majesty of the first emperor, how can ordinary people bear it? Even the heavyweights who have been in the government for many years. I wouldn't dare. The group of ministers were on their knees, their hearts beating at the tips. If you don't dare, then shut up. My will has been decided. Anyone who doesn't follow it will be beheaded. Ying Zheng said in a cold voice. Me so. Zhang Han, who was beside Ying Zheng, violently drew his sword and stared sharply at the 100 officials present. As the commander of the Shadow Guard, Ying Zheng's words are absolute orders. At this moment, as long as one person dared to make the slightest sound, he would immediately end that person's life. The cold killing intent scared the civil and military officials so much that they could not help but lose their voices, and all of them knelt in the place and did not dare to move. As much as they wanted to stop Qin Mu from supervising the country, it wasn't worth breaking their lives for. My lord, receive the decree. Only then did Qin Mu stand in front of the hall with a calm demeanor and open his mouth. Since then, Qin Mu, the left minister, has been the supervisor of the state. During the period of His Majesty the First Emperor's recuperation, the supervisor will take care of all affairs of the court. Chapter 5 Thoughts of the Moon God. The entire court cast their eyes toward Qin Mu, who had finished receiving the decree. And each of them was worried. They knew that the great Qin was going to change, especially those who went to the banquet yesterday. At this time is full of fear, cannot help but straight cold sweat. Yesterday, they were just caught by the left minister, which already made them restless. And today, the left minister is supervising the country on behalf of the government. Now if Lord Qin Mu wants to get them killed, he only needs to say one word. Several people shuddered at the thought and rubbed their necks, as on pins and needles as they were. There was Zhao Gao. Zhao Gao is not much fear. Years of accumulation and development, even the supervisory state, want to move him also have to first weigh the weight. But again, even if he had the power, it would not be easy to move Qin Mu, who was now acting as supervisor of the government. Zhao Gao narrowed his eyes and looked at Qin Mu somewhat grimly. He still underestimated this Lord Left Minister. How could he be a simple character if he could climb step by step to the position of Left Minister? Zhao Gao was a bit chagrined. After so many years, he had overlooked such a powerful opponent. This was his biggest mistake. The mind of 100 turns. Zhao Gao's hidden killing intent, now Qin Mu's first show of strength, has led him and His Highness ate a big loss. Such a person cannot be for the alliance, then only to get rid of it. After explaining the matter, Ying Zheng seemed to be a bit tired again. After Qin Mu had received the decree, Ying Zheng announced that the court was dismissed and went back to his bedchamber. Only then did the 100 officials get up from the floor, bid farewell to Qin Mu, and pound their legs to leave the Qilin Hall. Now that Qin Mu is the supervisor of the state, they naturally have to inform him of whatever is going on. After the court was dismissed, Ying Zheng recuperated, and the news that Qin Mu was overseeing the state on behalf of Ying Zheng quickly spread around the world. The various forces also received news back and forth. As Ying Zheng has to recuperate, many people think that Qin without Ying Zheng will be more or less weak internally, and many forces are beginning to move. It's common knowledge that Ying Zheng's health is deteriorating, and now that Qin Mu has been appointed to supervise the state, people are speculating whether Ying Zheng's health is failing. But if Ying Zheng had really reached his limit, why didn't he set up a crown prince instead of letting someone supervise the state in his place? So much so that no one did anything rash either. The stronghold of the Xiang clan of Chu. What is the meaning of Ying Zheng's move? He will let someone supervise the country on behalf of the government? Xiao Yu looked at the letter in his hand with a few doubts in his eyes. As the young master of the Xiang clan in Chu, with his understanding of Ying Zheng, giving up the power of the country was not something that Ying Zheng could do. This is a sign that Ying Zheng's body has been deteriorating in recent years, so it seems that he is afraid that he is reaching his limit. Fan Zhang looked at the mountains in the distance and said, he had been waiting for this day for a long time. He chose to oversee the state on behalf of the government instead of appointing a crown prince. Ying Zheng is a person who will not let go of his power, so there must be a deep meaning behind this move. Fan Zhang said with a normal expression. If he really gave up the throne, he would have established a crown prince and then passed it on. Letting someone supervise the state means that Ying Zheng has no intention to pass on the throne. But no matter what the intention is, Fan Zhang is not worried about this matter. What would be the deeper meaning of this? Is it possible to regain your youth by recuperating your body? Xiao Yu said. He didn't believe in immortality. Whether or not they live forever is unknown. But Ying Zheng is raising a tiger, and it is not known if they will lose without a fight in the future. Fan Zhang stroked his beard and said, which was exactly why he wasn't worried. No war but Qin's army. Xiao Yu got a little excited. Majia Organ City. At this time, all the commanders of the Mo family gathered together, and it was obvious that the Mo family had also received the news that had been sent back from Great Qin. What does everyone think? Grandmaster Ban looked at the other several commanders and took the lead. What else could it be? It must be that Ying Zheng has done too many bad things, has reached his limit, and will soon ascend to heaven. Pirate Plantar flashed to Master Ban's side and said with his hand on his shoulder. Master Ban glanced at him, and Steeler raised an eyebrow. What little Metatarsal said is not unreasonable. Ying Zheng let someone supervise the state. It must be his own health problems, but without a crown prince. And the person supervising the state is not a member of the royal family. So Ying Zheng is not afraid of a repeat of Lu Bui's chaotic party? Cao Jianli spoke up. The other commanders are all thinking about it. It seems intriguing that Ying Zheng is so relieved to hand over the power to the left minister, who is not a member of the royal family. No matter what, for Ying Zheng to allow an outsider to supervise the country on his behalf is tantamount to giving up the kingdom with his own hands, coupled with the fact that Ying Zheng himself is dying. I'm afraid that the great Qin will fall apart in the near future. A moment later, Master Ban spoke. Several people nodded, all sharing the same opinion. Does anyone know what kind of person the left minister, Qin Mu, is? The snow maiden asked as she looked around the crowd, her eyes finally resting on Gao Jianli. Gao Jianli shook his head. It seems that this Qin Mu needs to be checked. Inside Yin-Yang city, the moon god's mansion was similarly unsettled. The lunar god's hand lifted slightly, and the letter paper in his hand ignited on its own. Throwing away the letter paper, the moon god's eyes showed a few moments of doubt. Left Minister Qin Mu supervises the country? After a moment of contemplation, the lunar god got up and disappeared in a flash. Ying Zheng let the left minister supervise the state in his place, an event that the Yin-Yang family had not anticipated. The change of power in the center of Great Qin has greatly affected the interests of the Yin-Yang family. She had to poke around. Inside the Yin-Yang palace, a purple light flashes across. The guards patrolled back and forth as usual, and none of them found the same. The moon god easily entered the Yin-Yang palace, avoiding the palace's heavy defenses. She is the state counselor of the Qin dynasty, and she has been coming to the Yin-Yang palace for a long time. For the benefit of the Yin-Yang family, she has to find out why Ying Zheng has handed over the power of supervision to Qin Mu, and the only way she can do that now is to sneak into the palace. And, in the meantime, it also helped to find out whether Ying Zheng was really recuperating. The moon god lightly swept towards Ying Zheng's chambers, inside the bedchamber. With your majesty's body, it definitely won't be able to survive the baptism of the T-virus today. Qin Mu checked Ying Zheng's body and said, "Does Chanchuan have a good plan?" Ying Zheng frowned. The night was long and he didn't want to drag it out for too long. Now that the power to supervise the state had been handed over to Qin Mu, as long as he was physically able, he could start refining the corpses at any time. But on the contrary, his own body was too weak to withstand it. Yes, it requires the cooperation of the Yin-Yang clan. Qin Mu opened his mouth. This is what he thought of yesterday. Ying Zheng's body is really too weak, and it will take years and months for him to be able to withstand the strength of making zombies by using ordinary medicines to temper his body. But the Undertaker can. Su Fu, an elder of the Yin-Yang family, specializes in the art of alchemy. Because he had cured Ying Zheng's migraine headache, he was appointed as the Prince of Yunzhong, stationed at the Mirage of the Mulberry Sea, and was ordered by Ying Zheng to do his utmost to refine the medicine for longevity. But in fact, over the years, the Yin-Yang family has gone against the grain, and Su Fu, in the name of making medicine for Ying Zheng, has been collecting herbs to develop the medicine he needs. What Yin Zhongjuan was most proud of was the 3 types of pills he had concocted. Imperial Ghost Elixir, harnessing people is like driving away ghosts. As you wish. True Dan, opens up the meridians of the whole body, strengthens the yin and yang, and stimulates all kinds of potentials of the body. Immortal Gathering Pill, the highest level, combining both internal and external cultivation. It has the chance to bring people to the realm of transcendence and heavenly transformation. All of these pills could give a person quick strength and enhance the strength of their physical body, but the side effects were extremely strong. But it is just right for Ying Zheng now. Now Ying Zheng only needs a strong body to survive the T-virus. Ying Zheng nodded his head. Indeed, the only ones who could make a person change their physique immediately were the Yin-Yang family who had this ability. Chanchuan, just make up your mind. Ying Zheng didn't even think about it and directly handed the power over to Qin Mu. Nowadays, he doesn't need any Yin and Yang family. Don't worry, Your Majesty, Chanchuan will definitely bring back the elixir. After saying that, Qin Mu turned around and left the chambers. Since the bedchamber came out, Qin Mu did not leave the palace, but his gaze calmly swept towards a water pavilion outside the palace, and he hooked his lips several times unseen. Here came a little mouse, or a little mouse with a not-so-weak martial arts cultivation. The moon god hiding in the water pavilion's color showed bitterness. She had actually been discovered, or discovered by Qin Mu. Now Qin Mu has just taken over the Qin supervisory state. This investigation is because of this person, and he happened to be caught by him. I do not know the future of the court, for the Yin-Yang family, and will set off what kind of wind and waves. Qin Mu retracted his gaze. With his strength as a celestial powerhouse, he had long since recognized who the outsider was, and with a flick of his wrist, he flexed his fingers and casually flicked out a qi energy. The qi energy struck out and instantly skyrocketed into a powerful wave of qi that blasted straight towards the water pavilion where the moon god was hiding. The entire water pavilion exploded with a loud bang, and the artificial pond was also directly shattered. Broken stone pillars, wooden walls smashed in all directions, and waves of water rose in the pool. The bursting sound resounded through the Yin-Yang palace, and the momentum was astonishing and incomparable. Pust! With the sound, a spray of blood erupted in a burst. The moon god's face was full of shock. Her body flew out backwards and smashed into a stone wall. The air wave was too strong and swift. She immediately mobilized her full strength to defend herself. It even uses the soul dragon swim. However, unable to resist a single finger of Qin Mu, she had not heard that this Lord Left Minister had force and was this powerful. Blood spilled from Luna's mouth as she struggled to get up. No matter what, let's get out of here first. Such a huge commotion has alarmed the guards of the Qin Wang Palace. The forbidden army of the palace and the masters of the Shadow Secret Guard are rushing towards this place, and they must not linger here at the moment. The moon god looked vigilantly in Qin Mu's direction. Today, this prime minister will give you a lesson. If there is a next time, this prime minister will not be in such a good mood. A cold voice came, and the moon god's color stared, and then she saw Qin Mu turn around and leave in a cloudy manner, as if he didn't know that there was someone else here. The moon god frowned slightly. She didn't understand Qin Mu's meaning at all, but the footsteps of the experts in the palace were getting closer and closer. She couldn't think too much. Gritting her teeth, the moon god's hands changed. At this time, it was too difficult for her heavily injured body to perform the secret spells. With beads of sweat coming out of her forehead, the moon god finally disappeared before the palace forbidden army arrived. Feeling the breath disappear, the corner of Qin Mu's mouth curled slightly. Let you go for now. The Yin-Yang family is still of some use to Great Qin. Chapter 6: The Conspiracy. After the moon god left, Qin Mu also exited the royal palace and returned to his mansion. At this moment, Huang Zhong stood in front of Qin Mu, waiting for orders. Qin Mu took a shallow sip of tea and spoke. Send an order to Shang Qi to have Jun Yunzhong return the immortal gathering pill within 3 days without fail. The Yin-Yang family still didn't dare to disobey an explicit directive. Naturally, the pills should be the most precious ones. It was rumored that the immortal gathering pill had the chance to make people reach the realm of feathering to heaven, and this kind of medicinal effect would naturally be better for Ying Zheng. Promise. Huang Zhong saluted and led the retreat. My lord, Xiangguo Li Si seeks an audience. Before Qin Mu could think about the next question, an ordered guard came in and reported. Let him in. Promise. The guard bowed and retreated, and in a short while, he brought Li Si to Qin Mu again. Seeing Qin Mu, Li Si's heart burst with emotion. Yesterday, he was as a minister of Great Qin, and his official position was above Qin Mu, the left minister. Things are unpredictable, and now that Qin Mu has taken over the government and oversees the country, seeing him is like seeing His Majesty, the first emperor. It is he Li Si. This phase of the state to see the supervisor of the Lord also have to bow. The size of the political affairs of the dynasty is all have to come to consult the supervisor of the state. Li Si has met Lord Supervisor. Entering the left minister's residence, Li Si saluted towards Qin Mu. What's the matter with Minister Li? Qin Mu said. Report to the supervisor lord. Previously His Majesty ordered me to clear the remaining sins of the Majia Organ City. Now 10 days have long. But, the people in the city are even disrespectful of the order. The people inside the city are even resisting the order. My great Qin generals have lost a lot of lives because of this. Si wants to ask Lu Sha to help from the side, and has come here to ask the supervising lord for instructions. Li Si replied respectfully. Now that His Majesty the First Emperor has handed over all governmental affairs to Qin Mu, the left minister, this matter should be reported in accordance with the law. Qin Mu frowned slightly. He knew that the Majia Organ City is indeed easy to defend and difficult to attack. The people of the Majia are even more stubborn in nature. The Majia, but also in the anti-Qin forces in the status of not bad, relying on Qin soldiers alone. It was not an easy task to take down the Majia Organ City, at least until now. The Qin army was still at a loss when facing the Organ City. However, Quicksand is not a good match. The Quicksand organization is a remnant of Korea and is already hostile to Great Qin. It is impossible for Quicksand to become an imperial helper. No need. Qin Mu raised his hand. Quicksand is nothing more than an assassin organization. It's not worth the empire's attention. Pass on my order that the people of the Majia family, within 3 days, comply with the decree and open the city to surrender, and they may be spared from death. If you disobey the decree, this minister will personally arrive 3 days later, and not a single one will be left behind. Qin Mu said coldly, unable to surrender to the empire, even if one had the gift of talent. There was only one end. Dead. Li Si felt a chill on his back. The left minister is trying to slaughter the city. No, Li Si hurriedly said respectfully. He was a little skeptical. The Majia Organ City Pole was attacked, and he had not heard that the left minister had force, so he did not know how the left minister was going to deal with it, but he didn't dare to ask out. After receiving the order, he quickly left Qin Mu's residence. The aura of the left minister was very palpable. Ever since His Majesty, the first emperor, granted him the authority to supervise the state, Li Si has felt a great deal of pressure in front of the sharp-witted Qin Mu. Hu Hai's residence. Hu Hai is still lying on top of the bed. 1 day passed. The body's injuries in a variety of precious herbs under the dressing. There have been signs of scabs, just not back to change the medicine or dying of pain. As a result had disposed of several of the maids who changed his medicine, and every time the pain rose, Hu Hai's hatred for Qin Mu increased by 1 point, and he could not wait to break his body into pieces. As the Duke of Great Qin, even his father had never treated him like this. Your Highness, just bear with it. You'll get better faster once you're medicated. Zhao Gao walked to the edge of the couch and said to Hu Hai, Qin Mu, I will definitely not let him go. Hu Hai's eyes were filled with violent anger. Teacher, today in the courtroom, did the father say anything? Hu Hai asked Zhao Gao. Yesterday's matter. He expected Qin Mu will be reported to his father. Just do not know whether he will be severely punished. After all, his father is most disgusted with the party camping thing, and also as a son of him. Your Highness, today's court is not peaceful, Zhao Gao said, pulling the quilt to cover Hu Hai, moving his eyes to signal Hu Hai. Hu Hai dismissed everyone and only he and Zhao Gao were left in the room. Today, His Majesty has granted the power to supervise the state to left Minister Qin Mu. Zhao Gao calmly said these words, but his eyes were horribly gloomy. What did you say? Hu Hai exclaimed with wide eyes, disbelief written all over his face. How could this be? Hu Hai stared at Zhao Gao, hoping that this was a mishearing on his part. Indeed, Zhao Gao nodded, knowing that the teacher will not take doing this kind of thing as a joke. Hu Hai frowned tightly. How he did not expect. Just one night, Qin Mu was actually acting as a political supervisor. He had already thought of countless ways to bring Qin Mu to his death, and now he was told that Qin Mu had been granted the power to supervise the country. In this case, all plans are in vain. Even yesterday's humiliation of revenge, he is afraid that he cannot be avenged. Hu Hai was extremely angry and hateful. What could be more stifling than not being able to kill your enemy hand to hand, and having to watch your enemy landscape in front of you? Asshole. Hu Hai knocked over the bowl of medicine beside the couch with one hand, then hissed again, the pain from the tugging wound making him look even more hideous. Your Highness, pay attention to the wound, Zhao Gao reminded. His face was gloomy to the extreme, and at this time, the desire to get rid of Qin Mu in his heart was no less than that of Hui. Hui was hateful, and he, sorrowful. He has already offended Qin Mu. Now Qin Mu supervised the state, to Qin up and down the country. Qin Mu is the first person in the center of power. Qin Mu's means he is also considered to have learned. In case of its investigation into the things he did over the years, Zhao Gao's days are over. I'm afraid that they will also be executed 9 clans. Zhao Gao's eyes deepened a few more points. Teacher, Qin Mu must not be retained, even if it's a supervisor. So what? Supervisors are not emperors. It's not that they can't be removed. Venting a bit, Hu Hai thought about it ferociously. He would definitely not let his enemy scenery. Teacher, are you afraid? Hu Hai saw Zhao Gao locking his brows and thought Zhao Gao hesitated. When have I, Zhao Gao, ever been afraid? Now we and Qin Mu are already incompatible, and the other side is in power. Your Highness has ever thought that what you and I did before, if we were found out? Zhao Gao paused for a moment. Hu Hai smiled and changed his color. These years with the assistance of Zhao Gao, in order to that supreme position, he secretly plotted against loyal ministers and suppressed other dukes, but he did not do less. Now everything is hidden under the darkness. He is clever to play nice, and still can get the father's favor. If everything is exposed, the father is not a soft-hearted person. He knows better than anyone else. At that time, even if His Majesty the First Emperor recuperates his dragon body and comes out of the gate, what is waiting for us is only death. At this point in time, raising the grand plan is death. Waiting for His Majesty to come out of the gate is also death. So we might as well not do anything. Raise the grand plan and usurp the throne. Zhao Gao continued. Hu Hai looked at Zhao Gao in amazement. He didn't think that his teacher had already thought of this layer, but he was still a bit hesitant. Once this matter started, there was no way back. Your Highness, we have no choice. Zhao Gao looked at Hu Hai. Hui frowned and finally nodded his head. Chapter 7, Scruples of the Eastern Emperor Tai. Sanghe City, the sun is rising. A huge building ship moored in the city outside the sea above. Building high into the clouds, covering the sky. This is the Mirage. A stallion swept through the streets so fast that it was impossible to even see the silhouette of the person on top of the horse, heading straight for the Mirage. 2 days had passed, and Huang Zhong, who had been ordered to come to the Sanghe, had also arrived at the Sanghe at a fast pace. He rolled off his horse and entered the Mirage. Learning that the left minister had sent someone, Lord Yunzhong personally greeted him. As soon as they met, he sized up Huang Zhong, who was already old but hale and hearty, and traveled all the way through the dust without any fatigue. This person, after all, is not a good match. Your Excellency has decreed that Lord Yunzhong will deliver the Immortal Gathering Pill within 3 days without delay. Huang Zhong didn't have any unnecessary nonsense, and when he saw Jun Yunzhong, he directly announced his intention of coming here. Yun Zhongjuan's face sank. Gathering Immortal Pill. This was his heart and soul for many years, consuming countless precious herbs and time, and it was extremely difficult to become a Dan. More importantly, the matter of his alchemy had been kept secret from the public. So how did the left minister know about the Immortal Gathering Pill, and now wants him to offer this thing for nothing? My lord, I'm afraid there's a misunderstanding. I've never heard of what the Immortal Gathering Pill is. If your lordship wants to refine the pill, just give me a command and I'll do my best. The orders from above. Yun Zhongjuan didn't dare to directly disobey, but he could push back. Is Yun Zhongjuan trying to disobey the decree? Don't dare! Don't dare! Feeling Huang Zhong's solemn aura, Yun Zhongjuan's heart trembled, and he hurriedly said to himself that he did not dare. With a twinkle in his eye, Yun Zhongjuan ordered the people to present the miscellaneous pills that he usually refined. He fawned over Huang Zhong and said, "The pills that have been refined in recent days are all here. Can your honor see if there is anything you need? You've got some nerve." Huang Zhong's eyes were sharp as he raised his hand and curled his palm at Yun Zhongjun. Yun Zhongjun then involuntarily flew towards Huang Zhong, and his neck fell right into Huang Zhong's hands. Yun Zhongjuan was startled and prepared to swallow the Immortal Gathering Pill that was in his mouth. As Huang Zhong exerted his force, Yun Zhongjun's eyes bulged out, his face turned blue, and he felt like he was about to break, and an elixir slipped out of his mouth. Where is the Immortal Gathering Pill? With difficulty, Yun Zhongjuan raised his hand to point towards his own apartment. Huang Zhong picked him up and walked towards another room with a golden medicine cabinet. One of the medicine drawers had the words Gathering Immortal Pill written on it, in addition to the words Royal Ghost Pill and Real Man Pill. Huang Zhong threw Yun Zhongjun in front of the medicine cabinet. Yun Zhongjun climbed up and opened the organ with a bitter face. An exquisite medicine bottle stood in the middle of the medicine drawer. The bottles all contained Immortal Gathering Pills. Huang Zhong swept a glance at Yun Zhongjun. With a bitter face, Yun Zhongjun took out a wooden box and personally filled the medicine bottles as much as he could into it, before bowing and presenting it to Huang Zhong with both hands. Huang Zhong handed down the wooden box under his hand and turned to leave. When Huang Zhong's form was far away, Yun Zhongjuan drew his sword and slashed around the room for a while. Left Minister Qin Mu, biting down hard on Qin Mu's name. Yun Zhongjuan split the room's stone pillar with his sword. The stone pillars shattered, startling the coiled organ snakes that were coiled on them, their eyes scarlet as they rushed towards Yun Zhongjuan. Unprepared, Yun Zhongjuan stumbled and fell to the ground. He sat on the ground and kept backing up. Somebody! At this time, among the Yin-Yang family, the moon god stood respectfully in front of the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi. 2 days ago, she sneaked into the royal palace to scout for news and was seriously injured by Qin Mu. With the secret techniques of the Yin-Yang family to adjust, but also 2 whole days to improve. When her injuries were no longer in any way, she immediately rushed back to the Yin-Yang clan to explain the situation to the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi. "Are you hurt?" The moon god's strength was also ranked at the front of the Yin-Yang family, and sensing that the moon god's aura was not like the usual, the East Emperor Tai Chi was a bit surprised. "Yes, wounded for the left minister Qin Mu, recuperating for 2 days before improving." The moon god slightly lowered her eyes, hiding the strange color in her eyes, and slowly spoke, thinking about that day when Qin Mu casually broke through her full-strength defense with a single finger. and even seriously injured her. She had used all of her yin and yang techniques over the past 2 days to get better. Such strength had to make her scornful. Left Minister Qin Mu? East Emperor Tai Chi tone finally brought a trace of surprise. Yin-Yang family in the dynasty for many years. Penetration in the dynasty of the power of the intertwined, on which the major forces, the understanding of the personnel, cannot be said to be not deep, but there has never been any news about Qin Mu's forcefulness. Besides his relationship with Ying Zheng, Qin Mu has always kept a low profile in the court, and they are all close to thinking that Qin Mu's position as the left minister is only due to this relationship, and now suddenly learned that Qin Mu has force. For many years its people actually hidden watertight. Yin and Yang family did not have a bit of news. This is the East Emperor Tai also did not expect. I'm only afraid that Qin Mu is more than that simple. Not only that, His Majesty announced 2 days ago at the morning court that he would be recuperating his body, and Qin Mu has taken over the supervision of the state. So now the power of Qin has changed hands. I previously intended to enter the palace to find out the truth of the original story, but I was unexpectedly detected by the left minister, and with just a snap of his fingers, he seriously injured me. The left minister has such strength? After so many years, my Yin-Yang family has no awareness of it. Dong Huangtai was somewhat unable to believe that Qin Mu had strength, and in that case his strength was still above the moon god. Qin Mu was able to silently hide such a powerful force. Dong Huangtai thought to himself that it was he himself who could not be able to do so with a great skill without showing any signs of it. The left minister is surrounded by experts. I see that the people he drives are all extraordinary. He can hide his strength for so many years, and the people beside him are not unrelated. Prior to this, the moon god had always known that Qin Mu was surrounded by experts, and because of this, she was even more determined that Qin Mu himself was afraid of not having much strength. However, the moon god was helpless, and she herself could not walk through a single move in the hands of the other party. An expert like a cloud? This left minister, the Yin-Yang family has been underestimated. In this way, it seemed that the Yin-Yang clan had never understood Qin Mu's affairs clearly, and all the information they had gotten was just what Qin Mu wanted them to know. Your Excellency the Eastern Emperor, do we have a choice to make as well? Luna paused for a moment and opened her mouth to ask. Now that the power of Great Qin has changed, Qin Mu suddenly appeared in the field of vision, acted decisively, and the strength is not weak. The sky of Great Qin is also changing, in which the Yin-Yang family cannot be alone. Dong Huangtai fell silent. Qin Mu was indeed out of the Yin-Yang family's expectations, not expecting such a character to be hidden under his nose. However, for the sake of the Yin-Yang clan, Dong Huangtai nodded slightly and, as the supervisor, the Yin-Yang family is also a loyal servant of Great Qin, so they should not be neglected. The implication was that the moon god needed to contact Qin Mu first. The house of Yin and Yang has gotten to where it is today, with 2 national masters in one house. It was because of making the right choice that they chose the right Ying Zheng and were able to make the longevity medicine for him. Now that Ying Zheng has retired and Qin Mu is in power, it's time for them to make a new choice. Yes, the moon god nodded slightly and retreated after receiving the order. Chapter 8, The Killing Chance. Xianyang Prefecture level city in Shang Qi. A dusty man with a bucket hat came outside the left minister's residence. He carried the morning dew, a Jianghu sprightly air, raised his feet and broke into the left minister's residence. Stop! Who dares to break into the left minister's residence? 2 guards interlocked their halberds and stopped the incoming person. The left minister's mansion was not something that just anyone could enter. Yuan Tian Gang. A cold voice came out from under the bucket hat. Yuan Tian Gang, commander-in-chief of the delinquents. As for why he appeared here, it was because of Qin Mu's 10 years of signing in, and one of the rewards was the character Yuan Tian Gang, and the organization of undesirable people under him. Now the 36 counties of Great Qin, each county has a bad man's eyes. Any wind and grass cannot escape the bad man's line of sight. The 2 guards looked at each other, and one turned to enter the mansion to inform them. My lord, Yuan Tian Gang pays his respects. The guards found Qin Mu and lowered their heads. Let him in. Qin Mu looked slightly moved. Yuan Tian Gang commanded the bad people, the 36 counties of Great Qin. What changes? He was the first to know. But unusual small things. Yuan Tian Gang will not personally come. It seems that someone has a big action. The guards brought Yuan Tian Gang to Qin Mu. Greetings, Lord Left Minister. Seeing Qin Mu, Yuan Tian Gang arched his hand. Qin Mu waved his hand. What is it? Reporting back to the Lord. Luo Net has been moving frequently in recent days, and seems to be plotting a big conspiracy. The Lord still needs to take more precautions. Undesirable people's eyes throughout the entire Great Qin. which focuses on monitoring in addition to the people of the 6 countries, is the Luo Network. Recently, the Luo Network frequently mobilized its manpower, and many experts gathered. Such a big action. Yuan Tian Gang expected that the Luo Network would have a big plan, so he personally came to report Qin Mu. Luo Net. Qin Mu narrowed his eyes, his thoughts clearing. Luo Net was Zhao Gao's force. He had been eyeing it from early on. Zhao Gao and Hu Hai were already wolves with wild hearts, and now it seems that after he knocked them down a bit, not only did these 2 people not restrain themselves, but on the contrary, they have become more intense. Hu Hai's heart had always been above the throne of honor, and this time when Ying Zheng announced that he would recuperate and supervise the state himself, Qin Mu thought of an outcome. I just didn't realize these 2 were so impatient. I want you to personally monitor Zhao Gao, Hu Hai and the 2 of them, and report back to me anytime anything happens. Qin Mu instructed Yuan Tian Gang. He wanted to see what kind of waves these 2 could make. Yes, Yuan Tian Gang led the order and disappeared into the left minister's mansion with a flash of his body. Hu Hai and Zhao Gao plotting big plans. Naturally there is no shortage of experts to help. Zhao Gao had recently secretly mobilized all the masters of the Luo Network, only to make foolproof preparations for the plan. Now that the Luo Net masters are gathering, Zhao Gao is confident that he can take down Qin Mu and the entire Yin-Yang palace in one fell swoop, and by that time, the great Qin will change hands. On the contrary, it was Hu Hai, whose mind was more complicated at this time. Hui's residence. Since agreeing to Zhao Gao's plan, Hu Hai, who was not afraid of anything, had some trouble sleeping and eating. He is excited about this plan to succeed. He will be able to ascend to that dream high position, become the Lord of Great Qin, then no matter how he is on the throne, as long as he is the Emperor of Great Qin, the power of life and death, the history of the whip but by his say, and worried about this plan can be said to be the enemy of the whole Qin, especially those loyal ministers, will be the highest voice of opposition, as well as that generation of political supervision of the Qin Mu. This plan cannot be a little error. Huey's eyes deepened. The biggest obstacle is this Qin Mu. As long as there is no him, those ministers who do not listen to get rid of it. How's the plan going, Sensei? Seeing Zhao Gao come through the door, Hu Hai couldn't wait to find out how the plan was progressing. He had to have the full plan. For days of arranging and inquiring about mistakes, Zhao Gao looked a bit tired, but his eyes were sharp with light, and when he heard Hu Hai's inquiry, Zhao Gao confidently said, "And, don't worry, Your Highness, the plan is almost ready. Now the assassins of Luo Net are secretly rushing to Yin-Yang. Luo Net was his biggest killer. There were many experts in Luo Net and they were absolutely loyal. This time, he had summoned the Luo Net to pour out their nests with the determination to win. Therefore, Zhao Gao guaranteed that as long as the plan went smoothly and was properly arranged, both Qin Mu and Net position would be theirs in the bag. Hu Hai nodded. With the teacher's Luo Net out of the way, the grand plan can be solidified. As Zhao Gao's student, Hu Hai also knew the strength of Luo Net. Your Highness, don't be in a hurry. I have enlisted many people's hearts over the years with my identity as a Longzhong order, and now 2 of the 4 palace guard commanders are dead set against me, so they will naturally help with this plan. Everything has been prepared, and we are only waiting for the time when Qin Mu is dead after all the Luo Net killers have secretly sneaked into Yin-Yang. Zhao Gao revealed a shadowy smile. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Teacher, good plan. This plan Zhao Hai out of the full force, when the day of the success of the plan, set the teacher a great credit. Hu Hai secretly thought. Not only that, I've also prepared a great gift for Qin Mu. Oh, what is the great gift? Hu Hai had some expectations. The teacher really does not disappoint. Does your highness know about the tooth-eater prison? Tooth-eating prison. Hu Hai of course knew that the tooth-eating prison's ferocious reputation was out there, and the prisoners inside were all important prisoners with 10 evils and extraordinary strength. No, I should say monsters. At least that's what Huey thinks. Exactly. The black swordsman Shang Qi, who is imprisoned in the tooth-eater prison, will be brought to Yin-Yang in 3 days. Of course, this is for insurance purposes. Shang Qi, cold-blooded, cruel, will defeat all the strong as the goal of life, defeated in his hands of countless swordsmen. His people called the man from the purgatory. People in the Jianghu to see his people like to see the ghosts and gods. Its hands giant K. The sword spectrum ranked 11th. The sword is unstoppable. The power is extremely strong. The average person is difficult to swing. After listening to such a lineup, Hu Hai was greatly relieved. So many experts gathered, not to mention a Qin Mu. Is the entire Great Qin? Cannot find a person who can compete with it. When the grand scheme is launched, Ming has a forbidden army. Shang 7 to hold back, plus specialize in a move to kill the 6 sword slaves from the side to assist. The forbidden army has a large number of people. Shang 7 is only know how to kill the executioner. 6 sword slaves between the members of the cooperation between the tacit understanding of each of their respective roles. The 6 people's joint combined attack. The world is already few people can resist. In the dark, there are more alarming salamanders. Cover the sun and other strong Luo Net Tianzi level killers assassination. Alarming salamanders and the Luo Net assassins. Assassination success rate is very high. Cover the sun is also the Luo Net organization of the top killers. Subordinate to the Yuan 8 swords. Martial arts is very strong. At that time, both the dark and the light are enemies. The back is attacked. The plan is interlocked. The layers are all killing moves. Even if Qin Mu has masters around him, under such layers of siege, it is difficult to beat 4 hands with 2 fists. I wonder how Qin Mu would look at that time. Hu Hai got excited. He could finally avenge the Lu Zhanga. Chapter 9, Beheading the 9 Ministers. Zhao Gao slightly hooked the corner of his mouth, looking at the excited Hu Hai, but in his heart, he was laughing coldly, but with his face as it was, he echoed that. I wish your highness to be the emperor and rule Great Qin alone. Hu Hai sniffed, his face even more joyful, and for a moment even forgot the pain in his buttocks, but then realizing something, he tried to suppress the upturned corners of his mouth. If I become the emperor in another day, I will definitely worship my teacher as a prime minister and rule Great Qin together. Hu Hai thinks with Zhao Gao so long, on his already know it like the back of his hand. This big plan Zhao Gao contributed a lot, to be their own emperor, naturally will not treat the ministers of merit. Thank you, your highness, for your great honor. Zhao Gao raised his hands above his head and bowed in a big salute. This is the etiquette of saluting the new emperor. Seeing this scene, Hu Hai's eyes erupted with light, and he was already immersed in a beautiful fantasy. Next day, Yin-Yang Palace, Kirin Hall. At the morning court, all the officials are here. There's a lot of talk. If you listen carefully, you can hear that somehow the matter of the pavilion in the building leaked out a few days ago. Taking advantage of this morning court time, a cadre of civil and military ministers have expressed their views on this matter, but most of them were amazed at how strong the Lord Left Minister was. How dare you humiliate Prince Hua in public and even kill a 9th minister? Lord Left Minister is so brutal and lawless, now acting as a supervisor of the state. Our great Qin, held in the hands of such a person. Some shook their heads in indignation. You don't want to die. The others spoke up, stopping him from continuing. When he finished, he sighed in unison. Yes, as Zhao Gao expected, Fengchang Li Xiao did not live for more than an hour, and returned to his residence and died violently. This is why the officials sighed and worried. Several of the 9 ministers who were at the banquet that day moved to Li Xi's side. Nowadays, apart from the supervising left minister, Li Xi, the Minister of State, is the only one who can still say a few words above the court. A few people went to the banquet. Personally appreciate that Qin Mu said that the ferocity, rather than sit and wait for the left to get along with the death, it is better to take the initiative to attack, and now they will hope in the most discourse on the Li Xi. Lord Sagittarius. Several people made a bow. Mr. Shanghua must also know the first and last of the matter of the pavilion in the building. This left prime minister out of the mouth will cane the prince, privately beat and kill the 9 ministers. Its brutality and lack of morality, disregard for the law, really make the 100 officials chilled heart. Nah, exactly. Good point. A few people made some accusations and chimed in. We, for the sake of my great Qin society, ask Lord Shanghua to step forward and unite a few of us to write to His Majesty to explain this matter, and we will certainly be able to fight against the left minister. I hope that Your Excellency will think for the sake of my great Qin. I hope Your Excellency will think of my great Qin. Reese sniffed and shook his head, and didn't say anything. Li Xi can live to this day. His ability to detect words and colors is very human. Today's left minister cannot be shaken by their joint impeachment. Several 9 ministers looked at each other, not knowing what Li Xi meant by this. At this moment, Qin Mu came above the main hall in his court dress. The murmuring 100 officials immediately closed their mouths and dispersed. The hall suddenly quieted down, and the few 9 ministers who surrounded Li Xi had to return to their positions for the time being. Li Xi took a step forward and reported the recent matters in various parts of Great Qin with fear and trepidation, and following Li Xi, the other ministers in their respective departments also reported the situation in their own divisions as a matter of routine. Standing in the center of the hall, Qin Mu's gaze fell on them, and the reporting ministers became even more terrified, especially after knowing about the pavilion in the building. Qin Mu didn't open his mouth until the people had finished reporting carefully like mice seeing cats, and only then did he look at those 9 ministers of the day. Feeling Qin Mu's gaze, a few people's hearts were in their throats. Before the United Ministerial Lords were even able to do so, they were first targeted by the left minister. Sure enough, only a clear and crisp voice resounded within the quiet hall. These people went to a private banquet. Several of the 9 ministers finally couldn't bear it, and with these words, they bent their knees and fell to the ground. According to Great Qin's laws, what should be done? Qin Mu withdrew his gaze to look at Li Si. Great Qin regulations and laws, those who privately form a party shall be punished by wakes. Li Si once again stepped forward and bowed in reply. Upon hearing this, the faces of the several 9 ministers were instantly devoid of blood color. Wake skate, a severe form of corporal punishment in the Qin laws, in which the nose of the victim is cut off raw. As soon as a few people panicked, someone opened their mouths to retort and, "We are the ministers of Great Qin, and we are in charge of the affairs of the state. If Swiss Shangrui is bent on having his own way and inflicts severe punishments on us, then I am afraid that Great Qin will be in chaos. This is not a bad thing. The 9 ministers are the pillars of Qin, and each of them is in charge of important matters in the country. Otherwise, Hu Hai would not want to pull them into the army. Because of this, they are more or less emboldened. Do not believe that Qin Mu dare to put all of them under a time when all the 9 ministers of the position is vacant. The Great Qin dynasty will be in chaos." Although what was said was the truth, saying it like that in front of Qin Mu meant a lot. A sentence stunned the presence of the 100 officials. Although the ministers of the heart is also so only think Qin Mu is in order to kill the chicken to warn monkeys. Cannot really the few 9 ministers all jerked off the seat. But this statement, the majesty of those in power cannot be provoked. The guard captain Chen Tao, 2 servant Zhao Li, the court captain Sun Chang, the ceremony guest Zhao Qin Lai, Zhongzhang Wu He, the young government Wang Qingshan, ranked in the 9 ministers, should have shared the affairs of the state for my Qin, but forget my Qin law. According to the law should be sentenced to wakes. Now the following offenses. The crime is added to the first degree, and do not know how to repent. Specially sentenced to capital punishment, when the death of 1,000 deaths, as a warning to others. Qin Mu's voice was not loud, but it reached the ears of everyone present, and in a few words, he decided the life and death of the important ministers in the court, and not only one of them. The hall was silent. The ministers were in shock. No one thought that the left minister would really want to execute the 9 ministers at once. In that case, won't the court be in chaos instantly? The crowd reacted for a moment and secretly turned their eyes to Li Si. Chaos in the courtroom had always been the last thing Lord Sango would allow to happen. Liz, however, had the good sense to keep her mouth shut. The 100 officials did not get the answer they wanted and could only sigh in their hearts. Li Si was in the middle of contemplation. After so many years, it seemed as if he was just getting to know this left minister for the first time. After the retreat of the court, the matter of the court soon spread. 9 ministers were executed by Qin Mu with a single word, shaking the whole Yin-Yang. Everyone felt that over Yin-Yang. It looked like something was brewing. At this time, Zhao Gao's residence. Zhao Gao sat on top of the main seat in the lobby, followed by 6 sword slaves, under which stood a man, bound in chains, with a huge sword on his back. The man with the chains bound to his body had a rugged and bold look, with a deep profile, dark skin and hair like long needles. The body is robust and sturdy, with gnarled muscles and multiple scars on his face and body, as well as tattoos. The pupils were ferocious, like the ghosts of purgatory. The tattoos on his body are found in all the 7 kingdoms. Qi, death edict admonition by death. Chu, unforgiven any situation even if the world is amnestied will not spare him. Yen, Changhe, as if 9 springs, referring to the underground. Zhao, heavy hostility, a serious offense, a great transgression. Wei, evil and violent, evil and violent. Korea, against all odds, the sin of sins. Qin, exterminate heaven and earth. All 7 nations agree that this man deserves to die. This man is Shang Qi, cruelty, wild, gaze of murder, known as the man from purgatory. People in the Jianghu see it as if they see the ghosts and gods. Though he has been captured and put on death row by the 7 kingdoms many times, he has always managed to escape, and his body is covered in engravings that spell out a dark prison life. Until 10 years ago, Gai Nyat arrested him, about the teeth-devouring prison, and never escaped again. 3 days ago, Zhao Gao fished him out of the prison. Black swordsman Katsuchi, I went through a lot of trouble to fish you out, but now it seems like nothing more than that. Zhao Gao sized up Shang Qi and slowly spoke. Shang Qi was silent. just slightly raised his eyelids and glanced at Zhao Gao. A misogynistic sissy. If he could, he wouldn't mind smashing the opposite side with a giant K. Seeing Shang Qi making a move, the 6 sword slaves pressed their hands against the hilts of their swords. Seeing the momentum and rushing forward, Zhao Gao raised his hand, and the 6 of them then withdrew their attacks as well. How about we make a deal? What's the deal? Shang Qi looked at Zhao Gao. This man had a deep mind and the 6 people around him were not weak. Do you want to be free? Shang Qi's calm and waveless eyes moved. Who do you want to kill? Since it was a deal, he must deliver the conditions himself, and he knew that Zhao Gao was asking him to kill someone. Kill a character that Zhao Gao scorns, but is tricky, because he, Katsuchi, doesn't know how to do anything else but kill people. Left Minister of Great Qin, Qin Mu. Hearing Zhao Gao's words, Shang Qi's eyes narrowed a bit. A civil official, and you can't kill him? 1 civil official? 10 civil officials Zhao Gao, would be like crushing ants. Qin Mu is not a simple civil official. He won't let you down. There's a good chance you'll be surprised. A spider was lying on top of Zhao Master's back, and with his strength in the Zhongshu realm, he could not detect Qin Mu's martial realm at all. Instead of spending your life in the Tooth Eater prison on this, why don't you kill your way out? And after it's done, the Luo Net will search for Gainer's whereabouts. Zhao Gao looked at Shang Qi and threw out another condition. He knew the man who claimed to have come from hell. This is a man obsessed with the sword, and the more he fights, the madder he gets in the face of powerful opponents. Even if you die fighting for it, anyone with an obsession is good to have a handle on, even if it's someone who's like an evil spirit. Zhao Gao had already set the bait, and he wasn't afraid that the fish wouldn't take the bait. Shang Qi's eyes once again cracked when he heard Gainer's name, and he stared at Zhao Gao for a long time before nodding his head and saying, "Good." Zhao Gao had a smile on his face. Everything was under his control. He loved the feeling of having everything in his hands. It didn't matter if it was Shang Qi or Qin Mu. The 6 sword slaves will move with you. Qin Mu has many experts around him, so I'm sure it will be to your liking. Shang Qi once again swept over the 6 sword slaves around Zhao Gao without responding. He knew that if he obeyed, the 6 sword slaves would be his helpers. If he didn't do what Zhao Gao said, the swords of these 6 sword slaves would turn their heads and point at him. Shang Qi, you will temporarily stay in Yin-Yang for the next few days. You will be notified when it's time for action. Zhao Gao waved his hand and someone came up to take Shang Qi to his residence. As he watched Katsuki leave, Zhao Gao deepened his smile. This time, the plan is all carried out in the dark. He sent out all the top experts under his command. Under the surprise, Qin Mu again has the strength, but also can only just die. It's not good to be a civil minister, but your hands are too long and you like to meddle in other people's affairs. And the one lying there is also dying and still won't let go, so I can only send you off with a ride. Zhao Gao's eyes were filled with madness, and if he had to block his way, he could only remove him. Shang Qi, who hadn't gone far yet, frowned slightly as he listened to Zhao Gao's words. This is a madman, Katsuki thought to himself. However, it had nothing to do with him anymore, as Shang Qi followed the boy towards a courtyard within Yin-Yang City. Chapter 10 Death of the Black Swordsman. The Left Minister's Residence. What's the situation? Qin Mu opened his mouth. He was the only one in the room at the moment. Those who didn't know thought he was talking to himself. Just as his words fell, Yuan Tian Gang appeared in front of him. Your Excellency, Black Swordsman Shang Qi secretly entered Yin-Yang City and was sent to Zhao Gao's residence. Word has come back from Zhao Gao's residence that Shang Qi has agreed to Zhao Gao's strike, targeting you, and is now housed within a mansion in Yin-Yang. At those words, Qin Mu hooked up his lips and let out a cold smile. Having known that Zhao Gao and Hui were wolves, but since he wanted to make an enemy of himself, there's only one thing that can happen. Just die. Incoming. Qin Mu's crisp voice rang out. Huang Zhong pushed the door and walked in. My lord, arrange for manpower to be set up inside Yin-Yang City. Qin Mu's eyes moved slightly, depending on whose sword was faster and more ruthless. Promise. Huang Zhong led the order and exited the room to make arrangements. Qin Mu's men are also secretly traveling to various places in Yin-Yang, especially Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Zhao Yun, Ma Chao and others. Very excited. So long has been idle in the left minister's residence. Can be a few people suffocated, and on the surface the left minister's residence is calm and unchanged. Qin Mu implemented the strategy of loosening the outside and tightening the inside, and then those who were caught off guard would not know who it was. Yuan Tian Gang was still standing in the room. His Excellency's arrangement was a brilliant move. He thought darkly. Qin Mu glanced at him. Check the forbidden guards and see how many pawns Zhao Gao has in there. Even the Praetorian Guard died in the wool. Zhao Gao has been so comfortable for so long that he has forgotten that he is just a dog. My subordinate takes orders. Yuan Tian Gang arched his hand. Where has Katsura 7 been placed? My subordinate has arranged for the undesirables to take you there. Qin Mu nodded. And Yuan Tian Gang disappeared into the room again after he finished speaking. Yin-Yang, a secluded compound. Although this place is in the city of Yin-Yang, but there are few people. The courtyard is ordinary. No one would think that there is a prisoner of the 7 kingdoms living in it. Shang Qi was brought to this courtyard, and has not gone out. Firstly, he himself is inconvenient to appear more in the busy city. And secondly, this courtyard is surrounded by manpower. No need to think about it. It is all Zhao Gao's people. A cooperation has been reached, but Zhao Gao sends people to keep an eye on him at all times. Shang Qi did not care about this. If he wanted to leave, this number of people was not enough, because there are few people here. The courtyard is quiet. It's quiet, too quiet. Years of challenges had made Katsuchi keen to danger, and as he felt the aura that had previously crouched in the courtyard disappear, Katsuchi was on alert. Sure enough, a short while later, the sound of stomping resounded around the yard. The voices were in unison, like soldiers in armor. Shang Qi frowned slightly. Zhao Gao? No way. Zhao Gao still needed him to deal with that whatever left minister, and Zhao Gao wouldn't be stupid enough to take out even his own men. It was good that, with Shang Qi's experience over the years, the scents that disappeared from the courtyard had their owners murdered. Addressing so many people at the same time silently, the visitor's strength was not weak. There was heat in Shang Qi's eyes. It had been a long time since he had a painful fight. As for the soldiers, Katsura 7 completely ignored them. Quick! There are imperial fugitives hidden here. Surround the courtyard. The gate of the courtyard was forced open, and a great Qin general commanded his soldiers to surround the entire courtyard. Within a short while, the courtyard was surrounded, and the general respectfully walked to the man in black on the side. Lord Left Minister, our troops have completely surrounded the entire courtyard. Qin Mu nodded. It was him who had surrounded Shang Qi with soldiers, and the people who had solved the squatting in the courtyard were the undesirable people he had brought with him. When the general saw Qin Mu nod, he turned to the house and shouted, "Prisoner Shang Qi escaped from the Tooth Eater prison 3 days ago, and those who break out of the prison will be beheaded according to the law. Come out quickly to collect your punishment." There was no movement in the house. The soldiers who surrounded the courtyard gripped their lances in their hands and pointed them at the door of the house. They were facing the black swordsman Katsura 7, murderous, cold-blooded and ferocious, and there were countless master swordsmen who had lost their lives in his hands. Inmates win 7. 3 days ago. Boom! One of the walls of the house exploded violently. Wooden blocks, bricks and tiles flew out in all directions, knocking down a group of soldiers who couldn't dodge in time. A domineering and intense sword chi came towards the Qin general, who stayed where he was, completely unresponsive. Qin Mu yanked him over and avoided the sword chi that struck the general straight in the face. The sword chi slashed at the fence behind the two, and the entire wall instantly shattered. Only then did the Qin general react, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. "Many thanks, my lord. Many thanks. If it wasn't for Lord Left Minister, he would have been split in half a long time ago." Katsuki stepped out of the splattered wood, tile and stone. Carrying a huge K, he swept his gaze menacingly over those present. Who was it who said that they should be beheaded according to the law? The soldiers clutched their weapons tightly in their hands, only hoping that if they moved to fight, they would not die so quickly at the hands of this killing god. Looking at the timid but death-defying soldiers, there was some disappointment in Shang Qi's eyes. He thought that he had come to a master, but he swept around and couldn't find the one who had solved Zhao's master. The aura of a master was different from the norm, and he recognized it at once. Black swordsman Katsura 7 was originally a key imperial criminal, and was naturally beheaded according to the law. Shang Qi looked at the man in black who spoke aside. This person has an extraordinary temperament, looks like the leader of these Qin troops, but there was no force. At least he could not sense what strength was in the other party. Coming to this conclusion, Shang Qi lost interest in his eyes and asked impatiently, "Who are you? How dare you? Do not be rude to Lord Left Minister." The Qin general summoned up his courage to rebuke. "Left Minister." Shang Qi thought for a moment. "You are Qin Mu?" Katsuchi was a bit surprised, not realizing that his target had made a move on himself first. "But it doesn't matter. Sooner or later, you're going to die." After saying that, Shang Qi sized up Qin Mu. Zhao Gao's target was him, a scholar with no force? Shang Qi once again carefully checked, and he indeed did not sense what strength Qin Mu had. Where are your men? Zhao Gao had said that Qin Mu was surrounded by experts, but no one in the room had the qualifications to fight with him. Shang Qi. Bold. Qin Mu raised his hand to stop the general who wasn't afraid to die. You're afraid you won't be able to see my men? And the Prime Minister would prefer you to be a corpse than you, man. Qin Mu's eyes revealed killing intent. Shang Qi's strength wasn't weak, but it was a pity that he was on the wrong side. Just by you? As if she had heard some joke, Shang Qi snorted and looked at Qin Mu with disdain. With the forceless Qin Mu, he also wanted to turn him into a corpse, not knowing what he was talking about, thinking that the giant K in his hand was a vegetarian. This Qin Mu has at most a few moves of flowery fists, not even internal strength, but not small guts. Shang Qi in his mind estimated the strength of the other party. This is a habit he has developed over the years. No matter how the opponent, he will do some estimation. Shang Qi had absolute confidence in his own strength, which was why he dared to go around looking for people to challenge him. If this phase Ruo didn't kill you within 3 moves, I'll let you live today. How about it? Qin Mu held a smile as he looked at Shang Qi. You seek death. Anger appeared in Shang Qi's eyes. He had defeated so many people and no one had dared to be so arrogant in front of him. Shang Qi rushed toward Qin Mu with a giant K in his hand, and Scarlet's sword Qi coalesced on the giant K. Although the giant K was extremely heavy, it looked light in Shang Qi's hands, and between the swings of the giant sword, a powerful sword Qi continuously slashed at Qin Mu. While he had to avoid both the sword blade of the giant K and the sword Qi that was constantly coming at him, Qin Mu was able to maneuver through it. A sword slashed at the courtyard's walls and ground, and in an instant, the entire courtyard was riddled with sword scars and completely disfigured. The soldiers hurriedly ducked into the distance. Such a battle was not something they could participate in. They couldn't even hide from it. And look at Lord Left Minister. Under such a strong attack, he was still unharmed. It was really powerful. Shang Qi stared. He did not think that this seemingly weak Qin Mu could dodge his own attacks, each of his swords. The other party was able to avoid it in a tricky way, making him feel like an iron fist smashing into cotton, with no place to focus on. Is that all you do? Hide? Shang Qi stared at the evasive Qin Mu and said. Qin Mu hooked his lips. Are you asking a question? Shang Qi fell silent while the giant K rotated in all directions, creating a powerful tornado that swept up the nearby branches and blades of grass obstructing Qin Mu's vision. See these tattoos on me? I've asked a lot of costly questions before, and these are the answers. Katsura 7 took a fitful step into the tornado, which blocked the crowd's view. Pust! Along with the sound of the sword breaking through the air, a sound of flesh tearing also came out. Someone had been injured. Only Shang Qi has a sword in his hand. Could it be that Lord Left Minister? The soldiers craned their necks to look worriedly at the battle. The tornado stopped, and the tree branches and grass leaves that were swept up fell to the ground, landing on the body of Shang Qi who was lying on the ground. No! On top of Shang Qi's corpse, Shang Qi waited for his eyes. His expression was frozen in disbelief. His chest was inserted with a bronze sword. The wound was still bubbling with blood. Until he died, he did not understand how Qin Mu, who appeared to have no internal strength, put himself to death with one move. When the sound of thick metal hitting the ground rang out as the giant queer, like its owner, lay on the ground, and the soldiers were startled, which brought them back from their shock. Lord Left Minister really killed the evil ghost like Shang Qi with a single move, although they didn't know what was happening inside the tornado, from the moment the tornado blocked their sight. But in just an instant, Shang Qi had died at the hands of the Left Minister. The Qin general felt some lightness in his waist, and when he looked down, the sword in his scabbard was no longer in its sheath at some point, and then when he looked at Shang Qi, the latter was stuck in his chest with none other than his bronze sword. Chapter 11, Siege of Hu Hai's Mansion. Everything happened too fast, and the unstoppable and frightening black swordsman Shang Qi was just crushed by Qin Mu with a single move, and just after leaving the Tooth Eater prison, he ended his life hastily. The Qin soldiers looked at their Lord Left Minister, a black coat, standing in the courtyard, under the feet of the black swordsman's lifeless body and a pool of blood, while the Left Minister did not carry a trace of dust and dirt on his body, as if accompanied by a clear wind and a bright moon, only to see his thin lips slightly open, followed by a clear and cold voice broke the silence of the courtyard. The fugitive Shang Qi, who escaped from prison, is unpardonable, and attacking the supervisor is an additional offense. His corpse should be hung at the city gates for public display to deter the curmudgeons. My subordinates lead the way. The Qin general spoke in a resounding tone, raised his hand and beckoned, and a few soldiers stepped forward to carry Shang Qi's corpse towards the outside of the courtyard. Afterward, A few soldiers lifted up the giant K again and presented it to Qin Mu, who nodded and accepted it. At this time, a bad man suddenly appeared in front of Qin Mu and bowed. "Reporting to your lordship, Huang Zhong has brought back the elixir." Qin Mu nodded his head, then lifted his feet and headed out of the courtyard. And after the report, the undesirable figure disappeared into thin air. The Qin army was confused about the figure that appeared, but there were some things that were not their place to ask, and the general led the Qin army to run and follow Qin Mu. The group of people left the small, dilapidated courtyard, and the 6 sword slaves emerged from the shadows, glancing at each other. Then with a flash of their bodies, they swept towards the city to go back and report to Zhao Gao. After walking for a little while, "This seems to be the road to Prince Hua's residence." Qin army general's heart muttered, "Go to the residence of the prince, these soldiers follow good." But Qin Mu did not give the word. He did not dare to go. Qin Mu was precisely going to Hu Hei's residence. Zhao Gao and Hu Hai can't stay. Originally, Qin Mu wanted to keep Zhao Gao so that he could use all of his power so that he could kill them all in one go. But now Qin Mu had more important things to do and was already too lazy to play along with Zhao Gao. Huang Zhong has returned with medicine. It's time for him to go and seek a long life for Ying Zheng. In Zhao Gao's mansion, the 6 sword slaves rushed back with great speed. At this point, Zhao Gao already knows everything that happened in the courtyard, and the news that Shang Qi is dead. He was sitting on the main seat with the 6 sword slaves standing beside him. Only at this moment Zhao Gao's face was heavy. It wasn't because Shang Qi was dead. An exiled fugitive was just a fugitive. It wasn't worth the emotions Zhao Gao had shed for him. Rather, it was because his Zhao Gao's every move was surprisingly under Qin Mu's watchful eye. Shang Qi had just entered Yin-Yang. Not even a day. Zhao Gao thought that with the strength of the Luo network, Shang Qi's whereabouts were absolutely unknown to God. But he was just killed by Qin Mu with his men. In the middle of his own residence, there must be Qin Mu's hidden stakes. Zhao Gao's face became a little more somber and he had thought that he had valued Qin Mu enough. He knew that Qin Mu himself was not weak, and that he was escorted by experts. But I didn't realize that its people's secret power was also so strong. Even his Zhao Gao's residence can have hidden stakes planted in it. You know that the people in his mansion are all transferred from the Luo network. The net of heaven and earth is pervasive, which means that the Luo net, which is claimed to be pervasive, has been counter-penetrated by Qin Mu. Luo net is the core strength of Zhao masters. Assassination, intelligence, planting evidence, all things that cannot be resolved on the surface, are using the power of Luo net. Luo net people, no matter what the reason for the organization, is also absolutely loyal. Zhao Gao is also trusting it. In all these years, Zhao Gao has never been suspicious of the Luo network. And now, Zhao Gao took a deep breath, made a decision, and headed to the Huha residence. At this point in time, Huey also received the news that he sat in the mansion with his hands folded and his brow furrowed. Shang Qi has died, indicating that Qin Mu has a higher strength than Shang Qi. He did not expect that the once inconspicuous Qin Mu above the court not only has excellent means, but also has unpredictable strength. What's more, Shang Qi entered the city. He Hu Hai is aware of how cautious Luo net. This matter can never be detected traces. In this case, only internal leakage of information. He coincided with Zhao Gao's idea that the pervasive web was dipped into instead. Luo net is the biggest card among his and Zhao's masters. Thinking of this, Hu Hai became even more anxious, unconsciously speeding up his steps and pacing around the room. "Your Highness, Lord Zhao Gao has arrived." An attendant hurriedly came up to inform. Hu Hai's eyes lit up. Zhao Gao had finally arrived. He took a few large steps outward, and when he saw Zhao Gao from afar, he asked in a loud voice, "What the hell is going on here? How could Rower have made such a big mistake?" The subordinates in the mansion all consciously retreated. Huey was a little flustered. Zhao Gao looked at such Huey. His eyes deepened. "What's the panic? This hasn't even hit the door yet." Hearing this, Huey calmed his mind. What good strategy does the teacher have? It's come to this. The arrow is on the string. We can't take a step back. Madness brewed in Zhao Gao's eyes. Huey frowned. "The night is long and late, so we'll do it tomorrow." Zhao Gao glanced at Hu Hai. "Tomorrow? Available. Can you do it in a day? In a hurry?" Hu Hai looked at Zhao Gao with a shocked face. He felt that Zhao Gao was too crazy today. "Your Highness, do you think we have a choice? Things have come to this point. If we succeed, we will have 1,000 years of domination. If we fail, we will fall into the abyss." Zhao Gao opened his mouth to interrupt Hu Hai, turned around and walked towards the pavilion in the court. Hu Hai thought about it and followed closely. Tomorrow Qin Mu supervised the beheading of the 9 ministers. We'll mobilize the Forbidden Army to guard the execution ground, to enlist the people for so many years. The Forbidden Army should be put to use. Tomorrow above the execution ground will be all of our people. At that time to the Forbidden Army plus the Luo Net killers. We'll be able to take down Qin Mu. Zhao Gao body flooded with killing intent. Qin Mu has known their movements. The only way to surprise. The other side is unprepared to win. Tomorrow either Qin Mu died, or they died. Really? Hu Hai stared at Zhao Gao. If the execution ground above are all their people, when the time to hit Qin Mu is surprise, layers under the siege, Qin Mu will die. Hu Hai suddenly have confidence again. When did I ever swindle your highness? Hu Hai finally swept away the gloom. He clenched his fist. Qin Mu must die. At this time, an attendant stumbled in. Your highness, Lord Left Minister is coming this way with his people. What? Hu Hai stared at the attendant. They had just plotted a kill. This protagonist came to his door by himself. At this time, why would Qin Mu come to his residence? Who has been brought? Zhao Gao's eyes looked sorrowfully at the attendant kneeling on the ground. The squire shivered. An army. Qin Mu brought a Qin army towards Hu Hai's residence. Looking aggressive, which is why he hurriedly ran to inform him. An army. Hu Hai panicked again as he looked to Zhao Gao. Teacher? Zhao Gao's face was uncertain at the moment. He couldn't figure out what Qin Mu really wanted to do. Did Qin Mu really dare to surround the prince's residence in broad daylight? Chapter 12, Bullying. Qin Mu was really daring. Outside of the Hu Hai residence, Qin Mu raised his hand, and the Qin troops that followed him stepped in unison and instantly surrounded the entire duke's mansion with a clatter. Lord Left Minister. The two guards at the door trembled with fear and trembling. Lord Left Minister looked like he was coming from a bad place. They didn't know what was happening. But in front of Qin Mu they had no power, much less the guts to ask. They could only salute shivering, looking at the expressionless Qin Mu. If it wasn't for the halberd in their hands to support them, both of them would have long since paralyzed on the ground. Lord Left Minister's aura was giving them too much pressure. Qin Mu didn't even look at the two men as he slowly raised his right hand. The soldiers waited for Qin Mu to give the order, and the two guards still didn't understand what Qin Mu meant by this. However, Qin Mu's next words caused the two to completely fall limp on the ground. No one will be spared from the rebels and thieves. At Qin Mu's words, the soldiers didn't dare to disobey, and holding their lances, they answered the call and killed Hui's residents. The two guards at the door were the first to suffer, and as soon as Qin Mu's words fell, the two of them were bleeding and not breathing. Qin Mu was indifferent to all of this. The underlings of the house may not be guilty, or they may not be guilty enough to die, but Qin Mu had no intention of letting them go. If you cut the grass, you have to get rid of the roots. Who knows what will be spared? If you want to blame them for entering the wrong house and following the wrong people. If Hu Hai and Zhao Gao die today, these underlings must die too. For a time, the entire mansion wailed and screamed endlessly. Hu Hai's expression changed dramatically, stagnant for a moment, moving to rush out. Zhao Gao pulled him back. Do not act rashly. Qin Mu was prepared. We will leave first. Tugging on Hu Hai's hand extremely hard, Zhao Gao's face was gloomy. Qin Mu really dared to bring troops to kill the duke's residence. Teacher, this Qin Mu is also too lawless. I am the 18th son of Great Qin, and he also dares to lead troops to break into my residence. Does he, a left minister, a vassal, still want to kill me? As the favorite son of Ying Zheng, whoever sees him must give him face. But Qin Mu dares to do so. Zhao Gao is still tugging on Hu Hai not to let go. He is considered to see out. This big Qin up and down there is no Qin Mu dare not do. Today this situation, clearly is rushing to him Zhao Gao and Hu Hai. Zhao Gao's face is extremely difficult to see. In all probability, is to kill them. Don't forget our plan. Go! Zhao Gao pulled Hu Hai and was about to climb over the wall and get out. Where are you two going? Qin Mu's voice rang out at the right time. Zhao Gao's face changed as he realized that his surroundings were covered with experts. Hu Hai took the opportunity to break away from Zhao Gao. Qin Mu, what does this mean? How dare you? Killing the people in his mansion and blocking his and Zhao Gao's way. He was his father's favorite son. He didn't believe that Qin Mu really dared to kill them for this. Qin Mu hooked his lips and smiled. It was no wonder Zhao Gao chose Hu Hai. Stupid. Zhao Gao cursed. It looked like he couldn't leave now. Your Highness is saying that it's rude of us not to have welcomed the left minister with a big ride. But it's just that your Highness is in a difficult position as he brought his troops in and even injured the innocent. Zhao Gao avoided the important and even smeared Qin Mu. Lord Zhao is really good at his mouth. What? Catching the rebels and thieves? And you want this minister to come with gifts? Qin Mu looked at Zhao Gao for a long time and finally spoke. You, don't talk nonsense. Hu Hai was shocked and annoyed. He didn't expect Qin Mu to say these words just like that. Being lifted off the cloth of shame, Hu Hai couldn't help but retort to the exit. Why do you say that? Although I am a eunuch, Zhao Gao has done his best for Great Qin for many years, and I have never done anything wrong to Great Qin. Even though I am a eunuch, I have been careful and thought twice. Your Highness is the son of Great Qin. It is even more unlikely that you have acted against our Great Qin. Zhao Gao forced himself to calm down. Some things cannot be taken to the top to say. Hu Hai also face a happy. Right they have not yet acted. The plan is all in the dark. In addition to Qin Mu, no one knows. Qin Mu to take them. No evidence. Will only be criticized. Thought of this, Hu Hai emboldened to stare at Qin Mu. Bowed and exhausted? Over the years, the number of eunuchs who have folded at the hands of the two of you, and the number of 100 officials who have died under the hands of the two of you, are not fewer. Qin Mu shook his head, his expression indifferent. And, do you really think that His Majesty is unaware of what you two have done? Zhao Gao, after 20 years of leading a horse for His Majesty, you still fail to understand His Majesty. If it were not for the fact that you were once still loyal, would you still have the chance to stand and speak to this Prime Minister today? Upon hearing this, Hu Hai, Zhao Gao and the two of them both changed their expressions greatly. It is true that over the years, they have not come into contact with the rebels and done anything to betray Great Qin, but for the sake of their own interests, hoo-ha for that honored position, they did secretly harm a lot of their own people. I, Zhao Gao, would just like to have a better life. Is that even wrong? You, Zhao Gao pointed to Qin Mu and Hu Hai, you people were born into wealth and honor, while we can only rely on ourselves to climb up the ladder step by step on thin ice. How can you understand such suffering, knowing that there was no turning back? Zhao Gao let out all the emotions he had accumulated over the past 20 years. There are people in this world who are born noble, and they, the little people, had to suffer all the humiliation, starting from a small eunuch. It's the weak who pray for mercy. Qin Mu's face was expressionless. Weaklings? He, Zhao Gao, had climbed step by step to where he was today, and had built up a net of rogues all over the country. He had never felt that he was weak, and even now that Qin Mu had trapped him with his troops, he didn't feel that he was going to fail here. Lord Left Minister, do you really think you can take us down with these soldiers? Zhao Gao put away his emotions. A calm face. Zhao Gao himself is the strength of the master. The side also comparable to the strength of the master of the 6 sword slaves. And 6 people are the Yuan 8 swords in the hand. The cooperation is quite tacit understanding. And the Qin Mu side. Enough to look at the Qin Mu one person. As long as the whole Qin Mu, the soldiers and then another army will not be able to trap him. Zhao Gao. At that moment, 6 black shadows flashed by, and the 6 sword slaves had already appeared beside Zhao Gao. A famous sword was sheathed at the same time. The 6 sword slaves set up their attacks against Qin Mu. Xin Gang, the leader of the 6 sword slaves, belongs to the Slayers, and is a fierce swordsman who specializes in direct frontal strikes to attract the enemy's attention, while analyzing the opponent's abilities during the battle to formulate the main battle plan. Broken Water, the hidden one of the 6 sword slaves, specializes in invisibility skills. Capable of taking lives invisibly, the hidden one is overly anxious, or just waiting for the best time to seal his throat with a sword. Chaos God, surrounded by evil aura, bloodthirsty and cruel, disdaining to abide by any laws of mankind, and can do whatever it takes to achieve his goal. Among the 6 sword slaves belongs to the Helper. Sprites and Demons, wearing 2 swords. Sprites and Sprites, ghost-like side roadside attack, defenseless, to determine the victory or defeat of the battle. The 6 sword slaves belong to the Speculator, turning spirit and destroying soul. Twin sisters, wearing swords. Turning spirit and destroying soul, specializing in confusing and restraining the enemy, and belonging to the 6 sword slaves who are bound. There's no one that this Prime Minister wants to kill that has been able to escape yet. Qin Mu laughed coldly. Unless he wanted to live under him, these people were not really enough to look at. Chapter 13, Beheading Hua Zhao Gao. Arrogant. Xin Gang let out a loud shout and took the lead with his Xin Gang, striking Qin Mu directly in the face. Qin Mu's head shifted. Xin Gang withdrew his sword in time and chopped horizontally with his sword. Qin Mu got up and retreated. The 6 sword slaves were also quite famous in the Jianghu, with the cooperation of the 6 of them defeating countless masters and berserkers. In terms of momentum, the reel just got off to a good start. As Xin Gang moved out, the other 6 also moved out individually. Broken Water to hide their own shape, waiting for the time, while Qin Mu was really just forced back. Broken Water suddenly appeared from behind Qin Mu. A sword to Qin Mu, back, heart stabbing to Qin Mu. Qin Mu figure returned, raised his hand with a palm. Will not get a hand is ready to hide the shape of the broken water blasted out. Broken water flew out backwards, smashed into the courtyard of the short wall, and never climbed up. The remaining few were slightly startled and attacked again. The chaotic god's entire body was permeated with an evil aura, assisting the gap in the true Vajra sword chi to swing his sword and attack. Qin Mu sidestepped to avoid it. The sprites are on the side to make up for the omissions of several people, often attacking at a tricky angle, right to where Qin Mu is dodging. However, Qin Mu is still able to avoid them one by one. His body turns around, his toes flick off the sprite's swords, and the sprite's figure involuntarily follows the flicked away swords. The swords in his hands almost come out of his hands to hurt Zhang Gang. The sprite's expressions are heavy and they stabilize themselves to join in the battle once again. The two of them, turning spirit and destroying soul, attacked in pairs, often sounding out the east and striking the west, creating opportunities for several others to attack. Even without the water break, several people worked together seamlessly. Zhang once again utilized his analytical prowess. The situation is not favorable for us. Find a way to cover the Lord's evacuation. Although Qin Mu did not directly attack them, but with the cooperation of several people, it was still so easy. Zhang Gang expected that if Qin Mu was serious, several of them would not be able to walk for more than 3 moves at most. After all, this person resolved broken water with a single palm, and by the look of broken water, it was more than likely that it was already gone. Had enough fun? Qin Mu said softly, it's time for you guys to hit the road. The 5 were startled. Qin Mu's aura had risen by more than a few realms compared to the party, and under the pressure a few people's internal force operation was slowed down. Turning spirit, soul destroyer sisters once again struck, at the same time towards Qin Mu left and right direction. Zhang Gang was in Qin Mu front swinging his sword out. Chaotic God followed closely, the sprite behind Qin Mu, once again aiming at the location of his heart. In the hands of Qin Mu suffered a loss. The sprite is now the most want to kill Qin Mu in one fell swoop. However, the surging sword momentum of several people stopped an inch away from Qin Mu. Not that they withdrew their hands, but they couldn't stab in, like an invisible barrier blocking their sword intent. Break! Qin Mu lightly shouted. The 5 people only felt a strong internal force hit their bodies, and several people flew out backwards together, smashing into the ground from all sides, blood spilling out from the corners of their mouths, unable to get up. Lord, please evacuate quickly. It's not good to be distracted in a sparring match. Qin Mu arrived in front of Zhang Gang, struck out and pinched his neck, and with a crooked click sound, Zhang Gang lost his breath. Turnpike opened his mouth to say something, only to realize that there was already a thin wound on his throat, which was bubbling blood. A sentence blocked in his throat, and then he collapsed on the ground, no longer able to open his mouth. The remaining few were also unaware that at some point, they themselves had broken their throats with a single blade, and fell to the ground unwillingly. The Qin general's throat rolled and he touched his waist, the scabbard empty. Qin Mu took the bronze sword and walked towards Zhao Gao. Next, it's your turn. Zhao Gao's face was hard to see. The 6 sword slaves that he had worked so hard to cultivate for so long couldn't even do anything to stall for time. It looked like a few people had made several moves, but in reality, Qin Mu had only resolved the well-coordinated 6 sword slaves in just a few breaths. And he, Zhao Gao, didn't have the chance to take advantage of the opportunity to escape at all. Zhao Gao looked at Qin Mu who was staring at him, as if he was facing a great enemy. The aura of a powerful Zhongshe master surged throughout his body. This minister said that if I want you to die, you won't live. The bronze sword let out a buzzing sound. The sword chi sword, and a sword chopped out. Zhao Gao's face was hideous. He jumped up, curled his fingers into a grip and attacked Qin Mu, his long black fingernails glowing with a long dark light, oozing to the extreme. Boom! With a loud bang, the pavilion of Hu Hei's residence. Several pillars were chopped off and collapsed. The brickwork beams smashed on the ground. Dust flew up, and a few wigwams were broken into 2 sections. As for Zhao Gao, the sword chi crossed his waist and his entire body was cut in half. You will also. Zhao Gao pointed at Qin Mu. The upper part of his mouth was still speaking. Only before he finished, he stopped breathing and, death is not an option. Ignoring half a section of Zhao Gao's words, to Qin Mu, killing was as simple as that. When the sword comes out, people die. Hu Hai looked at what was happening with horror. Zhao Gao's body completely lost consciousness. Hu Hai finally came back to his senses. He looked at Qin Mu and backed up again and again. Lord Left Minister, I didn't want to. It's all because Zhao Gao forced me. How could I harm Father Emperor? How could I harm you? How could I do something that is sorry for great Qin? Hu Hai was already incoherent. Oh, Katsuchi, do you recognize? Recognize. Hu Hai sniffed and paused, wanting to shake his head before stopping himself from nodding in acknowledgement. The Luo Net killers have all entered Yin-Yang. Did you know that? Huey shook his head and nodded again. Since you knew all about it and you didn't stop it, do you think this matter has much to do with you? Qin Mu looked at Hu Hai. Hui wanted to argue, but for a moment he didn't know what to say. Mindful that you are a male, this minister allows you an honorable death. Qin Mu threw his bronze sword violently and inserted it in front of Hui. Hua jumped in shock, his eyes filled with dismay and fear. Reserved since birth, he never imagined that one day he would face death like this. He didn't know what to do. In the past, when he didn't know what to do, he would ask Zhao Gao. But now, Zhao Gao was dead and he couldn't ask anyone. The big tree that straightly sheltered himself from the wind and rain couch, being above this killing field, he felt uneasy for the first time. He prayed to Qin Mu to survive, but Qin Mu gave him the way to cut himself. Hu Hai shook his head, resentment showing in his eyes. No, I don't want to harm you guys. I just want to be the prince. I just want to have my father's sole favor. I just want to contribute to my great Qin. Is that even wrong? What's wrong with that? Unrepentant. For the sake of your ambition, you and Zhao Gao tried to regicide the emperor and usurp the throne. You and ask yourself, are you right? Qin Mu indifferently looked at Hu Hai. For the sake of power by any means necessary, regicide and seizing the throne. This point, it is enough for Hu Hai to die several times. Hu Hai's body was stunned, and his body involuntarily twitched as he looked at Qin Mu's cold eyes. His hand brushed the bronze sword in front of him, and with a single thrust he pulled it out. And the teacher said that if you lose, you fall into the abyss. The cold sword body into the body. Hu Hai instead released the original death, but also so. Chapter 14, A City Full of Clouds. Hu Hai's mouth overflowed with blood, and blood bubbled out of his wounds, flowing onto the ground and pulling up a long trail of blood. Left Minister, on my behalf, to Father Emperor, say sorry. He was Ying Zheng's favorite son. How could he want to kill his father unless he had to? After saying that, Hu Hai's body leaned forward to kneel on the ground, the hilt of the sword against the ground, the sword that was inserted into his body a few more points deeper. Qin Mu indifferently looked at Hu Hai's corpse. Had this heart? Why would it be like this? Huey was doomed to death from the beginning. There are some things that you should never touch as a courtier. And even more so, you should never do as a prince. Favoritism. Hua took all of them. Burial of the 18th son. After all, he is Ying Zheng's favorite son. Qin Mu turned around with a command and headed out of the mansion. The accompanying Qin troops looked at each other in dismay. Today, what have they all experienced? In just one day, the fearsome Shang Qi was killed by a single blow. Lord Zhao of the central caravan house was killed. And even the 18th son was. This day was probably the most glorious day of their lives. And it was all because of the right Minister Sama who walked past them and cleared out the rebellious party in a devastating manner. As if there was nothing he couldn't do. The Qin general gripped the scabbard at his waist, and he still didn't understand how he had sheathed his sword. Leaving Hu Hai's residence, Qin Mu went straight back to his residence. At his bidding, Hu Hai's body had been put to rest, and the ceremonies of the patriarch's funeral were being prepared in an orderly fashion. Huang Zhong, who had traveled to Sanghe, brought back the elixir, and Qin Mu returned to his house to meet Huang Zhong directly. My subordinate has lived up to his promise and brought back the immortal gathering pill without any problems. Saying that, Huang Zhong took out the wooden box and presented it to Qin Mu. Qin Mu nodded. Hard work, my subordinate's part. Huang Zhong hurriedly arched his hand. The medicine has been brought back. It's time to go to the palace. Hopefully it will be a good one. Prepare the carriage and horses and enter the palace. A carriage stopped at the entrance of Yin-Yang Palace, and the forbidden soldiers stood up straight respectfully as soon as they saw the carriage. Qin Mu got off the carriage and walked towards the palace. My lord! The forbidden soldiers guarding the doorway saluted respectfully. Qin Mu nodded, followed by Huang Zhong who was holding a wooden box. When he arrived at Ying Zheng's bedchamber, Qin Mu took the wooden box and walked in. The smell of medicines came from inside the palace. Ying Zheng had been using medicines to recuperate his body, causing the smell of medicines to linger within his chambers. Qin Mu directly entered the inner hall, and only he dared to directly enter the inner hall of Ying Zheng's bedchamber. Sensing someone coming, Ying Zheng raised his eyes and saw Qin Mu. A touch of joy appeared on his face. Chan Chuan, your majesty. Qin Mu walked over to Ying Zheng and slightly arched his hand. Chang Chuan, this is. Ying Zheng had some expectations. Qin Mu did not enter the palace for a few days. This time he came perhaps to fetch the medicine as a result. In the past few days, Ying Zheng has not stopped using the tonic medicine, but ordinary medicines have little effect on his body, and he has not even felt any obvious changes in his body after using the medicine for such a long time. Your Majesty, Nagawa has something to report. Today, Changchuan brought troops to surround Prince Hua's residence, beheading Zhongxu's order, Zhao Gao, above the prince's residence, and Prince Hua's self-destruction. At those words, Ying Zheng's eyes suddenly shrunk, but he didn't say anything. Listening to Qin Mu continue to finish, he knew that Qin Mu would not arbitrarily execute officials, let alone 18. Sure enough, I only heard Qin Mu continue. A day ago, Changchuan learned of the movement of the Luo network, which masters are secretly sneaked into Xianyang City, ambush in the palace and the right minister's residence around the black swordsman Shang Qi imprisoned in the teeth of the prison, also secretly into the city to meet Zhao Gao. The action there is also the shadow of the forbidden guards, and the purpose of all this, regicide to seize the throne. The 18th prince asked me to say, on his behalf, I'm sorry. Although this statement seemed a bit sarcastic to Qin Mu, perhaps it was somewhat of a relief to Ying Zheng. Qin Mu finished his speech once and for all, and then stopped talking. The truth was often cruel, but Ying Zheng couldn't help but know it. It will take time for Ying Zheng to accept the betrayal of his own son and his old minister, who has been with him for more than 20 years. Qin Mu and Ying Zheng started from the bottom, and along the way, in addition to strategizing and mediating, Ying Zheng had to accept betrayal constantly. I don't know how sorry I am for what happened today, especially Hu Hai. For Ying Zheng, it didn't matter which of his royal sons didn't make it to the top. What matters is not to do the wrong thing. But Huey, this time it was too big a mistake. As Qin Mu's words fell, the atmosphere within the entire bedchamber became grave, and after a long time, Zhao Gao, ho, well, good for you. Ying Zheng's angry and stoic voice came out, and a blood-curdling ferocity that could destroy everything was brewing in his eyes. The small eunuchs in the outer hall did not know what happened. Heard the angry voice, Tong fell to his knees. Beads of sweat. His Majesty's anger. A careless may fall to the ground. Despite his poor health, Ying Zheng's aura as the king of the six kingdoms was not weakened in the slightest, and as his mood fluctuated, a violent and domineering aura surged out from his body. The majesty of an emperor of 1,000 years was unmatched by any other. It was as if the next moment, Ying Zheng would angrily order the heads to roll to the ground. One of his most favored scions, the Zong Changxi, who had been an official for more than 20 years, colluded in an attempt to rebel and commit regicide and usurpation of the throne. Ying Zheng was incomparably angry and even more chilled. 27 years ago, a eunuch, Lao Ai, rose up in rebellion, supported by Zhao Ji, the mother of Ying Zheng. Today's event is the same as 27 years ago. One is the order of the central caravan that has been with him for years, and the other is his own son. In front of Qin Mu, Ying Zheng did not hide his emotions at all. After his anger, exhaustion showed in his eyes and he closed his eyes. Zhao Gao has been with him for more than 20 years. How does he not know some of the actions of Hu Hai and the two of them? But remembering Zhao Gao's loyalty over the past 20 years, Ying Zheng did not look into the matter carefully, and only made the intention of leaving him alive, only to realize that Zhao Gao's ambition is far more than just an order of the central government. As Hu Hai's teacher, Hu Hai and Zhao Gao had always been close. When Hu Hai was born, it coincided with a drought in Qin, and soon after Hu Hai's birth, the drought ended, and not only Ying Zheng, but also the whole world felt that Hu Hai was a blessing for Qin. After that, Hu Hai was always good and docile in front of Ying Zheng, and looked like he was not familiar with the world. So Ying Zheng couldn't help but favor the son a little bit, and even if Hu Hai made a mistake, Ying Zheng would only beat him up casually. However, this son, whom he favored, wanted to kill his father. Ying Zheng let out a long sigh, as if his body, which had been well nourished in the past few days, had collapsed a bit more. He, Ying Zheng, called himself Shi Huang and unified the world. The sons, however, are more useless than one another. Fu Su, whom he had high hopes for, was good at everything, except that he was too weak in character, close to Confucianism, and even wanted to reform the system created by his Ying Zheng. Hu Hai seems to be tough, but he has no opinion. If he ascends to the throne, he will surely become a puppet. Changchuan, is it really wrong for me to unify this world? Chapter 15, The Beginning of the Plan. Ying Zheng's expression was a bit gloomy. The Emperor of the Ages, who wanted to compete with the God of Heaven, had never shown such an expression in front of others. Qin Mu, who had been silent, looked at Ying Zheng, and there was a trace of bewilderment in the latter's eyes. "Your Majesty, why do you have to do that?" Qin Mu understood that he and Zhao Gao had touched many things hidden in Ying Zheng's heart. Ying Zheng conquered the 6 kingdoms with his iron horse, issued iron laws and built the Great Wall. The world only knows that the first emperor was brutal and overbearing. No one saw, or wanted to see, Ying Zheng unify the 6 kingdoms, end a century of war, and save his people from destruction. The Great Qin Decree frames the criminals and returns peace to the people. Building the Great Wall to stop barbarians from invading is even more meritorious. Some things can be boiled frogs in warm water. Slowly, but Ying Zheng is immortal. He always reminded himself of the limited time. If he does not take a bold approach to repair, how to cut off the darkness of the surging obstacles, the Qin did not have him how to stabilize. Everything Ying Zheng does is for the sake of this world. These people didn't want to know that what they gave to Ying Zheng was that in the imperial court, like Zhao Gao and Hu Hai, they wanted to usurp the throne. And in the wild, the 6 countries were rebels, and the 100 schools of thought, with their treasonous intentions, were bent on destroying Qin. The 7 kingdoms have been fighting for 200 years, and the world has been devastated by the people. I have fought for 10 years to unify the world and establish Great Qin, and the people have been free from the suffering of war ever since. I order the books to be written in the same language, the cars to be on the same track, and the common people to be able to read and write, so as to get rid of the world's dividing wall. How many people in this world can understand me? Ying Zheng clenched his fists. Among the 10,000 people in Great Qin, Qin Mu was the only one he could talk to. Qin Mu silently listened to Ying Zheng's words. People are not grass and trees. Even the ancestral dragon wanted the world to be one. The world is not obtuse, but unwilling to accept power from on high. How many can resist its temptation? How the world is not the fault of your Majesty. Qin Mu's eyes deepened a few points. The remaining members of the 6 countries, the 100 schools of thought, and the various anti-Qin forces crowned against tyrannical Qin. In reality, it is just like Hu Hai and Zhao Gao, who tend to be power-oriented and aspire to the position of the supreme ruler. Only, to put a skin over this contending ambition, the whole world is looking forward to my death. Ying Zheng slowly closed his eyes. His health had been deteriorating over the years, and there were many people in the courtroom and outside the court who wished for his death. The remaining 6 kingdoms today, the anti-Qin forces, his vassal Zhao Gao, his son Hu Hai, even his father Lu Buwei, his mother Zhao Ji, and his brother Chang Jiao were hoping for his death. All of these people just want to remove him as an obstacle for the sake of power. After Ying Zheng finished speaking, he stopped talking, and Qin Mu did not speak either. The hall fell into silence for a while, and Qin Mu stood behind Ying Zheng, quietly waiting for Ying Zheng to collect his thoughts. Only the incense burner and the curling green smoke rose, occasionally by the window through the wind ruffled skewed. A moment later immediately returned to a straight line, a steady stream, overflowing the entire bedchamber. Several small eunuchs in the outer hall are still lying on the ground, and within the quiet hall, they seem to be a few human statues, not daring to move. Seeing Ying Zheng's aura gradually calming down, Qin Mu slowly opened his mouth. Your Majesty, there is no fish in clear water. Even if there are rebellious ministers like Zhao Gao and Qin, there is no lack of loyal and righteous people. My court civil and military, there are a lot of loyal and faithful people, and the millions of iron horsemen in Qin. There are countless people who break the enemy and serve the country. The world is ignorant, but the Qin people are many. In the future, all the world will be the land of my Great Qin, and all the people in the world will be my Great Qin people. Qin Mu's voice was as clear and cold as ever, but every word he said was crystal clear, as if it was mixed with unshakable power, and Ying Zheng listened to it word for word, and the only person who could be so in agreement with him was Qin Mu. Qin Mu and he shared the same goal of a Great Qin for 1,000 generations. On this road, with the sea of blood and corpses, and the treachery of conspiracy, had he ever been afraid of betrayal, and had he ever been bewildered by the road ahead? The world is foolish, and he, the first emperor, has swept away this foolishness. The majesty of the emperor rose once again. This time it was the majesty of the king who swept across the world and returned the 9 states to Qin. Ying Zheng collected his thoughts, then the dead man. He cared more about the Great Qin of the 10,000 worlds, and he still had a lot of things left to do. Chan Chuan, is everything ready for this trip to the palace? Ying Zheng knew that Qin Mu would not just come to the palace to tell him about the deaths of Zhao Gao and Hu Hai, but what was urgent for him now was the matter of longevity, and he knew very well that his own body would not be able to hold out much longer if he continued like this. Qin Mu nodded and opened the wooden box. A bottle of immortal gathering pills stood full in the wooden box, with a hidden Dan fragrance overflowing. Looking at the box full of medicine bottles, Qin Mu's eyes twitched. This was pulling out the bottom of Yun Zhongjuan's family. This is the elixir that can strengthen my body? Ying Zheng looked at the box full of small bottles. I need to take these? With all these pills taken, he probably wouldn't need to eat for a few days. Nonetheless, only one capsule is needed. This Dan Yunzhongjin named it Gathering Immortal Dan, combining both internal and external cultivation. Rumor has it that it has the chance to make people reach the realm of transcendence and feathering through the heavens, but it should not be consumed more than once. Qin Mu introduced, then took out a small bottle from the box, opened the cap. The fragrance of the elixir hit his nose, and a rounded elixir rolled out from the bottle. Only one Dan in a bottle. Ying Zheng picked up the immortal gathering pill and sent it into his mouth without hesitation. Having made his choice long ago, he had no fear of failure. Qin Mu was keeping a close eye on Ying Zheng. After all, the potion was very strong, so if there was a slight mistake, Ying Zheng's body would not be able to withstand the impact. Luckily, this elixir has been taken by Lord Yunzhong himself, so he was very careful when he made the elixir, taking into account the medicinal properties and the impact of the elixir. So Ying Zheng did not feel any discomfort after taking the elixir. Under the effect of Zhu Xian Dan, Ying Zheng felt that the heaviness of his dying body had disappeared, as if he had returned to the time of his youth, and there was a constant stream of strength in his body, and his mind and thoughts were gradually clearing up, and his face showed a happy color. He did not know how long it had been since he had felt such a powerful body, and if he could keep such a body, he set Great Qin to open up new frontiers and sweep the whole world. It was a pity that the elixir was unable to restore his already sickly body, and at this point, he still had a sickly appearance. The power of the elixir is only temporary after all. Looking at Ying Zheng being so elated just because of the changes in his body, Qin Mu felt a sense of stagnation in the bottom of his heart. The two had grown up together since they were young. So if there really was a pill for longevity, how would he have taken such a risky move? For many years, I have been searching for the medicine of longevity, and I don't know how hard it is to get it, but I'm just giving myself a slim hope. Ying Zheng felt a burst of emotion. Longevity is not that easy. Even Chang Chuan, there is only a method with little certainty, but he Ying Zheng, on the contrary, wants to turn this method into reality. Nagoa. Start. Chapter 16, when it is accomplished, the Great Qin will be eternal for thousands of years. Qin Mu nodded without saying much as he led Ying Zheng to a secret room. This place is hidden and sturdy, and will not be disturbed much, Qin Mu said. This was built specifically for Ying Zheng's T-virus injection. The location was hidden and difficult to be discovered, preventing thieves from disturbing it, and the walls of the secret room were sturdy, so even if it was discovered, it would be difficult to break through. One more thing, this is far away from other buildings. Ying Zheng nodded. It was an excellent place to rest. This item is called the T-virus. Qin Mu's right hand made a move, and the blue T-virus syringe once again appeared in his hand. Ying Zheng didn't wonder how Qin Mu took the object out of thin air. He stared at the syringe. He had seen this before. It had a peculiar shape. It didn't look like something from Great Qin, or even something from this world that he knew. He had only seen it here in Qin Mu, but he had absolute trust in Qin Mu. This thing is the thing that will make him live forever. And Nagawa has said that it could also turn him into a monster that only eats human flesh and blood. This thing into the body will remodel the person, wash the marrow and bone. Into can be out of the body life greatly increased. If the failure will be the walking dead, become blood and flesh eating monsters, regardless of success or failure. During this period, one will be subjected to a cone of pain that will not stop for a moment, and one needs to stay awake. Once one relaxes, one falls into an abyss of 10,000 fathoms, not only in the body, but also in the mind. Qin Mu looked at Ying Zheng. Accurately speaking, the mind is more important. Once the mind is eroded, and then will not be unable to recover, can only become a walking corpse invader, when Qin Mu will not hesitate to solve this trouble. Although he trusted Ying Zheng, he was also mortal after all, and he had to speak clearly. I understand. There was nothing but determination in his eyes. Probably no greater pain for him than the uncertainty of the future of Great Qin. Qin Mu knew that Ying Zheng would react this way. This is the vigor of a 1,000-year-old emperor. After you succeed, your lifespan increases greatly, and theoretically, you can be ageless and immortal. Ying Zheng's eyes flashed. If he could not age or die, his Great Qin would live forever. Your Majesty, once this object is in your body, everything will be up to you, and I will send someone to guard the door to ensure your safety. What will I do? We'll know when it's all over, and he, Ying Zheng, will only succeed. Your Majesty needs to use 1 month to completely refine the medicinal power of the immortal gathering pill in your body, and then inject this T-virus into your body at that time. Success! Then Great Qin will be eternal for 1,000 years. If defeated, I will give your Majesty one last ride. Qin Mu slowly spoke. With that, Qin Mu handed the syringe in his hand to Ying Zheng. Your Majesty, next, it is up to you. Ying Zheng nodded and received the syringe with a serious expression. Qin Mu exited the chamber and locked the chamber door. This chamber also has an ingenious design that can only be opened from the inside. In other words, if Ying Zheng doesn't come out in a month, it's proof of failure. Qin Mu would burn down this secret room far away from the other pavilions along with Ying Zheng in a single fire. You guys keep an eye on this place. No one is allowed to come near. Nah. From now on, Huang Zhong and the others will guard the place moment by moment. Qin Mu left the royal palace and went back to his residence. At this moment, an uninvited guest arrived at the left minister's mansion almost simultaneously with Qin Mu. Qin Mu had just stepped into the study in front of him when the guards came to report that the moon god was paying a visit. Rather punctual. Qin Mu smiled coldly. It seemed that the Yin-Yang clan had been well aware of his movements. Let her in. Qin Mu exited the study and stood on the porch. With no intention of entertaining the guests, the Yin-Yang family really had a lot on their plate. In a short while, the guards brought the moon god to Qin Mu. Lord Left Minister. The moon god slightly owed Qin Mu a curtsy of sorts when she saw him. The state master came to my left minister's mansion. And what do you want to know? At this moment, both of them were standing under the porch, and Qin Mu looked down at the moon god from above. An invisible pressure instantly rose in the moon god's heart. The last time Qin Mu's attack was firmly in her mind. It wasn't that she wanted to take revenge. She knew that the man in front of her was no match for her at all. She had nothing but scorn for Qin Mu. Lord Left Minister is joking. The moon god has come here to make amends. That day it was the moon god's poor thinking. I don't know that Lord Left Minister was in His Majesty's palace, and had offended more. Please bear with me. The moon god had a sincere face and owed an apology. This time it was much more disciplined than the salute just now. Oh, then I wonder why the moon god is also in the palace. Qin Mu felt that the moon god's injuries had already healed. There were no surprises. The Yin-Yang family had quite a few flowery frames. This point of injury unusual people have to recuperate for 10 days and half a month. The Yin-Yang family could probably solve it in 2 or 3 days. The moon goddess has come into the palace to see His Majesty. Well, probing for news of Ying Zheng is indeed also looking for Ying Zheng. Qin Mu sneered. Your Excellency the left minister is perceptive. The Yin-Yang family has been loyal to Great Qin all these years and has been doing their best to help Great Qin prosper. The moon god slowly opened her mouth. His Excellency the Eastern Emperor had asked her to contact Qin Mu. She needed to lower her posture without losing face. Qin Mu's eyes narrowed a bit. The Yin-Yang family is looking at him to supervise the country and to choose a new master. It's really one of the hundreds of people whose interests are superior. His Majesty is still recuperating. So you and the others just do your own thing and don't fly around and disturb His Majesty's peace and quiet. If there is nothing else, please return. After Qin Mu finished speaking, he didn't care about Moon God's dumbfounded expression and lifted his foot to enter the study. The Moon God was helpless. How could Qin Mu be so easy to contact? And converged her mind before turning around and leaving the left minister's mansion. Next day, Majia Organ City. Several commanders of the Mo family sat within the council chamber. The Qin army has been besieging the city for more than a month. Or even the outer city of the Organ City has not touched the edge of the city. All the clothes and food and other preparations within the city, outside the attack on the Qin army cannot even give the city to create a little threat. But 2 days ago, the commanders received a message from the Qin army. Qin Mu, the left minister of Great Qin, ordered them, the Mozi family, to come out of the city and surrender within 3 days, or else no one would be left in the city. This is too much of a trust, with him alone wanting to slaughter me all over the city, thinking that I am his Yin-Yang palace. Thief Plantar felt that it was more likely that Yin-Yang palace would be slaughtered. Ha ha ha. This is reasonable. Slaughter that Yin-Yang palace, kill that tyrant Ying Zheng, and return peace to the people of the world. Sledgehammer carries the thunder god hammer. The Organ City is impregnable. The Qin army has made no progress for so long, by virtue of his pampered left minister. What flowers can be turned out? Great Qin left minister. I've never heard of this person before. Duan Mu Rong, who hadn't said anything, reminded. Ever since this Qin Mu's name appeared, some things seemed to be changing, but she couldn't tell a reason for it. The crowd looked at Gao Jianli, who had inquired last time. Gao Jianli shook his head. I only know that this person grew up with Ying Zheng, and he is the official historian. in charge of supervising all the officials. But I don't know about the rest. Old man Ban, what do you think? Seeing that Master Ban was worried, the thief called out to him. Master Ban thought for a long time before speaking. Now that the giant son is not here, we must not take this lightly, and pass on the order that no one shall go in or out of the Organ City for these few days. Everything will be decided when the giant son returns. Chapter 17, 100 officials invade the palace. Yin-Yang Prefecture level city in Shang Qi. 100 officials gathered in the residence of Li Si, the Prime Minister. The mighty cadre of civil and military officials are all trembling at this time. In the past 2 days, the left minister Qin Mu supervised the state, beheaded 7-9 ministers in a row, killed Zhao Gao, the order of the central carriage house, and forced the death of the 18th son Hu Hei. One by one, all are cruel and tyrannical, and those who are not to their liking will be beheaded. Above the court, disjointed, and then clean officials cannot help but be involved with many things. With the left minister's thunderous and unforgiving style, the people are afraid that one day they will act carelessly or the left minister's trailing strains, and the knife that cuts off the head will be erected on top of their own necks. Now that His Majesty is in seclusion, all the officials naturally do not dare to seek an audience with His Majesty. Apart from Qin Mu, the left minister who is the supervisor of the state, only Li Si, the minister of state, has so much majesty and power of speech in the court, so the 100 officials deliberated and came to Li Si's residence. Your Excellency, we really have no way out. Now 7 of the 9 ministers have been removed. The order of the central government, 18 sons of. Now 7 of the 9 ministers have been killed. And the order of the central government and the 18 sons of the king have all been killed by the left minister's hands. Recently, everyone in Yin-Yang City is fearful of a great disaster. And if things go on like this, I'm afraid that Qin will be in chaos. The people spoke long and hard, and their voices were for the sake of great Qin. Now the 9 ministers are not all together. The affairs of the court have been put on hold. We have been working around the clock, but we have not been able to consult the case files. If there is a loss of personnel in the court, will the government not be a big mess? Hundreds of officials are worried. Their own lives are not yet able to protect themselves. The affairs of the court is becoming more and more burdensome. Since the left prime minister supervision, just 2 days, they have dealt with the political affairs of the first 4 or 5 days. Precisely, Lord Shangwei is the head of the 100 officials. The only thing we can do is to ask you to come forward. Go to the palace to meet with His Majesty, explain the reasons, and ask His Majesty to make a decision to purge the court and fill the position of the 9 ministers as soon as possible. Please, Lord Sango, come forward and have an audience with His Majesty. The 100 officials knelt down in unison and begged Li Si to intervene. Most of these people were afraid of Qin Mu's might, afraid that they would be the next to die. However, there were also officials who were loyal to Great Qin and feared that Qin Mu would tear Great Qin apart if he continued in this manner. After all, even the 9th minister Qin Mu said he would kill. Nowadays, the Great Qin dynasty was already in a mess, with all kinds of political affairs making it painful for these people to deal with. Li Si looked at the 100 officials in front of him, and while the crowd was raving about Qin Mu's atrocities, he looked as normal. The hall was silent for a few moments, when Reese's voice rose and, Lords, please rise. I am also aware of the hard work of the lords in dealing with political affairs these past 2 days. It's just that nowadays the dynasty is still able to function, and while His Majesty is recuperating, it's better for us to disturb less. Reese shook his head and opened his mouth, then refused the crowd's request. My lord. The 100 officials who were originally waiting for Li Si's answer with apprehensive faces raised their heads and looked anxiously at Li Si. They had pinned all their hopes on the prime minister, and with such a big event in the dynasty, how could the prime minister look as if he was staying out of it? All of you, please go back. In the future, the affairs of the dynasty will have to labor on you all more. Li Si interrupted the 100 officials and directly gave an expulsion order. Si cannot say Li Si. The people have shaken their heads. Without the appearance of Lord Shangwa, they are small officials. This matter is difficult to resolve. However, Lord Shangwa's attitude is hard. They also know that further persuasion will not help. Have no choice but to say goodbye and leave. Li Si looked at the departing crowd. He would not enter the palace, much less intervene in the matter. He knows better than anyone that, after killing the 18th son, the left minister immediately entered the palace. Half a day had passed and had come out unscathed. He doesn't know what His Excellency the left minister and His Majesty talked about. However, he understood that today's left minister Qin Mu was not too much to call even a half imperial. Since the phases of the residence out, the 100 officials are all disappointed. Deeply the road ahead is not clear. gathered together. No one left. In any case, the way out is difficult and dangerous, and Lord Sagittarius refuses to intervene, so we will go to the royal palace ourselves and meet with His Majesty. Someone glanced at the crowd and proposed through gritted teeth. The others are a little hesitant. One of them to go to the king's palace is afraid that they can't even enter the palace door. But if all of them go together, there is a little hope. But if they go together, there is a little bit of hope. But if they force their way into the palace, it won't be easy for His Majesty to blame them. The left minister supervises the state. We are always in fear. Our heads were already on our pants belt. What are we afraid of? I agree. Let's make a joint admonition and ask His Majesty to set up another supervisor. Some people took the lead. And after a moment's thought, some people felt that Qin Mu's supervision would put more pressure on them than a joint admonition. Yeah, that's a good point. That's the only way. Voices of approval rang out among the 100 officials. Now the only way to rely on themselves. After a period of deliberation, the civil and military officials all bite the bullet and agree. The 100 officials jointly advise. They have the confidence to let His Majesty set up another supervisor. With that, the crowd swept towards the royal palace. However, when they reached the entrance of the palace, before they could ask for an audience with Ying Zheng, they met the god of their hearts. My lords, this minister has been waiting for you for a long time. Qin Mu was still dressed in black, with a Qin sword inserted in front of him, his hands pinned on top of the Qin sword, his face blandly looking at the 100 officials. The 100 officials instantly stopped talking, the pupils of their eyes shrinking slightly as they couldn't help but gulp. Qin Mu stood at the palace gate, not angry and authoritative, as if as long as he was alone, the road leading to the palace behind him became two worlds with the 100 officials. As early as when the 100 officials went to Li Si's residence, Qin Mu had received the news, and he knew that the 100 officials would not work quietly and diligently. What the 100 officials said to Li Si, the private deliberation, fell into Qin Mu's ears word for word. Qin Mu just slightly hooked the corner of his lips. Even if there is no bad person's notification, he doesn't need to guess to know what these officials will do. But no one can enter the palace now. Seeing Qin Mu, the 100 officials first subconsciously meet down like a mouse seeing a cat, but then thinking of the purpose of coming here, the crowd was bold. Lord Left Minister, we have an important matter to meet with His Majesty. Please don't make it difficult for us. The one who spoke was the internal historian, in charge of ruling the capital. Qin Mu's eyes swept towards the 100 officials, who immediately only felt a chill on their backs, as if the left minister's eyes could kill. What? This prime minister is acting as a government supervisor. Nowadays in this great Qin, there are still things that I can't do the main thing? Qin Mu opened his mouth coldly, and the 100 officials felt that the surrounding area was about to lose its temperature. This. The people did not know how to answer. They could not say that in order to remove you from the power of the supervisor. Of course you could not make the decision. Pass on this minister's order. Those who force their way into the palace will be beheaded. Even the prime minister of Great Qin is no exception. Qin Mu's clear and crisp voice. The 100 officials do not know how many times I have heard, but today this voice, they hear only feel like from hell will take their heads. 100 officials look at each other. Things have come to this point. If this stops, they can only be subordinate to the left prime minister. Day after day fear. Thinking of this, the people have strengthened the courage. The left minister and then lawlessness cannot massacre the court officials. Hundreds of officials will make a momentum to break into the palace. Qin Mu coldly hooked his lips and smiled, forcing his way. Kill. The silhouettes behind Qin Mu shifted, and before the 100 officials could see clearly, someone among them fell to the ground in pain. And when the crowd reacted, 3 or 4 court officials had long since lost their signs of life, while those who had just stood behind Qin Mu stood steadily, as if they had not made a move. The 100 officials were horrified that they really dared. The court officials said to kill. This left is really no law. But no one in the crowd dared to make a single sound. Any movement at this moment could bring them to their deaths. Next time, none of them will be left behind. Qin Mu looked at the shivering 100 officials and slowly opened his mouth. Chapter 18, Changes in the World. The crowd didn't have the slightest doubt at the moment that when Qin Mu said that not a single one of them would be left behind. Not a single one of them would be spared. Previously also raging, full of confidence in the 100 officials, in Qin Mu's tough means, finally is unable to hold on to the front of the formation, but also have to beat the drum. After all, no one will be stupid enough to their own lives for nothing. Lord Left Minister, we are the ones who have not thought things through well. We don't dare to disturb His Majesty's rest and recuperation. The affairs in the court are busy, so we will leave first. The The 100 officials mustered up the courage to speak. If they stayed with the left minister any longer, they would freeze into ice. More importantly, it could be lifeless at any time. We will retire. Lord Left Minister, retire. With that, the 100 officials retreated and left at a quick pace, only wanting to get as far away from Qin Mu as possible. Qin Mu watched the crowd leave without stopping them. This is not lacking in the bone of the minister. Kill the chicken to warn the purpose has been achieved. I think these people will be quiet. There is no need to do more difficult. And nowadays the court political affairs, but also need them to labor to bother. Executing 7 of the 9 ministers, he didn't half regret it. Those people were rotten to the core. It would be better to cut the Gordian knot. In supporting a new group of pillars of the country up. Talent. Qin Mu is not lacking. Neither does Great Qin. Qin Mu retracted his gaze and looked at the several officials on the ground who had just been settled. All of them were people with more or less stains on their bodies. For example, the inner historian who had spoken. And there was no shortage of people's fat and wealth to be taken. Such officials, sooner or later Qin Mu could not keep them. The 100 officials dispersed, and Qin Mu didn't have time to stay here any longer. Pack it up. 4 or 5 corpses on the doorstep of the palace is not good. After saying that, Qin Mu led the people back to the mansion. Ministry of the Left Minister, in former times. Qin Mu had just arrived at the entrance of the mansion when he saw Li Si getting down from on top of the carriage. Lord Left Minister. Li Si was also surprised that he happened to meet Qin Mu at the entrance of the Left Minister's mansion. But he reacted very quickly and immediately greeted him. Lord Left Minister, is this just returning from an outing? Li Si was still unaware of what had happened in front of the king's palace gates. Qin Mu nodded. What brings Lord Sengek here? Stout has come to ask the 9 ministers for instructions. Today is the day of the beheading. I do not know whether the execution? Li Si arched his hand. But the heart is quite a lot of feelings. 9 ministers have gone 1. Now 6 also fell into the prison. The left minister acted decisively tough. Just a few days will be the whole court cleaning up again. It was the first time he, Li Si, had seen such a politician. At the moment, although everyone above the court trembles, but the sycophants have been few. Under the strong authority, the officials' day-to-day diligence, do not dare to be slow. You go and make the arrangements. This minister will arrive later. Qin Mu nodded. Yes. Li Si did not enter the left minister's mansion, and after receiving the command, he excused himself and left to prepare for the matter of supervising the decapitation of the 9 ministers. He also guessed the outcome early on. As he expected, how could the left minister let go of an official with such an obvious bad track record? Above the torture chamber, the wailing sounds were endless as the 9 ministers continued to beg for mercy in terror. They've been repenting for a long time now, just because of a banquet. His life was cut short. At the beginning of Hu He power, some of them voluntarily with Hu He, some forced by Hu He and Zhao Gao pressure and go. Now Hu He and Zhao Gao is dead. If they had known this situation, they in any case would not dare to go to that head-breaking feast. Qin Mu scanned everything with cold eyes, indifferent to the pleas for mercy. Execution. With an order. In the midst of the capital punishment, miserable and desperate wails spread throughout the entire torture chamber until the 6 people were completely unconscious. My lord, the prisoner has fainted. Kill it. Couldn't wake up anymore anyway. Qin Mu left the execution ground after he finished speaking, supervising the beheading of the 9 ministers. He only needed to show his face before he returned to his residence. The news that Qin Mu had supervised the beheading of the 9 ministers spread throughout Yin-Yang. Just in front of the palace gate was Qin Mu deterred some of the 100 officials. The heart is more trembling up. The left minister really say one. Said the supervision of the beheading of the 9 ministers will be beheaded in one fell swoop of 6. Or to inflict extreme punishment. Plus the building in the pavilion that. 9 ministers so no. The court officials have no role at all in the eyes of the left minister. And coincidentally, the 100 officials gathered their robes. And the chill was too much. The moon god's heart was also a little hairy. Qin Mu. This person. Acting too tough. A few contacts down. He is not only powerful. His mind is even more meticulous. The moon god felt that in front of Qin Mu, any of his mind can be seen through by him. Even the people in the streets of Yin-Yang City also feel the strange atmosphere of Yin-Yang City in these days. Those big people, they are not clear, but the whole city atmosphere changes. They are the first to notice. After all, what they are looking for, but the clothes can cover the body. The food can be wrapped in the stomach. In this world, there were countless people who were concerned about Yin-Yang and Qin Mu. In one day's time, the news of Qin Mu supervising the beheading of the 9 ministers and the beheading of 100 officials in front of the royal palace was enough to spread to any corner of the entire Great Qin. The world was shocked by this news. No one could have imagined that Ying Zheng's appointed supervisor would be so unscrupulous. And in the long run, Qin will be in trouble. Qin Mu was calm and collected. He didn't care at all about the news coming out, and even pushed some of it outward from time to time. He was curious to know what the reaction of these multiple forces would be, and not to be too boring and cliched for that matter. One day has passed since the supervisory decapitation of the 9 ministers. The major anti-Qin forces have received the news. Xiao Yu, look at this. Taking the letter handed by Fan Zhang, Xiao Yu's eyes widened slightly. This left minister of Great Qin is interesting. You still have the heart to joke. Although it was an admonishment, Fan Zhang's tone was completely devoid of admonishment. Xiao Yu smiled. Qin is strong and difficult to conquer from the outside. Someone is helping us to disintegrate it from within. What is this person if not interesting? Ha ha. Fan Zhang negative hand. I have said earlier, Ying Zheng let someone to act on behalf of the government to supervise the state. It is tantamount to cutting the power. The future of Great Qin is uncertain. I had counted on 1 or 2 years. Qin will begin to collapse. Now this supervisor left minister is so self-centered, acting without regard to the consequences. In just a short period of time can't withstand the temptation of power and position. But it is the time of the extermination of Qin to mention the front. Fan Zhang felt that with Qin Mu around, Great Qin would collapse sooner than expected. And at the moment, he was in a better mood than ever. Not bad. If Qin Mu doesn't know how to restrain himself, the official government system of Great Qin will be destroyed by his hands. Of course, Xiao Yu only hoped that Qin Mu completely completely defeated this Great Qin internal, then race troops to attack Qin. Within reach. Ha 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 ha. Laugh me to death. Pleasant laughter spread throughout the entire Mozi family's council hall, and Thief Metatarsal couldn't stop opening his mouth to laugh out loud as he held his stomach. This Qin left phase is afraid of strawbag. This kind of self-destructive thing also do out. Well, little Metatarsal, this is indeed hard to think of. This left minister is also too arrogant. No scruples. How does Ying Zheng let him supervise the state? The master can't figure out how Qin Mu acted like this. Does Ying Zheng not know? But also let this Qin Mu supervise the state. So go on. How big Qin's family base will be lost. The collapse is destined to happen. I don't care what Ying Zheng thinks. This Qin Mu has such tactics. I'm afraid he's been fighting with Ying Zheng for a long time. So we'll just wait for Qin to collapse on its own. Big Ironhammer came forward with some bold words, and then said with disdain, a few days ago, he even said that he would slaughter my organ city, but is he going to break it with his own hands? Everyone still must not relax. Now the Qin army is still outside the city. If something really happened in Yin-Yang, it is impossible to let these Qin troops outside. The always calm Gao Jianli pulled back the crowd's high emotions. Upon hearing this, several commanders also nodded their heads. But Qin Mu's approach had already planted the seed in the hearts of the people that Great Qin was collapsing, and perhaps theirs was about to arrive. Sang he, above the pavilion of the small sage manor, a gentle and elegant man in blue robes looked at the sea in the distance. His eyes seemed to be puzzled and satisfied, so that people could not discern the true meaning of it. He held a piece of letter paper in his hand, on which was clearly written the matter of Qin Mu and Yin-Yang. Chapter 19, The First Swordsman of Great Qin. A few days later, the Great Qin dynasty gradually stabilized. At this time, the Valley of the Broken Moon. At either end of the narrow trail in the valley, Qin troops armed with spears blocked the way at both ends. Between the Qin army were a large and a small silhouette. Facing the Qin army's encirclement, the two were as usual. Tian Ming, are you afraid? The man with the long sword in his hand asked the child beside him who was only up to his waist. The child stared intently at the Qin army across the street without the slightest fear in his eyes. No fear. The child replied firmly. These two were Gaini and Tian Ming. Gai Nya, the first swordsman of the empire, was Ying Zheng's personal guard and sword teacher for many years, and he was both a mentor and a friend to Ying Zheng. However, he suddenly left Yin-Yang in January, without knowing where he was. Now that he has reappeared, he openly put out his sword and killed 400 armored soldiers of Great Qin for the sake of a child. The Qin army chased the two men all the way to the Valley of the Broken Moon, where the terrain was treacherous and just right for the Qin army to surround. Gaini and Tian Ming faced off against the Qin army, which had its archers at the ready, and the atmosphere was tense. Yin-Yang City, in the middle of the Left Minister's mansion, Li Si once again hurried to meet Qin Mu. Lord Left Minister. Li Si arched his hand. Qin Mu's eyes flickered slightly. What could make Li Si come in a hurry did not seem to be a small matter. Qin Mu put the case file he had finished checking to one side. His thin lips slightly opened. Speak, Your Excellency. You should be well aware of the fact that Yin-Yang resigned from his position as His Majesty's swordsmanship teacher and left Yin-Yang a month ago. Li Si spoke up. Aha! Qin Mu nodded, already understanding in his heart what Li Si was going to say. When Gaini left Yin-Yang, Qin Mu didn't stop him. He didn't want to meddle in anything at that time. 3 days ago, Yin-Yang showed up, and even went out and beheaded 400 of my Qin army for a criminal wanted by Great Qin, and then killed quite a few of my Great Qin generals in the Valley of the Broken Moon, took away the Empire's most wanted criminal, Tian Ming, and at this moment, escaped to the Magia Organ City. Li Si was brief and concise. He did not expect Gainer to defect. Gainer accompanied His Majesty for many years, and His Majesty trusted him. To Li Si's understanding, Gainer is not an ungrateful person. Defecting such a thing was very unexpected. Upon receiving the news, Li Si sent his men in the hope of recovering Yin-Yang, but what they got was that Yin-Yang had cut down the Qin army with his sword and taken the key criminals to the House of Mercury. Li Si then immediately rushed to the left minister's residence to report the situation to Qin Mu. Gainer as the Empire's first swordsman, the Qin army's encirclement cannot trap him. With Tian Ming broke through the Qin army encirclement, now the world's largest, he was the first to think of the Magia, highlighting the encirclement. Gainer, Tian Ming and the two of them headed to the Magia Organ City. Hearing this, Qin Mu wasn't surprised, but it just so happened that the time limit given to the Mo family in the first place had just arrived. And now, it was the right time to head to the Organ City. Bring back Gaini by the way, Lord Sagittarius. This Prime Minister is going out for a few days, so I'll ask you to take care of the big and small affairs in the court. Your Excellency is going to personally travel to capture Gaini? This was the only thing Li Si could think of. But was Gaini worth Lord Left Minister's personal trip? You don't need to care about Gaini's affairs, just take care of the dynasty. Qin Mu put down the scroll in his hand and got up to already start preparing. Nuwa. Li Si knew that it was useless for him to ask more questions. All he could do was to do what he had to do. This was the way to be an official, and even more so, the way to survive under Qin Mu. 3 days later, above a pipe, Qin Mu sat in the carriage, surrounded by hundreds of undesirable people secretly escorting him, while Yuan Tian Gang personally set up the carriage and rushed all the way to the Magia Organ City. My lord, there are traces here that someone has done some hiding. I think the people haven't gone far yet. On top of a small hill, the bad guys once again found traces of someone's activity, and it was no surprise that the duo of Gaini and Tian Ming were nearby. Aha! Qin Mu nodded. Gaini still had to be retrieved. His relationship with Gaini over the years was quite good. Even if he wasn't considered a life and death friend, he was still considered a confidant. If he could, Qin Mu wouldn't mind saving his life. Above a wilderness, with dry weeds on both sides, and a not-so-wide path in the middle, Gainer took Tian Ming and flew to catch up with Du. Uncle, why are we walking so fast? Tian Ming ran in order to keep up with Gainer's footsteps, and after running for a large distance, he gasped for breath and finally couldn't help but ask, could it be that those bad guys are here again? Why are they chasing us? Ever since they left the Valley of the Broken Moon, people in black had been popping up from time to time to kill them, but they were all taken care of by Uncle, and now that they were rushing so fast, Tian Ming could only think that there were bad guys coming again, and Uncle always knew in advance that there were bad guys. Well, Tian Ming, can you still make the journey? Gaini asked, but his footsteps didn't slow down. He did sense that someone had been following them, and the other party wasn't weak. Swish swish swish. Tian Ming was about to reply that he could still run a large distance, when several silhouettes appeared in front of him and Gaini. Tian Ming swallowed his words hard and pointed at the silhouettes. You bad guys, are you here to kill us again? Tian Ming, come here. Gainer stopped and shielded Tian Ming behind him. Great Qin's #1 swordsman. There will be a time when he is in such a sorry state? A crisp voice rang out, and from behind the silhouette, a man in black walked out with a smile on his face. Xiao Mu. Gaini's eyes were slightly tinged with surprise. He didn't expect it to be Qin Mu. Having followed Ying Zheng for many years, Yin-Yang and Qin Mu have known each other for a long time, and to be precise, the two of them have quite a good friendship, and Qin Mu even sought him out to learn how to use the sword. Why do you need to be like this? Qin Mu sighed as he glanced at Tian Ming behind Yin-Yang. If you want to keep this child, there are countless ways to do so why bother defecting? Qin Mu asked. Looking at Gaini, the world thought that Yin-Yang had defected from Great Qin for the sake of a child, but Qin Mu knew that Gainer wasn't that stupid. Yin-Yang, a contemporary Ghost Valley heir apparent and Ying Zheng swordsmanship teacher and personal bodyguard, has been by his side for 30 years, since before he came to power, and has saved his life countless times over these decades. If he wants to protect Tianming, all he has to do is say so, and even Ying Zheng will give Gainey face. If not, Gainey, only had to open his mouth. And Qin Mu would also make a move to help him out for the sake of learning the sword back in the day. Gainer didn't even need to defect if he wanted to keep Tianming. Everything has been finalized. There's nothing more to say. Gainey was silent for a long time, then shook his head. He was disappointed in Great Qin. What Qin had done over the years made Gainer realize that this was not the Qin he had in mind. How has His Majesty treated you all these years? Gainey didn't want to mention this, and Qin Mu moved the topic away, understanding what was on Gainey's mind. At those words, Gainer was silent for a moment before speaking. Very well. He and Ying Zheng did treat him very well. He was more like a friend than a ruler. How about waiting until morning? Gainey was silent for a longer period of time. When Tianming was born in Xianyang Palace, Ying Zheng was very favored. Until Jing Ku entered the palace, things broke out, and Ying Zheng did not treat Tianming poorly. Until later Tianming was sent out of the palace, and then there was no more news. Very good. Having answered two very good in a row, Ying Zheng has always been a bright ruler in Gainey's heart. It's just that I have a reason why I have to leave, and since Lord Left Minister insists on stopping me, I have no choice but to be rude. Gainey gripped the hilt of the profound rainbow sword in his hand, and the address under his breath became rusty. He was a rebel, and for Qin Mu's good, he couldn't be as close to Qin Mu as he was before. Like them, you also feel that His Majesty is tyrannical and is no longer the same His Majesty in your heart? Likewise, Qin Mu understood Gainey, who had chosen to leave not only because of Tianming, but more importantly for the Tao in his heart. Gainey's eyes wavered a bit. Qin Mu could always read people's hearts. You have also not thought about the deeper meaning behind every decree His Majesty issues. Since Your Majesty unified the 6 kingdoms, the people of the world have been spared the pain of war, unified the writing in decrees, eliminated the barriers between the people of different places, built the Great Wall to ward off the barbarians in the northern winds. Everything Your Majesty has done has been for the sake of the people of the world. Back then, when the 7 kingdoms existed side by side, did the people ever live in peace? The War of the 7 Kingdoms was fought for 200 years. If not for Your Majesty, would the wars have stopped? Look at the world today. Has it ever been so peaceful for centuries? The temperature in Gainey's eyes had risen. He had never thought that there was such a deep meaning behind Ying Zheng's behavior. He had followed him for so many years, and now it seemed that Ying Zheng had never changed. I took Tianming out of Xianyang first, and hurt the generals of Great Qin later, so I can't go back. Gainey shook his head, although he understood that Ying Zheng was not as he thought. But from the moment they escaped Xianyang, they were defectors. Great Qin is not a tyrannical government, all because His Majesty wants to do too much. Now that His Majesty will soon welcome the eternal life, Great Qin shall live forever, and the 36 counties of the land will be a happy land everywhere. Gainey looked at Qin Mu for a long time before speaking. Great Qin, will it really change? He knew Qin Mu's nature, and if he said something, he would definitely fulfill it. This minister guarantees it. Eliminating Gainey's worries was the only way to persuade him back. The shadows of several people were stretched out in the setting sun, and a gust of wind ruffled the surrounding weeds slightly. Qin Mu just stood there waiting for Gainer's answer, until the wind gradually stopped. Gainey nodded his head. Chapter 20, Against the Sands. The wind stopped, and the corner of Qin Mu's lips hooked up in an imperceptible arc. Gainey brought Tianming onto the carriage that Qin Mu had arranged, and several people traveled together for the rest of the way. My lord, are you returning to Xianyang? A delinquent waited respectfully outside the carriage for his dispatch. Qin Mu shook his head. He had come off this time to do more than just bring back Gainey. Go to the Mercury Organ City. Nah. As the undesirable man's words fell, the carriage started up and the group headed towards the Maja Organ City. Qin Mu and the others left. Not far away from the woods, the ground weeds and shrubs astir issued a rustle sound. In no time at all, a brightly colored viper spat and gushed out. With that, a shapely figure appeared with a chainsword wrapped around her waist, and a poisonous snake wrapped around the top of her arm, hissing as she moved. It's Quicksand Ruddy. The appearance of the red trainer meant that the whole of Quicksand was nearby as well. Great Qin's left minister. Gainer just followed him. What else are we looking for? Qilian had witnessed the entire conversation between Qin Mu and Gainey, but she didn't dare to get too close. Qin Mu had too many experts around him, and once she was discovered, she was afraid of disturbing the man's plans. Quicksand came here this time because of Gainey, and got the news that Gainey had defected to Great Qin. He thought that Great Qin's people would hunt him down to the end, but when Gainey met Qin Mu, Instead of making a move, he even got into the other party's carriage with a few words. This, somewhat, messed up Quicksand's plans. I see that this left face has fine skin and tender flesh. The blood must be very tasty. Along with him came the Quicksand hidden bat, which liked to suck blood the most, as he gradually revealed himself and licked the corners of his mouth. Upon hearing this, Qilian smiled disdainfully. With such thoughts, you'd better think about how you'll die first. She couldn't see through Qin Mu as a person. The red training no longer cared about the hidden bat, and the matter took a turn for the worse when Gehenna left. Qin Mu, the left minister of Great Qin, was a person that Quicksand hadn't expected. Qilian had a premonition that this person was by no means simple, and stood in place for a long time until after the shadow of Qin Mu and his group's carriage had completely disappeared. Qilian turned around and hid in the forest. It's a matter of telling that person first. On top of a mountainside, Wei Zhuang was looking at the dense forest like waves at his feet, his white hair flying under the light wind. What is it? Sensing someone approaching, Wei Zhuang's unhurried voice rang out. Things have changed. Akira took a step closer to Wei Zhuang, stopping a few paces behind him. What happened? Gaini followed the people of Qin. Both sides didn't even make a move. That person is surrounded by many experts, and in person he is even more impenetrable. And we don't dare to take a chance. Qin Mu. Recently, Lu Sha has also learned some news about Yin-Yang, where a newcomer, Qin Mu, has been killing Qin officials and acting without any rules and regulations. In the news, Qin Mu was surrounded by many masters, but the evaluation of himself is mostly brutal, power-hungry, and some people even think that he is stupid and self-destructive of Great Qin. With Qilian's description, in today's Great Qin, apart from Ying Zheng, the only one who can send out an expert must be Qin Mu. Wei Zhuang didn't care about these things and didn't comment on Qin Mu. All he cared about was Gaini, who was his senior brother, his archenemy, and the person with whom he had the deepest bond. Thus, he understood Gaini. Gainer will follow Qin Mu. So it seems that this left minister of Great Qin is not as useless as the world claims. Where did they go? Wei Zhuang narrowed his eyes. He had brought Quicksand out precisely because he had learned that Gaini had gone out of Yin-Yang, and that he and Gaini still had a sword match to finish. Look at the direction. To the Majia Organ City. The reason why Qilian had stood in the forest for that long time was also to determine where the carriage was going. She knew that Wei Zhuang wouldn't give up on Gaini, but, if she could, she wanted Wei Zhuang to stay out of contact with Gaini and all danger. Chase. As expected, Wei Zhuang still decided to go after them, and what he decided never changed. Qin Mu, this person. I'm afraid it's not good to deal with. Risking to go after him. I'm only afraid. Qilian knew Wei Zhuang too well, but she still couldn't help but worry and opened her mouth to advise. From her observation, Qin Mu was surrounded by experts, and Qin Mu himself is not as useless as rumors say. She was afraid that Qin Mu had some dangerous tricks up his sleeve. Otherwise, how would he have dared to go to Organ City with just a few people? And if Wei Zhuang ventured there, he was afraid that something would happen. Without a word, Wei Zhuang took the lead and moved to leave. The white phoenix standing on the branch also looked like it hadn't heard the conversation between Qilian and Wei Zhuang, and with a gentle movement of the branch, the white phoenix's figure had disappeared. The hidden bat stuck out his tongue and licked the steel claws on his hand, and leapt to follow Wei Zhuang. The black Qilin also shifted and faded into the darkness, and Wushwang raised his feet, each step stirring up a puff of raised dust around his feet. Looking at Wei Zhuang's back, Qilian gritted her teeth and followed him. She could never persuade him. She could only keep following him. She couldn't get too close, and she preferred not to get too far away. On the following day, the sky was slightly white, and in the blur a carriage was driving forward in the valley without any speed. Suddenly, phew, the person driving tightened the reins and the carriage stopped. Who is the visitor? The voice of inquiry came from the carriage. In front of the valley, a silhouette, one man and a sword, blocked their way. As the sky was obscure and it was hard to see the appearance of the visitor, the people who accompanied the carriage guarded around the body, while the rest of the few people raised their swords and aimed them at the uninvited guest in front of them. Quicksand, only look for Gaini. Wei Zhuang's hand rested against the top of the hilt of his shark-toothed sword, refusing to say a single superfluous word. The carriage was none other than the carriage of Qin Mu and his group. Wei Zhuang felt it. These people did have some strength. However, it was not worth his attention. Gaini was on top of that carriage in front of him. He ignored the people around the carriage. Xiaozhuan? As soon as Gaini in the carriage heard the voice, he knew who it was. His brows frowned in a few unnoticeable ways. He didn't expect Wei Zhuang to find this place and know that he was on top of Qin Mu's carriage. He understood the reason why Wei Zhuang was looking for him, but he didn't want Wei Zhuang to antagonize Qin Mu, whose strength, Gaini admitted to himself, he couldn't see through either. Wei Zhuang? Qin Mu heard the name Gaini uttered and once again made sure. His eyes deepened a bit. He didn't let Li Si ask Wei Zhuang to make a move. Wei Zhuang still came on his own. Qin Mu glanced at Gaini, and the other party looked a bit worried. These two master and brother, rather than being arch enemies, were more like hand-to-hand combatants. However, his Qin Mu's car wasn't something that just anyone could stop. And this kind of rudeness wouldn't work even if he was Gaini's senior brother. Tian Ming was sleeping in a daze, and seemed to be awakened by the commotion outside, giving the two men in the car a puzzled look. And when Gaini nodded at him, Tian Ming went back to sleep. Outside the carriage, several delinquents glanced at each other and set up an offensive position. With His Excellency and Gaini right on the carriage, this man must not be allowed to approach the carriage. Wei Zhuang didn't seem to have any immediate intention of grabbing anyone either. And for a moment the two parties were at a standstill. Chapter 21 One Sword. Wei Zhuang kneels. A few moments later, the sky was getting brighter and brighter, and gradually the silhouettes could be recognized. It took a few delinquents to get a good look at the visitor, who had a head of white hair in front of him and was holding a strangely shaped sword in his hand. Immediately afterward, they felt a powerful and overbearing sword force coming at them. Under the strong pressure, the grass and trees around them were windless, and the tassels hanging down from the roof of the carriage danced crazily. The horses kicked uneasily, and had it not been for the driver's tight grip on the reins, it would have looked as if the two horses would have galloped out long ago. The swords in the hands of the unsavory people trembled slightly, and they barely resisted the sword momentum, controlling the situation for the time being. It was only after a long time that a few people felt strained, and beads of sweat gradually appeared on their foreheads. Said it was a long time, but in reality it was only a few moments. But a few guards were able to resist the sword for this few moments, and a few moments of interest were born in Wei Zhuang's eyes. He thought to himself that there was no one in this world who could win against him except for his senior brother, Gaini. Although Qin Mu's several guards could only barely hold up under his sword power, they didn't immediately fall, so it was obvious that these people's abilities were higher than many others. Interesting. Wei Zhuang began to wonder what kind of person Qin Mu was if he could recruit such an expert as an escort. Wei Zhuang was still standing quietly in the valley, seemingly without movement. However, the pressure exerted on the other party was even greater than just now, and the horses shrieked uneasily, their front hooves raised, wanting to escape from this valley. As the horse moved, the carriage shook, and just as the several delinquents felt that they couldn't support themselves, and that the internal energy gathered in their bodies was about to collapse, an even stronger sword intent emanated from the carriage, completely crushing Wei Zhuang's sword momentum, until the sword intended to attack towards Wei Zhuang. Like a strong wind blowing, Wei Zhuang's white hair flew up, and his robes also fluttered in the air hunting, for a moment, and then calmed down. Wei Zhuang was still standing in place, and he was also staunchly unmoving under the sword's intent. Only at this moment, there was a hint of surprise in his temperatureless eyes. The sword intent just now, he knew very well, wasn't Gainer's, then it could only be the other ones among the carriages. And now he seemed to understand why Qin Mu was able to recruit so many experts around him. Because Qin Mu, the man, was not a weak person himself. Is this how Quicksand begs? Qin Mu lifted the curtain from among the carriages and walked out. My lord! Several bad guys arched their hands in unison as a salute. Just now, if it wasn't for the lord's hand, several of them would have been seriously injured. Quicksand never begs. Wei Zhuang narrowed his eyes as he looked at the sword in Qin Mu's hand and gripped the shark's teeth in his hand before speaking without haste. Qin Mu was holding an ordinary Qin sword in his hand. A swordsman's sword is as important as the swordsman himself, and often a powerful swordsman must have a sword worthy of him. But there is a kind of people are different. They can take the sword at will. Even just a wooden branch can kill people invisibly, because they themselves are already a sharp sword. Such as Gain, such as Wei Zhuang, they had such strength and still held the famous sword in their hands. Qin Mu, however, only used an ordinary Qin sword. Wei Zhuang's estimation of Qin Mu was a few points higher. As the day dawned, behind Wei Zhuang, Qilian, Wu Shuang followed. The white phoenix stood on the branch next to him, and Hidden Bat squatted on top of a rock on the side, his eyes sneakingly glancing at Qin Mu. Hidden Bat had a feeling that Qin Mu's blood would be good to drink, but he didn't dare to approach the other party. The fight between Qin Mu and Wei Zhuang just now had made him jealous of Qin Mu. This Prime Minister's car has never had a molehill generation dare to block it either. Qin Mu's aura around his body was steeply overpowering. Danger seeped out of Wei Zhuang's eyes. His shark's teeth drew an arc in the air, and with a flash of swordlight, Wei Zhuang finally moved. His speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he was already about to arrive before the carriage. White Phoenix's eyes moved slightly. He had always prided himself on his speed, but with his attacks, Wei Zhuang could always find and then restrain him. Now that he was watching Wei Zhuang strike, he would have to observe it properly. Qin Mu looked at the attacking Wei Zhuang and shook his head. Too slow. While others couldn't see Wei Zhuang's figure, Qin Mu could clearly know even the arc of each corner of his clothes that crossed, such that Wei Zhuang was all broken in his eyes. Wei Zhuang held the shark's teeth and chopped out with a sword. The sword light flashed, and the shark's teeth chopped apart Qin Mu, who was standing on top of the carriage. His pupils shrunk violently. Wei Zhuang felt a slight coolness above his neck, and a strand of white hair had fluttered to the ground. The shark's teeth chopped the remnants of Qin Mu's shadow left here. The remnants were blown away by the wind of the sword, and before Wei Zhuang could even react, Qin Mu had already chopped off a strand of Wei Zhuang's white hair with his sword. Several delinquents surrounded Wei Zhuang. Wei Zhuang froze in place. If Qin Mu wanted to kill him, he should not know how the other party struck until he died. Of course, he doesn't know that now. Just as unbelievable as he was the crowd at Quicksand. The branch that by phone was standing on shook, indicating that his body moved. The moment he saw Qin Mu disappear, he didn't stabilize his stance, and his extremely fast reflexes made him subconsciously rush into the middle of the battle. However, the battle was over just as he moved. In other words, even he didn't have the time to react. Qin Mu's speed was an unknown number of times faster than his as well. The hidden bat subconsciously licked its steel claws ever since Wei Zhuang made his move, until the two men finished fighting. He'd only just stuck his tongue out and hadn't had a chance to retract it yet, at which point he held his paw-licking position and stared in disbelief. Lord Wei Zhuang. Akira called out to Wei Zhuang nervously. She was the one who couldn't believe Wei Zhuang hadn't won against his opponent, but she was also the first one to react from the shock, and she gripped the chain sword at her waist tightly, only worried if Qin Mu would strike again. Wei Zhuang did not answer Qilian and retracted his shark teeth. He lost. He was defeated without even performing a sword art. All along, he had considered his swordsmanship to be the best in the world, not to mention the best in the world, and Wei Zhuang had always been proud and had only taken Gaini as his only rival. But under Qin Mu, he couldn't receive a single sword, holding a shark's tooth in his hand, and his own swordsmanship, which he had always been proud of, collapsed in front of Qin Mu, who was holding an ordinary Qin sword. Zhuang, defeated. The loneliness between Wei Zhuang's brows dispersed for a few moments, and he admitted when he was defeated. This minister will not kill you. Remember, you owe this minister a favor. Qin Mu's voice sounded behind Wei Zhuang. Wei Zhuang fell silent. The whole of Quicksand was silent. No one made a move. After a moment, Wei Zhuang turned around. By the command of Jun, Wei Zhuang is promising Qin Mu. Qin Mu raised his hand and the undesirable people dispersed from around Wei Zhuang. Wei Zhuang glanced at the carriage and lifted his feet to walk in the direction of the Quicksand members, and Qilian finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Wei Zhuang coming. Walking directly past Qilian and the others, Wei Zhuang headed out of the valley, and the Quicksand members followed him out of the small valley. In the middle of the carriage, Gainer also relaxed a bit unnoticed. Uncle, why are you nervous? No. Oh, Tian Ming scratched his head. He clearly saw the older man sigh in relief. Chapter 22, The Eve of the Siege. Wei Zhuang left with Quicksand's people, and Qin Mu also received a message. Yin Dan has arrived near the Organ City. At this time, Qin Mu and his party were not far from the Qin army garrison that was attacking the city. Qin Mu instructed the bad guys around him to escort the carriage to the garrison first, and he himself left the marching party. A few miles away from Organ City, in a dense forest, a group of people sped along. Attention everyone! We have entered the range of the Organ City. Beware of the Qin army's ambush. The Free Sun tightened the horse rope, opened his mouth to remind everyone. The Qin army surrounded the Majia Organ City for more than a month. Everything outside the city must have felt very clearly. Their party intends to secretly enter the city, to beat the grass to scare the snake, inevitably some delay. Hearing the words of the progenitor, the crowd raised their guard. This team was none other than the various Jianghu heroes who were aiding Organ City, and at the head of the team was Yin Dan, the giant son of the Mozi family. This time, when the Organ City was trapped, Yin Dan personally went out of the city to look for reinforcements, and it was under his invitation that Easy Sun and the others traveled to the Organ City to help the Mozi family get through the difficult times. The Qin army had been stationed outside the city for more than a month, and Yin Dan had taken a circuitous path with the heroes. their group intending to enter the city first before taking the next step in their deliberations. This road is hidden. No one knows about it except for the Majia's own people. But unexpectedly, Yen Dan, who was galloping all the way, suddenly stopped his horse, and the people behind him also stopped at the same time. Who are you? Yen Dan stared vigilantly at the man holding the sword in front of him. This person's attire, at a glance, was a person from the Jianghu, but at this moment, anyone had to let Yen Dan be a little more cautious. Yuan Tian Gang, wearing a bucket hat and holding his sword, stood in the middle of the road, blocking the way of Yen Dan and his party. My lord says this way is not possible. Who is your lord? The prowler narrowed his eyes. The only people who could be called adults were those in the court. Their whereabouts were exposed. You don't deserve to know. Before Yuan Tiangong's words fell, his figure had already arrived in front of Easy Sun. The snowy sword body cut out a long-lasting white light, sticking to Easy Sun's face and attacking, and in an instant, killing intent enveloped everyone riding on top of the horse. So fast. The Free Sun was shocked. The reaction is not slow. Half of the body of the snow clear out of the sheath. The two sword blade intersection. Sparks from the edge of the splash. A sword intent like ripples swept away. Sword marks showed up horizontally on top of the surrounding tree trunks, and the shaking leaves shattered in the air. Behind the Free Sun did not have time to avoid a few people. Flying out backwards smashed in the tree trunk above. Spitting blood, no movement. Yen Dan. With these people, it seems that the Majia can't be saved. Hearing the voice, Yen Dan was startled as he was completely unaware of when another person had appeared here. Looking towards the man dressed in black in front of him, Yen Dan had a premonition in his heart that things were not good. The person who came was dressed in luxurious clothes. Not like an ordinary family. It must be that lord. The Qin army is really still looking for up. Everyone retreat. Yen Dan shouted loudly, taking out his inked eyebrows ready to strike. Although the other party is only 2 people, but the strength are not weak. Especially the later that person. He cannot see through at all. At the moment to save strength is the most important. This road doesn't work before or after. This prime minister said. The corners of Qin Mu's lips were slightly hooked, and on his hands, there was no reason to leave alive yet. Qin Mu raised his hand. A Qin sword was presented in front of him. Yuan Tian Gang silently retreated behind him. His lord made a move. He couldn't be used. After Easy Sun and Yen Dan patted back, the two of them were like enemies. Qin Mu flicked his fingertips, and the Qin sword instantly erupted with a shocking and earth-breaking sword power, emitting air-breaking sounds as it flew and struck at Yen Dan's crowd. Boom! Qin Jian didn't enter the crowd, stirring up 10,000 dust flying. Miserable screams continued to emanate from the rising dust. Moments later, the dust gradually calmed down, and all the people Yen Dan had brought with him fell to the ground, their bodies covered in sword marks, with only Yen Dan still having a breath in. Only the prowler was missing from it. My lord, can we go after them? Yuan Tian Gang also realized that one person was missing. No need. Bring Yen Dan back. After saying that, Qin Mu turned around and left. The game was only interesting when there was Easy Sun to go out and report the news. Yuan Tian Gang walked into Yen Dan, and with 1 point on him, Yen Dan lost all his strength, preventing him from having the intention of ending himself, then lifted Yen Dan to follow Qin Mu's footsteps. Easy Leap quickly leapt through the forest, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth from time to time, but he couldn't stop. If it was not for Yen Dan's all-out cover, he would have fallen in that dense forest, and now that his companion's life and death were uncertain, he had to ensure his safety before making any plans. Qin Army Station. As soon as Qin Mu arrived at the entrance, a general in Qin armor greeted him with several Qin army generals. I, Lu Chong, have met Lord Left Minister. Lu Chong was the garrison commander. And when Qin Mu's carriage entered the garrison, he arranged for Gai Nya and his party, and then led his men to wait for Qin Mu at the entrance. Lu Chang's face had obvious weariness and sorrow. Since January, they had continuously searched for an opportunity to break through the Organ City, but the Organ City was flawless. This city was built in the hinterland of mountains. The surrounding mountains were steep and peculiar, with steep cliffs and deep valleys for 100 miles around. Below is the turbulent torrential river. The water is full of reefs and rocks. Lu Chong had tried to take the waterway, but several waves of people went down, but no one came back, let alone reach the other side. What is even more peculiar is that the sea of clouds in this group of mountains is filled with unpredictability, and the climate is sometimes clear and sometimes rainy, and when people are in the middle of it, they tend to get lost and don't know the north and south. That is why for many days, the Qin army can be said to be at a loss for the Organ City, and even the entrance has not been found. Qin Mu glanced at Lu Chong and nodded. Have the generals get ready to attack the city tomorrow. After Qin Mu finished speaking, he entered the compound on his own. Lu Chong did not react for a moment. He organized a number of Organ City situation news was about to hand over to Qin Mu. Did not expect Qin Mu came to ask no questions directly attack the city. After freezing for a while, Lu Chong barely finished receiving the message and hurriedly followed Qin Mu, pretending to be full of doubts and responded. He would like to ask, but he didn't have the guts. Lu Chong arranged his own marquee to Qin Mu, while he himself and his subordinates crowded into other tents. On top of a high slope, Wei Shuang and his group watched Qin Mu enter the compound. That's the giant son of the Mozi family? Qilian's eyes carried a few moments of astonishment, turning her head to look at the several people around her with different expressions. None of them answered. She was feeling bored when she heard Wei Zhuang's voice ring out. How? Wei Zhuang was certainly not asking Qilian. The black Qilin's figure revealed itself a little in the darkness. Yen Dan has been captured. The voice came out of the darkness, its timbre indistinguishable. That's for everyone to know. Say something useful. A curious afterglow looked into the shadows. Attack the city tomorrow. After saying that, the black Qilin concealed its figure. The faces of the few people in Quicksand changed. Tomorrow. Qin Mu just arrived today. Is this already a sure thing or is it too hasty? Qilian turned his head to look at Wei Zhuang. Wei Zhuang held the shark's tooth in his hand, gazed at the Qin army's quarters from afar, and did not say a word since he asked that one sentence. Chapter 23, The Sword Comes. Inside the marquee, Qin Mu ordered the city to be attacked tomorrow, but he didn't even glance at the map of the terrain near the Organ City, but just looked at Yuan Tian Gang and asked, how many have infiltrated the city? There are 130 of my undesirable people in the Organ City. Yuan Tian Gang arched his hand. As long as your excellency gives the order, the city will be broken in less than 3 days. No need. Let them withdraw. Yes. Yuan Tian Gang had no doubt that Qin Mu told them to retreat and they did. He knew that Qin Mu had his own good plan, and that they would only disrupt the plan by doing anything superfluous. The reason why Qin Mu didn't need Lu Chang's report was also precisely because the bad guys had long since infiltrated the Organ City. Therefore, the entire topography of the city's inner and outer structures had long been clear to Qin Mu. Even more than Lu Chong knew, the construction of the machine city is indeed ingenious, built in the belly of the mountain and powered by water, which can be called a ghostly work of art. If the city was forced to attack from the outside, only tens of thousands of lives would be needed to fill up the strange and rocky river outside the city, which is why the Organ City still exists after the unification of Great Qin. It's not that you can't attack, but paying such a price, it's not worth it. But Qin Mu favored the strong ones. The following day, at the foot of the rolling hills, 20,000 Qin troops are gathered here. Lu Chang's face was more than a little not so good. Forcibly attacking the city. This unplanned order he was not very optimistic, but the military order had been given. He did not dare to refuse. For so long, Lu Chong knows the key points. This Organ City, if it is a strong attack. He looked at the resolute generals behind him. These generals are afraid that most of them will be sacrificed. These people were under his command and followed him into death. So he was naturally heartbroken, but for the sake of Great Qin, as a soldier, one is never afraid of sacrifice. Qin Mu didn't know that Lu Chong was already determined to die for his country. He walked to the mountain wall and stood before it. The wall is complete on one side, with only some protruding rocks, which just makes the climb that much harder. To find a flawless entrance to an Organ City and it would be impossible for an unusual person to do. Yuan Tian Gang carried the severely injured Yen Dan and followed Qin Mu. So that's what Yen Dan is for. Not far away, when Red Lian saw Qin Mu bringing Yen Dan over, he knew what Qin Mu was playing at. Beside her, was the Quicksand crowd. Wei Zhuang clenched the shark's teeth in his hand and looked at the situation without saying a word. Inside the Organ City, receiving the news that the Qin army had attacked the city, several commanders of the Mo family checked up on the situation outside the city early on. Seeing Yen Dan, the Mo clan crowd was shocked. Yen Dan was their backbone. The entire Mo clan was waiting for Yen Dan to bring back reinforcements and preside over the situation. Shocked, the fighting spirit of the Mozi family was lowered by a large margin. Bastard! The great iron hammer slammed his fist on top of the stone wall, which was instantly smashed out of a large crater. How dare you lay your hands on the giant son? He felt that Yen Dan must have been assassinated. For a while, no one answered. Yen Dan was arrested, and the entire Mo family was plunged into a depression. Listen to the remaining members of the Mozi family. Open the city gates and surrender to Great Qin, or Yen Dan will be the first dead soul of the Mozi family. Yuan Tian Gang's voice was mixed with thick inner strength, shocking people's eardrums. I'll go out and fight him. Sledgehammer carried the Thunder God Hammer and made a move to rush out. Sledgehammer! Master Ban called out to him. The giant has not yet spoken. There were still so many disciples within the Organ City, and they could not let these disciples die in vain. Hey! The sledgehammer paused in his tracks and turned back around. 130 disciples disappeared from the city yesterday. The thieves inspected the Organ City and brought back news that made the crowd even more worried. What? Master Ban stared with glazed eyes. 130 people. If they weren't taken by an outside force, they could only have gone on their own. Inside the Machine City, there's a mole. Majia disciples listened to the order. No matter what happens today, never allow the city gates to be opened, and defend Organ City to the death. Outside the city, Yen Dan struggled and used his last strength to give a death order. Yuan Tian Gang frowned and was about to tell Yen Dan to shut up when the latter gushed out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Qin Mu shook his head. It seemed that Yen Dan was of little use. At Yen Dan's command, all the defense organs within the Organ City moved. No one dares to disobey the orders of a giant son. Even if the giant son is in danger at this moment, the people of the Mo family are all grieving. Even the always calm Gao Jinli is frowning tightly. His fingers holding the sword are white. They can't resist the order and swear to defend the Organ City. Before the mountain wall, Qin Mu stood with a long body, not moving a muscle. What the crowd doesn't know is that system, enable experience cards. Qin Mu was sinking his mind into the system, and his eyes gathered on a simple card with the words 10,000 swords returned to the sect printed on it. Ding! Experience card enabled successfully. As the voice fell, the card disappeared into a speck of light. Qin Mu, who had fallen into silence, snapped his eyes open, and a powerful aura spread out steeply in all directions with him at the center, startling everyone present. Above Qin Mu, the sea of clouds tumbled up, swirling up the sand, rocks, grass and leaves on the ground to hover in the air. Qin Mu merged his fingers into a sword and entered the state of the heavenly sword. At this moment, he had no sword in his hand, but all the swords in the world were at his disposal. Wei Zhuang's face of 10,000 years of frost finally cracked. His eyes slightly widened a bit, thinking to himself that neither he nor his senior brother could reach such a level. Sword come! At the command, thousands of swords and weapons buzzed. Even the water-cold sword in Gao Jianli's hand seemed to respond. Immediately afterward, the long swords of those who wore swords within the entire Organ City and among the Qin army were sheathed in unison. Under the rising wind and clouds, 10,000 swords arrived, covering the sky. No one can say what a ho-hum scene it was. 10,000 swords returned to the clan, like servants meeting their masters, and countless long swords surrounded Qin Mu's back like a pilgrimage to a revered god. The powerful and unparalleled sword strength was born from the body, and the figure could be transformed into a green smoke, with the strength spreading out and filling the air in all directions. Sharp swords flew and rolled like a wildstorm, flying all over the sky, and the swords were like a net, so powerful and vast that it was a marvelous sight to behold. This is what people can do. Inside and outside the city, there was a silence. The people had the same horror in their hearts, and the only thing in their wide-eyed eyes were the sharp swords that roamed the sky. Strong attack. So it is. Lu Chong's mind is blank. Lord Left Minister does not need any report at all. In front of such a powerful sword, a mountain is nothing more than a mayfly. This is the true strength of this monster Qin Mu. Under the powerful sword force, White Phoenix finally fell to the ground and stood with Wei Zhuang and the others. Looking at the sharp swords in the sky, he could not imagine Qin Mu's terrifyingly powerful strength. The Quicksand was positioned much closer to Qin Mu, and they could clearly see that the strong wind that came out from the sword's momentum blew by, cutting everything it touched like a blade. Wei Zhuang pursed his lips tightly and looked at Qin Mu standing in the center through the long swords flying in the sky, and his cold face finally cracked completely. Qin Mu's strength could not be shaken even if he and his senior brother joined forces. Yuan Tian Gang looked at Qin Mu with his eyes wide open. He finally realized why His Excellency didn't activate the undesirable people who had infiltrated into the city, but instead asked them to withdraw from the Organ City. This seemingly impregnable Organ City was nothing in front of His Excellency. The gazes of everyone present were attracted by the roiling swords, while Qin Mu, who was surrounded by 10,000 swords, had his black robes fluttering and a cold look on his face, just a little bit of his fingertips and a murmur. Go! Chapter 24, The City is Broken. With a simple word, the 10,000 swords steeply reversed its direction, and with a cracking sound, it shot out and struck the mountain wall. The long swords that roamed the sky chopped away the thick clouds and mist between the mountains, and the entire Organ City shook. In fact, the entire mountain trembled, and even the ground under Qin Mu's feet had countless pieces of debris bouncing around. Boom! 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 Mountain rocks splashed and smashed in all directions, rolling down into the river and splashing up several battles of water. Stone dust flew up, obscuring the crowd's view. It wasn't until the 10,000 swords dispersed and the dust settled that they could finally see the mountain wall. At this point, the wreckage was so bad that the entire mountain wall had been pierced through, revealing the organ city hidden within. The mechanical city was just broken by Qin Mu alone, and the crowd didn't react for a moment until Qin Mu's voice rang out. Not a single one. At the beginning, he said that if the Mozi family did not surrender within 3 days, not a single person would be left in the organ city. Yes, my lord. Yuan Tian Gang took the lead into the city with his undesirable men, and Lu Cheng also attacked with his army. 20,000 Qin troops, armed with spears, poured into the organ city. In a short fight, the strength of the Mozi disciples naturally could not match that of Yuan Tian Gang and the many bad guys. As a Jianghu practitioner, he was no match for the great Qin sharpshooters who excelled in group combat, not to mention the fact that it was still a case of few against many. It was a one-sided massacre. Yuan Tian Gang led the bad guys to specialize in picking out the experts of the Mozi family, and attacked them in a group, and although they were slightly strong, they could not resist for a moment in front of a few bad guys. Kill! The Qin army held a shield in one hand and a spear in the other. Being good at group attacks and art of war and superior in numbers, it was easy for 3 or 5 of them to surround and kill the Mozi disciples. The 20,000 Qin troops kept advancing inside the organ city like a meat grinder. Don't get involved in the battle. Bring the disciples into the ink core chamber. Grandmaster Ban yelled in a hurry. The organ city lost the mountain as a natural barrier, and with 20,000 Qin troops attacking, neither the city's organs nor the Majia disciples would be able to stop the Qin troops. There were only about 1,000 Majia disciples, and at this rate, it was only a matter of time before they were slaughtered by the Qin army. Juzi ordered to defend the organ city to the death, and now that the city had been broken, all he could do was to save as many disciples as he could and leave behind the roots of the Mo clan. Yes, the Snow Maiden pirate Metatarsal and others in the battlefield also understand the urgency of the situation. A few moves to get out from among the Qin army, escorting their disciples away from the center of the battlefield. Today's Majia is destined to bleed to death. As commanders, all they could do now was to minimize their losses. The Snow Maiden stealing Metatarsal, several people evacuated their disciples from the battlefield, and Gao Jianli protected Master Ban. Here, Gao Jianli's martial arts was the highest, and Master Ban was the most crucial figure in the inheritance of the entire Majia organ technique, so he had to protect Master Ban. Sledgehammer walked at the end. He was the one with the most violent temper. The Qin army was so reckless, he had long wanted to slaughter the Qin army. With a swing of his sledgehammer, several soldiers were knocked out, and due to his pressure, the Qin army did not dare to come forward for a while. Gao Jianli chopped a Qin soldier with his sword. Great iron hammer. Go! Giving the Qin army a hard look, the Qin army retreated a few steps, and the sledgehammer withdrew after the Majia crowd. And at the entrance, Qin Mu slowly entered the city surrounded by the army. He was not in a hurry. None of the people of the Mo family could escape. As soon as he entered the city, the smell of blood mixed with the smell of dust hit his face, and Qin Mu frowned slightly. Beside him, the Qin troops were neatly arrayed, their shields falling to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust, blocking the attacks of the Majia disciples, either explicitly or implicitly. Immediately after that, the spears were neatly organized and stabbed out from the gaps in the shield, and the attacking Mozi disciples were surrounded by them, like meat on the chopping block with no way to resist. Yuan Tian Gang chopped off 2 Mozi disciples with his hand and protected Qin Mu's side. Undesirable people opened the way. The Qin army strangled, and the line of people was as strong as a bamboo, and the heart of the army was soaring. At this moment, a group of commanders of the Mo family escorted a portion of their disciples to the Mo court chamber in the central hall. In front of the door of the secret room, Gao Jianli tightly gripped the water-cold sword in his hand. With no intention of entering, the giant sun was captured. The organ city was suddenly broken. Countless organs in the city they did not have time to activate. The Qin army entered the city and massacred the Mozi disciples. He couldn't just run away without a fight, letting the Qin army run amok. The water-cold sword was sheathed 3 times, and the cold air instantly struck. Zhao Gao, 20,000 Qin troops. How can you withstand them alone? Not to mention Qin Mu's unpredictable strength. Don't let those disciples lose their lives for nothing. Master Ban stopped it just in time. Gao Jianli pursed his lips, his fingers holding the sword white. Master Ban is right. 20,000 Qin troops. Even the highest martial arts skills cannot be slaughtered. Not to mention that there is a Qin Mu, an order of 10,000 swords. One person broke the machine city of the mountain barrier. Gao Jianli's hand gripping the sword tightened a few points again. Just a moment ago, if it wasn't for his death grip, the water-cold sword also became a force that broke the city. It was true that he was no match for Qin Mu. Reason also made him realize that he could only go out and die in vain. But to just run away without a fight, the pride in his heart was hard for him to convince himself. The Snow Maiden also looked at Gao Jianli worriedly, but she didn't say anything. She would respect every choice he made. Gao Jianli, who had been silent for a long time, took a deep breath as he looked towards the Snow Maiden, and then towards the Yemo clan disciples who had fled into the secret room, and finally put away his sword and lifted his foot to step into the secret room. The door to the secret room had just been closed when Qin Jun's figure appeared in the central hall, followed by Yuan Tian Gang escorting Qin Mu to the center of the hall. My lord, this is where the Mo family disappeared. Qin Jun had followed the Majia crowd all the way to the central hall, but there was no sign of the Majia people once they entered the place. Keep looking. Qin Mu still looked unperturbed. Yes, the Qin troops surrounding Qin Mu scattered in all directions, looking for anything suspicious within the hall, while Yuan Tian Gang followed Qin Mu step by step. Within the secret room, seeing Qin Mu enter the central hall, the Mo clan disciples hiding within it were tense for a moment. What if the Qin army discovers the secret room? The disciples whispered, looking a bit flustered. Qin Mu's royal 10,000 swords could blast through the mountain walls, so they didn't know if this secret room could block Qin Mu's 10,000 swords attack. Don't worry everyone, the entrance to the secret chamber is hidden and unbreakable. Even if it is discovered, it will never be opened. Grandmaster Ban was very confident that the Ying core was the most central part of the Organ City. Over the past 100 years, several generations of the Mo family had continuously reinforced and improved, and nowadays, even a celestial powerhouse couldn't easily break open the Ying core. As Master Ban had said, the entire central hall was empty and free of clutter, and at a glance one could see all the presentations without any anomalies. Numerous Qin troops searched like minesweepers and failed to find any traces. Chapter 25 Wind Xiao Xiao and Easy Water Cold. Organ City, incorporating the efforts of several generations of the Mo family, was indeed a good place. Qin Mu swept around the central hall and suddenly changed his mind about breaking the city as he turned toward Yuan Tian Gang and commanded. Yuan Tian Gang exited the central hall and soon returned to Qin Mu carrying a man, none other than Yen Dan, the giant son of the Mozi family. At this time, Yen Dan has long since turned awake. His face is as pale as paper. His expression is indignant, and he is strongly holding on to stay awake. The Qin army attacked the city, watched the organs of the city broken, watched the disciples were slaughtered. Anger, self-blame, heart like a knife, but he is still in the hands of the enemy. The Majia was actually destroyed in his hands. Immediately afterward, a delinquent moved a timing hourglass. The people in the secret room listen. This prime minister to give you time. This upper sand finish break Yen Dan an arm. Double arm break finish. There are still legs. You can take your time to consider when to come out. Qin Mu's tone was flat and his voice was not loud, but it was like thunder in the ears of the Mozi family. Vile, big iron hammer carrying the thunder god hammer one step forward. Off the 2 words, he looks extremely angry. The Qin army is really despicable and shameless, with underhanded tactics to capture the giant sun and also use this to threaten them to open the secret room. Within the Ink Corps can see all the situation in the central hall. The moment the Ink family saw Yen Dan was brought up, their complexion changed drastically. They knew that the Qin army would not rest on their laurels. They did not expect that they would torture the giant sun to threaten them to go out, except for a few commanders who could still barely keep their sanity. The other disciples of the Mozi family were shocked, angry and worried that the shameless Qin army would dare to treat the giant sun in such a way. But now they could only hide within the secret room. There were enemies everywhere outside, especially that Qin Mu, who was so powerful that he slaughtered the entire Organ City with a single order. They didn't know how long they could survive. Master Ban stared at the frail Yen Dan, who he saw shaking his head. This was telling them that they could not open the secret chamber of the Ink Corps. And Master Ban held back his anger. Within the chamber was the last hope that the Mo clan retained. The fact that Qin Mu and the others were able to get here means that the disciples outside have already. He couldn't let the last of the Mo family be left behind. Snow Maiden, Duan Mu Rong were all frowning tightly. Qin Mu on the Organ City is imperative. When he said that the Mozi family will not surrender to the slaughter of the city, we still think that he is just a minister of power. I did not expect to break the defense of the Organ City with his own strength. but also massacred so many disciples of the Mozi family. When he thought that the disciples who had given to call themselves commanders in the past were now lying in a pool of blood, he couldn't help his eyes from warming up. The thief also put away his usual playful demeanor and clenched his fists tightly. Qin Mu's tactics are truly despicable, killing so many Mozi disciples and threatening them with a giant sun. The Mo family was thus destroyed in the hands of the Qin army, and the Mo brothers who used to fight with him to the death all fell under the spears of the Qin army, and his clenched fists trembled slightly, showing how angry he was. Gao Jianli's hand holding his sword was white, locking his brows as he looked towards the center hall. He also saw Juzi shaking his head and naturally understood Yen Dan's meaning, but the Qin army attacked the city and many disciples were killed, and they can only hide within the secret room, which makes Gao Jianli is still very reluctant. No matter what kind of enemy he faces, he has never escaped, let alone the hand to kill his brother. The murder of the giant son of the man. In the middle of the central hall, the hourglass on the upper level was down to the last handful of sand. The entire hall was still motionless except for the rustling and banging sounds of the Qin army searching. Qin Mu didn't panic, and when the last grain of sand from the hourglass leaked down, Qin Mu nodded his head, and Yuan Tian Gang's sword light flashed, and an arm flew out, spattering blood. Yen Dan screamed miserably, his pale face completely getting whiter and whiter. Sweat from the pain dampened his hair and clung to his face, covered in blood. He looked wretched and weak as if he was going to die the next second. In the middle of the ink court chamber, the crowd stared with wide eyes and clenched their fists. This sword completely shattered their hopes. Qin Mu would do whatever he said, and they couldn't let the Re-Giant suffer. The giant's son was already weak, but the person in the secret room was the only one who survived in the Mo family now. If the secret room was opened, the Mo family was afraid that there would be no more disciples left. Qin Mu treated Yen Dan in such a manner that the Mo clan could not tolerate it, but the disciples in the secret room, they could not let their disciples die in vain anymore, and all of them had their brows tightly tangled. Outside the chamber, the hourglass flipped over and started the next round of timing. There's no time. Master Ban, open the secret room door and let me out. Gao Jianli gripped the water-cold sword in his hand. He couldn't let Giant Sun receive such torture anymore. Zhao Gao, Master Ban was a little hesitant, but he didn't know what to say. Everyone knew how dangerous it was to go out now, but he couldn't persuade it out again as he did just now. Someone has to get out. Gao Jianli looked at Master Ban. Gao, be careful with everything. Master Ban opened the door to the chamber and instructed Gao Jianli. Gao Jianli nodded. Juzi can't get hurt again. Now he has the highest martial arts skill here. Go out and fight with all your strength. Maybe there is a ray of hope. Snow Maiden looked at Gao Jianli's back worriedly and did not say anything. Gao Jianli went out of the secret room. The door of the secret room slowly closed, and when it was about to close, Thief Metatarsal leaped forward and followed him out. Little Metatarsal. Master Ban's voice was cut off behind the door. Thief Metatarsal followed Gao Jianli with a few dodges. You can't be the only one to be a hero. He thought that his lightness and speed were excellent, so he could give the other party a surprise at the critical moment, and create some trouble could also give Gao Jianli a chance. Gao Jianli frowned. Be more careful. Don't worry. The hourglass still had a small half of sand left, and Gao Jianli appeared in the middle of the hall. Release the giant sun. Seeing the dying Yen Dan, Gao Jianli's cold air surged out around his body, the water-cold sword covered with ice flowers, and immediately afterward, the temperature around him began to drop rapidly. Qin Jun hugged his body. Frost appeared faintly on his brow. A white mist wrapped around his face between breaths, freezing and shivering, and he couldn't care less about finding the entrance. Qin Mu had his hands in the air, not affected in the slightest, and after waiting for a long time, seeing that no one else came out, he shook his head, looking a little disappointed. Come out together and solve it together is not good, but also divided into several batches. Trouble. In the plummeting temperature, Qin Mu demeanor, then slowly opened his mouth. That depends on whether you have the skills. Gao Jianli's figure moved, and in an instant, countless hard ice rose up from the ground, forming clusters of sharper ice blades taller than a man to encircle Qin Mu in the ice. Countless ice blades attacked from underneath his feet, and with a wave of Qin Mu's vibrating sleeve, the tough ice blades shattered, and ice cubes splashed throughout the hall. Amidst the broken ice, Gao Jianli held the water-cold sword in his hand and stabbed at Qin Mu with an icy sword chi. The wind is choppy and the water is cold. The water-cold sword momentum was like a rainbow. Countless broken ice cubes were attracted around the sword body to attack Qin Mu, also blocking Qin Mu's line of sight. Qin Mu raised his hand and two fingers to control the stabbing sword, and then with a single movement of his power, Tinkerbell, accompanied by the sound of shattered ice striking metal. The surrounding ice shattered once again and the water-cold sword broke into several sections. Qin Mu flicked his wrist and the shattered water-cold sword shot towards Gao Jianli. Gao Jianli was so shocked that he couldn't dodge in time, and all the broken swords didn't enter his body, and flew out upside down, smashing on top of the stone pillar. At this time, a rotating small flywheel suddenly came towards Qin Mu. Qin Mu sidestepped to avoid it. The flywheel stopped in front of him, still spinning fast. Qin Mu flicked on top of the small wheel. The flywheel flew out again. Put! A sound of flesh tearing came as the thief metatarsal slammed to the ground, blood bubbling from a hideous wound on his chest. The small flywheel spun and sputtered with beads of blood, arcing through the air and jamming into the hall's stone pillars. Chapter 26, Leveling the Organ City. The cold dissipated and the ice disappeared, and the temperature around them picked up again. Qin Mu let people bring Gao Jianli and Thief Plantar to the center of the hall. Gao Jianli was wounded all over his body. A mouthful of blood gushed out from his mouth when he moved, and Thief Plantar held back his pain and gave him a hand. Don't move. You're hurting too much. Gao Jianli was still holding the hilt of the water-cold sword in his hand, and he had already exerted his full strength. But his full strength strike in front of Qin Mu. 2 fingers are broken. Qin Mu's strength is even more unfathomable than he imagined. Thinking of this, a mouthful of blood gushed up again. Steeler looked to the small wheel above the stone pillar that was his weapon. Gao Jianli was injured, and he was afraid that Qin Mu would strike again, so he sneaked up on him. He didn't expect his opponent to counterattack so quickly, and even when he used his divine walking electric lightning steps, he couldn't avoid it and was injured under his own weapon. This man Qin Mu is a monster. They have fallen into the hands of the enemy. I hope that Master Ban and the others will guard the secret room and not come out. Giant's son. Gao Jianli looked at Yen Dan, who by now was too weak to speak. He looked at the 2 men and shook his head with difficulty. At that moment, the hourglass in the center of the hall just missed the last grain. Yuan Tian Gang chopped down with his sword, and Yen Dan's arm flew out again, his entire body trembling. Asshole! Steeler roared out. Bold! The Qin army that was escorting them kicked the thieves in the chest, and the thieves fell to the ground with a muffled grunt, their faces twisting up in pain. When Gao Jianli saw this, he moved, and the Qin troops armed with spears escorted him to his knees. The hourglass flipped again, and if the people of the Mozi family didn't come out, after beheading Yen Dan, and Gao Jianli stealing the metatarsals, Qin Mu had plenty of time. Within the secret room, the atmosphere was heavy. Gao Jianli and the thieves were caught. Yen Dan had another arm broken, and all the people of the Mo clan were clenching their fists, their bodies trembling with anger. What to do? Some timid Mahas disciples rose up in fear. Their highest martial arts skill here, High Commander, was captured. Sooner or later the Qin army attacked the secret room, and they couldn't escape. Go out and fight them. Sledgehammer took down the Thunder God Hammer, and he was the first one who couldn't endure it. The Snow Maiden looked at the middle of the hall, especially Gao Jianli, who was covered in wounds. The heartache and worry in her eyes almost condensed out of substance. Right, go out and fight the Qin army. We Mohicans never fear our enemies. All agreed to go out, and the Murphys were to die, but never to run away. Yes, Master Ban activated the door-opening mechanism, and all the weapons in his long untouched mechanism hand had long been poised to fire. As the hourglass finished leaking again, Yuan Tian Gang lifted his sword and a few sleeve arrows hit his sword. Yuan Tian Gang stopped moving and held his sword against Master Ban and the others who appeared in the center hall. Kill! The Mozi disciples clenched their hands on their long swords and charged towards the Qin army. So many brothers died at the hands of the Qin army, and they wanted to avenge their brothers. The Qin army held a spear. Several people surrounded one person. The Mo family disciples quickly fell a piece. One fell in a pool of blood, tightly pulling the Qin army's leg. The Qin soldiers stabbed a few shots at him, but his hand did not let go at all. And while the soldier was distracted, another Mahis disciple sliced off his head with a sword. Snow Woman water sleeve flap, seemingly soft, but as sharp as a sword sharp, brush over the Qin army will pull out long wounds. Water sleeve strike, the Qin army will fly out backwards. Immediately after that, the Snow Maiden danced with her watery sleeves and headed towards Qin Mu, but then she was drowned in the huge Qin army. The silver needles in Duan Murong's hand showered the other party like a rainstorm. The silver needles were tiny, but those who were hit by the needles immediately lost their ability to move. Master Ban's organ hand keeps changing all kinds of weapons. Arrows, knives, thorns, axes. The Qin army couldn't do anything with him for a while. The great iron hammer wielded the Thor's hammer, and with a single blow, several Qin soldiers fell to the ground without moving. Qin Mu raised his hand and all the bad guys joined the battle. Unlike the Qin army, the bad guys were good at group warfare. They were fast and wandered through the battle. In a few breaths, there were very few Majia disciples left. Yuan Tian Gang raised his sword to block the thunder god hammer wielded by the great iron hammer. And the hammer struck the sword, recoiled and numbed the great iron hammer's tiger's mouth. A little power. The great iron hammer said so with his mouth, but his heart raised its vigilance. He was naturally powerful. Yuan Tian Gang blocked his thunder god hammer with a sword. This man's strength should not be underestimated. Thunder god hammer with zippy electric current swung up again. Where it passed brought up a strong wind, and residual electric light. Yuan Tian Gang held his sword. That's all the power? It's not over yet. The great iron hammer's figure leapt, raising the thunder god hammer high, and the aura around him instantly skyrocketed. Thor's hammer. The sledgehammer came at Yuan Tian Gang with a strong wind. Yuan Tian Gang waved his sword and chopped out. The sword chi surging out from his body even overshadowed the momentum of the sledgehammer. What? The sword and hammer collided with a string of blinding sparks, and with a bang, the thunder sound hammer actually cracked into two halves, smashing out to both sides, smashing large craters on the ground and wall, and splashing rocks. Sledgehammer couldn't be shocked in time as the sword chi came at him, and he couldn't control his body as he fell back until he was against the wall, a mouthful of blood spurting out violently. On the other hand, under the siege of several delinquents, Snow Maiden Duanmurong was captured with barely a hand to fight back. Qin Mu's hand moved. Master Ban felt his organ hand shook, and then cracks appeared, in which the organ was also stuck and unable to operate. Master Ban was shocked. The icy cold sword was already above his neck. The Mo Plan's commander was captured as much as he could, and there were no more Mo Plan disciples standing in the central hall. My lord, will you not kill? Yuan Tian Gang was a bit puzzled by what His Excellency said about not leaving a single one behind. How can you fish without bait? Qin Mu looked at the group of Mo clan. The Mozi family is only a force in the anti-Qin forces, but it is one of the important forces, and keeping the Mozi family is of great use. These people were the bait to draw out the remaining anti-Qin elements hidden in all corners of Great Qin, and with them dead, where to get the bait delivered to the door. What Qin Mu wanted was to draw out those people and kill them all in one go. Several commanders of the Mo clan looked at Qin Mu angrily. Qin Mu was going to use them to lure out the others. Despicable and shameless. It was a pity that they were now powerless to resist. They could only fall to the ground and stare viciously at Qin Mu. Several people were now seriously injured and had no ability to act, but they were not hurt. Qin Mu ignored the gaze of the Mo clan. Tread down Organ City. With his order, the Qin army scattered everywhere within the Organ City, searching for any leaks in the city and directly decapitating them. The entire Organ City was swept by the Qin army, except for a few captured commanders of the Mozi family. Not a single Mozi disciple was left behind. The Organ City fell completely, and the Qin army quickly took over the Organ City. Lord Left Minister, our army has taken full control of Organ City. Lu Chong returned to Qin Mu's side to report the situation. How was the battle? Qin Mu nodded and asked. 20,000 generals, 2,000 martyred, many lightly wounded. On the battlefield, casualties are inevitable. Let's organize the army first. My lord. Lu Chong retreated, and Qin Mu looked toward the Organ City Dragon's Throat Forbidden area. Chapter 27, The Box of Illusory Sounds. Majia Organ City. The Dragon Throat Forbidden Land is the real valuable place. This place has the Majia's collection for 100 years, but there are many organs in it, and it is also the most dangerous place. However, the things within the Organ City were only among the Dragon's Throat Forbidden Land that Qin Mu had eyes for. Following Qin Mu to the periphery of the Forbidden Land, Yuan Tian Gang could sense an unusual aura here. Very powerful and mysterious. My lord, this place is treacherous, so my subordinate will go in first to explore the path. Similarly, Yuan Tian Gang could see that this was a treacherous place. No need. You wait here for me. Qin Mu planned to go in by himself. He wanted to see just how terrifying this legendary Dragon's Throat Forbidden Land was. Yuan Tian Gang stayed on the periphery, and Qin Mu went all the way deeper. The deeper you go into the Forbidden Land, a mysterious power spreads, the more obvious. Invisible to give a person a pressure, coupled with the fact that there are organs everywhere. You do not know which foot or where the hem of the garment swept over will trigger an organ. Traveling in the Forbidden Land not only have to be everywhere embankment, but also to resist the invisible pressure. The average person to come here, basically have in and out. Interesting. Qin Mu avoided the longsword that attacked from nowhere, his eyes full of interest. Even if he is a strong celestial man, all the way down also unknowingly triggered a few organs. The Mahist organ art has always been to love and non-attack. For the purpose of this, do attack organs are not soft. It was rumored that the ancestors of the Mo family had once obtained the power of the Tsanglong 7 constellations, and according to today's situation, it seemed very likely to be true. Qin Mu was comfortable with the various organ attacks, thinking as he avoided the arrows flying towards his face. The 7 lodges of the Tsanglong, a secret of this world, a mysterious force. Many forces were fighting for it explicitly and implicitly, though no one even knew exactly what it was like. Suddenly, a space under his feet caught Qin Mu's attention. His excellent perception detected something strange in it. Qin Mu's body moved. A gap appeared on top of the flat ground, and Qin Mu leapt in without hesitation. As soon as his feet hit the ground, the stone platform in the center of the chamber began to slowly sink, surrounded by rotating reamers rising from the ground and moving toward Qin Mu. Qin Mu walked to the stone platform, on top of which lay a box. The box opened. Ethereal music sounded, and inside was a small tower 7 stories high. Phantom sound box. The corner of Qin Mu's mouth hung a smile. The ancestor of the Mo family had once said that the treasures within the Forbidden Land each had their own heavenly destiny. They had their own masters, and if it wasn't for the heavenly destiny of the people, they couldn't take them away. However, Qin Mu never believed in heavenly destiny. He only believed in himself, and what he wanted to take. No one could stop yet. As Qin Mu approached, the zodiac star chart surfaced, cracking the secret of the mechanism in order to take the illusory sound treasure box. Qin Mu observed the star map for a moment. In the west, the star Taibai, which is of gold, corresponds to the Shangyin. Deciphering the zodiac star chart is very simple. Just need to find the only unchanging one among the thousands of stars, and Qin Mu observes for a while and then determines the Taibai star. Subsequently, Qin Mu looked at a mural in the middle of the secret room. The soldiers around the giant dragon on the mural alluded to the number of the 5 elements, and the combination of the change in sound and the 5 elements was the key to unveiling the mechanism. Shangyin corresponds to the 4th level of the treasure box, while Jin corresponds to the 7th. Qin Mu turned the 4th layer of the treasure box and turned the 7th window. The phantom sound treasure box really stopped sinking, and the hobnails around it retreated back to the edge of the chamber and disappeared into the ground. Phantom sound box closed, on which there are Phantom Law 12, the 5 tones of the non-tone, the extreme happiness of heavenly rhythms, the magic sound of thousands of 16 Shu words. Qin Mu put the box away, turned around and left the Forbidden Land in one leap. The purpose of his trip was the phantom sound box. Although there are thousands of treasures in the Forbidden Land, it is useless to Qin Mu. My lord! Yuan Tian Gang saw Qin Mu come out and rushed forward, looking at him to see that he was unharmed before letting go of his heart. Go! Qin Mu nodded toward Yuan Tian Gang and lifted his feet to leave. The two had just returned to the hall when a blue figure landed in front of Qin Mu. Lord Left Minister, the moon god Oda Bao. Qin Mu narrowed his eyes. There's you everywhere. What's the state master doing here in the deserted mountains if he's not in Yin-Yang divining stars and fortunes? Of course he knew what the moon god was here for. The moon god's complexion changed. Qin Mu spoke really nonchalantly. The moon god came here in order to retrieve the Yin-Yang clan's lost items. Lunar god held back, patiently explaining. This is the Mo clan's organ city, and there's even a Yin-Yang clan's item? Qin Mu pretended to be shocked. The moon god couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. The things are all on you and you still say you don't have them. This object is called the Phantom Sound Treasure Box. Is my Yin and Yang family generations of things accidentally lost? I did not expect that it is within the Ink family organ city. Ancestors' belongings. We dare not dishonor. But also please left the Prime Minister adults to make it convenient. Yin and Yang family is willing to pay any price. Qin Mu's eyes deepened for a moment. The organ city was only breached. The Yin-Yang family looked for them. And now they also knew that the illusory sound treasure box was in his hands. This speed. It's quite fast. Willing to pay any price? That is to say, the Yin and Yang family is willing to take out anything in exchange for the phantom sound box. It seems that this is imperative. After all, this box is about a huge secret. It's not bad. The phantom box is related to unlocking the secret of the 7 Cthulhu of the Cthulhu dragon. The Yin-Yang family has been searching for a way to unlock the secrets of the Tsanglong 7 constellations over the years, both explicitly and implicitly, and the box of illusory sound is an indispensable part of it. So now that they have learned of the box's whereabouts, they naturally won't let it go. But there was no precedent for something that had arrived in Qin Mu's hands to slip out of his hands, much less cheapen the Yin-Yang family. When did this Prime Minister say that something is here with me? Qin Mu looked at the moon god. Damn, that pressure came again. The left minister's strength was too strong. But the illusory soundbox was of great importance. The moon god resisted the pressure. Lord Left Minister. In the hands of this prime minister it would be even less likely to be promised to someone else. The moon god had been mentally building up for a while preparing to speak when Qin Mu interrupted her. Afterward, Qin Mu turned around and waved his hand. Send off the guests. Nuwa. Yuan Tian Gang answered with an arch of his hand and made an invitation gesture to the moon god. The moon god froze in place for a while, resentful in her heart, but she didn't dare to make a move against Qin Mu, let alone snatch back the illusory sound treasure box. This person, the left minister, acts in my own way. Oil and salt, and the palms under the moon god's robes are pinched out of the marks by himself. Wanting to get back the illusory sound treasure box was no longer possible, and the moon god turned around and left with a belly full of indignation. She didn't even dare to glare at Qin Mu. The city has been broken, so the Qin army can take care of the next thing. And Qin Mu also departed to Yin-Yang. Chapter 28, Shocking the World. A few days later, Qin Mu's carriage slowly entered the city of Yin-Yang. As always in Yin-Yang, the streets are bustling with people coming and going. In the middle of the conversation, words like rebel remnant and Organ City could be faintly heard. In a few days' time, the news of Qin Mu's great breakthrough of Organ City had already spread throughout the world. No one had expected Qin Mu to have such strength, breaking the impenetrable, organ-heavy Organ City in one day. Lord Left Minister really broke the Organ City in one day? Some of the old Qin people are full of surprise and excitement. Organ City, they have long heard of its name. Qin troops stationed outside the Organ City for more than a month but nothing. The Left Minister within a day to break. Although they are not very satisfied with the Left Prime Minister's supervision, but the purge of the rebellious remnants, they are still hundreds of support. Of course, now no one dares to oppose the Qin Mu supervision. This group of old Qin people are the mainstay of Qin, and some of them have even been on the battlefield of conquering the Six Kingdoms. For them, Qin is everything, and after the extermination of the Six Kingdoms, the remnants of the Six Kingdoms and the anti-Qin forces are active in all parts of Qin, and they have always been the most disliked. In contrast, the major anti-Qin forces began to worry. Mosey Organ City, they are clearer than the people of Great Qin. It's easy to defend and difficult to attack. Can be described as a bronze wall, even in a daytime was broken. This Left Minister Qin Mu in the end is how strong. Within a hidden stronghold, the Organ City has been broken. Xiaoyu looked at the information that the scouts had sent back, the shock in his eyes overflowing. I didn't expect it either. Fan Zheng frowned. They had planned to go to Organ City to take refuge. A few days ago they received that Qin Mu, the left prime minister of Great Qin, had arrived at the Qin army's compound in Organ City, so they temporarily found a hidden place to check out the situation. Unexpectedly, Qin Mu had just arrived for a day when the news of the Organ City being broken came out. They hadn't even reacted yet, much less had a hand in helping. What kind of strength does Qin Mu actually have? Xiaoyu's complexion sank. The Majia Organ City defense is strong. There are heavy organs, known as the pure world of paradise. The Majia are also experts in the field, just like this was broken, so that he had to think more. When Qin Mu returned to Yin-Yang, he first went to the middle of the royal palace, outside the chamber. Your Excellency. When Huangzhong and the others saw Qin Mu coming, they immediately stepped forward and saluted. Qin Mu nodded and checked around the chamber, not finding any abnormalities, and waited outside the chamber for a long time without hearing any ringing. In these few days, has there been any movement in the secret room? Qin Mu asked. We watch day and night, not moving an inch, and there is no movement in it. Huangzhong replied one by one. A few of them had been guarding this place without intermission, and there had been no movement in the secret room. Strictly guarded. Qin Mu nodded his head again. The time was still almost up. Nah, the secret room was unharmed. So Qin Mu left the royal palace and returned to his residence. Welcome back, my lord. Qin Mu had just stepped off the carriage when the guards at the entrance respectfully saluted. Qin Mu raised his feet and entered the mansion. Before going to the king's palace, he had already arranged for Yuan Tian Gang to take Gaini and Tianming back to the palace first, and by now, Gaini and the two of them had already made the arrangements. My lord, the undesirable people have reported that all the remaining members of the Mo clan have been escorted into the Tooth Eater prison. When Qin Mu returned to his house, Yuan Tian Gang came to report. Aha! Qin Mu tapped his fingers on the desktop. He did not bring the people of the Mo family back to Yin-Yang, and escorted them to the Tooth Eater prison. The Tooth Eater prison, formerly known as the ZT prison, situated in a secluded place along the coast of Shangqi City. It was built by Zhang Taigong based on the art of Qi Men Dun Jia, Zhang Taigong built it as a military base for King Mu before he conquered the Zhou dynasty, and in case the conquest failed, it could be used as a fortress for the final defense against the enemy. Later, Duke Huan of Qi changed it into a prison for Rongdi barbarians who possessed foreign arts and renamed it the Tooth-Eating Prison. After Ying Zheng unified the 6 kingdoms, it became the Prison of Qin, known as the sharp teeth that devour life. It was also due to the fact that the entrance to the Tooth-Eater prison was extremely hidden, tucked away under the seawater, and could only be discovered in the time after the tide had gone out. Therefore, those who do not know the entrance to the prison will need to take a while to find the entrance to the prison. Into the Tooth-Eating Prison, after the rising tide of the people inside will not be able to get out of the prison. And the prison proper is hidden in the mountains, itself a large organ with parts that can be moved. The art of Qimen has many variations and is divided into 2 types of methods, namely, Row Palace Method and Flying Palace Method, which has 262. 144 variations and Flying Palace Method has 531. 441 variations. The mechanism gears of the Tooth-Eater's prison operate independently, and the source of the power drive is unknown, so it is not always possible to crack it even against the drawings. The people of the Mo family were imprisoned in it and would never be able to escape. Spread the news that the people of the Mo clan are being held in the Tooth-Eater prison. Qin Mu pondered for a moment and opened his mouth. The bait was ready. The fish couldn't be too slow to take the bait. Promise. Yuan Tian Gang retreated when he received the order. Now everything is ready. Just don't know how long it will take for the anti-Qin rebels to find the entrance. Qin Mu's eyes flashed a few hints of interest. However, showing up is the most important thing. Daoist spiritual master. When the moon god came back from the Organ City, he met with the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi. Only his face was really unattractive. Your Excellency, the Eastern Emperor. The moon god bowed her head and saluted. How about this trip? East Emperor Tai asked. The illusionary soundbox was crucial. The moon god's face stiffened. Your Excellency the Eastern Emperor. The moon god's errand was unfavorable. I had just arrived at the Organ City when Left Minister Qin Mu had already taken the illusory sound treasure box. Qin Mu moved too fast. The illusory sound treasure box was in his hands. She couldn't bring it back since, and she was also posed by Qin Mu. The moon god's grip tightened. Qin Mu. East Emperor Tai fell silent. The moon god several times in the hands of Qin Mu failed to get good. A few contacts down. This left side of the Yin and Yang family's goodwill seems to be a little cold. And there is. Don't mess with Qin Mu for now. After a long time, the Eastern Emperor Tai spoke again. His Excellency the Emperor of the East. The moon god was a bit puzzled. It wasn't that they had provoked Qin Mu, but everything was Qin Mu's meddling. And since he had overseen the country, he had already disrupted the Yin-Yang family's plans many times. Qin Mu is different from all beings. I have projected his future with the secret art of Yin and Yang and came up with the result that this person has not been entangled in destiny. East Emperor Tai spoke. In addition to Qin Mu's attitude towards the Yin-Yang clan, there was also the fact that Qin Mu had a destiny that even Dong Huang Tai couldn't see. How is it possible? Could it be that Qin Mu has jumped out beyond his destiny? The moon god was greatly surprised that everything in the world was entangled in destiny. But Qin Mu did not? Don't touch him, and put the matter of the illusory sound treasure box on hold. East Emperor Taichi's tone was flat, and no one knew what was in his mind. Luna understands. The lunar god answered with slightly downcast eyes, gathering her emotions and looking up at the starry sky before turning to leave. Qin Mu, what kind of person is he? Without destiny haunting him, does such a person really exist in this world? The moon god originally thought that the phantom voice box was a matter of great importance, and the East Emperor Tai would order that it must be retrieved. But he didn't expect that it would be a matter of not messing with the left minister Qin Mu. Today's situation, all the forces have different thoughts. The Mo family's various news from some inconspicuous people intentionally or unintentionally spread out. For a while, the news that the remaining members of the Mo clan were imprisoned in the Tooth-Eater prison spread like the wind throughout the entire Great Qin world. Chapter 29, the Mo family's last card. Sang he, there's an inn. Butcher's face was full of anxiety. The Organ City was broken, and the entire Majia family was left with him here as a stronghold. At that moment, a knock sounded at the inn's front door, and the butchers welcomed in several people wearing bucket hats. Is the news true? Prosper removed his bucket hat and asked the butcher. The group of people who came was none other than the Easy Sun and some of the disciples of the human sect. The Mo clan was in trouble, and the only one who was willing to give a hand to help was the Easy Sun. True. It is already certain that the Giant Sun and several commanders are imprisoned in the tooth-devouring prison. Butcher's tone was certain. Since the incident in the Organ City, He had been poking around for news of the Maja people, and now he was pretty sure that the news was reliable. Things will be difficult in that case. The Tooth Eater prison is no ordinary prison. Prosperity frowned tightly. The tooth-devouring prison was known for its ferocity, but even its location wasn't known to be there. And the place basically had an entry but no exit. How can this be? Butcher is even more anxious. Now he wants no one, no plan. Even the Free Sun has a headache. He is even more puzzled. But the Mosey family's commanders and giants cannot be saved. People always need to be saved, but they must not act rashly. Now I'm afraid that the only way to help is to turn to the one from the Little Sage Manor. The prosperous son opened his mouth. Mr. Zhang Liang? Butcher slapped his head. Look at my brain. Mr. Zhang Liang must have a solution when he steps in. Easy Son nodded. The only one who could help them amongst the Little Sage Manor was Zhang Liang. They had no way to take the tooth-eating prison. They could only give it a try at the moment. Zhang Liang was the third leader of the Little Sage Manor, a man of great talent and intellect, who had helped people like the Mosey family many times to escape the Qin army's pursuit. And now, in the time of danger, the only one they could think of for reinforcements was Zhang Liang. The butchers did what they said they would do, and immediately took up their food boxes and headed for the Little Sage Manor. He was the food specialist of the Little Sage Manor, and he sent food there from time to time, so no one would think that it was wrong for the butler to waltz over to Zhang Liang with a food box. Most of the contacts between Zhang Liang and the anti-Qin forces were made by him, in which he passed on the news, and in this way, it was a breeze. Butcher found Zhang Liang with a large food box and delivered only one message. Outsiders could only see that Butcher was saying new dishes to Zhang Liang. After meeting Zhang Liang, Butcher went down the mountain with his food box. Although the small sage manor is a place of study, but which the big head of the second head are not bad strength. Plus Zhang Liang, although the anti-Qin forces have contact, but never in the small sage manor to receive anyone, because of an inadvertent, it is likely to be involved in the whole of the small sage manor. It is so that the Free Sun does not dare to go rashly. But on the contrary, Butcher's identity is there, but there is not too much concern. Soon after the butler returned, Zhang Liang came to have an inn as well. Boss Ding, I heard that there are new dishes at the inn, so Liang is passing by this time and has come to ask about them. Zhang Liang greeted at the entrance of the inn. The butchers even said that they were honored guests and welcomed Zhang Liang into the inn. I hope you won't be offended if I hastily invite you to come. Entering the house, Butcher bowed his hand and saluted. Boss Ding doesn't have to be like this. Zhang Liang helped the butcher up. Mr. Zhang Liang. Easy Son showed up and also arched his hand in salute. Mr. Loose Boy. As Mr. Easy appeared suddenly, Zhang Liang's demeanor remained the same. Mr. is willing to come. I think he must have already known what we are thinking. Now the situation is not optimistic. We can only take the liberty of disturbing Mr. Easy Son looked serious. This matter was not small to say the least. If they had a method, they wouldn't have asked Zhang Liang to take action. Rio did guess a thing or two. You all are about the tooth-devouring prison, aren't you? Zhang Liang's warm voice was more like an affirmation. Previously the butchers had delivered a message to him at the Little Sage Manor. Although it was too late to explain, he already knew what it was about, and his appearance at the aristocrat inn had already explained his choice. Exactly. Prosper nodded. Zhang Liang had a slight headache, not to mention that the Tooth Eater prison was tightly defended. Finding its exact location and entrance was a not-so-small problem. However, the Mosey family was the backbone of the anti-Qin forces, and the Mosey organard should not be cut off. He couldn't save him from death. He couldn't do it. This is a matter that needs to be considered in the long run, and there are no guarantees from Zifeng. I will send a message to Boss Ding, and if that doesn't work out, it will be inconvenient for Zifeng to intervene in this matter. After a moment of silence, Zhang Liang spoke. Although he intended to help, it was difficult for him to guarantee whether or not he would be able to accomplish it. Thank you, sir. If there's a need, just ask. At these words, the butcher duo breathed a sigh of relief. With this matter settled, Zhang Liang also returned to the Little Sage Manor, and at the same time, he sent a message out. Next day, on the edge of a cliff by the sea, Zhang Liang was dressed in blue, warm and moist like jade. Beside him, a white-haired man stood with a sword. It is rare that you and I have a time to deliberate together. Wei Zhuang looked towards the sea in the distance. The Quicksand members a few meters behind him. Rip. It's been a long time. Zhang Liang also looked into the distance. Only a trace of remembrance flashed in his eyes. He and Wei Zhuang both came from Manhwa. Zhang Liang was the grandson of Zhang Kaidi, the prime minister of Manhwa back then, and Wei Zhuang lived in Xilan Xian. The two met through Han Fei, Wei Zhuang and Han Fei founded Lusha, and Zhang Liang also experienced the rise and fall of Korea with the two of them. When the Quicksand, to the world as a bureau, planning the entire Central Plains, but Han Fei's death, Han was destroyed, and now the Quicksand has just a killer organization. It's been a long time, but Zifeng has learned to be emotional. Wei Zhuang spoke slowly, his eyes moving imperceptibly. Things change, people change. Zhang Liang also opened his mouth. Like Quicksand, like him, like Wei Zhuang, all of them are not like the old days. You didn't seek me out today just to catch up with old friends, did you? Wei Zhuang did not continue those topics. He knew that Zhang Liang must have something in mind when he looked for him. Nothing can be hidden from you. Zhang Liang laughed. If it's a matter of the Mo family, there's no need to mention it again. Wei Zhuang directly opened his mouth to reject it. The people of the Little Sage Manor didn't know Zhang Liang, but Wei Zhuang knew very well that the only people who could make Zhang Liang need manpower at the moment were the Mo clan in the tooth-eating prison. The Majia is Qin Mu's arrangement. When he fought with Qin Mu, Wei Zhuang still owed the other party a favor. Not to mention that Qin Mu's attack on the Organ City, that roiling rain of swords, was still fresh in his mind. Wei Zhuang did not intend to go up against Qin Mu. Zhang Liang was slightly stunned and turned his head to look at Wei Zhuang. Although the tooth-eating prison was vicious, it was enough to handle with Liu Sha's ability. The Mo family is Qin Mu's bait. Quicksand can't move. Wei Zhuang was silent for a moment and opened his mouth to answer Zhang Liang's doubts. If you don't want little sage Zhuang to be buried with you, stay away from those people, especially the Mo clan. Wei Zhuang reminded Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang frowned. The reason why he had answered the request of Easy Sun and the others was also because he was certain that he could get Quicksand to make a move. But Wei Zhuang refused so decisively that things went beyond his expectations. It looked like Wei Zhuang had some concerns about Qin Mu. One should say scruples. Qin Mu? Left Minister of Great Qin? Zhang Liang's heart grew heavy. Go, mark my words. I do not wish to collect the bodies of the deceased. Wei Zhuang dropped his words and left with Quicksand's men. Zhang Liang shook his head with some bitterness on his face. Quicksand couldn't make a move. This matter was indeed difficult. Qin Mu, what kind of god is he? Chapter 30, The Sanghi Situation. Yin-Yang, Zhuozhuang Mansion. In the study, Qin Mu inquired about the situation over at the Tooth-Eater prison. Your Excellency, the undesirable people in the counties have spread the news that the remaining members of the Mo clan are imprisoned in the Tooth-Eating prison all over Great Qin. But everything is as usual around the Tooth-Eating prison. Yuan Tian Gang stood in front of Qin Mu and arched his hand. The news of the Mo family has long been spread throughout the world. Only the teeth of the prison nearby has not moved. Must be anti-Qin forces only know the name of the teeth of the prison. Do not know where it is. It looks like the fish in this phase can't eat the bait on their own, so let's give them a hand. Qin Mu had a smile on his lips, but there was no temperature in his eyes. Put out the word that this Prime Minister will personally visit Sanghi 7 days later to behead the remaining members of the Mo family. Nah. Yuan Tian Gang arched his hand and led the way. Prepare the car and depart Sanghi City immediately. Yuan Tian Gang immediately withdrew from the study to prepare. The undesirables were quick and efficient, and in no time at all everything was ready. Qin Mu was still dressed in black, boarded a flashy carriage. In front of him was Yuan Tian Gang riding his horse all the way to keep watch. All around the carriage were bad guys escorting. A group of people just went out of Yin-Yang City. After learning the news, all the forces in Yin-Yang City have speculated that Lord Left Minister, which has just returned not 2 days ago, drove away again. The first time the Left Minister went out of Yin-Yang to step on the Majia Organ City. What is the purpose of this time? The people only feel that Qin Mu does not sound like a surprise. He went out of Yin-Yang must be a big action. I do not know which family will suffer. The news of the tooth-eating prison has just extinguished a little bit of seedling. And another gust of wind blew when the Left Prime Minister personally visited the Sanghi to behead the remaining members of the Mozi family in public. And this matter once again stirred up a turbulent tide of darkness in the Great Qin. Being at the center of the incident, the news of the beheading of the remaining people in Sanghi City had long been known. The people on the street would have a word or two about it in casual conversation. Public beheading. This time is so tight. We can't wait any longer. Butcher said he armed his own large knife. Said nothing cannot let the giant son and the commander be beheaded. Now the small Saint Sage Zhuang delayed news. He was already anxious, afraid to wait any longer. The arrival of the Qin army, the Mozi family will really be finished. No, not to mention that we still don't know where the entrance to the tooth-devouring prison is. Even if we knew where to go to rescue someone, would such an important prison be guarded by less experts? The prowler stopped Butcher. He was also now frowning tightly. Only 7 days left. They still don't even know where the entrance to the prison is, giving him the feeling that he has nowhere to focus on. But the giants and the others are about to be beheaded. Butcher just couldn't sit still and went around the house. Right now, all we can do is wait. After thinking for a moment, Prosper spoke again. Perhaps, we don't need to know how to enter the tooth-devouring prison. You mean? Butcher stopped in his tracks. Robbing the court. The stronghold of the Xiang clan. The news of the imminent beheading of the Mo family is spreading like wildfire, and the Xiang family has long since received the information, but whether or not to make a move is a matter of opinion. As the same anti-Qin forces, we should give a helping hand. If we succeed in saving the people of the Mozi family, then we will have disgraced Great Qin and greatly increased our party's momentum. Right. The remnants of the Xiang family were all excited at the news, and they looked at Fan Zhang expectantly, stepping in to save the Mozi family, as well as letting them take a breath of fresh air and kill the might of Great Qin. No, Qin Mu's strength is unfathomable. The Organ City will be broken in a day in his hands. With the only people left in our Xiang family and Mo family, we can't rob the court at all. Fan Zhang's tone was harsh, and they were simply not capable of fighting against the Qin army. There are so many anti-Qin forces. Let's contact a few more forces. How many Qin troops can there be in a single law court? Some people still cling to the idea of striking out, in case it fails to succeed. My Xiang family cannot afford the risk of exposure. Fan Zhang swung the table and rose. They were already struggling to save themselves, so how could they save others? Xiao Yu remains silent, his eyes obscure. In the middle of the little sage village, Zhang Liang received the news and sighed in his heart. Quicksand couldn't make a move, which was unexpected. Now he had no more secure method, so he had never sent a message to Butcher and Easy. It seems that we can only do it the hard way. Zhang Liang looked at the letter in front of him. He could have stood by and watched. Wei Shuang also advised him not to get too involved, but he couldn't do nothing about it after all. I hope that the Xiang clan of Chu, as well as the people of the royal families of the remaining 5 kingdoms, will come to their aid for the sake of being the same anti-Qin forces. The fanfare of the beheading of the Mozi man, the penal colony, was clearly a setup. What Zhang Liang wanted was to rob the prison. Come on, man. Third Master Gong, a disciple, walked in. Send this to there is an inn. Zhang Liang packed the letter and handed it to the disciple. Yes, the disciple received the letter and exited the room. There was an inn in the middle of the inn. The Easy Son and the others received Zhang Liang's letter and couldn't wait to open it. Mr. Zhang Liang has a solution? A few people read the contents of the letter, but there were a few stiff looks on their faces. Uniting other major powers. Prison hijacking. Whether it is the news of the Mo family being imprisoned or the news of the beheading of the Mo family, it is all Qin Mu's bureau. But the law court is a chess move to push the process forward, and the people of the Mo family can't help but save them. And under the stakes, the robbery of the prison has a better chance of winning. Prosperity's face stared for a few moments as the major forces stared at him. Moreover, this matter is extremely risky. It is not easy to unite in just a few days, but at the moment there is no better way. The Free Son's heart wrote a few letters, and the whole there is an inn of people acted. It's better than sitting around waiting to die, and with Zhang Liang mediating in the middle of it, I'm sure there's a good chance. Chapter 31, The Little Sage Estate. Several days passed, and at the gates of Sanghe City, the magistrate was waiting here with his men. Seeing a flashy carriage approaching from afar, the magistrate rushed to welcome him. Greetings, Lord Left Minister. The news of Qin Mu's coming to Sanghe City had long since flown all over Great Qin, and the county magistrate of Sanghe City had arranged everything early in the morning, just waiting for Qin Mu to arrive. At this moment, his face was filled with smiles as he bowed and saluted the carriage. Get up. The carriage curtains opened and Qin Mu's voice came out. Lord Left Minister, my humble servant has prepared a banquet to receive you. Please take your seat. The magistrate was a bit trembling. He wanted to brush his favor in front of Qin Mu, but he couldn't help but get close to Qin Mu's carriage. The pressure from the Left Minister's group was too great. No need. Arrange a place to stay. Qin Mu directly refused. Such a banquet is nothing more than the seat of the people carefully flattering to please. He has always been meaningless to these official prestige show no interest. Yes. Qin Mu refused to receive the matter. The magistrate was a little apprehensive, thought about it and asked tentatively, Your Honor has come a long way. Why don't you move to my small sage manor in Sanghe City? To say that the Sanghe land? Only the small sage manor is known far and wide. The scenery in the manor is pleasant, and is the place of the sages. The Left Minister of the Lord stay here is also a piece of beautiful talk. The magistrate thought darkly. Lead the way. Qin Mu glanced at the magistrate for a moment before agreeing down. "I'll make the arrangements, my lord, please." Saying that, the magistrate hurriedly sent someone to notify the little sage manor. "So we can't slow down Lord Left Minister." Qin Mu nodded. Yuan Tian Gang lowered the curtain, and the group headed towards the little sage manor. Shang Qi magistrate walked in front of the team. His heart was secretly happy. It seems that such an arrangement of the Left Minister Lord is still satisfied. He is such a local official. It is not easy to see the big man once. In the carriage, Qin Mu rubbed the J trigger in his hand, and ever since they approached Sanghi City, countless lines of sight had been sizing up their group if at all. Obviously, it's all the fish he's caught. The bait is out in the open. So don't let this minister down. Qin Mu had a smile on the corner of his mouth. So people shouldn't come too few. Qin Mu and his entourage passed through the streets of Sanghi, and the people stepped back. Such a gorgeous carriage. Inside must be a big shot from above. In such a situation, the ordinary people only dared to watch from afar. As Qin Mu's carriage traveled by, the scouts hiding in the shadows quietly retreated, and the news of Qin Mu's entry into the city and where he was going spread in the shadows. There was an inn, and Prosperity and the others had received the news brought back by the scouts. A few days have passed, and it's about time. The promiscuous son's expression was anything but relaxed. Qin Mu had already arrived at the Sanghi, and their time was becoming increasingly tight. "Qin thieves, how dare you come to the Sanghi?" Butcher couldn't suppress his anger when he heard Qin Mu's name. The Mo family was victimized by this person. "Don't be impulsive," Prosper reminded, and seeing that Butcher had calmed down a bit, he turned his head to the scouts. "Where does Qin Mu live?" "Look at the direction to the little sage manor." Upon hearing this, Prosperity and Butcher glanced at each other, both seeing surprise and worry in each other's eyes. Qin Mu's stay at the little sacred sage manor was not considered good news, whether it was for Easy Sun and the others or for Zhang Liang and the others. Left Minister Qin Mu was going to live in Little Sage Manor? This was completely unexpected by Vernian. The Little Sage Manor does not participate in political affairs and maintains a neutral stance between Great Qin and the major powers. But once Great Qin unified the 6 kingdoms, there was no king's land under the sky. Qin Mu was coming, so they naturally couldn't refuse. Fu Nian was a little worried. Qin Mu's name had just emerged not long ago, but a pile of things about him had shocked everyone, and he hoped that the Little Sage Manor would be able to pass through peacefully this time. One can only take one step at a time. Fu Nian pondered for a moment. Recently it had been an eventful time. Pass the order down. Lord Left Minister is coming to my Little Sage Manor for a small stay. All disciples abide by the rules of etiquette and shall not be slowed down. After a quarter of an hour, follow me to greet the Left Minister. Still, the disciple must be admonished. Nah. Fu Nian closed his eyes, sank his mind, lifted his feet and walked out. The one who shared the same worries as Fushinin was also the third leader of the Little Sage Zhuang. Zhang Liang's eyebrows were slightly creased, and he suddenly remembered Wei Zhuang's words that, Qin Mu. Muttering those 2 words, the man that even Wei Zhuang didn't dare to face head-on. Whether or not coming to Little Sage Manor is just a temporary stay is afraid that it is still hard to say. Under the 3 heads of state, the entire Little Sage Manor was abuzz when they heard that Lord Left Minister was coming, but admonition followed, and the disciples put away their excited curiosity, and received the admonition slowly and methodically. Yes, the movements of the hands were not slow, and within a few breaths, all the disciples were fully dressed and arrived at the entrance of the Little Sage Manor along with Fu Nian. Everyone stood in their positions, and Confucianism was to receive the Left Minister of Great Qin with the highest etiquette. The disciples looked forward to it. Having grown up so much, they hadn't seen what a person like the Left Minister looked like. The 3 leaders, however, did not look too good, especially Zhang Liang. He had just sent a letter to There Is an Inn, and Qin Mu was going to personally arrive at the Little Sacred Sage Manor on the back foot, and his every move could implicate the entire manor's disciples. Qin Mu on anti-Qin forces will never be merciful. From the Majia know, if there is really any failure, and the major forces involved, then he Zhang Liang is really 1,000 years of sinners. The more it comes to this time, the more tense a person's heart is. Fu Nian was filled with worry. For some reason, Qin Mu's arrival always made him feel very uneasy, as if the urgency of the storm was coming made him unable to suppress the worry in his heart. He looked at his junior brother Zhang Liang beside him, and after a moment of silence, he opened his mouth and said, "The Left Minister of Great Qin has stayed at the Little Sacred Sage Manor, and the entire manor is under martial law, and there are some things that can't be touched when it comes to the safety of all the disciples." Fu Nian meant what he said. He knew about some of Zhang Liang's private dealings over the years. He was strongly against it, but he didn't really do anything to stop it. But this was a different time, and he had to remind Zhang Liang about it. Qin Mu moved in. The whole Zhuang up and down must be cautious. Otherwise his small sage Zhuang is the next Mahist organ city. Sect Master Brother said Zifang understands since the matter is about little sage manners. Zifang dare not be careless. Rumor has it that the left minister this person is unpredictable. Sect Master Brother should also pay more attention. Zhang Liang naturally knew what Fu Nian was referring to, and also understood that his contact with the anti-Qin forces might involve the little sage manor at any time. But all the major forces were good people, and there was no way for him to ignore them being surrounded by the Qin army. Qin Mu's arrival was unexpected, and he was even more afraid to trap the little sage manor in jeopardy at this juncture. The best of both worlds is rare. He has the heart to help the Mozi family at the moment, but he also has to take into account the Zhuang. You are the third head of the little sage manor. Your every word and action represents the attitude of the little sage manor in the eyes of outsiders. There are many disciples in the manor, and once something is revealed, it's the lives of the entire manor. Fu Nian sighed slightly, his tone sinking. Zhang Liang lowered his head. All of this, he knew better than anyone else. The connection with the major powers. He had always done it in a secretive manner. If it really came to that one day, he would preserve the little sacred sage manor at any cost. Seeing Zhang Liang's appearance, Fu Nian changed the topic. I will pay attention to Qin Mu. The time for the execution of the Mozi family is approaching, and I fear that his sudden visit to my little sage manor is also forcing us to make a choice. Zhang Liang has always acted assertively. Fu Nian knocked out also no longer hold him, but talked about the intentions of Qin Mu. When these words fell, none of the three people in front of the door spoke again. Do we have a choice? After a short silence, Zhang Liang smiled bitterly. In the midst of chaos, strength is superior. The Qin army iron cavalry stepped through the 6 countries, not to mention their small sage Zhuang a reading place. Today, when Qin Mu gave a command, they all went to the front door to welcome him. Even though the 3 were the masters of the little sage manor, they didn't have to refuse. Fu Nian sniffed more heavy heart. Nominally small sage manor has long belonged to the great Qin. Just Zhuang did not have a person into the dynasty as an official. So far the party cannot hear things outside the village. Qin Mu is the center of power in the great Qin. His arrival has been selected for the small sage manor. Lord Left Minister is afraid to arrive. Yan Lu, who hadn't said anything, spoke up. Sure enough, as soon as Yan Lu's words fell, a flashy carriage popped up in front. The carriage traveled to a slow stop in front of the main gate of the little sage manor. Yuan Tian Gang took the lead in dismounting from his horse, lifted the curtain, and Qin Mu came out from within the carriage. Greetings, Lord Left Minister. The crowd saluted in unison. Be excused. Qin Mu got out of the carriage and swept around the crowd, eventually stopping his gaze at the 3 Fu Nian people. Chapter 32, Entering the Court as an Official? The Little Sage Manor, located in the hills on the outskirts of Sanghe, far away from the downtown area yet not avoiding the world, is the main seat of Confucianism, famous throughout the world, known as the paradise of the readers. After the Great Qin unified the world, the attitude of the small sage Zhuang to the Great Qin has not been very clear. If the separation is to maintain a neutral attitude, little sage Zhuang 3 family members, known as the Qilu 3 masters, all have the talent of the sky and the earth, literary and military strategy, but also a person of great justice. Qin Mu's gaze paused slightly on Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang's conscience tightened slightly and he didn't move to be cautious. Then he heard Qin Mu say, the little sage manor is famous far and wide. This prime minister has long wanted to visit the manor to have a look at it. And today, without being invited, the 3 heads of the family may not blame this prime minister for intruding. Qin Mu had a smile on his lips. Fushan rushed forward. Not to dare. Not to dare. The visit of Lord Left Minister is the honor of the little sage manor. Your Excellency has traveled all the way. Please enter the village first to rest and recuperate. Fushan sidesteps the false lead. Thank you, sect leader Fu Nian. Qin Mu led Yuan Tian Gang and the others to follow Fu Nian into the little sacred sage manor. In addition to the name of Little Sage Village as a sacred place of Confucianism, the scenery within it is also known far and wide. Once inside the manor, into the eyes, is the chic architectural design. The manor is complete. The layout is reasonable. The artificial lake, the Wendao Academy, the 6 Arts Museum, the 3 provinces of the bookstore. Every place is not more than a point of redundancy, and does not fall into the details of a tiny bit. Overall clean and comfortable, unusually quiet and airy. All the way down, the Zhuang everywhere beautiful scenery. Fu Nian gushing to Qin Mu introduced once. Qin Mu occasionally nodded, only to think that in this era, there can still be such a paradise. Confucianism is really will enjoy. However, if you don't follow the general trend, sooner or later this beauty will become a waste. My lord, this is the little sage manor. I wonder where your lordship will stay. After introducing the last place, Fu Nian inquired. Qin Mu acted as if he hadn't heard Fu Nian's words and just stared at him. Fu Nian's heart instantly lifted. What? What's the point of staring at him without talking? Fushan frowned involuntarily and slightly. Is he out of order? Or did Qin Mu discover something? The group of people all fell into silence. Qin Mu didn't speak and no one dared to make a sound. Qin Mu just looked Fu Nian up and down. The three heads of the little sage manor are very knowledgeable, but they have very different temperaments and hold different philosophies. All along, Zhang Liang had been overly calculating and had shown, but in comparison, Qin Mu valued Fu Nian more. Fu Nian's philosophy is more suitable for the current Qin, while Zhang Liang first has been close to the anti-Qin forces, and his rebellious heart has been greatly reduced in Qin Mu's heart. Zhang Liang's philosophy is even more traditional. As the head of the little sage manor, Fu Nian's philosophy of governance was kingly governance. Such a concept sanctifies and absolutizes the king. The king then represents the country and the heavens. A man must not betray his country against heaven. Once Ying Zheng obtains immortality, Great Qin will surely prosper forever. Such a Great Qin requires a school of thought that promotes the supremacy of kingship. In the future, the Great Qin is bound to be as strong as the clouds, and to rule a powerful empire, it is necessary to have a sacred monarch who represents the heavens. Nowadays, this Confucian philosophy of Fu Nian's has not yet been perfected, so the position of the little sage Zhuang has been fluctuating. But there's that enough. Qin Mu thought for a long time and looked at Fu Nian feeling more and more satisfied. Would Mr. Fu Nian like to join the dynasty as an official? As the crowd began to get suspicious, Qin Mu finally spoke up. When these words came out, the surrounding area fell into a deeper silence, and the crowd of people following behind them were in shock and couldn't come back to their senses. Zhang Liang frowned even more, his heart tightening. The sudden invitation made Fu Nian silent in place for a long time before he opened his mouth and said, "Thank you for your love." Fu Nian knows that he is not talented and is afraid that he will not be able to take on a big job. Mr. is the head of the three masters of Qilu, the head of the little sage manor. If Mr. is not competent, I'm afraid that no one in this world will be able to hold an official position. Qin Mu narrowed his eyes, his smile not reaching the bottom of his eyes. Fushan opened his mouth to excuse himself further. Yuan Tian Gang coldly swept a glance at him and raised his hand to make a gesture, and the atmosphere around him instantly tightened. Seeing this, Fu Nian's words that had reached his lips turned around and, precisely because Fu Nian is the head of the little sacred sage manor, and there are many matters within the manor, I would ask that your excellency allow me to carefully consider the matter for a day before replying. Qin Mu looked deeply at Fu Nian and nodded down. Seeing Qin Mu agree to come down, Fu Nian sighed in relief. There was no step-by-step. He had to find the right words to say. Entering the dynasty as an official, Fu Nian still had a few stirrings in his heart, but he's the head of the little sage village. As he admonished Zhang Liang, his every move was even more representative of the little sage shrine. If he joined the dynasty as an official, it would mean that the little sage manor had defected to Great Qin. In this way, it was no longer possible for the little sage manor to remain neutral, but rather to become a Great Qin force. His attitude determines the future of the little sage manor, and as one hair moves the whole body, Fu Nian has almost made up his mind that this invitation is not something he can agree to. What Fu Nian could think of, Qin Mu naturally thought of it long ago. Seeing Fu Nian's expression, Qin Mu slowly opened his mouth. Mr. Think well do reply earlier. This prime minister promises you the position of the prime minister. One word once again calmed everyone in the room. The always calm Zhang Liang and Yan Lu were both startled by Qin Mu's outburst. Fushan was even more confused as a person. The Great Qin phase. The Great Qin minister. That is the head of the 100 officials. Standing at the pinnacle of power in Great Qin. The one man. The one man. The one man. The left minister promises a position as a minister with a single word. This is simply astonishing. Chapter 33, he, Qin Mu, is the Great Qin god of murder. The scene did fall silent once again, with Yan Lu, who was the calmest in nature, being the first to come back to his senses. But his heart is like water. That piece of water in his heart also still swings a circle of ripples for a long time. Yan Lu did not move and glanced at Zhang Liang beside him. At this moment, Zhang Liang had a complicated look on his face. Some of Zhang Liang's private outbursts, Yan Lu also knew, even more than Fu Nian. This little brother has always disliked Qin. That Qin brutality, disregard for the lives of the people, but with the mosey very close, but also a chivalrous style. If your brother joins the court as an official, firstly, the little sage village will become the power of Qin, as the third head of Zhangliang will naturally have to work for Qin. And secondly, if those things are exposed, not only will my brother's career be ruined, but the entire little sage manor will be implicated. Just as Yan Lu thought, Zhangliang's heart at this moment was far more complicated than the demeanor that had materialized. This time, Fu Nian stood in place for even longer. He couldn't figure out Qin Mu's intentions, and deliberated for a long time before he opened his mouth. And, the position of Prime Minister is very important. Fu Nian is not talented. Really do not dare to think of this position. Not to mention that this Qin Prime Minister, now is Lord Li Si. Speaking of Li Si, an imperceptible dislike flashed in Fu Nian's eyes. Today's Confucians are afraid that none of them have much goodwill towards Li Si. Li Si, character Tong Gu. Nowadays, although he is a legalist, he had studied under Xuanzi of Confucianism. This man is thoughtful and bold enough to push the envelope. In the midst of the chaos, he once proposed the strategy of Zhenghu to Zhenghu, mediating between the temple and the Zhenghu. It's amazingly talented. As the Prime Minister of Qin, he was trusted by Ying Zheng, and made great contributions to the unification of the Six Kingdoms and the battle against anti-Qin forces. But at the same time, Li Si is also a man who will do anything to achieve his goals. Han Fei, who was a student of the same school, was killed by Li Si, and Xuanzi has been disgusted with him ever since. Qin Mu didn't miss the emotions that flashed through Fu Nian's eyes as he stared at him and slowly said, "If this Prime Minister grants you Sangdong, you will do it." The left minister is now a noble supervisor, but he can also change the position of this high-powered minister with a single word? The current minister of state is Li Si. If these words were to reach Li Si's ears, how long can the stability of Little Sage Village be maintained today? Li Si had been immersed in the imperial court for many years, and must have had a large number of henchmen and held great power, so how could he let go of it? Fu Nian's mind was spinning, and the more he thought about it, the more chills he felt in his heart. Better to offend a gentleman than a villain. Even more so, it cannot involve the small sage Zhuang. Fu Nian does not want to follow the dust of Han Fei. Fu Nian arched his hand and bowed. I also ask Lord Left Minister to think twice. The position of minister. Fu Nian really can't serve such power. Qin Mu can be promised, but he, Fu Nian, does not dare to take it, does not even dare to think about it. Once today's matter spreads out, I'm afraid that the little sage manor will have no more days of peace. However, Fu Nian was also relieved with it. Qin Mu valued him, so the little sacred sage manor should be able to get through this time. At this time there was nothing that made Fu Nian more concerned than the safety of the little sage manor. This Prime Minister promised Yufei's state. You will do it. Qin Mu ignored Fu Nian's words. He said that Fu Nian can do it. Then he can do it, which has so many curves. Qin Mu wants the kingly rule of Funi. Funin could even have little talent, but he could have a better cohesive force. Once the idea of ruling the country by the way of the king is realized, Fu Nian will be the most loyal supporter of Great Qin. Such a head of the 100 officials will also lead the 100 officials and even influence the world. Loyal to the emperor alone. Fu Nian didn't know about the Great Qin of the 10,000 worlds that Qin Mu was trying to create, and all he could think about was the little sage Zhuang and the safety of the Confucian disciples. Qin Mu's strength made Fu Nian not know what to say and could only laugh bitterly. Left Minister Lord Love. Small sage manor grateful. Just we are Confucian students. Never before dipped military affairs. Senior brother and shoulder small sage manor. A moment is difficult to take on this important position. At this time, Zhang Liang opened his mouth. Qin Mu turned his gaze to Zhang Liang, and after looking at him for a while, said, Mr. Zifang truly has both talent and righteousness. Zhang Liangcheng sank in his heart, and Qin Mu's words. There are words. Sure enough, Qin Mu steeply changed his words. It's a pity that the secretary is a beautiful woman, but she's a thief. When these words came out, Fu Nian and the others' faces instantly turned a few shades of white. Zhang Liang's expression froze, unconsciously tense. Discovered. He frowned slightly. He himself was not enough to be spared. He was only afraid of involving the two senior brothers and implicating the entire little sage manor. Previously Qin Mu invited Fu Nian's senior brother into the dynasty as an official. He has also been thinking that he and the 100 private affairs of Qin do not know. Lord Left Minister, why do you say that? Fushin bowed, forcing himself to be calm, holding a glimmer of luck inside. Qin Mu stared at Zhang Liang and ignored Fu Nian. This Prime Minister has said that the world is the world of Great Qin, and all above the Qin soil are Qin people. But, Mr. Zifeng, it seems he doesn't want to be this Qin man. Zhang Liang had a complicated look on his face. He opened his mouth originally wanting to relieve Fu Yan, not thinking that he had now gotten himself involved. Hastily arching his hand, he said, Your Excellency, the left minister is mistaken. Zhang Liang definitely does not have an insubordinate heart. He had to explain, or else the little sage manner would be in danger. I'm afraid. Oh, then why did Mr. Zhang meet with Easy Sun and other rebellious rebels within Sanghe City? Qin Mu stared at Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang had the intention of controlling his mind. His face was still white for a few moments. He had always exchanged letters with all the major powers, which was why he was confident that he would not be exposed. However, the last time he went to meet with the prosperous Sun and the others was impersonally, and he didn't even have a chance to make a sophomoric argument. Fu Yan's heart was unusually grave. He had always known that Zhang Liang was in contact with anti-Qin forces, and he also knew that Zhang Liang had always been measured. I didn't expect to go and meet him in person, but the key was also known by Qin Mu. Qin Mu is now the power of the Great Qin. Since the Majia organ city can be seen, for those who betrayed the Great Qin, Qin Mu is the slaughter of the killing god. Chapter 34, and Ying Zheng is also the king of the world. On Zhang Liang's side, he had maintained his arching posture, but inside, he had long been in shock. Qin Mu had already discovered it. Right now, any move he made, any word he said could bring devastation to the little sage manor. Today he can't admit it or refute it. Involving the little sage manor because of himself was the outcome he feared the most. It came so suddenly now that he wasn't even prepared. The atmosphere of the scene was so stagnant that it was suffocating, and the people of the little sage manor were in fear of their lives at any moment, and some of them even left drops of sweat behind. Qin Mu, however, dispersed his previous overpowering aura and spoke in an even tone amidst a flurry of birdsong in clear air. Fu Yan, however, was more anxious in his heart. Mr. Zifeng, what do you think of my great Qin? Qin Mu looked at Zhang Liang as if he was making small talk. Strong soldiers. Zhang Liang opened his mouth without even thinking. Great Qin is powerful but has no ability to govern the world. This was Zhang Liang's assessment of Great Qin, and an important reason for his frequent contact with the Mahists and others. Love at the same time. Non-attack. Peace in the world. Strong soldiers and horses? Qin Mu sniffed but hooked the corner of his mouth. Have you ever understood Ying Zheng? Zhang Liang glanced at Qin Mu in astonishment. No. The Great Qin Iron Horseman stepped on the 6 countries. Since the army is strong, the world is unified. The people's livelihood under the tyranny of the people's grievances. Your Honor, can you understand the people of the people? Zhang Liang looked at Qin Mu as he realized that Qin Mu was discussing the Tao with him. The people of the world are restless. How to secure a country? Zhang Liang thought he had the right idea. In the past, Bai Qi slaughtered 400,000 Zhao people in exchange for their submission. How many people has Great Qin killed along the way? As the discussion rose, Zhang Liang seemed to not care about many things and wanted to compete with Qin Mu. As he spoke, Zhang Liang lowered his eyes. Even though he tried his best to control it, emotion still more or less showed in his eyes. He was firm in his words, and he exchanged the lives of all the people in the world for the tyrannical and unethical Qin. And this human life is the evidence of these people. Zifeng, do not speak rashly. Fu Yan's eyelids jumped up as he angrily rebuked Zhang Liang, only to be afraid that Qin Mu would directly kill him when he raised his hand. However, Qin Mu's expression was calm, and Zhang Liang's words did not seem to evoke Qin Mu's emotions. These words could be considered treasonous, and Fu Yan couldn't decide what kind of person Qin Mu was. Yan Lu hadn't uttered a word. In fact, he had been observing the situation. With these words, Zhang Liang was ultimately down. How many years did it take Great Qin to unify the 6 kingdoms? Qin Mu asked. 10 years. It is well known that Qin destroyed the remaining 6 countries in 10 years and established a unified Qin, and that Ying's political army fought in the war. Even Zhang Liang recognized it. How many years did the Battle of the 6 Kingdoms last? Qin Mu asked again. 100 years. 100 years, an inaccurate number. The 7 kingdoms fought for more than 100 years until Qin destroyed the 6 kingdoms. 10 years and over 100 years. Zhang Liang frowned slightly. How many people died in 100 years? How many generals have been sacrificed in 10 years? When Great Qin was unified, the world was at peace. The wars subsided. The people were no longer displaced, and the remaining anti-Qin elements, under the banner of righteousness, waged wars all over the world. Or is it that the Middle Kingdom is full of devastation, and all the people sing of sorrow under the war? Is that what you, Zhang Liang, want? Qin Mu stared at Zhang Liang. Without the unification of the six kingdoms by Qin, the world would still be in a state of war and strife, and the people would be at risk at all times. And why would the anti-Qin forces, who say they are against tyranny, and perhaps really for the people, not be provoking a war? It's just a way to put a skin over the purpose under a grand banner. This purpose, to put it nicely, is ambition, but in reality, it's all just ambition. Zhang Liang opened his mouth and realized that he couldn't even speak. Indeed, 100 years of war and 10 years of war are not comparable. The major anti-Qin forces, how loud and righteous the banner, overthrowing the tyrannical Qin or family sentiment to restore the country or, in the final analysis, no war cannot be resolved. After a long period of silence once again, Zhang Liang spoke. To govern with virtue is like the North Star, which resides in its place and is shared by all the stars. The people of the world today, however, are no better off than they were at the time of the war. Do you know, my lord, how many people have died under the Qin law? In the midst of the labor, how many families are broken up, and their wives and children and parents have no one to turn to? Zhang Liang looked a little gloomy. The Qin law is harsh. Most of the survivors of the six countries cannot stand, and forced to serve in the construction of the Great Wall, mausoleums. The people are free from the pain of war, but suffered from the chaos of slavery. Under the Qin law, why have the old men of Great Qin not been subjected to its disposition? Without a wall to block the way, how many more people will be victimized by the barbarians' offense? Mr. Zifang is the grandson of Zhang Kaiji, the Prime Minister of Korea back then, and Mr. Zifang knows better than this Prime Minister what Korea is like. Before Qin Mu's words and one fact, Zhang Liang fell silent once again. No one knows better than Zhang Liang how Korea was back then, and how the six countries were. If not, why would the six countries be powerless in the face of Great Qin? How can you calm the world in a chaotic world with a soft government? Qin Mu narrowed his eyes. Lord Left Minister. Zifang was impulsive and made a slip of the tongue. It was never Zifang's true feelings. Fu Nian sensed that Qin Mu was somewhat angered and quickly stepped forward to arch his hand and said, "This minister will give you 1 day to set yourselves right." Qin Mu turned around and walked forward after saying that. Fu Nian hurriedly followed and instructed the people to arrange a place for Qin Mu to stay. Only after Qin Mu had settled down did Fu Nian meet Zhang Liang again. Today's words, do not mention them again in the future. Fu Nian looked at Zhang Liang. Born in the chaotic world, many body cannot help. Some things should be put down. We have no choice. Zifang, you know very well that even if there is no great Qin in this world, there will be great Yen, great Han, above the position of power. You dare to guarantee which king cannot end the strife with war? No. How can Zhang Liang not understand that the only way to end the battle for power is to have an iron horse? The reason why the one world is Great Qin. Has Zifang ever really looked into the reasons for this in detail? Although Fu Nian does not engage in politics, but the big picture of the world. Confucianism is full of sages and sages. See more than the average person clearly. He is even more clear. Zhang Liang understands everything. Zhang Liang didn't say anything. Once again, he couldn't speak. Back then, he was in the Korean officialdom and had seen a lot of dirty things in it. The king of Han is a mediocre and incompetent man, and his powerful ministers have formed a gang. The whole of Korea is in chaos, and of the 7 kingdoms, none is comparable to Great Qin. Which of the 6 lords is comparable to Ying Zheng? Fu Nian looked at Zhang Liang. No, Zhang Liang had thought about all the kings of the 6 kingdoms back then, and none of them had the vigor of Ying Zheng. The people of the 6 kingdoms, if they really wanted to do it for their own country, they should have purged their internal affairs and strengthened their troops to defend their country back then, instead of using this excuse to provoke a war after the destruction of their country. Fu Nian had never had a good feeling about the anti-Qin forces. The world will be divided for a long time. Zifang, you should understand. After saying that, Fu Nian fell silent, and neither of them opened their mouths again. After a long period of silence, Zhang Liang took a deep breath and saluted Fu Nian and said, "Don't worry, Master Sect Leader. Zifang understands." Chapter 35, Return of the Confucianism to Qin. Next day, Qin Mu said he'd give the little sacred sage estate 1 day. Fu Nian came to Qin Mu's residence. "Lord Left Minister, I am grateful for your favorable opinion. Fu Nian would like to join the dynasty as an official." The little sage manor was now in danger, and if he didn't agree, it was likely that he was about to face the Great Qin Iron Cavalry, and Zhang Liang's yesterday's disrespect. Fu Nian only hoped to protect Zhang Liang and the whole Zhuang up and down. Qin Mu wasn't surprised, as if he had expected the outcome. "What do you think, sir?" Makes a human minister important? Qin Mu looked at Fu Nian. Fu Nian pondered for a moment. Not ashamed of the people of heaven and earth. Ordered by the king to do so. Day, is the emperor? In the Fu Nian's philosophy of governance, the sky is the king. Confucianism talks about seeking benevolence. Fu Nian since the heart of the people, by the king's order, loyal to the king's affairs, which is Fu Nian think for the most important of the courtiers. Mister's words are not unreasonable. Qin Mu didn't raise his head. Listening to Qin Mu's affirmation, Fu Nian inwardly became doubtful instead, always feeling that Qin Mu's words had other meanings. I also ask Lord Left Minister to enlighten me. Fu Nian arched his hand. Qin Mu curved the corner of his lips. Fu Nian really see the understanding. For human subjects, the important. Fu Nian held his breath. It's obedience. Qin Mu's clear and cold voice was flat, but Fu Nian's heart tightened and a chill rose. Those who are under the orders of the king. If the king wants me to die, I have to die. Qin Mu's sharp eyes stared at Fu Nian, and Fu Nian felt that he had nothing to hide in front of Qin Mu. Fu Nian, got it. Taking a deep breath, Fu Nian once again arched his hand. Lord Left Minister, Zifang unintentionally offended. Fu Nian asked for forgiveness on behalf of his senior. What offense? Qin Mu took a shallow sip of the tea in his hand and said without lifting his head. Fu Nian did not dare to be careless. Respectfully replied, the master brother private contact anti-Qin forces in the first. Yesterday presumptuous attempt to violate the following in the second. Its crime cannot be resigned. The master brother has a mistake. Fu Nian discipline is not strict. I small sage manner also has the responsibility. I implore your honor to give us a chance to redeem ourselves for our sins. The little sage manner is willing to cultivate talents for great Qin. My disciple will join the dynasty as an official after completing his studies. And the three of us, my master and brothers, are also willing to serve Qin. In this way, the little sage manor would completely belong to great Qin, but it was the only thing Vernian could think of. Qin Mu scraped the floating tea leaves with the lid of his teacup. There was only the rising mist of hot tea in the hall, so quiet that the wind was still. Seeing that Qin Mu didn't take a stand, Fu Nian's heart beat a drum. With his words just now, he had already taken out everything that little sage manor could take out. He really couldn't understand what the left minister was thinking. Qin Mu didn't say anything, and Fu Nian didn't dare to venture out and ask. Little by little, time passed, and finally a voice broke the silence. Zifang has met Lord Left Minister. Zhang Liang walked in from outside the door. He had mixed feelings, and after yesterday's incident, his heart had begun to waver. Is it really right to be anti-Qin? A war toppled the great Qin. Who would willingly let others sit in that position? Even if the Mozi family succeeded in opposing the Qin dynasty, might they be able to reform the remaining members of the Six Kingdoms? The answer cried out. But Zhang Liang didn't dare to say it. But today, when he learned that Fu Nian had come to seek Qin Mu alone, he rushed to follow him. How can I leave my senior brother alone to face what he has done wrong? Only then did Qin Mu raise his eyes to look at Zhang Liang, who he had always known was outside the door, waiting for him to enter. Zhang Liang just arrived and bumped into Fu Nian handing over the small Shangxianzhuang. Su froze for a while before coming in. My lord, Zifang has made a big mistake and is willing to take all the blame. I only ask that your lordship does not implicate the little sage manner. Walking into Qin Mu, Zhang Liang bowed and performed a great salute. He had already held the determination of certain death, only seeking to preserve the little sage manner. Since it's a big mistake, how can it be forgiven? Qin Mu shook his head. Fushin moved slightly between his eyebrows. Dare I ask what your excellency wants? A bad feeling rose in Zhang Liang's conscience. If Qin Mu really wanted him dead, he wouldn't worry too much. The little sage Zhuang serves my great Qin, so naturally the world is wide open and informed. It's also good to collect talents and cultivate talented scholars for great Qin. Qin Mu looked toward Fu Nian. Yes, Qin Mu was breaking little sage manor's retreat, but Fu Nian didn't dare to say no. Zhang Liang, colluding with the remaining anti-Qin criminals. A capital offense can be waived, but a living offense is hard to escape. Qin Mu shifted his gaze to Zhang Liang. For the sake of the secretary Fu Nian, give up all the remaining members of the anti-Qin forces, and make it known to the world that you, Zhang Liang, do not share the same fate as the rebels and traitors. Zhang Liang's pupils tightened. He had more or less dealings with all the major forces, and also knew many of the hiding places. If he confessed, how many people would die as a result? He didn't dare to imagine. And once the news got out, it would be the anti-Qin forces who would not share the same fate with him. For such a long time, Zhang Liang and the anti-Qin people shared the same aspirations, and it would not be too much to say that he was a friend. Qin Mu's move completely cut Zhang Liang's ties with the major powers, but also made him turn against his former friends, killing people and killing their hearts. This is really worse than letting him, Zhang Liang, die. But if he didn't agree, the little sage manor was afraid that it would be overthrown in an instant. In no way should the little sage show be involved. Chapter 36, The Last Remnant. Zhang Liang was silent for a long time, struggling repeatedly inside. Besides serving great Qin, little sage Zhuang had no choice, and Zhang Liang had even less choice. Eventually, Zhang Liang nodded down. He pursed his lips. The surviving members of the Mo clan are hiding in an inn in Shangqi City. The people who helped were the Taoist family sect's headmaster, Yi's son, and several of his disciples. At this moment, they are contacting the rest of the major forces to jointly rescue the people of the Mo family. A few short sentences used up all of Zhang Liang's strength. Each sentence is once a friend's life. Among the bad man's intelligence network, Qin Mu had long known of the existence of an inn and the gathering of anti-Qin forces in the Shanghe. However, the Yi's son and others can unite the major forces, but out of Qin Mu's expectation. This is obviously a thankless thing, but I did not expect the Yi's son to have this kind of ability. Afraid that Zhang Liang hadn't contributed much in this, Qin Mu glanced at Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang stood still and didn't say anything, letting him size him up. Stand down. Qin Mu waved away Funyin Zhang Liang and the two of them. The little sage Zhuang had already returned to obedience, and he still had to make his next move. My lord, may I send someone to keep an eye on it? Yuan Tian Gang sent the two away and retreated back to ask Qin Mu. He didn't believe Zhang Liang, and when he revealed his whereabouts on the front foot, he sent a message to inform the Mozi people to leave, and they were 100 times busy. These anti-Qin forces also have some tricks up their sleeves, and some of them have hiding places that are difficult for even the bad guys to discover. No need. Since Zhang Liang has returned to his service, he won't be redundant. Let's go. Go and meet the Dao family clan. Nah. Qin Mu led Yuan Tian Gang and his group as they slowly traveled to Shangqi City. There's an inn. Butcher sat down and stood up again, thought about it and sat down again, over and over a few times, and there was finally movement within the inn. How? Butcher asked, looking toward Easy, who had just entered the room. Everything is ready, just waiting for the tide to go out. You also instruct everyone to be alert at all times, Easy said as he removed his bucket hat. Don't worry, it's all heavily guarded. Butcher's taut heart finally relaxed a bit at the words. They've contacted multiple forces and are just waiting for the tide to go out and enter the prison to rescue them. Speaking of which, the search for contacting other forces and entrances was thanks to Mr. Zhang Liang of the Little Sage Manor, but I just don't know how the Little Sage Manor is doing nowadays. Qin Mu as soon as he came to live in the manor, there has been no news out inside. Butchers went to send a few times to eat, are not allowed to enter the door. The small sage manor outside the openly and secretly guarded a lot of people. Mr. Zhang Liang is extremely talented and wise, and the remaining two heads of the Little Sage Manor are also not idle, so I think they will be fine. Having seen Zhang Liang before, and with this outburst, he was convinced that the Little Sage Manor would be safe and sound with Zhang Liang in it. Compared to that, he was more concerned about this rescue. The Tooth Eater prison was not to be underestimated. He conferred with the major powers for a long time before finally formulating a plan. Now just waiting for the tide to go out soon. There is only one chance and they can only succeed. When we rescue the giant's son and the commanders, we must thank Mr. Zhang Liang properly. Butcher has already thought of a new dish to thank Zhang Liang. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment there was a knock at the door. This store is closed. Come again next time. Customer. Butcher refused the guest without looking up, fiddling with his cleaver, which was not a normal knife for cutting vegetables. It was his weapon. How do you say closed with the door open? Qin Mu led Yuan Tian Gang directly into the inn. Where did the grifter come from? Butcher frowned and was about to chide, but then he saw Easy staring, his body stiffening. Could it be the enemy? Butcher secretly said that it is not good, and when he looked up, he saw a man dressed in black clothes full of nobility. Such an aura, only the higher-ups have. It's been a long time. Qin Mu looked toward Easy's son with a few smiles at the corners of his mouth. Who wants to see you? It took a long time for the prowler to come back to his senses, and his heart sank completely as he gripped the snow-covered sky. Qin Mu was able to find this place, indicating that he had made sufficient preparations, and inside and outside the inn, he was afraid that the manpower had already been spread out. Butcher also reacted to the fact that the person who could make the progenitor so, this person was Qin Mu. Anger in his eyes immediately skyrocketed. Butcher clenched the kitchen knife in his hand. It was he who slaughtered more than 1,000 disciples of the Mozi family, and also imprisoned Zhuzi and others. Qin Mu ignored the burning gazes of the two men and walked into the house and sat down at a table. Yuan Tian Gang followed him, staring at the two men in the room with even sharper eyes of death. As long as they made a move, Yuan Tian Gang would not hesitate to get them killed. The left minister is good at this. Easy Sun stared at Qin Mu, the Shuejian sword in his hand ready to be sheathed at any moment. He didn't know how Qin Mu had learned of this place, pondering the retreat of the group inside the inn. If they joined forces in a battle, was it possible to put up a fight? Chapter 37, The Schemes of the Yin-Yang clan. His strength is not weak. The Hands of the Snow Clearing is the 6th ranking of the famous sword. The Butcher has an original sword method, plus the disciples of the Mozi family and the Taoist family. The Prowler drew his snowjack and nodded at the Butchers. The Butcher understood, and killing intent surged out of his body at once. My lord. Yuan Tian Gang arched his hand and requested to fight. Qin Mu nodded his head, then spoke slowly to the two Easy Z men. It hurts your body to have such a high level of fire. You're telling me I'm angry about the extermination of my family? The unraveling cow blade technique. Butcher raised his chopper and charged toward the stepping out Yuan Tian Gang. The kitchen knife in his hand kept flipping, its blade snowing brightly, leaving a trail of white light and residual shadows. The attack was tricky and straight to the vitals, with no unnecessary fancy moves, and the blade was exquisite and overly fast. Easy Sun lightly shifted his feet, stepping in a strange pace, holding the snow jinx, and stabbing towards Yuan Tian Gang. Yuan Tian Gang avoided Butcher's sword technique. His wrist changed, the concealed weapon flew out, and Easy Sun immediately retracted his sword momentum. Tinker. Thin needle-like concealed weapons came surging to hit on top of the snow clearing, have fallen, but above the back of the hands of the Free Sun is still rubbed a little skin. Immediately afterward, Easy Sun was horrified as he felt his internal energy draining away, and his sword momentum instantly collapsed. In no time at all, he was so weak that he could only use his sword to support his body. This is Yuan Tiangong's Huayang needle technique. Those who are hit by this needle will lose all their internal energy, and the needle technique can still hold the opponent in place. On the other side of the battlefield, Yuan Tian Gang looked like he had lost interest and struck his palm at Butcher's wrist. Butcher lost his strength and the chopper came out of his hand. Another slap followed, and his body was sent flying, smashing several tables and chairs. Yuan Tiangong's figure shifted and arrived in front of Easy. Easy Sun was shocked. The last time they fought he knew that Yuan Tiangong's strength was not bad. I didn't expect to make such a bad move as a concealed weapon, and I wanted to pull away from Yuan Tian Gang, but I couldn't move my body. Yuan Tian Gang pressed his hand on Easy's head, and with a burst of force, Easy slammed into the ground. A large pit appeared, and smoke and dust rose in all directions. This inn is filled with dust and fog. Qin Mu sked. I've said it's not good to have a lot of fire. The dust and mist cleared, and the prowler in the pit still had a breath left. An ordinary person who received such a serious injury would have long since lost his life. As the head of the human sect, Easy Sun was still able to keep breathing weakly in such a situation. In the middle of the inn, both Butcher and Prowler collapsed on the ground, one seriously injured and the other unconscious. The rest of the disciples, long ago, were badly tackled. Take it to the Tooth Eater prison. Qin Mu didn't even look at the two people on the ground who didn't know whether they were alive or dead, and lifted his foot out of the inn after the command. Those who oppose the Qin will die. Yes. Several delinquents suddenly appeared from somewhere and escorted the two Easy Butchers in another direction. Daoist Spiritual Master. Your Excellency, the Eastern Emperor. The Moon God Star Soul duo stood respectfully in front of the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi. The two of you quickly head to the Sanghi and make sure to bring back the illusory sound treasure box at any cost. Not a trace of emotion could be heard in the tone of the East Emperor Tai. But the Moon God knew that having failed to bring back the illusory sound treasure box last time, this trip to the Sanghi could not be fruitless. You don't mean Qin Mu? Then thinking of what the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi said last time, the Moon God frowned. How can this be fought by someone who was beyond the luck of the draw? There's no harm in it. The two of you just need to retrieve the illusory sound box and tell him that the Yin-Yang clan can exchange it for anything. East Emperor Tai interrupted the Moon God. Qin Mu was indeed a variable, and even he, Dong Huang Tai, could not see through this person's destiny. However, no matter who the other party was, the greatest treasure of his Yin-Yang clan must not fall into the hands of others. Not to mention that Qin Mu had just emerged at this point, and was already troublesome. If some more time passed, given Qin Mu's temperament and his attitude towards the Yin-Yang clan, it would only be more difficult to retrieve the illusory sound treasure box from his hands. And he, the Yin-Yang family, can't wait that long. Yes. The moon god lowered her head. The illusory sound treasure box was vital to the Yin-Yang clan. And this time, she mustn't miss again. What will happen if Qin Mu refuses to hand over the illusory sound box? The unspoken star soul on the side slowly spoke. He's one of the two great protector mages of Qin, along with the moon god, a talented young man of the Yin-Yang clan, and the left protector of the Yin-Yang clan. As a genius youngster, Star Soul's strength was still above any of the 5 elders of the Yin-Yang family, and he also had a position in the Yin-Yang family that very many people could reach. At this moment, he did not look at anyone, but his eyes were sharp, as if he had pierced through some people's minds. The hall went silent after Star Soul asked this. After a long period of silence, Dong Huangtai spat out a single word, kill. At those words, Star Soul hooked the corners of his mouth and said slowly, yes. The lunar god also crouched down to take orders, unknown emotions running through her drooping eyes. The two were ordered to leave the Yin-Yang family immediately for the Sanghe. On the way, Star Soul rolled around a bit to bring along Chunan Gong. Chapter 38, Lord Chunan's death. A few days later, Sanghe City. 2 carriages traveled above the street. Suddenly, a grinning wild dog lunged at a horse in a carriage, and the horse was so frightened that it stumbled a few steps with its front hooves up, and the carriage shook with it. Street vendors and pedestrians rushed to take cover, and under the horse's hooves a little girl stared wide-eyed at the pouncing vicious dog, not knowing what kind of danger she was facing. In the carriage, Star Soul's wrist changed, the body curtain was lifted by a gust of wind, and an invisible force surged into the street from the carriage. The little girl was shaken off by the force and smashed into the crowd of people taking shelter in the street. A couple of big-bladed men were knocked to the ground, but fortunately the child was unhurt. The other side of the vicious dog flew out backwards, lying on the ground and bouncing its front feet, grunting twice without breath. It's killing my old bones. Young people really don't have a light hand. As the carriage calmed down, Chunan Gong managed to sit still and complained. Then Lord Chunan can sit firmly, Star Soul slowly said as he sat on top of his position. Outside the car, the carriage was moving again. The Yin-Yang clan has come. Yuan Tian Gang walked into the house and reported the news to Qin Mu. Qin Mu put down the letter paper in his hand, got up and said, let's go. I think we're almost there already. Yuan Tian Gang lowered his head and followed Qin Mu toward the front hall. Little Sage House. Ante-room. Lord Left Minister. Seeing Qin Mu walk into the house, the moon god stood up and ambled in to salute. Star Soul also stood up and looked at Qin Mu for a moment before arching his hand and saying, Lord Left Minister. Chunan Gong trembling got up and arched his hand, as if because of the age of the body is not good. Cough cough. Qin Mu swept over the few people present. His eyes narrowed as he walked straight to the main seat and sat down. Yuan Tian Gang stood beside Qin Mu, his eyes sharply sweeping toward the 3 people present, his body aura oppressive. He could see that the people present all had backbones. Qin Mu did not send words. Several people do not dare to take a seat without authorization or standing in the middle of the hall. Silent for a moment, the moon god went up to the bottom of the head and said, Lord Left Minister. We have come without authorization and disturbed your peace and quiet, so please bear with us. The moon god looked up at Qin Mu, who was drinking tea with his head bowed. The moon god furrowed her brows a bit and continued. The Yin-Yang family has repeatedly disturbed us and only seeks to retrieve the lost treasure. Please make it convenient for Lord Left Minister. We are willing to pay any price in exchange. After saying that, the moon god raised her head once again and observed Qin Mu's expression. Qin Mu drank a mouthful of the sweet tea in his cup. His expression and tone were light. When did this Prime Minister say that this Prime Minister's things should be used as an exchange? As soon as these words came out, Star Soul's face abruptly turned cold, his sharp eyes looking towards Qin Mu, who was still in a cloudy manner, completely ignoring Star Soul's eyes that were condensing out of substance. Instead, it was Yuan Tian Gang who looked at Star Soul in the first instance, his body's aura pressing towards the other party. Star Soul, slightly shocked, resisting the pressure of the aura, swept a glance at Yuan Tian Gang. Although this point of power does not affect him much, but Qin Mu's side of the people, if they are all this kind of strength, together with the strength and means that Qin Mu himself had revealed earlier, the Star Soul suppressed the urge to make a move, and this matter would be counted again in the coming days. Qin Mu's words caused the lunar god to freeze, then reacted that he should have been prepared to use another method long ago. After several breaths of silence, the moon god spoke. It is the moon god who has taken the liberty. We will leave first. After saying that, lunar god retreated a few steps and prepared to turn around and leave. Star Soul also knew that there was no hope of getting back the illusory sound treasure box, and swept a glance at the duo above the main seat. The corners of his mouth curved invisibly. Then he arched his hand. Lord Chunan, stay back. Lord Chunan, who had turned around with his walking stick, stopped in his tracks at those words. The moon god and star soul also stopped together, and the two of them looked at each other and frowned, a bad feeling rising in their hearts. In the past, the first sage of Chu, this prime minister is a rare sight to see. Qin Mu opened his mouth. Chunan Gong paused for a moment, his face calm. There is no such thing as the first sage of Chu. Nowadays there is only the Yin-Yang family Chunan Gong. After saying that, Chunan Gong coughed a few times. Although Chu has 3 households, the death of Qin will be Chu. Is this phrase familiar to Lord Chunan? Qin Mu stared at the seemingly weak Chunan Gong. Star Soul's face changed violently, narrowing his eyes at the old man with the cane. He knew that Chunan Gong was a wise man, but such wild words, if they were really said by Chunan Gong, an inadvertent mistake would cause even the Yin-Yang family to suffer. He's brought trouble with him this time. The moon god also looked at Chunan Gong with surprise. Such words also dared to say. Said it, also let Qin Mu know. Necessary moments afraid that can only be discarded. The moon god in the bottom of the heart calculations. Chunan Gong's expression changed. How was he unfamiliar with this sentence? This was exactly what he said. However, he had only said it to a few people. Once it was known by the people of Great Qin, even the Yin-Yang clan couldn't save his old life. I don't understand what Lord Left Minister is saying. Chunan Gong shook his head in denial. This trip he hadn't intended to come. If it wasn't for Star Soul's insistence on inviting him, Chunan Gong should still be in the middle of the Yin-Yang family at this moment waiting for that sentence to be realized. Oh, these words didn't come from your Chunan Gong? Qin Mu wore a smile as if he was chatting about family matters. This smile, however, sent chills down the moon god Star Soul's spine. Your Excellency, the Left Minister is joking. I indeed do not know the words. Lord Chunan turned around, holding his cane tightly and bowing archly. There's no harm. This phase will help you recall your memories. I had heard that Lord Left Minister acted in an overbearing manner, and what he said is truly true. Lord Chunan lowered his hand. His cane pestled on the ground. Overpraise. At those words, Qin Mu laughed instead. Lord Chunan stays behind and sends the 2 state masters out the door. Yes. Yuan Tian Gang led the order. Should Lord Left Minister also listen to us? Chunan Gong is my Yin-Yang family's guest secretary. Your honor cherishes talent. How can you force him to stay? Chunan Gong was brought by his Star Soul, and said that he couldn't stay with Qin Mu. The Yin-Yang family is trying to harbor anti-Qin rebels? Qin Mu's aura blazed up. The Star Soul's complexion condensed. This was withholding the charge. If he forcibly took away Chunan Gong, he was afraid that the Yin-Yang family would be unable to absolve themselves of the blame. When Star Soul was thinking about how to deal with it, a strong and overbearing power forced him to come. Not caring about anything else, Star Soul raised his hand and slapped his palm against the incoming power. A strong power fluctuation. Star Soul and Yuan Tian Gang took a few steps back at the same time, wary of the other side of the confrontation. On Chunan Gong's side, Qin Mu arrived in front of Chunan Gong with a flash. The life of an old immortal is not worth much, but it's not something to be taken. Facing the Qin Mu who was bullying his way, Chunan Gong changed his frail demeanor, and his strong internal force burst out. Obviously his cultivation was not shallow. There is no escape from the life that this minister wants to take. Qin sword out of the sheath. A flash of snowy sword light, ignoring Chunan Gong's powerful internal attack and defense. Chunan Gong's walking stick blocking in front of his body breaks. The cut is flat. A sword lords his head. Blood spattered as Qin Mu's body moved, perfectly avoiding it. Glancing with disgust at the body of Chunan Gong who had fallen to the ground along with half of his walking stick, Chunan Gong's deathly look of astonishment showed that he was still in a state of shock at the moment death came. And in the face of absolute strength, any defense was unbeatable. Star Soul's pupils shrunk. Qin Mu had struck so quickly that even he hadn't reacted for a moment. Of course there was also the reason why Yuan Tian Gang was holding him back. He glanced at the moon god next to him. She actually hadn't struck. The moon god's heart was shocked. She had already experienced Qin Mu's strength. Now that she saw him strike again, she couldn't help but be shocked. The speed was too fast. The power was too strong. Just now she didn't have time to do anything at all. Chunan Gong had already become a dead soul under Qin Mu's sword. Qin Mu didn't care about the moon god and star soul duo anymore and turned around to leave the hall directly. Both of you, please. Yuan Tian Gang held his sword in his hand, not forgetting that Qin Mu had told him to see off his guests. Chapter 39, Prison Robbery. Star Soul's face was grim. The hand in his sleeve robe clenched tightly, and he scraped Yuan Tian Gang and turned to leave. The moon god's face did not look good either. killing the Yin-Yang family's guest secretary in front of the two of them. The left minister was truly unforgiving. Leaving the little sacred sage manor, the moon god star soul duo still had gloomy faces, and they arrived at the place where they stayed without words all the way. As soon as he entered the door, the star soul curved palm wrist a bit, and one of the carved solid wood decorations in the room along with some valuable artifacts exploded and splattered with debris. He was a rare young genius of the Yin-Yang family. How had he ever suffered such humiliation? In front of Qin Mu to fight. Cannot fight. Say. Cannot say. Watched Shu Nan Gong body death. Qin Mu. Star Soul's eyes were a bit gloomy as he muttered Qin Mu's name. Sukiakari went inside and swatted down the splinters of wood that had erupted into the air and went to the window to look out onto the street, which was full of hidden forces. Eyes sweeping over a pavilion across the street, the moon god said to the Star Soul, "That's all the patience you have." After some venting, Star Soul had long since calmed down. In fact, he had never lost his mind. It was just that not being able to move Qin Mu made him really angry. It seems that the Yin-Yang family has gained another enemy, a powerful one. The Star Soul walked up to the moon god, saying so with his mouth. His expression rose in amusement instead, as if he found it interesting to have an additional enemy. The moon god's complexion changed several times. There was scorn in her eyes, and there was also resentment, but she had suffered losses at Qin Mu's hands several times. In today's situation, it was already certain that Qin Mu and their Yin-Yang family were enemies, not friends. If he was still wary of trying to draw Qin Mu in earlier because he couldn't get a hold of his attitude, then he could completely let go now, as long as he retrieved the illusory sound treasure box. If necessary, it should even be decimated. Thinking about this, the moon god's face went cold. This path won't work. We can only go another way. Sensing the change in the moon god, Star Soul looked at the person beside him and spoke. "What's your good idea?" Qin Mu was surrounded by many experts. "You and I are outnumbered, so we naturally need help." The moon god paused and slowly said, "Help." Star Soul thought of something, and turned his head to look out the window at the street outside the, "What do you want to do?" Luna didn't say anything, her eyes looking towards a beach. That's exactly the direction of the Tooth Eater prison. The Star Soul wore a smile. Only this smile made people cold by virtue of it, and purple chi energy was faintly bubbling in his palm. Moon God, colluding with a rebel is a great crime. The Tooth Eater prison, which has been in the limelight lately, is in the spotlight because of the anti-Qin forces imprisoned in it. When the Moon God said that she wanted to find helpers, she was looking for these people. The anti-Qin forces in various places are all capable people, so if they can unite, it will indeed be a not-so-small help. In order to show their Yin-Yang family's sincerity, to bring back the people that the various forces wanted to save but were incapable of saving, with such a big favor in place, it would not be good for those self-proclaimed noble and righteous people to refuse the Yin-Yang family's goodwill. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. However, these people should be somewhat useful. Star Soul didn't care if Moon God answered or not, and spoke to himself. At nightfall, the tide at a cliffside receded, revealing the entrance of a flooded cave, and a few silhouettes walked in from the entrance. What man? Sensing an incoming party, several jailers raised their spears and pointed them at the entrance. The prisoners here are all important prisoners, the left minister personally accounted for, to be well guarded. These guards are not dare to slacken for a moment. Then they saw the Moon God and the others, and the jailer immediately saluted. Lord State Master. It just didn't give way. Daring, we were ordered to visit a major criminal, and you're going to stop us? The Moon God opened his mouth to rebuke. This, jailer heart a burst of bitterness. The left minister of the Lord commanded that they are not allowed to anyone close to the prison felon. Now the master of the state to mention people. They do not dare to question the master of the state. Had to block the road in and out of Knot. We are just following orders to inspect. You guys can just follow. Are you still afraid that I will rob the prisoners? The Star Soul appeared from the entrance. The jailer's heart trembled a little, and he quickly said he didn't dare and made way. The Moon God and the others entered the Tooth Eater prison and made their rounds led by the jailer to the cell where the people of the Mo clan were being held. You go wait outside. Star Soul looked to the jailer leading the way. The jailer looked into Star Soul's dark eyes as if he had penetrated his mind, and in a trance he followed Star Soul's words and walked outside the cell to wait. Although the cell is dark and damp, but the good thing is that there is food and shelter, and do not have to bump and run. Just wait for the day of the beheading to come. The Maja people's injuries are also in these days the healing scabs of the healing scabs. Just the atmosphere is really low. Under the care of medical immortal Duan Murong, Yen Dan was barely able to move around. At that moment, he leaned against the wall and stared intently at the jailer as he went out. then shifted his gaze to Luna and the others. Yen Dan. Star-souled sked. Looking at the pale Yen Dan and shaking his head, all the people of the Maja clan stared at the visitor vigilantly. Les Yin and Yang, what are you doing here? Steeler disliked a sentence. We didn't come here to pull our punches. We can let you go. The moon god looked at Yen Dan. Maja people were astonished. Even Gao Jianli also turned his gaze to the moon god. Who does not know that the Yin and Yang family serves for great Qin, and now comes to say that letting them go is not to curry favor with Qin Mu to let them go out and then kill them, right? Yen Dan calmed down after a slight shock. Conditions. The Yin-Yang clan would appear, and the moon god's words would be true, but it's never a losing proposition to take such a big risk. And Yen Dan did not believe that it was because of the friendship of the same 100 schools of thought. Get rid of Qin Mu, the moon god said slowly. Star Soul looked at the greatly changed complexion of the Mo clan's crowd with a playful look in his eyes. He knew how these people would easily believe them. How do you expect us to trust you? Master Ban struggled to look at the duo in the doorway. His organ hand had long since been destroyed, leaving him with only one hand propped up on the ground. The moon god didn't answer and just looked at Yen Dan. Yen Dan glanced at the Mo clan's crowd and asked towards the moon god. Your words count? Any more hesitation and we won't be able to save anyone. Star Soul impatiently interrupted the conversation. If we don't leave, the tide will rise again, and then everyone will be trapped inside. Really think he cares about the life and death of these people? Good. Upon hearing this, Yen Dan no longer hesitated and agreed in a single breath. With a slight movement of Star Soul's fingertips, the jailer who had gone out reappeared outside the cell and opened the cell door, then collapsed. The people of the Mo clan helped each other out of the cell and followed after the moon god Star Soul. There were prison guards along the way, and as soon as the moon god made seals with both hands and the Yin and Yang incantations, the prison guards fell to the ground, unthreatening, catching the tide before it rose. Moon god and the others exited the Tooth-Eater prison. Chapter 40, luring the snake out of its hole. At this time, the little sage village, Yuan Tian Gang hurried into the house and, my lord, someone is robbing the prison. Got it. Qin Mu replied without lifting his head. Yuan Tian Gang lowered his head and waited for instructions, but he didn't wait for a sound for half a day. He looked up to the main seat doubtfully. Qin Mu was consulting the case file. Yuan Tian Gang was even more puzzled. He opened his mouth tentatively. And, my lord, go take a look. Qin Mu put down the last case file he had finished reading and got up, brushing his somewhat wrinkled cuffs. Nah. Qin Mu led the people to the Tooth-Eater prison. There were jailers lying around in the prison, and the cell that held the Mo family's group of people had long since been emptied, so Qin Mu's expression didn't change much. On the contrary, Yuan Tian Gang frowned, not to mention the fact that the entrance to the tooth-devouring prison was hidden and easy to enter but hard to leave. Just by looking at the fainting jailers, we know that this place is heavily guarded. What can break through these layers of guards, put down these many jailers, from the deepest part of the cell to take away the rebels of the Mozi family? My lord, is it possible to mobilize all the hidden stakes of the bad guys to find out about the rebels? Unable to think of a result, Yuan Tian Gang had to ask Qin Mu. At those words, Qin Mu but shook his head. The jailer's unconsciousness was not caused by normal drugs or physical attacks, and the only ones who did it so unknowingly were the Yin and Yang masters, who had always had fancy tactics. In fact, from the moment he knew that the Tooth-Eater prison had been robbed, Qin Mu had thought of the Yin-Yang clan. With his attitude towards the Yin-Yang clan, it was enough to make the Moon God and Star Soul duo realize that he was an enemy, not a friend, to the Yin-Yang clan. Since they were enemies, the Yin-Yang family was bound to show no mercy. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, Qin Mu muttered. Looking at the fainting jailers all over the ground, a bright light flashed in Qin Mu's eyes. The Yin-Yang family is still somewhat useful. I hope I won't let him down. Qin Mu didn't intend to move them now. After all, the Yin-Yang clan's move was exactly what he wanted. He was supposed to use the remaining members of the Maja family to lure out those rats that were hiding underground and didn't dare to show their faces. However, Qin Mu couldn't guarantee that those so-called remnants of the Six Kingdoms would have the guts to come. Qin Mu was worried about how to reduce the difficulty of attracting the mice without losing his demeanor. When the Yin-Yang family sent him to the door, and now that the Moon God and the others saved the Mo family, he didn't need to think about it to know that he was planning to deal with him. In that case, let them come. The more people the Yin-Yang family can use, the better, saving him from having to clean up one by one. Thinking about this, Qin Mu's mood got better. Yuan Tian Gang, however, is even more puzzled. The thieves have robbed the captured rebels. Why does the Lord look like he does not care? These rebellious remnants are not worth the trouble of the adults. Then Yuan Tian Gang's mind turned. Self-consoling thought. Seeing Qin Mu shaking his head, Yuan Tian Gang retreated to the side with a stern face, not revealing a single thought in his heart. Shanghi City. The moon god brought the group of Mo family members to the place where they stayed. After a bit of grooming, the crowd was finally a bit more presentable than the low and disheveled in the cell. In any case, if it wasn't for the Yin-Yang family's intervention this time, we would still be in a gloomy prison. Yen Dan changed out of his bloodstained clothes and bowed towards the moon god. He no longer had the means to arch his arms in salute. His empty sleeve hem tied around his chest. The moists looked at Yen Dan, and pathos flowed in all their eyes. To each his own. You are still rebels. And the people of the house of Yin and Yang are still vassals of Great Qin. The moon god looked at the Mo clan's crowd. Qin Mu was at the little sacred sage manor at this time, so I'm sure you all know about it. When Qin Mu was mentioned, none of the people of the Mo clan were not angry and annoyed. Qin Mu destroyed the Maja Organ City and massacred the Maja disciples. The circumstances of that day were vivid in their minds and had been engraved in their bone marrow, and they did not share the same fate as Qin Mu. Cao Jianli is such a calm person. The word Qin Mu also evoked his heart full of anger. At this point, he no longer had the water-cold sword at his side, and his clenched fists were trembling. The moon god looked around at the crowd's expressions and withdrew his gaze in satisfaction. Turning his head to Yen Dan, you all know Qin Mu's strength. We don't have much time. Qin Mu will soon find out that the tooth-devouring prison has been robbed, and once he unleashes his power, it will be difficult for Mo clan, and us, the Yin-Yang clan, to cope with it. I'll give you 1 day to fully mobilize the power of the Mo clan and unite with our Yin-Yang clan, so we'll strike tomorrow. The moon god's words were full of compulsion, pouring into the ears of everyone present. Third Senior Master. A lot of people have come outside of the little sage manor. Go and take a look. A Confucian disciple hurriedly called out to Zhang Liang, his manners and etiquette thrown away to who knows where. Zhang Liang frowned as he got up and walked quickly outside. Let's go. The disciple followed in a hurry. Outside the little sage manor, a group of people blocked the entrance and surrounded the small sage manor. At the head was none other than Yen Dan and the other people of the Mo family. Fu Nian Yen Lu with his Confucian disciples stopped at the doorway, and the two parties confronted each other. Yesterday, the Mo family used all their connections to contact all the major forces they could. The anti-Qin forces' confidence soared when they learned that the people of the Mozi family had been released from prison unharmed. Under the persuasion of the Mozi family, he resolutely decided to follow the Mozi family to do a big job, and if he succeeded, he would surely deal a heavy blow to Great Qin. Time was running out, and the crowd spent the night preparing. Fortunately, because Qin Mu was in the Shanghi, many forces had originally deployed their manpower to investigate the situation in various parts of the Shanghi, and it didn't take too much time to gather. So today, he went up to the little sage manor, only to ask for Qin Mu to be handed over. Of course, there are also people who have scruples not to participate in this action. Xiang clan will guard the stronghold did not come to the muddy water. Chapter 41. Cough cough. We are not in trouble with the little sacred sage manor. As long as the sect leader hands over Qin Mu, we will leave immediately. The prowler arched his hand and persuaded Fushan. His injuries hadn't healed yet, and when he moved, he tugged on his wounds and couldn't help coughing. But he wouldn't miss out on a big event like besieging Qin Mu. Fu Nian stood at the entrance of the little sage manor, his eyes staring unkindly at the group of people surrounding the manor. He had never liked the anti-Qin forces, and in his opinion, the behavior of these people today was foolish. When Fu Nian didn't say anything, Freeze arched his hand and saluted, and the scene came down awkwardly for a moment. Although Lord Left Minister temporarily resides in the small sacred sage manor, but it is also rare for me and my senior brother to see. It is really the small sacred sage manor that cannot help you all. Yen Lu went forward and returned the salute with an arch. The prowler stood up, and the crowd behind him began to clamor in a chorus. Humph! Little sacred sage Zhuang is defecting to Great Qin and is willing to be a traitor. If you don't hand over Qin Mu today, don't blame us for being merciless. We've come for Qin Mu. We don't want to do anything with your little sacred sage village. Hand over Qin Mu. Seeing this, Fu Nian's aura around him went cold, and even Yen Lu frowned. The Confucian disciples all gritted their teeth and tensed their faces, and looked like they were about to rush up and do a fight. Yen Dan and the others also frowned. Although they were all anti-Qin forces, each was their own master. The people they brought with them were not united. Most of them were ordinary disciples, and there wasn't any great righteousness in the sense of sticking their necks out for their companions. It was only united for the purpose of surrounding Qin Mu. This action was rushed and quite risky, but it was good that the elites of the major powers were present. When they dueled then, the experts would be able to have fewer of these concerns between them. The atmosphere was stagnant as both parties saw that the other was quite a bit more menacing. Zhang Liang rushed to see such a scene. Seeing Yen Dan and the others, Zhang Liang paused slightly, then regained his composure as he walked up. Giant. Mr. Easy. Zhang Liang arched his hand at the two. Mr. Zifeng. Easy breathed a sigh of relief in his mind. Earlier, when I saw that Zhang Liang was not seen at the door, I was worried that something had happened, but now that I have seen Zhang Liang, I feel a little more relieved. Yen Dan bowed. Mr. Zhang Liang. Several Maja commanders also greeted Zhang Liang, who nodded to them. The anti-Qin forces also quieted down. Most of them knew Zhang Liang, who had been secretly helping them. Now that Mr. Zhang Liang was here, he wouldn't stop them from killing Qin Mu. Zifeng is ashamed of himself, but having seen that Juzi and the others are unharmed, Zifeng is relieved. The matter had been revealed, and Zhang Liang didn't hide it, revealing his heart in front of Fu Nian and the others. The giant son has suffered. Zhang Liang glanced at Yen Dan's empty sleeve robe. The Mo family is in the thoughts of Mr. I have no pity for these hands, but the machine city has been destroyed, and many disciples have perished. Yen Dan sighed in regret, and the Mo clan crowd was also filled with grief. Zhang Liang had a few more moments of regret in his eyes. Is everything all right, sir? Yen Dan collected his emotions and asked. Zhang Liang had secretly helped the Mozi family many times, and Yen Dan had always been grateful. Now that Qin Mu is staying at the Little Sage Manor, I don't know if Zhang Liang is implicated. I'm not going to hide it from you all. The Little Sage Manor is in the midst of an eventful time, and Zifeng has to focus on the safety of the entire manor. Zhang Liang looked towards Yen Dan and the others. Yen Dan and Easy Sun looked at each other. Mr. Zifeng, we will never harm a single bit of the Little Sacred Sage Manor, and we will only wait to capture Qin Mu. Then we will leave. When he finished speaking, the prowler coughed again. Everyone's feelings Zifeng understands. All of you have injuries. It would have been inappropriate for you to move your inner strength. I still hope that the giant son will take the Mo family as his priority. Zhang Liang looked to Yen Dan. Mr. insists on stopping us? Seeing that Zhang Liang was determined to keep them out of the manor, Easy Sun asked. The left minister is staying at the Little Sage Manor, and the Little Sage Manor must not put the left minister's safety at risk. The Mo clan's situation today is not appropriate to make a move. Zhang Liang intended to convince Yen Dan. Yen Dan understood Zhang Liang's meaning that the people of the Mo clan were indeed seriously injured and not yet healed. It was just that now that it had come to this, thinking of so many Maja disciples who had sacrificed their lives, they couldn't retreat. Easy frowned at his words. Zhang Liang, I didn't expect you to be a villain as well. What's the benefit of defecting to Great Qin? Someone among the anti-Qin rebels heckled. They finally saw that Zhang Liang had betrayed them, thanks to them thinking that the other party would help them. If you won't let us in today, we have to go in and kill the Qin thief to avenge the Mo family disciples. Right. How can the hatred of family and country be forgotten? The remaining members of the Six Kingdoms droned. The anti-Qin rebels said one thing to each other, and the scene became chaotic. Listening to the heckling of these people, Zhang Liang was helpless. He wanted to dissuade these people. He was trying to save them. If they stepped into the Little Sage Manor, I'm afraid they would never have the chance to leave again. At this time, within the Little Sage village, how? Qin Mu looked toward the water pavilion inside the manor and asked. There are quite a few comers, and it looks like the rebel remnants are determined to win this time. But Xian's clan didn't come. In addition, Zhang Liang has arrived at the door and is trying his best to persuade the rebels to retreat. Only the result is not satisfactory. Yuan Tian Gang reported with his sword in hand. At those words, the corner of Qin Mu's mouth hooked up into a smile. Chapter 42, Drawing Swords. Outside the manor, the heckling of the anti-Qin forces had not stopped. Yen Dan Easy and the others frowned, not stopping the words of the people behind them. The truth is they can't stop it. These people may not all listen to them. After a moment of silence, Yen Dan looked deeply at Zhang Liang and said, Zifeng, no matter which power you belong to nowadays, the kindness to the Mo family bears in mind. But today we have come here for Qin Mu, and the Little Sacred Sage Manor must not be entered. The several commanders of the Mo family looked at each other and stepped forward. The Murphys are already planning to force their way in. Zifeng, this is the person you have to look after even when you put the Little Sage Manor in danger. Fu Nian's eyes revealed a few points of disdain. Grace will revenge. A rebel is a rebel. Fu Nian drew his sword. The Little Sacred Sage Manor is not a place for you and the others to spread your wild ways at will. Offended. The sledgehammer carried a sledgehammer and slammed it into Fu Nian. Clank! A snowy sword deflected the sledgehammer. I've come to meet you, big guy. A Confucian disciple looked at the sledgehammer with his sword. He had long looked at these people surrounding the village with displeasure, and he couldn't even drive them away. Dolls can be careful. The sledgehammer also did not show weakness, although the sledgehammer in his hand was not as handy as Thor's hammer, but he had been involved in countless battles, big and small, and such a small doll was not yet in his eyes. He swung his sledgehammer and smashed out one by one. The Confucian disciple held his sword to resist. The force of the sledgehammer shook his arm and made him retreat. Seeing this, a few more Confucian disciples joined the fray, and managed to stabilize the sledgehammer's attack. Sect leader Fu Nian. We only want Qin Mu and have no intention of making an enemy of the little sacred sage Zhuang. Cao gently looked at Fu Nian with his sword. Is it not clear in your hearts whether it is an enemy or a friend? The Tai sword vibrated in his hand, and Fu Nian had already reached Gao Jianli's body, and Gao Jianli quickly released his sword to receive Fu Nian's blow. After one move, Gao Jianli retreated several steps, holding an ordinary bronze sword in his hand, far from Fu Nian's famous sword, Tai. Fu Nian looked coldly at Gao Jianli with his sword in hand. You don't have a chance of winning with this appearance. That's not necessarily true. Gao Jianli raised his sword and turned defense into offense, stabbing towards Fu Nian. At the same time, a blowjob sounded and the air around them chilled. Fu Nian frowned and met Gao Jianli's sword. On the other side, Pirate Plantar's figure flickered and appeared at the entrance of the little sage manor, ready to sneak into the manor, when a silhouette lightly landed in front of him and blocked him. Yan Lu. Stealer fought with his fists and feet, attacking Yan Lu in an attempt to distract his opponent. Yan Lu avoids it easily and Stealer is never able to break through. Suddenly, Yan Lu took a few steps sideways, and a few silver needles landed where he was originally standing. Stealer saw the momentum and leapt, not forgetting to skin a line. Thanks. Not far away, Duan Murong still had silver needles hidden between her fingers, glowing with cold light. Yan Lu's body moved, and silver needles flew toward him, but when he was close to him, it fell to the ground with a clink. Yan Lu once again blocked in front of the little sage manor's door. Mr. Zifeng, do you really want to protect Qin Mu? Master Ban looked at Zhang Liang, who was blocking the way. In disbelief, Zhang Liang shook his head. He wasn't protecting Qin Mu. He was protecting the little sage Zhuang Zhou. After glancing at the warring parties, Zhang Liang withdrew his gaze and said, Zifeng can't let you all enter the little sage manor today either. How do you want us to do it to you? Butcher was a bit anxious. Here he was in the most contact with the little sage manor. We'll repay you for your kindness, sir, in the future, so I'm offended today. Saying that, Easy Sun took out his bronze sword. You alone can't stop us. Always try. Zhang Liang gripped the Lingshu in his hand, and his eyes were a little bleak. He and these people finally drew their swords. Chapter 43, Kill. A melee broke out in front of the gate of the little sage village, and both sides fought to a standstill. The anti-Qin forces were outnumbered, and several of them surrounded one of the Confucian disciples. There is no lack of masters among them, helping to fight Gao Jianli, the thieves and others. The Confucian side gradually fell into the wind. Zhang Liang crossed his sword to block Easy Sun's oncoming stab, and beside him, ink eyebrows had already reached his ear. He flicked his sword with 2 fingers of his left hand together, shocking away Easy's sword, and rolled over to avoid ink brush. The afterglow swept the battlefield, and Confucianism could no longer hold it back. Although he didn't know why Qin Mu hadn't shown up, it was definitely impossible for these people to enter the little sacred sage manor and leave in one piece. Don't let him enter, a Confucian disciple shouted, and all eyes were drawn to him. At the entrance, a rebel with a smug smile on his face slapped a Confucian disciple guarding the entrance and entered the manor. With that, the rebel's body flew out from the door and slammed on the ground, a mouthful of old blood spurting out, bouncing a few times, staring at his eyes without breathing. The crowd froze in shock at this sudden scene. This prime minister didn't know that there was such a bustle outside the manor today. Qin Mu lifted his foot and stepped out of the door, dressed in black and on cloud 9, with Yuan Tian Gang following closely behind him. The faces of both parties present changed at Qin Mu's appearance. Lord Left Minister Fu Nian arched his hand at Qin Mu, whose body carried sword marks. The little sage manor has done its best, and I only hope that this incident will not implicate the little sage manor. Yan Lu also arched his hand and saluted, and Zhang Liang, helpless, withdrew his sword and arched his hand at Qin Mu. On the side of the anti-Qin forces, they stared viciously at Qin Mu, especially the people from the Mo family. Hateful eyes almost condensed out of substance. The hatred of extermination. How not to hate? Qin Mu swept a glance at the black pressurized group of people. Not bad. Some people did come. It was hard for Qin Mu to ignore the eyes of the Emo clan as he looked at the Emo clan crowd. Fugitives? Bah! Qin Mu, don't you dare put a label on Grandpa's head. Give back my Emo clan disciple's life. The great iron hammer leapt up and raised the sledgehammer so high that the sky darkened. A fierce wind swirled around it, and thunder and lightning rattled above the hammer. Sledgehammer used the thunder god hammer with all his might. He wanted to avenge his more than 1,000 brothers. Thor's hammer. With a bellowing cry, Sledgehammer's man-sized frame cast a large shadow. The hammer slammed into Qin Mu with a massive force and twisting thunderbolts. The crowd didn't react for a moment when the sledgehammer suddenly struck out, and everyone was shocked in their hearts as they looked at the powerful aura, thinking that he couldn't take this hammer, and coming into contact with that powerful lightning, he was only afraid that he would be reduced to pieces in an instant. Previously with the Confucian disciple it was just a small fight, but now this strike was the real thunder god's hammer. Seeing that the hammer was about to hit Qin Mu, the anti-Qin forces had not yet had time to get excited, only to hear the sound of clang of a sword coming out of its sheath. The sledgehammer flew out backwards, and when the crowd came back to their senses, he had already smashed a large tree, sitting on the ground dying with his back against a branch, with a Qin sword pierced through his chest. Sledgehammer! It took a moment for the Muria crowd to come back to their senses. The thief was the first to reach the great hammer, which was already nothing more than a pile of broken pieces. Sledgehammer was covered in blood. The stealer metatarsal touched. Qin's sword also cracked into pieces, clattered to the ground. Through the body of the sword body fragments stayed in the body. Sledgehammer. Stealer had never been so flustered before, and he opened his mouth to say nothing. The sledgehammer's fingers moved, and eventually died. Asshole. The people of the Mo family who had not yet rushed over stopped where they were. They only had one thought right now. Revenge. The various anti-Qin forces were still in shock, having heard that Qin Mu was strong, but they didn't expect him to be so powerful. None of them saw Qin Mu strike. The gap. How could they fight? Fu Nian and the others were also taken aback, so it was fortunate that they didn't engage Qin Mu in a hard fight. Zifeng. Seeing Zhang Liang frowning tightly, Fu Nian called out, fearing that he would speak up for the Mozi again. Zhang Liang glanced at Fu Nian and walked back to the entrance of the little sage manor. Qin Mu coldly watched the Mo family's brotherly love without any fluctuation in his heart. It wasn't that he hadn't given these people a chance. Qin Mu, you've taken human lives in vain. You're cruel and tyrannical. Today we're going to rid the people of this evil. Kill. The anti-Qin forces finally remembered the purpose of the siege of the village, and one by one, they swung their weapons and prepared to surround Qin Mu. Yuan Tian Gang casually cut down a rebel who rushed over, and with a wave of his hand, a single undesirable person jumped out of nowhere and joined the battle, and the anti-Qin forces were caught off guard and were held in a deadly grip. I've come to meet you. The free spirit knew that Yuan Tian Gang was a capable subordinate beside Qin Mu, and since he was injured by the other party's concealed weapon last time at the Arigato Inn, he had to get it back anyhow. Yuan Tian Gang met Easy Sun, and within a few moves the two of them broke away from Qin Mu's side. Yuan Tiangong's eyes went cold, and it was on purpose to lure him away. Sure enough, as soon as Yuan Tian Gang moved away, Gao Jinli stabbed Qin Mu with his sword. Icy cold air surged out from Gao Jinli's body and sword. Ice flowers covered the sword. The sound of the shao was gentle and ethereal, and the sky began to drift with broken snow. With the Snow Maiden's assistance, Gao Jinli's sword chi was more than doubled. Where the sword passes through an icy sky and snow, in which the flow of internal energy is restricted, and the ice seal quickly climbs all over the person's body. Gao Jinli's sword had reached Qin Mu's body, and Qin Mu's surroundings were frozen. It has some power, but it's a pity it's not the water-cold sword. The corner of Qin Mu's lips hooked as he inclined his head to avoid the stabbing sword and raised his right hand. Gao Jinli saw the situation and withdrew his sword. Are you going to use the same move twice? Last time it was Qin Mu who controlled his sword with just one hand, and Gao Jinli's sword blade turned, ready to cut across the sword. Qin Mu didn't say anything, and his raised hand flipped over, striking Gao Jinli in the chest with a palm. Gao Jinli landed on the ground, the tip of his sword against the ground, and stepped back a few meters. Ko! The Snow Maiden appeared to hold him up. Gao Jinli shook his head to indicate that he was fine. Only blood spilled from the corner of his mouth as he nodded towards the Snow Maiden. The Snow Maiden once again took out her jade shao, and Gao Jinli sat down cross-legged with his zither set up in front of him. The music rises, and between the beginning and the end there is an aura of killing. A powerful aura attacked Qin Mu from both of them, majestic and strong enough to destroy an army. Yangchun Baishui, Gao Jianli and the Snow Maiden Ensemble, fearless of 1,000 armies. That's kind of the bottom line for both of them. Normally, it wouldn't be easy to make it at all. But nowadays their situation is no longer optimistic. If there are any more reservations, I'm afraid no one will leave here alive today. Unfortunately, it turns out, even if the two made the strongest combined attack, today, still can't get out alive. Chapter 44, Greeting the Left Minister. Qin Mu held the Qin sword in his hand and slashed out in the face of the incoming attack. Powerful qi surged across the room, and Yangchun Baishu's qi began to crumble. Qin Mu followed closely and raised his sword to stab Gao Jianli, who got up and threw out his xylophone. Snow Maiden was shocked and blocked in front of him. Bang, xylophone broken. Qin's sword shot out, passing through the Snow Maiden's body and then stabbing into Gao Jianli's chest, forcing the two back to the stone lions in front of the little sage manor's door. At this moment, several concealed weapons flew from different directions. Qin Mu sidestepped to avoid the sleeve arrows, raised his hand to catch a few silver needles, and shot them out with his. With a muffled grunt, the silver needles were all gone into Duan Mu Rong's body, and blood couldn't stop gushing out from the corners of her mouth. Miss Duan Mu. Steeler threw out the small flywheel in his hand and performed the electric light divine walking steps to fly towards Duan Mu Rong, at the same time exposing himself. Qin Mu's body moved and appeared behind the thief. His speed was strangely fast, like an instantaneous movement. Steeler was startled, and before he had time to react, a palm had already been affixed to his back. Steeler metatarsal felt like his internal organs had shattered, but he still dragged his breath to Duan Mu Rong's side. Asshole! Master Ban roared with wide eyes, his face full of red in both eyes as he fired his sleeve arrows again. Master Ban! Yen Dan tried his best to mobilize his ink eyebrows to block a sword for Master Ban Mu. However, the ink eyebrows smashed onto Master Ban, and Master Ban's entire body flew out backwards, a mouthful of blood spurting out. Qin Mu's eyes narrowed as he pinched Yen Dan's neck and crushed his neck bone with a single push. Asshole! Eggs! Master Ban was in pain, blood gushing from the corner of his mouth. Qin Mu! Butcher frantically rushed toward Qin Mu, and when he saw that he was going to reach Qin Mu, Yuan Tian Gang's sword flashed, and Butcher fell to the ground. Easy Sun was once again seriously injured by Yuan Tian Gang, who retrieved his sword and stood behind Qin Mu. The whole battle was almost over as well, and there was no one left standing in the ranks brought by the Mo clan, including the Mo clan themselves. Qin Mu indifferently looked at a field of either dead or injured people. There was only one master in the world now, and that was Great Qin. There are rats that don't listen, but just kill them. Qin Mu looked toward a shade, his tone cold. Is the play good? The bushes clustered a few times, and Luo Net and Star Soul stepped out. The left minister has good eyesight. Even this was discovered by you. Star Soul looked non-committal, but alarm bells were already ringing in his heart. So many people, all defeated by Qin Mu's hands, especially those of the Mo clan, all of whom were highly skilled, were surprisingly unbeatable in front of Qin Mu. Waste! Star Soul cursed in his mind. The two of us heard that there were thieves causing trouble in the little sacred sage manor, so we came to protect Lord Left Minister's safety, but we didn't expect that it would have been resolved by Lord Left Minister long ago, so it's just that we are nosy. If there's nothing wrong with the Lord, we will take our leave first, Moon God slowly said. When he finished speaking, the Moon God cried out in a dark voice. She and Star Soul were hidden here, and had been hiding their breath with the Yin-Yang secret art, originally wanting to gamble that Qin Mu hadn't detected it. However, she saw danger in Qin Mu's slightly narrowed eyes. Star Soul scraped Luna. Stupid. With Qin Mu's strength, how could he not have noticed the two of them? I just don't want to pay them any attention for the time being. What the two were thinking was clear to Qin Mu, who stood still and didn't say anything. The Moon God and Star Soul duo couldn't stay, nor could they leave. What does the Lord Left Minister want? Star Soul finally couldn't help but ask. The Yin-Yang clan has grown bold, and they dare to do prison robberies. Seeing that it was almost time to air it out, Qin Mu's aura around his body steeply overcame and he stared at the two of them. The Moon God and the Star Soul were shocked that they had been investigated so quickly. What does Lord Left Minister mean by that? The Yin-Yang family is loyal to Great Qin, and for such things that are detrimental to Great Qin, Your Excellency, the Left Minister, should not impose a charge, Luna said, just a little fuzzy inside. Go to the prison and think carefully about what this minister means by this. After saying that, Qin Mu's aura surged around him, pressing toward the two Moon God Star Souls. The Moon God's hands flipped, resisting the pressure with the Yin-Yang incantation, and the Star Soul lifted its hand to use its strength to retreat, avoiding the range of Qin Mu's attack. Star Soul's wrist changed, the chi in his palm coalesced, forming a purple sword that flew and took the lead in attacking towards Qin Mu. The moon god frowned. He didn't expect the Star Soul to take the initiative. In that case, they had completely torn their faces with Qin Mu. Star Soul's sword that gathered Qi into a blade slashed on top of Qin Mu's Qin sword. There were no sparks flying around, only the aftermath of the collision of internal forces. It swung away in a flurry. Explosions resounding around them. Wood chips and stone chips flying. The Star Soul slashed his sword down towards Qin Mu, who casually waved his sword, and the two auras collided. Star Soul was catapulted out, barely supporting his body from collapsing. The sword blade in his hand shattered and dispersed, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out. His eyes stared gloomily at Qin Mu. It had been a long time since anyone had been able to hurt him this badly, but he no longer had the strength to fight anymore. He couldn't even gather Qi to form a blade now. The moon god gathered his breath and concentrated, preparing to unleash the secret technique of the Yin-Yang clan. Soul Rawashi dragon swimming. The aura around her body was getting thicker and thicker, and there were even hidden points of blue light lingering around her. Qin Mu didn't bother to waste time with her, and a sword came out, stabbing straight at the moon god, directly breaking through the aura surrounding her. If it wasn't for the moon god reacting with a sidestep, Qin Jian would have already disappeared into her body. How? Star Soul's eyes widened. Such a defense. A sword breaks through. Is Qin Mu still human? The moon god's power operation was forcibly interrupted. His breath was disorganized, and a mouthful of blood surged up and spilled out of the corner of his mouth. Take that. At Qin Mu's words, several undesirable people put their swords above the necks of the two moon god Star Souls. Qin Mu ordered the moon god Star Soul and the rebels who still had gas to be escorted down and cleaned up the entrance of the small sacred sage manor, which was in shambles. A farce that ended in a crushing defeat for the Mo clan and the moon god and the others. The next day, the news of Qin Mu's great defeat of the remaining rebels spread, and all the major anti-Qin forces received the news. In the Xiang clan stronghold, the atmosphere of the Xiang clan was heavy, although they did not participate in this siege. But under the nest, how can there be any egg? With Qin Mu in, their restoration of the great cause of the country ahead of the difficult road. Even heavier than their hearts were the major forces involved in this operation, with either basically very little of their hard-earned strength left. Either the elites were lost, and it could be said that the roots of the major powers were greatly damaged. The entire rebel forces up and down the Great Qin were in a slump. The matter of the Sanghi was resolved, and Qin Mu also planned to return. At the entrance of the Little Sage Manor, Fu Nian followed behind Qin Mu. In the future, the Little Sacred Sage Manor will still labor on the two senior brothers to take more care of it. Fu Nian turned back to Yan Lu Zhangliang. Don't worry, Master Sect Leader. Yan Lu arched his hand. Fu Nian nodded his head towards the carriage. With Yan Lu Zhangliang around, he could rest assured that he would hand over the Little Sage Manor to the two of them. And once he's gone, he's going to enter the Great Qin officialdom with the left minister Qin Mu. Fu Nian entered the carriage, and the group of carriages and horses slowly departed. Greetings, Lord Left Minister. Yan Lu Zhangliang. The disciples of the Little Sage Manor arched their hands in unison. When the carriage was far away, Yan Lu got up and looked at Zhangliang. The deceased has passed away. We must not fail the sect master's explanation. Zifan understands. Zhang Liang looked in the direction that the carriage had gone away. Now that there was no more magia in this world, if he hadn't turned back in time, I am afraid that Confucianism has also followed in the footsteps of Moism. Chapter 45, The Turmoil Rises Again. Xianyang Prefecture Level City in Shangqi. Duke Fusu's residence. Your Excellency, Mr. Xu Yim and the others seek an audience. A boy entered the room to report. Quickly please. Fusu got up and took a few steps toward the door. Chu Ren, a Confucian, was considered a great achiever in Confucian scholarship, and the Confucians led by him and some great Confucian scholars were the backbone of support for the faction of Fusu. Not long after, under the guidance of the boy, Chu Yan and the others entered the Duke's mansion. Duke, seeing Fusu, Chu Ren and the others saluted. Mr. No need to be polite. Fusu helped Chu Yu, greeted several people to take a seat, and a boy came forward to serve tea. What is the purpose of this visit by the gentleman and others? Fusu glanced at the several people in the hall. Several great scholars he had seen. Just today so many people all together to pay homage to the house. I think there must be something important. The Chuyi several people did not say anything. Fusu saw the situation, waved away the left and right, picked up the cup of tea and said, the house of tea is light, but it has a special flavor. You can have a taste. A few great Confucian scholars looked at each other. Qiyu sipped a mouthful of tea and opened his mouth. What does the prince think of the left minister? Fusu's hand that lifted the teacup tightened, his heart sank, and he paused for a moment before saying, Zhuxiang grew up with father, befriended the heavenly family, and broke the rebels' lair in a big way, so he did share a lot of worries for Great Qin. Nonsense! Shu Yu listened and rebuked. Do you know how the people make comments nowadays? Fusu did not say anything. Shu Yu paused for a moment and continued to say, it is rumored among the people that the left minister is already known as a half-emperor. Shu Yu looked at Fusu and gave some serious words of persuasion. At those words, Fusu frowned. He knew more or less the rumors about Qin Mu. As a male son, Fusu did not have little contact with Qin Mu. As he had said, Qin Mu had grown up with his father since he was a child, and did not seem like someone who was interested in honoring his position. However, Fusu was not sure about what Qin Mu had done in recent days, but he still said with his mouth, a few gentlemen are overly concerned. Great Qin will never fall into the hands of outsiders. Shu Pity and the others looked like they hated it. Your Excellency, we have come today to ask you to enter the palace to face the saint. Chu Ren knelt down on the ground and said directly. He knew that it was useless to say more, and only hoped that Fusu, at their request, would listen to their words and enter the palace to meet His Majesty. Several other great Confucian scholars similarly knelt down to request Fusu to enter the palace. Fusu was startled. The frown between his brows became tighter, and he hurriedly got up to help each other. Sir, please get up, but never answered the call to the next holy thing. Duke. Fusu didn't agree, and Chu Rin and the others knelt on the ground and refused to get up. Fusu was helpless. Father is still in purification. Even I cannot disturb. Before his retreat, Ying Zheng had decreed that no one should enter the palace to disturb him during the period of his retreat. What's more, the palace is now guarded by more Qin Mu's people, and Fusu is hesitant to enter the palace due to many concerns. Seeing Fusu like this, Shu Yu and the others looked at each other for a moment and spoke. My lord, you must enter the palace. Why? Fusu does not understand. Long before the father's decree, did Qin also under the supervision of the left prime minister normal operation want him to enter the palace at this time to face the saint? He needs a reason. Has it ever occurred to your excellency that what if His Majesty has gone immortal? Fusu's body stiffened and shook in place. Previously, His Majesty the first emperor was already in poor health, and there was even the possibility of his death at any time. Now the situation in Qin is controlled by the left minister alone, and the palace is full of the left minister's people, so even if His Majesty has any problems in the palace, no one can know. Several of the Chu Pity people frowned tightly, their expressions of grief and indignation. The left minister has one hand to cover the sky, completely able to easily hoodwink the world and continue to hold the dynasty. Gongzi, this is almost January, but there is not the slightest movement coming out of the palace. This can't be helped by us not thinking about it more now. A few people looked at Fusu. His Majesty the first emperor hadn't been heard from for almost a month. Although there are various ministers to handle dynastic affairs, the country cannot be without a king for a day. Besides, if His Majesty is really in trouble, it's time for Great Qin to change ownership, but it mustn't be someone else who takes over. This, Fusu understood the meaning of what Chu Ren and the others said, but thinking of his father and the left minister, he still hesitated. Your Excellency need not worry. The 100 officials have decided to submit a joint petition, and the Yin-Yang Forbidden Guards have also agreed to help. This time will definitely not be the same as the last time. This time we can definitely break through the left minister's obstacles and meet with His Majesty. Xu Yan waited for Fusu's reply. Before they came to Fusu, they had already contacted the 100 officials and the Forbidden Army. All of them had agreed to submit a joint admonition, requesting to meet His Majesty. As long as Fusu agreed, he would enter the palace to meet the saint at once. Fusu frowned, a few struggles in his eyes, unable to make up his mind for a long time. He was habitually forward-looking and indecisive, and he never thought of going against Ying Zheng's will. He has always done what Ying Zheng says, but this time, with the decree that he is not allowed to enter the palace, Fusu was still following the decree more than anything else. Xu Yan and the others saw Fusu hesitate and sighed in their hearts. This kind of Fusu is not what an emperor should be like, but at the same time, this kind of nature of Fusu is what the previous ones wanted to see. An obedient and weak emperor would be of great benefit to Confucianism. However, at this moment, they wanted Fusu to toughen up even more. Your Excellency, His Majesty may be in danger. The power is falling away. We must not fail to investigate. The civil and military officials in the court are waiting for your son to preside over the situation. Your Excellency, the kingdom and mountain fought down by the 5 generations of the great Qin Fin Yulai must not fall into the hands of outsiders. Fusu listened to Chu Yan's several people's advice. hesitated for a long time, and finally opened his mouth and said, "Father has already issued an order. It is inappropriate for us to disturb Father's purification, so this matter will end here." Fuso still refused. This is Fuso, who would always listen to Ying Zheng and would never go against him, which is why in the original history, Hu Hai was able to make Fuso commit suicide with a single move of passing on a false imperial decree. Gongzi. Several people from Churen wanted to persuade a few more words. There is no need for Mr. to say anything else. Fuso raised his hand to interrupt the words of several great scholars. My mind is made up. There was silence in the hall for a moment. We will retire. Shu Yui sighed and exited the hall with a few great scholars. What's the best thing to do right now when the prince won't come forward? After leaving the duke's residence, a great scholar sighed. Several people shook their heads at the words. It is certainly good that Fu Su can ascend to the honorable position, but such a nature is not an obstacle to that position. Your Excellency has his own ideas. We will just assist you in a good way. Shu Ren opened his mouth. The Duke refuses to meet with His Majesty, and the 100 officials, united with the Yin-Yang Forbidden Army, may not be unable to enter the palace. Nice. Great to try. Chapter 46, Trespassers in the palace shall be beheaded. Next day, on top of the official road outside Yin-Yang, Qin Mu looked at the letter in his hand. The corner of his lips slightly hooked. Only the smile made the Fu Nian on the side shiver. This letter is from Yin-Yang City. What Fu Nian does not know is that the letter above the detailed record of the situation in Yin-Yang in recent days, including Chu Yan and several other great Confucian all the deeds. Qin Mu's eyes narrowed slightly. These people were really thieves. Each one of them had a mind that could pull out flowers. Qin seems to be strong, but it's because of Ying Zheng's pressure. Do you really think that they can hold up the sky of Qin? Without Ying Zheng, Qin is just a fat meat on the chopping block, and will only be eaten up. It's only been a month since Ying Zheng closed down and these people have been singled out. Speed up the journey. Qin Mu's voice came out from within the carriage. Nah, full speed ahead. Yuan Tian Gang drove his horse on the side and shouted the order. At this time, in the city of Yin-Yang, 100 officials were involved in deliberating the matter of entering the palace under the invitation of several great Confucian winners. In the middle of the hall, the 100 officials arrived one after another, and several great scholars were greeted and seated one by one, waiting for the civil and military officials to arrive at the same time. Chu Yan opened his mouth and said, His Majesty has not morning court for many days. We as a great Qin subjects, it is difficult to feel at ease. All the adults are willing to come today. Chu Mercy has the honor to, in the matter of entering the palace, but also please all the adults to express their views. The 100 officials who had been whispering quieted down, and after a moment's silence in the hall, someone asked, I wonder where Mr. Fusu is now? 100 officials are willing to come to discuss. Are heard that the eldest son of Fusu promised, then will be with them to enter the palace. Now do not see the figure of Fusu. The hearts of the officials doubt. The 100 officials perked up their ears and waited for Chu Yin to answer. Chu Pity and the others' faces changed. The matter will be decided by the prince. This, Duke is not involved in this matter? Someone among the 100 officials asked in a tentative voice. Chu Yin's face collapsed down. This he answered yes. At first it was they said to the 100 officials that they could persuade Fu Su to enter the palace together, and now it is their own face. The answer is not. That Fu Su and indeed have not been with the meeting, but his silence had given the answer. The hearts of the 100 officials began to waver. If Prince Fusu is not involved in this matter, how much weight can they carry with these courtiers? What's more, last time they had already broken into the royal palace once, not to mention entering the palace, even a few ministers perished at the palace gate. Thinking of Qin Mu's might, the 100 officials cowered for a moment. They were fortunate enough to survive the last time. This matter could be one or the other. And now that the left minister's people make up the majority of the palace, they don't want to send themselves to their deaths. Moreover, the Lord of the Sagittarius, Li Si, has not yet appeared. Thinking this way, the 100 officials almost extinguished the mind of entering the palace. No one in the entire hall spoke up. Chu Yan, several people saw the 100 officials in this situation. Their faces sank. It wasn't what they expected. Not even the commander of the Forbidden Guards, who had previously answered their invitation with an iron clank. Your Excellencies are not going to enter the palace? A great Confucian eye swept the presence of the 100 officials. The country in times of crisis. The hand of the courtiers but cowering. The great Confucian eyes vaguely have a few disdain. 100 officials look at each other. Some people sigh and shake their heads. Most of them are just a civil official. In front of the power and strength of the insignificant, the hands of the matter is still trembling. Which dare to do this head out? Chu Yu frowned. The country is without a ruler. The power has fallen away. The ministers are afraid of the power. The country will die. After saying that, Chu Ren flung his sleeve robe and left with a gloomy face. The faces of several great scholars were no better as they shook their heads and left. Under the fast horse, Qin Mu and his group returned to Yin-Yang. Just after returning to his home, Li Si arrived at the left minister's residence. Qin Mu sat on top of the main seat and listened to Li Si explaining the situation in Yin-Yang one by one. Lord Left Minister. A few days ago, a few Confucian gentlemen led by Chu Yu visited various ministers in the court, as well as the commander of the Yin-Yang Forbidden Guards. After this, Yu Chang's son Fu Su's residence came out. It has been determined that Chu Yu and the others intend to entangle the 100 officials and unite with the Forbidden Guards in a vain attempt to persuade Prince Fusu to forcefully break into the royal palace. Today, 100 officials have gathered to discuss the matter of entering the palace. This is what Chu Ren and the others have done today, as well as the laws they have violated. And I would like to ask Lord Left Minister to make a decision. Said Li Si presented a roll of bamboo slips. This is his record of Chu Ren and other people's crimes roll book. Yuan Tian Gang took the bamboo slip and presented it to Qin Mu. Li Si is a smart man. He not only did not participate in Chu Ren and several other great Confucian plot, but also turned over the record of their crimes. This is indeed just what Qin Mu wanted to save a lot of things for Qin Mu. This is the reason why Li Si was ranked as a prime minister and was deeply trusted by Ying Zheng. Qin Mu nodded. Lord Shangwa has the heart to do so, and I'm sorry for your trouble in recent days with the affairs of the court. Li Si wouldn't dare. As a vassal of Great Qin, it is our duty to support the dynasty and share the ruler's worries. Li Si arched his hand and said, in the future, such demagogues will have to be watched more closely by His Excellency. Reese will certainly do his best. Qin Mu didn't speak again. Your Excellency, the left minister, has traveled a long way, so it is inconvenient for Li Si to disturb him again and leave first. Qin Mu nodded, and Li Si took a few steps back and turned to leave. As soon as Li Si left, Qin Mu also got up and went out of the hall, with Yuan Tian Gang following him. Coming out from the council office, Xu Yan and several people returned to the mansion, still gloomy, with the incompetence of the 100 officials and the traitors in power. I'm afraid that this great Qin's qi is about to run out, a great scholar said indignantly. I didn't realize that these people had temporarily fallen back in vain. Enough! Chu Ren spoke out to stop several people from talking in a heated manner. Sir, there are forbidden troops surrounding the mansion. At this moment, a guard hurriedly ran to report. What? Who is so insolent? A few great scholars' expressions sank once again. They were at least the eldest duke's guest ministers. Besieging their residence was not putting eldest Duke Fusu in their eyes. A few people quickly walked towards the front yard, just to hear a bang. The mansion door was forced open. The forbidden army broke into the mansion and surrounded several people in Chu Run. Qin Mu paced and entered the mansion. Several great scholars were staggered in place. Qin Mu, when did you get back? Chu Ren forced himself to calm down and shook his robes in preparation for opening his mouth, when he heard Qin Mu's unsalted voice ring out. Take it down. The two words shocked Chu Ren's mental preparations, and he hastened to say, what does Lord Left Minister mean by this? We are the guest ministers of Elder Duke Fusu, and I'm afraid it's not proper for Lord Left Minister to intrude into our residence for no reason. Saying that, Xu Yu's hand behind his back moved. In Yin-Yang can mix to today's position. Xu Yan naturally has some base. As he moved, some dark forces in the mansion came alive. This prime minister wants you dead, and the king of hell can't care. Qin Mu narrowed his eyes. What a desperate death wish. Just as Qin Mu's words fell, the sound of flesh tearing resounded in the mansion, and several corpses rolled off the roof under the porch. Xu Yan was shocked. These people are the experts he spent a lot of money to find. Has been hidden in the dark, is to prepare for the future fight. I just did not expect that today Qin Mu suddenly surrounded the house. Xu Ren had no choice but to transfer these people. He thought he could take him and a few great scholars out of the way, but he didn't expect to be taken care of silently, without a backing. Xu Yan and the others panicked. Some moved out Fusu, and some emphasized their status as great scholars in a vain attempt to suppress Qin Mu. The forbidden army came forward. One person a few slaps on the mouth. A few great scholars suddenly quiet down. Beheaded tomorrow. Qin Mu turned around and left after dropping a sentence. Nah! The forbidden army led the order and escorted Chu Ren and the others. Leaving Chu Ren's mansion, Qin Mu came to the royal palace. Chapter 47, Ancestral Dragon Gets Eternal Life. Great Qin prosperity for all ages. In front of the chamber. My lord. Huang Zhong and the few others saw Qin Mu arrive and hurriedly went forward to salute. Qin Mu nodded and looked toward the secret room. Can there be any situation? Now that the January deadline has come and gone, success or failure depends on this moment. Huang Zhong and the others shook their heads. We have been stationed here day and night, and there has been no movement among them. They also didn't know what the situation was inside the chamber. Qin Mu looked at the chamber for a long time, then said, evacuate everyone in the royal palace, and you and others bring firewood to surround the entire palace. If Ying Zheng fails, Qin Mu will use this palace to bury him. Nah. Huang Zhong and a few others received orders and immediately went down to make arrangements. The entire palace guards were dismissed and piles of firewood were transported to the palace. Such a big move alarmed the whole Yin-Yang. The entire streets of Yin-Yang came alive. The people have looked in the direction of the king's palace. Noisy. High above the king's palace is the people's most enjoyable. Unlike the chaotic and busy streets, it was quiet in the left minister's mansion. Gaini stood under the porch. He knew Qin Mu had entered the palace. He and Tianming had been back in Yin-Yang for a month and had yet to see His Majesty. Gainer's eyes flashed as he looked toward the king's palace. Hearing that something had happened to it, Reese took a few steps out into the hall, then stopped in his tracks. When he received the news from the royal palace, his first reaction was to find out what was going on, and then he reacted. Although he does not know what the left minister's intention is, as long as Lord Left Minister is in the palace, this matter is not for him to intervene. The rest of the 100 officials have to hide within the residence to pretend to be blind. Just now is almost moved to break into the king's palace, and now the king's palace is almost ended. No, this matter they do not know. Do not dare to speculate. Do not dare to say, what do you want to do again? Dong Huangtai's tone finally took on a hint of sullenness. The Yin-Yang family also received a message from the royal palace. The moon god Star Soul had gone to the Sanghe and had not returned, while Qin Mu had returned to Yin-Yang. So he didn't need to think about it to know what had happened. And those two were no longer useful. He was already annoyed by Qin Mu's actions. And now Qin Mu has just returned to Yin-Yang and made such a mess. Dong Huangtai really couldn't get a handle on Qin Mu's behavior. There were no rules and regulations. And it wouldn't be too much of a stretch to say that he was arrogant and domineering. Keep a good eye on Qin Mu. Dong Huangtai's voice spread throughout the Yin-Yang clan as several shadows flashed by. Imperial Palace. My lord. Everything has been prepared as you ordered. After Huang Zhong and the others had made the arrangements, they returned to report. Qin Mu raised his hand and waved away a few people. Although I do not know what my own adults this move, but Huang Zhong or with a few people retreat. The left minister adults have always acted with their own ideas. Qin Mu opened the secret room. Light shone into the dimly lit chamber and shone on the figure in the center. Qin Mu saw Ying Zheng. At this moment, Ying Zheng was sitting on the ground. And even though there was light shining in, he didn't move at all. Qin Mu's heart sank. Suddenly, Ying Zheng, who was sitting on the ground, slowly hovered in the air. Qin Mu's eyes moved for a moment, and the corner of his mouth hooked up into a smile. Nian Li. Ying Zheng succeeded. The T-virus didn't turn Ying Zheng into a zombie. Nagoa. I have not turned into a monster. I shall live forever, and the heavens shall not fail. Qin. Ying Zheng's voice came out, powerful and full of excitement. Qin Mu hooked up the corners of his mouth, a smile that came from the bottom of his heart. Ying Zheng's success was the rarest good news in a long time. Without his feet touching the ground, Ying Zheng floated out of the secret room. The sudden sunlight made him squint, but he quickly adapted. His current body, not only was his body full of power, but also extremely adaptable. I have never felt my body in such good shape. Ying Zheng looked at Qin Mu. Even when he was young, his body didn't feel as good as it did today. Ying Zheng was overflowing with joy, and he never hid any of his emotions in front of Qin Mu. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Your Majesty lives with the heavens, and great Qin will prosper forever. Qin Mu arched his hand and smiled. At this time, Ying Zheng was glowing, with the aura of a king who dares to order the world to obey him, not angry and authoritative, and with a wave of his arm, the world was in turmoil. This is Ying Zheng, the Emperor of the Ages. What a one-world perpetual. I'll have a match with heaven, if I don't grow old and die. Great Qin will live forever. Now he has a lot of time to make trouble at home and abroad. The whole world is Qin's land, and everyone is Qin's subject. Thinking about the situation of Great Qin today, Ying Zheng's eyes narrowed a bit. Now that he has been granted immortality, he is against the remaining Qin and the barbarians on the border. He wants to clean up all of them one by one. These are the big things that have always been on his mind. And the Great Qin of all times will start from cleaning up these little rats. With Your Majesty, Great Qin will only prosper. Qin Mu knew of Ying Zheng's ambition. If not, he wouldn't have willingly followed him for so many years. Changchuan, I can get this new life. All thanks to the merits of Changchuan. This great merit cannot be sealed. I thought that he could not find anything to reward Changchuan for his unification of the world and the subjection of all the people. I have decided to create a new position, the Great Pillar State, to be held by Changchuan himself, which is meant to be the pillar of the country, supporting Great Qin from falling. After a pause, Ying Zheng spoke again. This position can only be held by Changchuan. This is an official position created specifically for Qin Mu, the pillar of Great Qin. Standing, Qin Mu smiled without much care. He wasn't too interested in these things right now. Seeing Qin Mu's face, Ying Zheng knew what he wanted to do. Not waiting for Qin Mu to refuse, Ying Zheng took the first step and said, I know that Changchuan doesn't care about money, status and power, but I think this is the best thing I can offer. Ying Zheng's expression seemed to dim. Qin Mu was silent for a moment, somewhat helpless, and opened his mouth to accept the reward. In the future, this great Qin, Changchuan and I will rule together, a country when 2 emperors. Seeing Qin Mu's agreement, Ying Zheng's excitement rose, and the best thing he could come up with was half of the river. In the future, no matter how much Great Qin expands its territory, half of Great Qin will be Qin Mu's. Qin Mu laughed bitterly. What he wanted was never any half of the kingdom. It's only because of Ying Zheng that he's doing this. Your Majesty, Changchuan has always been idle. It's okay to ask Changchuan to lead the Iron Cavalry to pacify the world, but Changchuan can't be responsible for ruling the country. What's more, throughout the ages, how can there be 2 emperors in one country, the ruler of the country? His Majesty is sufficient. Changchuan cannot be excused. A country of 2 emperors is nothing bad. In the past, the legend that the demon raced to establish the court of heaven. There is still the East Emperor and the Demon Emperor, 2 people ruling the court of heaven. I and Changchuan, as that the East Emperor Tai and Emperor Jun. Why can't you and I rule Great Qin together? Ying Zheng waved his hand, his tone calm, but not to be questioned. Qin Mu had no choice but to accept it, knowing that he could not persuade Ying Zheng. Only then was Ying Zheng satisfied, and with a wave of his hand, pass on my decree. Tonight I will invite all the officials to a banquet at the royal palace. Qin Mu smiled and nodded, summoning Huangzhong and the others. Pass the word down that His Majesty is hosting a banquet at the royal palace this evening. Nah. Huangzhong and the others received the order and retired. Chapter 48, Pardoning the Great Qin Pillars and Ruling the World Together. Soon, the decree of the royal palace to invite all the officials to a banquet was then sent to all the ministers. 100 officials waited for their eyes to roll over and ponder a few times. His Majesty did not show up in January, but today he suddenly came out of the gate. When I got out of the gate, I invited all the officials to a banquet. Thinking of the proposal of Chu Yan, several people, the 100 officials gathered together the robes. Good thing at that time there was not an impulse to listen to the slanderous words. Otherwise, I'm afraid today will be a head-breaking feast. At nightfall, 100 officials arrived. The banquet hall was buzzing with talk. None of the people knew what the current situation was, and they were still in shock at His Majesty's sudden appearance. Not long after, Ying Zheng and Qin Mu came to the banquet hall together. Greetings, Your Majesty. The 100 officials rose and saluted in unison. All the beloved ministers are excused. The 100 officials rose and were again taken aback by Ying Zheng's spirited demeanor. His Majesty is a different person than he was before January. If they hadn't seen Ying Zheng's youthful appearance, they would have suspected that Qin Mu had found someone to disguise him. Afterward, under the watchful eyes of all the officials, Ying Zheng waved his hand, and the palace men brought in 2 dragon chairs, one for each of Qin Mu, sitting on an equal footing. The 100 officials nearly dropped their jaws in shock, too late to investigate the change in Ying Zheng's behavior, as the etiquette of a ruler and his ministers firmly trapped them in their hearts. How can an emperor sit on an equal footing with his subjects? How can a courtier sit in the dragon chair? It's not polite. It's not polite. The 100 officials screamed in their hearts, but they didn't dare to say anything for a while. At this moment, Ying Zheng opened his mouth. Today, I have the help of Changchuan to eliminate the stubborn disease and increase my lifespan, so I shall celebrate with the whole heaven and give amnesty to the whole world. In just a few words, the 100 officials refined the elimination of persistent diseases. Life greatly increased, but no one thought of longevity. When His Majesty opens his mouth, all his subjects must answer. The 100 officials hurriedly put away their shock and said in unison, Congratulations, Your Majesty. Your Majesty is wise. This is a blessing for my great Qin. Ying Zheng spoke again. The left minister Qin Mu has done a great deal of work, so I have decided to appoint him as a great pillar state of my great Qin, to rule the world together with me. When these words came out, the 100 officials shook, and many of them looked entangled, wanting to speak out against it. However, when he glanced at Qin Mu, who was sitting on the side, he thought of his tactic of saying one thing and never showing any mercy. The ministers wanted to speak, and for a while there was silence. Ying Zheng frowned slightly. No one heard what I said. The 100 officials trembled and reacted. Now that this world was His Majesty's world, what could they do even if they opposed it? Congratulations to the Grand Pillar. The 100 officials saluted towards Qin Mu. Level off. The 100 officials got up and were relieved to see Qin Mu being so nice. They just had to do what His Majesty wanted. As a pillar minister, I sit with His Majesty and hold the Great Qin Kingdom together. All of you are important ministers of Great Qin, and I do not wish to have my hands stained with the blood of all of you. Do you understand, my lords? At those words, the hearts of the 100 officials lifted once again. Qin Mu's words were understood by everyone, and while they were shocked, they were also shocked that Qin Mu was so overbearing. His Majesty is still present, and he dares to talk like that. And instead of being angry, His Majesty stared at them. The 100 officials were terrified, and some of them shivered up and hastened to make a show of loyalty. Your Majesty, Lord Pillar, as vassals of Great Qin, we are deeply favored by Your Majesty's great grace, and we have absolutely no dissenting thoughts. It better be. Ying Zheng's eyes swept over the people present. He knew that Qin Mu wouldn't hammer the 100 officials for no reason, and it seemed that these people hadn't been very honest in recent days. The 100 officials were looked at again with a sense of trepidation. A palace banquet in the 100 officials carefully and cautiously, finally dispersed. On the following day, the news of Ying Zheng's departure and the amnesty for the whole world spread all over Great Qin, along with the happy news that Qin Mu had been appointed as a great pillar state to rule the world together. The world raised its eyes in shock. The left minister Qin Mu was really a half-emperor. Knowing that Ying Zheng was safe and sound, the already heavy anti-Qin forces became even more worried. I thought I had gone first, but I didn't expect that I would suddenly appear again, and I even appointed Qin Mu as a great pillar state, with 2 emperors in one country and power divided. Is Ying Zheng really a fool, or does Qin Mu have so much trust in him? In any case, the split in power is a buried danger. They only hope that Qin Mu will become the second Lu Buwei and have a conflict with Ying Zheng, and then the whole Qin will be broken. At this time, the royal palace. Your Majesty, Nagawa has something to tell you. If Nagawa has something to say, just say so. Qin Mu hooked his lips. This time Changchuan went to Sanghe and brought back a great talent, having promised him the post of prime minister. Oh, who is it that has earned such high regard from Nagawa? Ying Zheng had some interest. Qin Mu had never recommended a talent to him. I wondered what kind of person Qin Mu thought so highly of. Little Sage Zhuang sect master. Fu Nian. Ying Zheng's eyes flickered. The little sage Zhuang had always been iffy to Great Qin. Ying Zheng had long had the intention of recruiting them, but had no way to do so, not realizing that he had been in seclusion for once, and Qin Mu had already brought back all of their masters. However, Ying Zheng did not know much about the several heads of the little sage manor, but since Qin Mu recommended him, Ying Zheng did not doubt him. Changchuan can decide. But, in that case, what shall become of Lise? A moment later, Ying Zheng suddenly remembered something and asked, I have my own arrangements. Qin Mu had a mysterious expression. Unable to do anything, Ying Zheng nodded and said no more. However, he would announce this matter at tomorrow's morning court. Chapter 49, Dismissal of Li Si. Fu Nian appointment as Prime Minister. The next day. Greetings, Your Majesty, Lord Pillar. In the morning court, all the officials saluted in unison. Yesterday's events of the officials still have palpitations. Looking at the great hall above the same sitting with the 2 most honored people of Great Qin, the 100 officials watched with their eyes and noses, and from then on they had one more master. Ying Zheng and Qin Mu sat down. There is something to enlighten. The palace man at the side trailed off to remind the 100 officials. The 100 officers stood out of the ranks with trepidation and presented the situation of their division. Your Majesty, now that there are empty official positions in the court, but the political affairs are complicated, please ask Your Majesty to fill the vacant official positions so that there will not be any mistakes. Finally, Reese came forward. Several 9 ministers as well as some ministers in the court. Qin Mu was killed by a thunderbolt, and after that Qin Mu went to the Organ City Sanghe and other places, so no one in the court had the right to appoint officials, so it was always vacant. Now that Ying Zheng has left the country, it is only natural that the emperor should decide on these matters. I will make my own decision on this matter. As soon as the officials broke into the palace, Ying Zheng knew about it, and knew that those who were killed were the ones who were not in control of the court. Ying Zheng's eyes swept over the 100 officials one by one, watching their hearts beat wildly. Then, Ying Zheng spoke. I also have an announcement to make. Declare an audience with Van Ian. The courtesan dragged out his long voice to pronounce the ambrosia. The 100 officials turned back to look at the entrance of the great hall. As Fu Nian took a step into the hall, Li Si had mixed feelings. Fu Nian pays his respects to His Majesty, Lord Pillar. Walking straight past Reese, Van Ian saluted the main seat. From this day forward, the position of Sangoku will be assumed by Aki Fu Nian, Ying Zheng slowly said, but shocked everyone present. Sangok. Isn't this Mr. Xianghua Li Si? Although Fu Nian is a Confucian great yet, but the imperial government is not compared to the dance of writing in ink. So how to make this direct appointment? Xianghua is the head of the 100 officials. Li Si has no faults or innocence, directly removed from office. Since ancient times has never been such a situation. The 100 officials' minds turned over, instantly identifying a number of rules of etiquette that were incompatible with the matter, while doubting Fu Nian's ability and lamenting what had happened to Li Si. But no one dared make a sound. Qin Mu took in the crowd's reaction and didn't say anything. Do you think I have made the wrong decision? The hall was silent, and Ying Zheng's voice seemed unusually loud. I wouldn't dare. Congratulations to Lord Sagittarius. When the group of ministers heard this, they immediately reacted. How dare they mention a word of no? I thank the Lord for his great honor. Fu Nian saluted. Ying Zheng's aura struck fear into his heart, and such a monarch made something vague in Fu Nian's heart clear. And the figures of Ying Zheng and the heavens in his heart were gradually merging. Iching, excuse me. I hope that AI scrupulously fulfill their duties. For the benefit of my people of Great Qin, I respectfully submit to the Holy Spirit. Lordly. Ying Zheng looked at Li Si, who was at the side. Since Fu Nian entered the door, Li Si had been calm and had not expressed anything. I am. Li Si saluted. Do you have a problem with that? Ying Zheng looked at Li Si. He also has the talent of the world, but his mind is too deep. The same family can also be mutilated. The good thing is that the Great Qin has no second thoughts. This move is indeed a loss to him, but even so cannot be objected to. Fu Nian was recommended by Qin Mu, so Ying Zheng naturally had to pay attention to him, and asking Li Si was just a reminder. I have no objection. Once removed, said the heart does not have waves, that is impossible, but Li Si how to know how to assess the situation. Today's situation, listen to the word, is more important than everything. Ying Zheng nodded and didn't say much. Li Si Qin Mu would arrange it. Retreat. Greetings, Your Majesty, Lord Pillar. As soon as Ying Zheng and Qin Mu left, all the officials could not hold back their discussion. Worrying about the future direction of Qin, Li Si walked over to Fu Nian. Congratulations, sect leader. There is no need for you to sympathize, it is I who occupy this official position today, but I am sure that His Majesty will not treat you poorly. Fu Nian is intent on keeping a distance. Li Si was not angry. Nowadays, the official style of the court is strict. What official position is not worth mentioning? As long as His Majesty and the pillars are present in the court, the officials only need to do their job. And Li Si had a vague guess as to why he appointed Fu Nian as the head of the 100 officials. At those words, Fu Nian suddenly remembered Qin Mu's words, be obedient. On the streets of Yin-Yang, the people are heading to the eastern corner of the city. There was an execution ground set up outside Yin-Yang. At this time, in the center of the execution ground, Chu Ren and several other great scholars were escorted to kneel on top of the high platform. The people on the sidelines pointed at a few people. I heard that it was someone who intended to plot a rebellion, and while His Majesty was in seclusion, a few people entangled ministers and broke into the king's palace and were arrested. Nonsense. It was clearly Lord Pillar who went to the mansion to arrest people, and the courtyard was filled with blood and dead people after the arrest. I didn't expect to be a thief after reading a lot of holy books. People like that deserve to die. The people are living a peaceful life in the affluent city of Yin-Yang, and those who intend to disrupt their peaceful life are the ones who deserve to die. Qin Mu stepped up to the main position of supervising the beheading. In the eyes of the people, personally supervised the beheading of a few people, to confirm the crimes of Chu Yan and others, but also to give a wake-up call to some people in the city of Yin-Yang who have a mind to do so. A few of the Chu pity men, their faces red and swollen, muttered and shouted, unable to hear the words. The chief executioner was afraid of angering Qin Mu, so he asked for instructions and directly ordered the beheading. On top of the torture platform, with a flash of the knife, several heads rolled to the ground, blood splattered and bubbling. The people also pointed to the head and said, serves you right. Chu Yan and others were beheaded. The court minister's cats and the residents, no one dares to go out. Just yesterday, He was invited by those people and nearly had his head moved. And Yin-Yang City has been too uneventful for them in recent days. What's the situation? Fuso looked at the boy who entered the door. Several gentlemen were beheaded. The boy bowed his back and dared not look up. All beheaded. Fuso looked compassionate, and self-reproach flowed in his eyes. Why didn't he stop a few gentlemen at that time? He did not expect that after his refusal, Shuyan several people also gathered 100 officials' private meeting. Fuso felt that he did not remind them, which led to such a tragedy. Your Excellency need not blame yourself. How can a person who achieves great things not have sacrifices? Someone reminded Fuso. Fuso has talent, but his nature is too soft. They are both attracted to Fuso's soft nature and worried that such a Fuso will not go far. You wait down. Fuso waved away the people beside him. If he paved the way with death and injury, how could he go on? He only wanted to act on his father's orders, never thinking that those around him would suffer casualties. At this time, in the palace, Your Majesty, Shu Yu and the others have been beheaded. A courtesan entered the hall and lowered his head. Got it. Ying Zheng drew a circle on top of one dossier, put it aside, and picked up another. This one was extraordinarily thick and heavy, and when Ying Zheng opened it, it contained a record of all the things that had happened during the days he was in seclusion, and it was in Qin Mu's handwriting. Seeing this, Ying Zheng smiled. Seeing this, the courtier made a bow and retreated out of the hall. Ying Zheng read the contents of the dossier one by one, and his eyes sank when he saw the word Gainey, the left minister's residence. Qin Mu went back to his house to see Gainer. Congratulations to Lord Pillar. Gainya arched his hand when he saw Qin Mu coming over. He and Tian Ming had been living within the left minister's residence these days. The left minister's mansion was the center of all the events, and what Qin Mu had done over all this time was clear to Gainey. He and Qin Mu acquaintance time is not short. Before Qin Mu has been low-profile behavior. Gainey did not expect Qin Mu killing decisive, so act quickly and effectively, but also easy to make enemies. However, nowadays, Qin Mu was ranked as a pillar state, and was already half the master of Great Qin. You know His Majesty's temperament. This pillar state. I'm not really interested, Qin Mu casually said. Pillar? What is it? Tian Ming was about to look for Gainey to ask him about his sword skills when he came to hear Qin Mu speak, and he had never heard the term pillar state before. What's the matter, Tian Ming? Instead of answering Tian Ming, Gainey asked, Oh, uncle, here's how I can't practice. Help me see, Tian Ming said as he gestured with a branch. You're teaching Tian Ming to practice swordplay? Qin Mu looked toward Gainey. Just defense. Gainey shook his head. Yin-Yang was not a safe place for Tian Ming, and he couldn't be by Tian Ming's side all the time. Teaching some self-defense techniques. It's time to teach swordplay. Qin Mu laughed. Ignoring Gainer's puzzled gaze, Qin Mu took out a box-like object and handed it to Tian Ming. What is it? Tian Ming took it and flipped it around and fiddled with it, and the object in his hand transformed into a sword. Fun. Non-offense? Gainey recognized this object. Tian Ming, this will be your weapon from now on. How about following uncle to learn swordplay? Qin Mu smiled and looked at Tian Ming. Learning the sword and purging the rebels. Is this really for me? Tian Ming looked uncertain. Naturally. Qin Mu nodded his head. I'll definitely learn swordplay from uncle. You can't just do nothing when you return to Great Qin. Qin Mu opened his mouth before Gainer, blocking the words Gainer was about to say. I'll teach Tenmei well. Gainey thought for a moment and responded. His Majesty's purification is over, and it's time for you to meet His Majesty. Qin Mu got up and said, Tian Ming, I have something to go out. You practice your sword. Gainey followed behind Qin Mu. Uncle, you come back early. Chapter 50, Ancestral Dragon Assassinated. You guys are too slow. Ying Zheng's voice came out from the inner hall. Your Majesty. Gainey saluted with his sword. He had always carried his sword freely in and out of the king's palace, and even now no one was stopping him. As Ying Zheng walked out of the inner sanctum with his python robe, Gainey's pupils shrunk. The Ying Zheng in front of him was the same as when he was young, and after feeling his aura, he was even more powerful than back then. It's amazing how a person can rejuvenate in January. Gainer knew that this must have something to do with Qin Mu, and it was no wonder that there was the position of pillar state. Gainey is guilty. Gainey bowed his head and begged for forgiveness. He defected from Great Qin and beheaded the Qin army, which was all within the laws of Great Qin. Ying Zheng looked at Gainey, and none of the three of them spoke. After a long time, Gainey heard a voice from above his head. That child's name is Tian Ming? Yes. Ying Zheng looked into the void, his eyes seeming to penetrate time. Tian Ming. Ying Zheng muttered. You actually found him. when Tianming disappeared. Ying Zheng also searched for him, but to no avail. It was also unintentional to learn the whereabouts. And so, fled with the men? Ying Zheng suddenly snapped. Gainye lowered his head and didn't know how to reply. He had taken Tianming to defect, which was distrustful of Ying Zheng. He had followed Ying Zheng for many years. He knew how much Ying Zheng disliked people who betrayed him. And with this move, he was close. Qin Mu stayed silent at the side. This was a matter between Ying Zheng and Gainer, and it was better for them to settle it on their own. Why don't you say something? Ying Zheng looked toward Gainer, who had his head bowed. Gainy takes the blame. Atone for your sins? Ying Zheng stared at Gainye. What will you use to atone for your sins? Your life? Your life is up to me. Ying Zheng revived his sleeves and said, Your Majesty. Gainer raised his head to look at Ying Zheng, who had already prepared for the worst. Did you get anything out of this trip? Ying Zheng didn't answer Gainer, but looked at him and asked. Gainye frowned between his brows. The biggest gain was to truly understand Ying Zheng, right? Since there isn't one, follow me and see if there is one. Ying Zheng walked towards the hall. As Gainy stood still, Qin Mu raised an eyebrow. No one listens to my words anymore? Ying Zheng's voice came from the inner hall. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu and Gainy entered the hall. Ying Zheng sat at the edge of the case and continued to review the Zhangfu, while Gainye stood to the side with his sword in his arms. The scene was as usual. Back then, Ying Zheng was also as dedicated as this, working for the country and the people, and Gainer didn't move an inch from his side. After an unknown amount of time, the sky darkened. The palace people add weights to one side of the balance scale, and on the other side is the Zhengji bamboo slips. Your Majesty, you have finished grading a stone of Zhengji today. You should rest. The courtesan stepped forward to remind. Ying Zheng did not reply. Your Majesty, the courtesan spoke again. Ying Zheng waved his hand, signaling the courtiers to retire. The courtiers who wanted to dissuade Ying Zheng further had to withdraw from the hall. Your Majesty. Ying Zheng raised his hand to interrupt Gainye. His current body only needed a little relaxation to return to a state of mental fullness. Even after a day of reviewing the Zhengji, there wasn't much fatigue. Seeing that Qin Mu didn't say anything, Gainy also stopped speaking. It was getting late into the night, and the flickering candle flames were quieting down. There were also fewer courtiers walking around outside the palace, and the entire royal palace fell into silence. Gainy frowned. He felt something was wrong. Ying Zheng didn't seem to realize that he was still reading the Zhangfu, while Qin Mu left the inner hall with a farewell. Gainer gripped the profound rainbow in his hand. Alert! Suddenly, Gainy's longsword was sheathed and shot towards a corner in the middle of the hall. Clank! A black shadow flew out and flew towards Ying Zheng at an extremely fast speed. Your Majesty! Gainy retrieved the profound rainbow and chased after the black shadow. The black shadow appeared beside Ying Zheng in a flash and attacked him without hesitation. Ying Zheng raised his hand to restrain the black shadow's attacking curved palm with a fine brush that was outlining the scrolls. The black shadow was obviously startled, but reacted extremely quickly, striking at Ying Zheng with his other hand with a strong palm wind. Ying Zheng met him with his palm, and the strong wind from their collision swept out the rows of candles in the hall. Then the moonlight thrown in between the windows was barely visible as the black shadow escaped from the palace with the force of a palm. No need to chase. Ying Zheng opened his mouth to stop Gainer, who was preparing to chase after him. At that moment, the entire royal palace boiled over. Escort! Protector! There are assassins! Footsteps sounded outside the hall, and the commander of the Forbidden Army breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Ying Zheng, bowing and saying, Your Majesty, I'm late in escorting you. Make every effort to catch the assassin. Promise. The commander retreated with the Forbidden Army and searched the entire royal palace. Meanwhile, riots broke out in various parts of Xianyang and the city was under martial law. That night, there were riots in all the major cities of Great Qin. Is His Majesty injured? Gainye stopped his pursuit and looked at Ying Zheng. He didn't expect Ying Zheng to be able to take a slap from that man. Although the other party did not use his full strength, that palm could not be received by anyone who did not have deep internal strength. Ying Zheng knew some sword skills Gainy knew, but when did His Majesty have such profound internal strength? Gainy wondered. As a matter of fact, Ying Zheng did not receive that blow with his inner strength, but rather with his body. His body had been transformed to be very strong, but with this body he was strong enough to fight against many powerful people. I'm not in the way. Ying Zheng looked at the open window and his eyes deepened. This night is destined to be sleepless. The city of Xianyang was in a state of military chaos until the sky showed white. Daoist spiritual master. Ying Zheng has attained immortality. Inform the disciples everywhere and put the news out. I believe it will be a valuable one. Dong Huang Taiyi's tone was calm. He already knew about Ying Zheng's physical condition, and Ying Zheng, who had regained his youthful appearance, had already attained longevity. And, again, someone whose fate he couldn't figure out. Ying Zheng originally had his own destiny, but the Ying Zheng who came out of seclusion in January was one that even he, Dong Huang Tai, could not see through. Inform Su Fu to speed up the progress and stop doing his useless stuff. The Mirage is an important part of the Undertaker's plan. The Yin-Yang clan has been relying on the longevity medicine to achieve its current status. And Ying Zheng's longevity is not good news for the Yin-Yang clan. It's time to speed up the plan and think about the Yin-Yang family's retreat. Yes. In front of the Eastern Emperor Tai, Desiwei bowed his head and took orders. Moon God Star Soul sighed. Moon God and Star Soul were still being held in the Sanghe. Useless. The Eastern Emperor Tai Chi directly said. Dashin didn't say anything. After a moment of silence, East Emperor Tai spoke. Take someone to the Sanghe. Today is the time to ask for someone. Yes. The Grand Priestess led the order to retreat. In the middle of the Great Hall, only the Eastern Emperor Tai was left, his breathing a little heavy. At the same time, there were rumors sprouting up like springtime all over Great Qin. Rumor has it that His Majesty the Emperor has been assassinated and the entire palace is now under martial law. Some large cities such as Xianyang City were attacked and many people were injured. Rumor has it that the anti-Qin rebels are active in a big way, and they are afraid that they are preparing to rise up in rebellion. It is said that His Majesty the Emperor has recovered from his illness, returned to youth, and attained immortality. Hundreds of people contacted the major rumors and came to a conclusion. When His Majesty gained immortality, the remaining rebels couldn't hold back their rebellion and failed to assassinate His Majesty, so they tried to destroy the city. It is the ordinary people who suffer. Rebellion is so hateful. How dare they take on the common people? When one threatens one's own life, one begins to sit back. For a while, there was a flurry of reports from all over the world on the whereabouts of the rebels, just hoping for an early peace in the world. Upon receiving the report, the delinquents from all over the world went out and cleared out a number of rebel strongholds in just a few days. Many forces in the shadows are gradually coming to the surface. Chapter 51, Touring the Sanghe. In a village, Xiaoyu looked at the people laboring to and fro with a few sad faces. Is it true that Ying Zheng has achieved immortality? Less than spoke up. To be in seclusion for a month and come out and act like this, even if it's not longevity, your body has improved. Fan Zhang composed himself. Originally, they thought that Ying Zheng's retreat was just a delaying tactic, and that Ying Zheng's body would not last more than 3 months. But in just 1 month's time, Ying Zheng's health had already improved, and Fan Zhang really couldn't figure out what the reason for this was. Whatever the situation is, it's not favorable for us today, and now that Great Qin is under martial law all over, it's hard for us to even receive news. Fan Zhang's brow was a little sad. Rumors were spreading and the people regarded the anti-Qin forces as a flood of fierce beasts. The fact that they have to be discreet and narrow their movements, which are reported as soon as they become suspicious, greatly restricts their movements. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu frowned. I don't believe that this matter is the work of anti-Qin forces. Jing Ke was able to get close to Ying Zheng at the cost of Fan Yushi's head. If Ying Zheng was so easily accessible, I'm afraid he would have died many times already. Besides, the anti-Qin forces were all against the tyrannical Qin, so how could they brutalize the people? Rumor has it that the rebels destroyed the city, and the many uninformed people are afraid that they have been kept in the dark. In the news that came back, the people who were searching outside were superior in their detection power and strength. They even lost a number of secret agents. These were not ordinary officers and soldiers. All this should be done by someone on purpose. It doesn't matter who did it. The world believes it was the anti-Qin forces that did it, and that's what these people did. We have been forced into the same situation. The ordinary people of this world are the most powerful and weak, but millions of people are also enough to guard an empire from falling. Fan Zhang stroked his beard. But right now, what are we going to do? Right now they were just too passive, and Xiaoyu felt that they couldn't wait like this, or else it would only end up worse. Do you remember the words of that old man? Fan Zhang looked at Xiaoyu. Though Chu has 3 households, the death of Qin will be Chu. Xiaoyu's eyes narrowed. These were the words spoken to him by a mysterious old man. These words were very much to his liking. On top of that, there was another sentence that he didn't understand. Wind Forest Fire Mountain. Xiaoyu muttered, never understanding what that meant. Its speed is like the wind. Its defense is like a forest. Its aggression is like fire. And its immobility is like a mountain. Xiaoyu's pupils shrunk, understanding Fan Zhang's meaning, and with a show of sadness. Sitting around and waiting for death is not my Xiaoyu's style. Xiao Yu also had the same idea with the other remaining members of the Six Kingdoms and the anti-Qin forces. There was a dark tide up and down Great Qin. In the middle of Yin-Yang, Qin Mu, on the other hand, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked, afraid of the rats hiding in the gutter, does not move. Sang he, on top of a pavilion. Dasaway clasped his hands and looked at the moon-starry night sky, calculating the time in his heart. A pair of bright red hands were unusually demonic under the moonlight. Beside the Grand Secretary, a young girl dressed in purple stood on top of the building. The long purple hair ruffled with the wind, the light veil covered her face, and her expression was indifferent, without a trace of emotion in her crystal eyes. This is the Yin-Yang family, Xiaoxi. As the moon faded, the two of them moved towards the beach. Little Saint Hyacinth. Under the dappled moonlight shadow, Zhang Liang stood between the bamboos, and the sound of the fine wind made a sound. Couldn't find where it came from, as it is now in Great Qin. With Sect Master's ability, this little officialdom can't be difficult for him. Yan Lu's voice sounded behind him. Elder brother is right. Zhang Liang turned to Yan Lu. Then what are you worried about? Yan Lu walked over to Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang shook his head. Just listening to where this wind is going to blow. In the middle of a dense forest, feel a sweeping burst of power. Wei Zhuang stopped in his tracks, and behind him, Qilian and the others stopped as well. A dark shadow flashed through the forest. Wei Zhuang narrowed his eyes, rather more and more similar to a mouse. Today's rebels don't dare to show up in the city in a big way, and are mostly active in forests or other places where there are fewer people. At those words, Akira snorted. The world is beyond your and my influence these days, don't you think? Sure Fu. Wei Zhuang's voice was soft, but it was destined to go unanswered. Although various large cities rioted, no one was actually hurt. Even so, the people were still fearful. They were lucky that no one was hurt this time, but there's no telling what will happen next time. If the rebels start a riot every now and then, smashing stalls and destroying houses, how can they, the common people, live? At that exact moment, however, news came out of Yin-Yang that His Majesty, the first emperor, was going on a tour of the world, with the first place going to the Sanghe. Sanghe was the worst city for this riot, with most of the street stalls destroyed. Some of the houses were smashed, but fortunately none of the houses were occupied and no lives were hurt. The rebels are hiding in the shadows and could start a riot at any time. His Majesty the First Emperor was still concerned about the world at this time, ignoring his own safety and personally going on a tour, and the people could not help but admire him in their hearts. There were rumors earlier that His Majesty is tyrannical and that there will be no peace under the tyrannical Qin. Now the people feel that it must have been the rebels who slandered His Majesty, and that it was these anti-Qin rebels who really disregarded the people. Yin-Yang, Your Majesty, the message has been put out. Zheng Han arched his hand and reported, get ready for a tour of the Sangha. Nah. Zheng Han led the order to hide his figure. Although His Majesty's tour would have been a major event that would have alarmed the world, the news had spread so quickly that it was inevitable that someone would have pushed the envelope. The person behind this is none other than Ying Zheng himself. It's a good idea for Ying Zheng to go on a tour of the world at a time when he seems to be on the verge of a storm. Secondly, under the operation of anti-Qin forces, there are not a few people who think that Great Qin is a tyrannical Qin. This move will show them that Great Qin values the people. In addition to this, once this riot occurred, the movement of anti-Qin forces in various places was greatly restricted. They have long been acting in secret, and since Ying Zheng has sent them such a big break, these rebels are bound to take advantage of it. 3 in 1. I'm sure this trip to Sanghe will be quite rewarding. Ying Zheng looked out of the window, and in his eyes was the majesty of a king who dared not look directly at the world. How? In the Pillar State Mansion, Qin Mu's sword brows were cold as he asked without lifting his head. My lord, many forces are heading to the Sanghe to gather. Yuan Tian Gang arched his hand in return, and in his heart, his admiration for Qin Mu increased a few more points. His Majesty went on a tour of the Sanghe, and His Excellency was the first to send a bad man to keep an eye on the Sanghe. As His Excellency said, at this moment, there are many forces mixed in the crowd of spectators gathering towards the Sanghe. Keep an eye on them, don't worry about what these people do. Qin Mu nodded his head and spoke after a moment's pause, and after some thought, he added, pass the order down. There are many political affairs in Yin-Yang. This minister is stationed in Yin-Yang. In addition, more manpower will be sent to protect His Majesty's safety and security. Nah. Chapter 52 Fire. At this time, within a secret stronghold in the Sanghe. That means Qin Mu won't be coming to the Sanghe this time. A big man with a big bladder said. He is a survivor of Wei. Qin destroyed his family and country. and it is absolutely impossible for him to return to Qin. Qin Mu is not that easy to deal with. It's just as well that he's not coming. The target this time is Ying Zheng. We must be prepared for everything. The one who spoke was the remnants of Zhao. When Ying Zheng goes on a tour, there must be no shortage of experts around him, so we do need to be careful with everything. The Yen commander also said. The crowd nodded their heads. Great Qin's move had forced them to almost no way back. This time, they have brought almost all of their men to the Shang operation, and they are determined to take down Ying Zheng in one fell swoop, so as to do justice to the Six Kingdoms. The next day, the first emperor went on a tour. A vast procession clustered around the magnificent carriage. At the front of the group was Meng Tian in his Song Yun armor, and the Golden Fire Cavalry surrounded Ying Zheng in the middle. The Golden Fire Cavalry led by Meng Tan was the elite of Great Qin, and was unbeatable on the battlefield. The fact that he is escorting Ying Zheng on his trip to Shanghi shows the importance that Great Qin attaches to this tour. It was just that among the group, there were 12 other strangely dressed people who looked quite evil. It looked out of place amongst an army that was all over the place. These were the experts sent by Qin Mu to protect Ying Zheng. Though they were unassuming, even Meng Tian felt a vague sense of danger. With his sense of smell from his years of campaigning against these people, even he would find it difficult to retreat in one piece. Lord Pillar is surrounded by talented people, and all of them are masters. Ying Zheng and his group traveled all the way to Shanghi city in a high profile. Entering the city, the magistrate of Shanghi hastened to greet and lead the way. The people flocked to the streets to watch the ceremony. It was the only time in their lives that they would see His Majesty. Ying Zheng lifted the curtain and graciously appeared in front of the crowd, brushing another favor in the hearts of the people. His Majesty is willing to meet with them, the commoners. He is truly a kind and wise ruler, and there are those among them who scoff at this. In an attic, the remaining members of several countries hid their figures and watched the street in full bloom. Humph. Sympathetic. The large Weiman lowered the window screen and spat. The Yen commander glanced at him. Just confirm that it's Ying Zheng. They had come here to confirm that it was indeed Ying Zheng himself who had come to Shanghi, or else they would have to work for nothing. And then there's the fact that Qin Mu indeed didn't show up. This place is crowded. Let's go. The Yen commander got up and led the way out of the room. The big Wei man didn't say anything, glanced at the street through the window, and followed his companion. On top of the carriage, Ying Zheng's eyes narrowed. The reason he appeared before the crowd unobtrusively was to draw the snake out of the hole. He had sensed the sights around him, and it seemed that the purpose had been accomplished. Not only was his body much stronger after the transformation, but his perception had also improved. He would be the first to notice any movement. In front of him, Meng Tian obviously noticed something as well, and his grip on his lance tightened. After passing through the long streets of Shanghi, we finally reached the Becca Palace. This is the palace that Shanghi had specially built for Ying Zheng's personal visit when he learned of his visit, and it was fully equipped with everything and took a lot of effort. When Ying Zheng stayed in the other palace, Meng Tan ordered that the Golden Fire Cavalry defend the whole palace with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Qin Mu sent those 12 men, but they were nowhere to be seen. Ever since Ying Zheng lived in the other palace, there have been many more hidden forces around the other palace. Meng Tian tightened his grip on his lance, not daring to let up for a moment. The sky was slightly white, and the sound of a crackling fire burning firewood woke up the sleeping disciples of the little sage manor. In the dark sky, bright firelight rushed up to the sky, reflecting the entire little sage manor red. Out of the water, a disciple cried out, a mouthful of smoke entering his throat, choking him and making him cough. Coughing hoarsely, he yelled again. The whole little sage house was fully awake, and the disciples carried water. It's the book depository. Hurry! The book depository housed all the canonical books of the little sage manor, many of which were overwhelmingly unique, and once they were burned, there was no possibility of reproducing them again. 2 masters. When the disciples saw Zhang Liang and Yan Lu, they carried their buckets of water too late to salute, and only called out. Zhang Liang Yan Lu and the 2 of them looked at the firelit book collection building with complicated expressions. It was the same thing back in the day, when the library was destroyed. Good thing this building and the other buildings in the manor are independent of each other, otherwise the entire small sage manor will be caught in the fire. I will compensate you for a library. A voice rang out behind the 2. Zhang Liang Yan Lu immediately turned around and saluted the young man in white robes behind him. Do not dare. This time it is thanks to the Lord of the Pillars to remind. The small sage manor for many years collection of books can be preserved. Yan Lu saluted the man beside the young man. The young man in white was none other than Ying Zheng, and standing beside him was Qin Mu. When Ying Zheng went on a tour of Shanghi, how could Qin Mu stay in Xianyang? At this time, The Sanghi is full of fish and dragons, and there are many people who want to kill Ying Zheng, so Qin Mu can't possibly be confident that Ying Zheng will come here alone. As a matter of fact, Qin Mu even arrived at Sanghi City before Ying Zheng, and arranged everything to stay at the Little Sage Manor for the time being. Ying Zheng also came to the Little Sage Manor right after entering the other palace, just without alerting the others. It's good that it's okay. It's just a shame about this fine building. Qin Mu looked at the book collection that was engulfed in tongues of fire and only the frame remained and said, "The small sage manor architecture is peculiar. The library is unique, so it is a pity to be destroyed. The book depository is not enough to worry about. The safety of His Majesty and Lord Pillar are the top priority. It's cool outside the house, and there's a lot of smoke and dust by the fire, so I'd like to invite Your Majesty and Lord Pillar to come inside and talk." Zhang Liang invited Ying Zheng and Qin Mu inside. Entering the room, Ying Zheng patted the soot on his body and took his seat. A few hints of nostalgia appeared in Zhang Liang's eyes as he looked towards the one commanding the disciples. Back then, Han Fei was also like this, calm and organized when things went wrong. At that time, in that situation, Han Fei was also able to turn the danger into a success. It's just that he is now the first emperor. And Han Fei, he said, "I am looking at a small village, but it is a pity that I have wronged such a talented person like you." Hearing Zhang conscientiously sank for a moment, arched his hand and said, "Sect Master Elder Brother has entered the dynasty as an official. Will be the small sage manor entrusted to me and my elder brother and I. That is, to take care of this small manor, has been the cost of the two of us quite a lot of energy. We don't have to be aggrieved if we can do our best to train scholars for Great Qin." Now that Fun Yen was a Qin official, their little sage manor was already a power of the Great Qin. However, for Zhang Liang, being able to teach his disciples at the little sage village was already enough. Ying Zheng looked at Zhang Liang, and Qin Mu looked at Ying Zheng and said, "Zifeng is good at strategizing, so he can offer advice to my Qin." Upon hearing this, Ying Zheng thought about it and nodded as well. In his opinion, Nagawa had his own intentions for such an arrangement. Chapter 53, The 12 Deadlies of the Heavenly Pond. At that time the Zifeng will do his best. Zhang Liang was slightly relieved. If Ying Zheng asked him to join the court, he could not refuse. Glancing at Qin Mu, Lord Pillar doesn't say that he should be allowed to join the dynasty as an official. But yet, one sentence made him Zhang Liang had to be at his beck and call. Really a person who made it difficult to see through. Qin Mu picked up the tea on the table and took a sip. The reason why he arranged Zhang Liang in such a way was also for the convenience of acting in the future. The purpose of Great Qin was never just this small piece of heaven and earth. All the world is Qin's land, and a lot of talent is still needed along the way. Outside the house, the fire was finally under control, and Yen Lu greeted the disciples as they retreated. "Do a few of you have any grievances against my little sacred sage manor in this manner?" At this moment, Yen Lu was the only one above the open space, and he spoke in a gentle voice, but it could make people sense that it was not good. The fire burned down the library, and Yen Lu, who was always gentle and calm, had a hint of emotion. "If you are willing to be traitors to Qin, don't blame us for being merciless." A few figures were slowly revealed in the darkness. Yen Lu's eyes were emotionless as he looked at the several people. All four of the other party had the strength of a Zhongsher. The anti-Qin forces hated even their little sage manor. "Yen Lu, I originally respected you as a place of sages in the world, but I didn't expect that you would turn your back on Great Qin and harbor that guy Ying Zheng." A woman among the anti-Qin forces pointed at Yen Lu and said, "Yo, you can't get married if you talk so viciously in a little girl's house." Yen Lu was about to open his mouth when a female voice rang out. 12 figures then appeared beside Yen Lu. The 12 drakes of Tianqi. Yen Lu confirmed it in his mind. Although Yen Lu does not go out of the little sage manor, but he still knows some things in the Jianghu. Tianqi 12 Fury, as the name suggests, consists of 12 people, each with great skills, martial arts. Nature is also strange. Rumor has it that the 12 people are ferocious and murderous. In the Jianghu is also the existence of the fear of the wind. These 12 people appeared here. Could they be His Majesty's men? Yen Lu pondered for a moment, fearing that it was Lord Pillar's men who had come to Little Sage Manor to protect His Majesty. "Second Lord, let us clean up such a small minion." The matchmaker's Kuai Fan vainly covered her face and smiled daintily. What a waste of words. The paper scout casually flipped his hand and a paper flower appeared, ready to strike. Yen Lu humbly and courteously stepped back. The 4 anti-Qin forces, on the other hand, had stony faces the moment the 12 drakes of Tianqi appeared. They were supposed to be one of the links in the Southeast strike, in order to distract the Qin army's attention. "I thought that the Little Sage Manor was the easiest mission. but I didn't expect to meet these furies here. However, the 4 of them were all sovereign masters. The 12 deadly swords of Tianqi were known for their ferocity, and as loyal and righteous people, they deserved to rid the Jianghu of evil. The 4 men flashed their weapons. There were people from the 3 countries of Wei, Zhao, and Yan among the 4, and even if it was a small team, it was a union of the 3 countries. The girl doll is mine. Don't take it from me. The matchmaker's body leapt and flew out. The other woman held a whip to block the koi fan, which circled around the whip and returned to the matchmaker's hand. The matchmaker caught the sunflower fan and giggled. The woman's heart chilled and she backed up sharply, avoiding a green cloud of poisonous mist with the help of her strength and speed as a zongshi. The poisonous mist fell to the ground, and the bushes died instantly. Vile! The woman opened her mouth in anger and cursed. Then it felt like something had gotten into his throat, and his throat tickled, so he couldn't make a sound. A girl's gotta be reserved. The matchmaker smiled at the woman. The woman was shocked and enraged. Her zongshi aura surged around her, and her long whip attacked the matchmaker with a strong forceful aura. On the other side, the paper flower in the paper scout's hand flew apart, and pieces of petals shot out. Across from him was a swordsman wielding the twin swords of Yin. The swordsman kept swinging the long sword in his hand, fending off wave after wave of paper flower petals. These paper flower petals that seemed to shatter at the slightest touch were as hard as iron at this time, striking his sword and rubbing out nuisance sparks. And when it was knocked down, it would return to the paper scout's hand and strike again like a hidden weapon. It made the swordsman only be able to defend and not be able to enter the opponent at all, and his heart was stifled. An iron broom in the iron broom immortal's hand split with his opponent, clanging and sparking. The two were so fast that they could almost only see the remnants. The surrounding tree branches and grass leaves were all chopped up and filled with debris, and it was difficult to distinguish the winner from the loser for a while. The biggest of the 4 was the one with the highest strength. However, at this moment, he was standing in the middle of the open space without moving. Only his expression was hideous, seemingly fearful and painful. Yan Lu looked at the childlike looking child emperor on the side. The child emperor is accustomed to confusing his opponents with false illusions, and the proctor weaves different dreams, nightmares, for them. I don't know what kind of nightmare this Wei general is in at the moment. The battle seemed to be fought fiercely, but in reality, the victory and defeat had already been decided. Leaving aside the fact that there were still people among the 12 deadlies of Tianqi who had not yet taken action, the 4 who had done so had long since suppressed each other to death. But why no one-trick pony? Yan Lu glanced at the ghostly figure. The ghost shadow is the oldest of the 12 deadly fury, and has mastered the ghost shadow technique, the highest attainment of the Japanese ninjutsu, which enables him to kill the enemy in the darkness, and to be invisible. Stop playing. The ghostly shadow's tone was a little slow, his voice was slightly old, but it was strong and powerful. Upon hearing this, the chi of the 4 Tianqi 12 furies in the middle of the battlefield rose steeply, pressurizing their opponents so much that they could only bind their hands. What? The woman with the long whip was mute, her beautiful eyes wide. This matchmaker had never revealed her true strength. He himself was a zongshi expert, and now the other party's aura was superior to his own. Could the other party actually be a grand master? The remaining 3, except for the large man with the pained expression, the other 2 had similar thoughts. I had thought that with the strength of the 4 of them as zongshi, they would be able to escape from the hands of the 12 fiends of Tianqi even if they were not good enough. I didn't expect the other party to be this strong. Under the ghost shadow's instructions, the 12 deadly men of Tianqi captured 4 of them alive. Bring it to Ying Zheng Qin Mu. The 4 anti-Qin men stared viciously at Ying Zheng and Qin Mu, and the matchmaker saw this and prepared to give the men some material. Qin Mu raised his hand to stop the matchmaker. There's one more scene for them to get a good look at. At that moment, a Qin general came to report. Your Majesty, Lord Pillar, the Becca Palace is under attack. The number of enemies is unknown. An enemy army has come up to the little sacred sage manor, and we ask your Majesty and Lord Pillar to move to a safe place. The general was covered in blood and gasping for breath. He is ordered to escort the driver at this moment. The anti-Qin forces have realized that there is no one in the other palace and have turned towards the little sage manor. Yes, the Becca Palace is a front, just an empty shell to draw out the anti-Qin forces. Monty was stationed only to take down the rebels in one fell swoop, and after the anti-Qin rebels realized that there was no one in the other palace, they partly held back Meng Tian and some of their experts rushed to the little sage village. How was the battle? Ying Zheng looked at the general and asked. The engagement is still ongoing and should be difficult to quell for a while. The general ordered us to escort His Majesty to the military camp for His Majesty's safety. The general arched his hand. As Ying Zheng listened, His eyes grew deeper and deeper, revealing a sense of danger. A fight of this magnitude is bound to threaten the safety of the people. The top and bottom of the little sage estate are sworn to defend the safety of His Majesty and Lord Pillar. Zhang Liang Yan Lu looked at each other and also arched his hand. Despite their preparations, the anti-Qin forces were too big a handful this time. Good. You and others come with me. Ying Zheng lifted his foot and stepped out of the house. Zhang Liang and the others followed close behind. Bring it on. Qin Mu followed behind Ying Zheng with a command. Only then did the 12 fiends of Tianqi smugly carry the 4 in their hands and hurriedly follow. Chapter 54, Only Great Qin people remain in my territory. The 4 anti-Qin forces were glad for a moment when they heard that someone had come to the little sacred sage manor. They hadn't expected Ying Zheng to be here either, but they hadn't been able to make a gap to report. Now that the main force has known the whereabouts of Ying Zheng, they are willing to die even if they have to. No one cares what the 4 think. When Ying Zheng stepped out of the gate, he saw the disciples of the little sage manor standing in front of the gate in full costume. Most of these kids are in their teens, and nervousness runs across their faces when they are suddenly confronted with a big event. But when he saw Ying Zheng and the others, his eyes were filled with determination. Look at death as a home away from home. There was a hint of emotion in Ying Zheng's heart. These children are the descendants of Great Qin. A large number of undesirable people also surfaced and landed inside and outside the little sage manor. All forces assembled. Your Majesty, my lord, it has been assembled. Yuan Tian Gang stepped forward and arched his hand to report back. Depart for the barracks. Those who stand in the way, kill without pardon. Qin Mu's voice carried a cold chill. No! Deafening echoes resounded inside and outside the little sage manor. The crowd of little sage manor disciples looked at Qin Mu in fascination. Ordering experts and all, it was too majestic. Ying Zheng and his group had just stepped out of the little sage manor not too far away and looked up from the mountain. The open flames were raging in Shang Qi city, and in some places, there was already nothing but a monstrous sea of fire. Wailing and fighting sounds faintly reached the ears of the crowd. Ying Zheng's eyes were filled with rage, and his hands were clenched into fists under his sleeve robes. Good enough. A few words full of anger came out from his clenched teeth. Ben thought that the anti-Qin forces were coming at him, and that this was a matter between these people and him. I didn't realize that the rebels, who claimed to be for the people, had no regard for the people's life and death, but only wanted his life. Rebel remnants. I will use their blood to sacrifice the innocent people of my Shanghi. Ying Zheng's aura was horrifying, and the king's authority could not be disobeyed. Your Majesty, Nagawa will do his best to catch the rebels. Qin Mu's eyes were icy cold, and the morose aura around him had gotten a few more points colder. Remnants of the 6 kingdoms. If anything, it was because they had always been a hidden danger to Great Qin and had to be gotten rid of sooner or later. Then it is now an enemy of Great Qin and must be liquidated immediately. Ying Zheng nodded slightly at his words. Pass on the order to take the remaining members of the 6 kingdoms alive. If you can. This minister will let them know what happens to the people of my Great Qin when they grass on them. The Qin Mu who said this was as frightening as a hellish Shura. Nah. One of the delinquents led the order and disappeared in a single movement. Looking at the Shanghi city that was like an inferno, Zhang Liang frowned tightly with a scowl. A lot of people died. And this is what the remnants of the 6 kingdoms said about opposing the tyrannical Qin? He had been in contact with people from all 6 countries, and had also always been on good terms with the people of Shanghi city. Now that the Shanghi is on fire, Zhang Liang questions whether he was wrong in the first place. Yan Lu's gentle face also lingered for a few moments, and pain flowed in his eyes. Little Sage Manor is located in Shanghi. For Shanghi city, how there is a stream of feelings in. The Confucian disciples behind them were all filled with indignation. And even the 12 fiends of Tianqi's face changed slightly. They don't do anything good, but innocent people don't get slaughtered like that. The 4 anti-Qin forces who were carried by the 12 deadly swords of Tianqi were even more shocked, as they had originally planned to assassinate Ying Zheng at his palace. The other palace was located in a secluded place, which was why they dared to gather in large numbers. It's also about not endangering the people. How to? Nowadays. How did this happen? All of you listen to the order. Follow me to catch the rebels. Ying Zheng's aura surged around him. He was now also a man capable of fighting. How could he escape when his own people were in trouble? Nah! The crowd behind them was furious, following Ying Zheng as they hurried down the mountain at a fast pace. Above the mirage, the 3 figures looked at the flaming Shanghi, their eyes imprinted with flames that jumped out of the sky. What a great deal! Star-souled Skedin flipped his wrist, a ball of flame dancing in his palm. If it hadn't been inappropriate to step in, he would have added to the fire for Shanghi. You'd better be careful. The moon god's expression was obscure and his tone was cold. She and Star Soul were rescued by the Yin-Yang family and went up to the Mirage, where the most dangerous place is the safest place. The two could only hide in the Mirage today, not daring to go out. Yun Zhongyuan's eyes rolled as he watched the two not speak. Above a cliff. What a nostalgic sight. Wei Zhuang's low voice rang out, his complexion unreadable in terms of emotions. This same fire spread through the capital city of Korea back then, and Korea disappeared in that fire. Behind him, Akira frowned, the fire dancing in his eyes already looking long gone. No one spoke again in the entire Quicksand. Sunga City, with the farewell palace as the center, fire spread throughout the city, and the sound of blades clashing was constant. At the other palace, Meng Tim fought 1 against 10, and many rebels were killed by his spear. In front of him were well-trained soldiers with a determination to die, making a last-ditch effort. Monty felt back on the battlefield. I didn't realize that there was such a battle to be fought nowadays. Still on my own country's soil, a cold light flashed in Meng Tian's eyes, and Begong assassinated him. Immediately, there were riots in many parts of Shanghi City, and he had to send in reinforcements, scattering the Golden Fire Cavalry. The people who were sent out reported that there were no people at the place of the riot, and by the time they arrived, the rebels had long since fled. The rebels sounded off an order to distract his Golden Fire Riders, and since the people were at stake, he could not be careless, and must send his men to their aid, whether true or false. The other side had a large number of people, and once the Golden Fire Cavalry was dispersed, both sides could only fight a tug-of-war, and the riots continued. After these people realized that Ying Zheng was not in the other palace, in order to force a breakthrough at the expense of the people, Meng Tian protected the people while clearing out the rebels. For a while, he could not take down these stragglers, and under the defense of the opposing wall of men, some strong men had already broken through Montaigne's siege. With a stroke of his lance and a flash of white light, Meng Tian ordered the Golden Fire Cavalry to attack both inside and outside in an encircling position, on the side of Qin Mu and the others. As soon as he entered Shanghi City, he was stunned by the sight before him, and even Qin Mu's cold and handsome brows were tightly furrowed. Your Majesty, what is this for? Yan Lu looked at the scene in front of him with an indignant expression, and it was hard to hide his astonishment between his words. In front of the crowd, soldiers in Qin armor burned and killed and smashed their way through, and when they touched the people, they took out their long swords. Yan Lu's hand contained a flash of light, repelling a Qin soldier and saving an old man. These are not my great Qin generals. Qin Mu's icy voice rang out. Behind him, Yuan Tian Gang had long since joined the battle with his bad guys. Undesirable people's hands rise and fall. One by one Qin army blood splattered. Like a chopping board fish meat, the small battlefield was quickly cleaned up. These are the remnants of Yen. Zhang Liang opened his mouth. He could tell at a glance which country these people pretending to be Qin troops were from. In the past, he had also plotted with them to avoid the Qin army's pursuit, but he did not expect that today, it would be them who would harm the people. In this land today, there are only the great Qin. A cold light appeared in Ying Zheng's eyes. So these people will not remain in this world. Chapter 55, Martial Pawn Killing Formation. Ancestral Dragon's Anger. The group went deeper towards Shanghi City, and all along the way, there were soldiers from Yan and Zhao. They were all dressed in Qin army attire, and they were making trouble on top of the streets. The undesirables, the Confucian disciples, the 12 deadly swords of Tianqi, and even Zhang Liang came out of his sword to join the rescue. Qin Mu and Ying Zheng casually slapped away the rebels, and the soldiers flew out and smashed on the ground, spitting blood furiously. In the city, the Golden Fire Riders could already be seen aiding the people. It looks like things aren't going too well on Monty's side either. Qin Mu saw the Golden Fire Cavalry in the city and could roughly guess the situation on Meng Tian's side. When will the reinforcements arrive? Qin Mu looked at the messy streets and chills rose around him. It's already here. Just after Yuan Tian Gang's words fell, Huang Zhong and the others led a large number of Qin troops to kill the Shanghi. Like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Wherever they passed, not a single Yan Zhaoga person was left behind, and Qin Mu and the others followed a group of marching troops. The Confucian disciples and the captured remnants of the anti-Qin forces looked at the fierce and powerful broken Qin generals and were dumbfounded. Such a fierce general is simply unstoppable on the battlefield. Even Zhang Liang Yan Lu and his duo had amazement flowing in their eyes. Such a courageous general is by no means inferior to the genius general Meng Tian. Ying Zheng had met Huang Zhong before, when he was an old man who drove a carriage for Qin Mu. Ying Zheng originally thought that he was just an ordinary man, but he didn't realize that he was a general who could ride the battlefield. If Great Qin has such a great general, why worry about the remaining rebels? Along the way, Qin Mu and his party destroyed quite a few Yan and Zhao soldiers. but the people of Wei saw less. Qin Mu narrowed his eyes. It's finally here. At those words, the crowd looked ahead as a group of people sped toward Qin Mu and the others. The visitor stopped a few feet away from Qin Mu and the others, his eyes blazing as he swept at Qin Mu and his group. Disdain appeared in his eyes when he saw the crowd of the little sage manor. Yan Lu's eyes changed as he looked at the other party with a few hidden huffs. Zhang Liang looked at the person across from him, his eyes a little cold. The big man of Wei and Zhang Liang retracted their eyes with a glance at each other. The little sage Zhuang is already a traitor to Great Qin, so there is nothing to worry about. A few of you can make us look around. The big man from Wei turned his head to stare at Ying Zheng and Qin Mu. This group is the core of this rebellion. They managed to break through Mengtian's siege with great difficulty, bringing out only 100 or so elites, and making their way to the little sage village. But they didn't expect Ying Zheng to deliver himself to their door. The rats hiding in the gutter have finally revealed themselves. Qin Mu's voice was chilling, and it did not loudly but unexpectedly reached everyone's ears, especially the other side of the anti-Qin forces. The several leaders riding on the horses' face suddenly changed, and more than 100 elites behind them looked furious. Humph! Show off your tongue! An old voice rang out among the anti-Qin forces. Today, we will take your life to avenge this blood feud for the generals of my 6 kingdoms. An old man flew up and lifted his long spear, spinning rapidly and stabbing toward Qin Mu, another clan master powerhouse. Just you! With a loud shout, Yuan Tian Gang blocked in front of Qin Mu. His long sword was not even out of its sheath, and the scabbard turned to block the attack of the lance. Yuan Tian Gang held his sword sheath against his lance and advanced rapidly away from Qin Mu and the others. A forceful lance flew out backwards, and the old man caught the flying back lance with a leap, narrowing his eyes at Yuan Tian Gang. I didn't expect an inconspicuous guard beside Qin Mu to have such strength. Just now, he had almost struck with all his might, but he was actually blocked back by the other party. This evoked the old man's wariness. With a stomp on their horses, they rushed towards Yuan Tian Gang. Who was there to hold back Ying Zheng and the people around Qin Mu anyway? Little boy, take your life. Yuan Tian Gang sheathed his long sword and chopped above the old man's gun, sparks flying everywhere. Qin Mu swept a glance and saw the strength of his opponent. Even that old man was another 4 sect master powerhouses, and 2 great sect masters. The 100 or so soldiers behind him were all elite, and their strength was above that of ordinary soldiers. Surrounded by ordinary soldiers who were doing damage in the Sanghe, basically the forces of both sides were concentrated here. Is that all the rebel remnants have? Qin Mu's icy tone was a bit disappointed. The words provoked another burst of anger from the other side. Since you dare to appear in front of this prime minister, you must already have the realization of death. When the words fell, Qin Mu flipped his wrist and a strong wind struck the opposite side. The speed was too fast for the crowd to react. Even the standing horses were immediately lifted off their feet, smashing into the soldiers behind them, and a good pile of people fell over. The man on the horse flew up long before Qin Mu struck, avoiding the attack and landing in front of the group. The big man from Wei shouted, "Formation!" The fallen soldiers immediately climbed up and the formation began to change. The 2 Grand Masters and one of them had chi surging around them. The entire team began to be shrouded in a scarlet aura. This is martial pawn killing formation. Zhang Liang's eyes were astonished as he felt his opponent's growing aura and recognized this formation. Yan Lu nodded, a gaze in his eyes. The martial pawn killing formation is the Wei military road killing formation. Rumor has it that even great masters are powerless to fight back in this formation. Each person in the killing formation is the eye of the formation, and the more people there are, the more power there is. Once the formation was complete, everyone in the formation would have a great increase in strength, and the stronger you are yourself, the greater the increase. When the state of Qin destroyed the state of Wei, the killing formation of military pawns made a big splash. With this burst, the Qin army was delayed for more than half a month before Wei was taken. I didn't expect to reproduce this killing formation today. Moreover, the strength of the array I was far from comparable to that year. And with the main array of the patriarchs and great patriarchs, it was only feared that they had been able to kill close to the strength of the celestials. Your Majesty, please decree. Qin Mu took a step forward toward Ying Zheng. Not a single one. Ying Zheng's voice is icy cold. These people provoked this rebellion. Even death cannot atone for their sins. The aura around Qin Mu suddenly flourished, and with a stretch of his hand a Qin sword flew out of the Qin army's scabbard and fell into Qin Mu's hand. On the side of the anti-Qin forces, hundreds of Wei Wu pawns surged up. The 2 Grand Masters were connected to that patriarch's chi. At once, the entire column formation was shrouded in scarlet. Their aura rose to the sky, and the 3 people in the main formation even increased their strength greatly. Qin Mu narrowed his eyes. Wei's secret passages? It was a pity that this amount of power was not enough in front of him. The Qin sword in his hand buzzed as Qin Mu took a few steps forward and blocked in front of Ying Zheng. Ying Zheng clenched his fists, knowing that Qin Mu had always acted with certainty. However, looking at the situation at this moment, he still couldn't help but feel a little nervous, but his face was resolute, which was a sign of trust in Qin Mu. I, Sun Wei, have come to take the life of the Pillar State. With a loud shout, a pale figure took the lead. The red-tasseled lance in his hand carried scarlet chi and shot like an arrow. The momentum was so strong that it caused the air around them to distort, imprinting crooked houses and silhouettes. As soon as this figure was born, it went straight for Qin Mu's life. Unfortunately, Qin Mu had prepared for it. He's done all this to hook this bunch of rats hiding in the gutter. Now, the Emperor is not a man of the world. And how could Qin Mu let them go so easily? Chapter 56. Qin Mu slowly gripped the Qin sword, raised his hand, and slashed across the sword. A majestic chi energy surged out like a wave, right at the tip of the red-tasseled spear. Boom! The ear-splitting explosions instantly spread throughout the entire Shanghi city. Chi energy like ripples spread out in all directions. Boo! A house instantly blew up, sending chunks of wood flying. Boom boom! Boo! Immediately afterward, a large number of buildings exploded under the wave of chi energy. The farther ones creaked and shook. With Qin Mu protecting them, Ying Zheng and the others only felt a hurricane blowing by, and then looked at the surrounding scene. Even Ying Zheng couldn't help but have his eyes widen. It's a tough blow, but it's as tough as it gets. Zhang Liang was shocked in his eyes that the martial pawn-killing formation had such a strong increase in strength. In such a duel, both sides were afraid that they were already close to celestial powerhouses, as Zhang Liang had expected. With the Wu pawn-killing formation, the strength of the two Grand Masters of Wei was close to that of a celestial powerhouse. However, there was always a gaping difference between a near celestial powerhouse and a true celestial powerhouse. Even with the killing formation increase, in front of Qin Mu, a true celestial powerhouse, the people of Wei still weren't enough to look at. Sun did not lead, and the other two did not hold back. Li Chang, here to take the life of the pillar. Wei Kozo asks for the life of a pillar for the Great Wei. A Wei general, a member of the Wei clan. The two men struck out brazenly, attacking toward Qin Mu at the same time with scarlet auras. Li Chang didn't use a weapon. His powerful fists were imposing, aiming directly at Qin Mu's heart. Wei Zhua held his long sword and flew up. Qin Mu's eyes narrowed as he rose and leapt, his toes pointing above the incoming fist. Li Chang was shocked. The chi on his fist instantly collapsed. A strong wind struck down, and the ground shattered a few points. The chi energy scattered in all directions, swirling up the dust on the ground and hitting the surrounding masonry. Utilizing the height of his leap, Qin Jian caught Wei Zhua's sword, sparks flying in the air as the sword in Wei Zhua's hand suddenly broke. Li Cheng quickly reacted and grabbed Qin Mu with his other hand. Qin Mu utilized his strength to turn around, while at the same time, Qin's sword swung. The blade of the sword cut through Wei Zhua's sword-wielding hand, and Qin Mu landed not far away from the two men. The hilt of the sword in Wei Zhua's hand fell to the ground, and blood flowed from his wrist. Qin Mu cut his meridians. Take your life. Enraged, Li Cheng once again gathered his strength and made a fist strike at Qin Mu. Qin Mu sidestepped, grabbed Li Cheng's arm with one hand, and with a force that, click, crushed Li Cheng's arm bone. Li Cheng was unable to move as Qin Mu grabbed him. On Sun's side, he was affected by the after effects of the party, and his body flew out backwards, only stopping under the defense of several Wei Wu pawns. Seeing Li Cheng and Wei Zhuo lose to Qin Mu, anger rose in their eyes. Let go! The martial pawn killing formation was activated once again. The eyes of Li Cheng, who had been grabbed by Qin Mu, were filled with horror. He was already close to the strength of a celestial powerhouse with the killing formation's enhancement. Qin Mu had actually taken him down with almost a single strike. Such strength. Qin Mu was already a celestial powerhouse. Thinking about this, Li Cheng was even more appalled in his heart. Quick! All Li Cheng wanted to do at the moment was to tell Sun Yu to retreat quickly, and when Qin Mu struck him with a palm strike to the bottom of his throat, Li Cheng only had time to utter the word quickly. Zifeng, what are you waiting for? Execute these rebels. Zhang Liang, who was in shock, was pulled back into his mind. A great master powerhouse under the increase of the killing array. Qin Mu took down all of them in a few breaths. This Lord Pillar of Qin, just what kind of strength? Zhang Liang, who had returned to his senses, sheathed his long sword. By the order of Lord Pillar, how dare you? Sun's brow furrowed as his body's scarlet aura surged once again and he got up to charge towards the front. This time, his target was not Qin Mu, but the sword-wielding third leader of the little sage Zhuang. However, before he could reach Zhang Liang, he was blocked by Qin Mu. Sun wouldn't react violently and bellowed, "Withdraw!" The Qin Mu in front of him was like a killing god, and the martial pawn killing formation had no way to deal with Qin Mu. Now that the situation was not good, in order to save his strength, Sun Wao immediately ordered the retreat of the military pawns. As for Li Chang and Wei Zhua, I'm afraid they can no longer be saved. Knowing that there was nothing more he could do, Sun Yu decided to hold off Qin Mu for a few moments with his own strength to buy time for Wei Wu pawns to retreat. "Run? Leave your life first." Killing intent filled Qin Mu's chilly eyes. Sun wouldn't be horrified and hurriedly stored up his whole body strength to attack towards Qin Mu. Qin Mu shot out from his hand and directly passed through Sun Will's body. Before Sun would even make a strike, a hole had already been pierced through his chest, and with wide eyes, he collapsed unwillingly, and Qin Jian's sword did not reduce its momentum, stabbing towards the retreating Wei Wu pawns. The long sword didn't enter the ranks of the pawns, and the powerful aura directly lifted off the pawns all the way. Boo! Dust billowed up and filled the entire air. Zhang Liang had already executed Li Chang and Wei Zhuo, holding Lingshu and looking towards the place of dust. When the sand and dust sank, it revealed more than 100 fallen pawns, their bodies covered in blood and covered in dust and sand, inserted in the ground of the Qin sword body crawling with cracks, finally could not withstand. Bang sound shattered into pieces. The crowd is dumbfounded. This is still human. One person broke the killing formation of the military pawns. A single strike kills a strong person close to celestial strength. My lord, the rebels here have all been put to death. Yuan Tian Gang arched his hand with his sword and reported. The patriarchs who fought with him had long since been put to death by him. With the strength of a Zhongshi, Yuan Tian Gang can basically solve it easily. The other patriarch was also resolved by the 12 fiends of Tianqi. When the strongest of the strong lose, some of the pawns become unseasonable. Qin Mu nodded, collected his aura, and lifted his steps towards Ying Zheng and the others. Your Majesty. Qin Mu looked at Ying Zheng to make sure that the other party was not injured. Before he was a bit relieved. I have no business. The majesty of the king around Ying Zheng was not reduced, but there was just a hint of softness in his eyes when he looked at Qin Mu. This time, thanks to the small sage manor you all protect, the city has been cleared of rebels. You and others and go back to the manor. Ying Zheng looked at Zhang Liang Yan Lu and the two of them. The little sage manor deserves it. At your majesty's will, we will return to the estate first. Yan Lu Zhang Liang arched his hand, and the Confucian disciples also saluted in unison. Zhang Liang glanced at the blood-stained Confucian disciples. In his heart, he understood that Confucianism had completely and utterly gotten on board the ship of Great Qin. The Confucianists left. Ying Zheng swept a glance at the devastated Shanghi city. How are the casualties in the city? Your Majesty, a large number of houses have burned down, and many of the people have been killed or injured. Ying Zheng didn't ask in detail. Looking at the devastated Shanghi city, he already had an answer in his mind. His eyes once again became a bit colder, and Ying Zheng's overriding aura was a bit stern, as he spoke once again, saying, pass on my order to help Shanghi rebuild with all my might. Nah, these three, cut off their heads and hang them at the city gates. Nah, where is the captured remnant of the 6 nations now? Your Majesty, they are all in the other palace. Qin Mu said to Ying Zheng, go back to the other palace. Ying Zheng lifted his foot and headed for the other palace. Qin Mu gave a command to Yuan Tian Gang before following Ying Zheng. Yuan Tian Gang, on the other hand, left Shanghi with some of the undesirables. Chapter 57, Rebels shall be tortured with meat. The other palace. Meng Tian immediately greeted Ying Zheng when he saw him. Your Majesty, my lord is fortunate. Very good. Ying Zheng looked toward the black press of rebel troops kneeling on the ground. His eyes narrowed. Give me daily lynching, and expose the corpse for 3 months after death. With a flick of his sleeve, Ying Zheng gave an order that decided a hellish day for the rebel army. If you have the ability to kill me, it's death, and I will never be humiliated even if I die. Someone among the rebels spoke up. Qin Mu's eyes narrowed slightly as one of the delinquents sent his longsword into the rebel's mouth and stirred it, stopping the rebel's words. No one dared to make another sound. Ying Zheng and Qin Mu entered within the palace, a dense forest outside of Shanghi city. Hearing the sound of footsteps approaching, the Xiang clan's people hid their forms. Xiaoyu was hidden in a patch of bushes, staring intently at where the sound was coming from. Within a short time, a group of people arrived, looking a little panicked. Hiya! The coachman lashed out above the horses. The carriage flew on. Hurry, quickly, with Shanghi's defeat, the Qin army will soon come after us, and we must escort His Excellency away as soon as possible. someone yelled, urging forward. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu knew who the visitor was. He knew about the Shanghi matter, and once the people of the three countries had approached him, and after further consideration, he still refused to participate in this operation. Xiao Yu frowned. The three kingdoms had united with all their might, but they had lost so quickly. The strength of Wei, Zhao and Yan, combined, is almost a large army. By me, Wei even sent out Wei Wupan's. If he was right, he thought that Wei Wupan would use that move. An army of such strength attacked a Shanghi city, but lost miserably. Xiao Yu could hardly imagine what kind of strength Great Qin actually had. But even though there are 3 households in Chu, the death of Qin will be Chu. It will be his Chu army that will destroy Qin. The sound of horses' hooves was getting closer and closer, and Xiao Yu struggled for a moment in his eyes, ready to get up. In any case, we are the same anti-Qin forces, so we should give them a hand. A hand, however, rested on his shoulder, stopping him. Uncle? Xiao Yu knew who the visitor was. No. Fan Zhang tightly gripped Xiao Yu's shoulder. Available. Don't talk. Xiao Yu's eyes stared in the direction of the carriage. Where are a few of you going? Zhang Han blocked in front of the group. As he appeared, countless shadowmist guards fell around the carriage in his surroundings. Shadow secret guards. The coachman's heart was in his mouth and he clenched his teeth. The whip cracked hard, and the horse lurched forward as if in a frenzy. He was ready to force his way out. Griffin. Facing the oncoming carriage, Zhang Han stood still without moving. Several of the shadowmist guards sheathed their blades. A flash of cold light severed the legs of the running horse. The horse neighs and falls to the ground. It came to an abrupt stop and the wagon tumbled to the ground. The man in the car fell out and rolled to hide behind the guards. The guards formed a circle to protect their master. Zhang Han's eyes went cold as he slowly raised his hand. The shadow secret guards struck as many times as they could, and a few sword flashes killed the guards with a single blow. A few people in the middle were shivering. They had been clothed in fine clothes for years, and even during their escape, they were protected by numerous guards. Let them hide in the shadows to strategize is okay. To be so direct face to face to kill life and death. Then no momentum. Not to mention with a broken plan and no guards around. Zhang Han stared at the man in front of him. These people are the top management of that Wei Zhaoyan, plotting this rebellion, but they are such cowardly people. Gentlemen, His Majesty has an invitation. A few people didn't dare to look at Zhang Han or say a word, allowing the shadow secret guards to carry them to Shanghi. Zhang Han paused for a moment. His afterglow swept a bush, and the corners of his lips ticked a few times before he left the dense forest. Ying Zheng is so fast. When Zhang Han left, Xiao Yu relaxed a bit, and he was glad that he hadn't rushed out. Otherwise, the consequences are unimaginable. Don't underestimate Ying Zheng. Fan Zheng's expression sank slightly, not to mention that he has a Qin Mu by his side. Xiao Yu's face fell in concentration. Ying Zheng and Qin Mu. What awaits him will be a tough battle. Xiao Yu, you were right not to participate in this operation. After a moment's pause, Fan Zheng added, the fact that Ying Zheng moved so quickly must also have something to do with the massacre of the people by the Allied forces. This move completely angered Ying Zheng and Qin Mu. Even they did not expect that the Allied forces would disregard the lives of the people and set fire to Shanghi city. Xiao Yu also heard extremely angry. This original history of the future overlord in the middle of the future is disdainful of such a means. Let's get out of here first. And they have to search for people. The villa. There was a row of people kneeling at Ying Zheng's feet. It is the senior management of Yen, Zhao and Wei captured by Zhang Han. All of these people were high officials and even royalty in their original countries. How high and mighty they were in the original country. How humble and pitiful they were in front of Ying Zheng. Several people were on their knees, not daring to look up. Ying Zheng stared at the several people on the ground, his eyes chilling. These people are thieves, under the guise of avenging his country and his people, hiding in the shadows and plotting rebellion. This loss of Sunga city, the lives of innocent people, all from these rats. Qin Mu sat on top of the main seat on the other side of the room and swept a glance at the several people trembling on the ground. That's how much guts you have to plot a rebellion. Feeling the eyes, a few people's bodies shivered. The eyes of the two men on the seat were like cold blades. Under such eyes, several people only felt that everything hidden in the shadows had nothing to hide. A cold chill came over them, as if they were carrying ice blades that were going to take their lives the next moment. A few people unconsciously leaned towards Zhang Han who was standing aside. It was Zhang Han who had captured them and brought them back, and several of them were resistant to Zhang Han. However, at this point they instinctively felt that this man who had captured them was mild compared to the two men sitting up there. Zhang Han narrowed his eyes when he saw the intentions of several people. Clank! The long sword at his waist was sheathed 3 times. The light of the sword shook the eyes of several people on the ground. A few more men warped away from Zhang Han. Chan Chuan, what is the best way to deal with the rebels? Ying Zheng rose to his feet, and the king's might came crashing down on him. The few people on the ground were both afraid and shocked, and they had to admit that a monarch of Ying Zheng's caliber could not be compared to any of their monarchs. The rebels say that the Qin law is harsh, so teach these people to recognize it. The laws of Great Qin. The criminal law is especially strict. Those who rebel shall be beaten with meat. The faces of the people on the ground suddenly changed. There are 4 types of corporal punishment, namely, tattooing, wakes, amputation, and uterus. Branding, also known as inking, is the practice of tattooing words on a prisoner's face. Wakes, cutting off the nose of the prisoner. Amputation, the chopping off of a prisoner's right and left feet, or right and left toes. Palace torture, purifying the men and secluding the women in the palace. These penalties are not only cruel, but also extremely degrading to the prisoner, especially for them, the higher-ups. It would be better to just let them die, but they are afraid to die. The corporal punishment that Qin Mu refers to is all 4 types of criminal law that are applied to the prisoner. Upon hearing this, Ying Zheng nodded. Do as Chan Chuan said. Nah. Zhang Han led the order and led the men to carry away the several people who were shaking like chaff on the ground. Chapter 58. I have attained immortality. Even the heavens can't kill me. The city of Sanghi was in a state of disarray in the midst of the war. Beneath the burnt-out houses lay buried innocent people who had lost their lives. Whimpering cries of grief. Ying Zheng personally ordered all Qin troops to help the people of Sanghi clean up the debris and rebuild their homes. Qin Mu also sent a lot of people to help. The people have said that His Majesty is a wise ruler and Lord Pillar loves the people, and some even kneeled down towards the other palace. The next day, the first rays of sunlight shone above Sanghi city. People have long been coming and going in the city over a patch of rubble, with the Qin soldiers and the people working together. The remaining debris of Sanghi city has finally been cleared almost to the ground. An orderly reconstruction is beginning. As the bright sun rose, the people of the city began to rush to Sanghi harbor. His Majesty and Lord Pillar are here today to execute the rebels who destroyed their homes. The people were all enraged, just waiting for His Majesty and Zhuge to avenge their blood. Coming! It's His Majesty and Lord Pillar coming! As one man shouted loudly, the people turned back. A vast procession came toward the harbor, and the people consciously stepped back on either side to make way. Qin Mu and Ying Zheng were sitting side by side in the white jade carriage, surrounded by Zhang Han and Meng Tan, as well as Huang Zhong and other generals. Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, Lord Pillar. The people saluted in unison, hope and respect in their eyes, converging in their crystal eyes into the pride of being a citizen of Great Qin. His face was filled with gratitude and admiration, and his feet moved with the carriage. It was the army of Great Qin that saved them. It was His Majesty and the Lord of the Pillars who helped them rebuild their houses, for the sake of the country and for the people. At this time the Great Qin has the people's heart. The people followed the carriage, and the whole harbor was crowded with people. Everyone looked at the carriage with reverence and admiration. When Ying Zheng saw this, the joy in his eyes was undisguised. The expression also carries a few points of relief. If everyone in the world is like this, Great Qin will definitely prosper. Why should Your Majesty be in a hurry? This day will come. The corner of Qin Mu's lips slightly hooked. The world must be united for the eternal prosperity of Great Qin. Ying Zheng also laughed after hearing this. He hadn't felt so happy for a long time. Traveling to the harbor, the 2 men got out of the carriage. Chan Chuan, follow me to the stage. Ying Zheng glanced at the surrounding people and withdrew his gaze. The people of Great Qin will never allow others to violate them. Yes. Qin Mu answered and swept the crowd with his afterglow. Ascending to the high platform, several thousand rebels have long been escorted to kneel at the foot of the platform. At the forefront were the timid executives. The crowd's eyes followed the Ying Zheng Qin Mu duo. Ying Zheng took a step forward. His face straightened, and the king's authority rose without anger. Awe-inspiring aura sweeps across the room. Everyone present was in awe and revered this emperor of the ages. Yesterday, the remnants of the rebellion infiltrated into my Sanghi, massacred the people, burned down the houses, and intended to make a sound attack and assassinate me in Zhuge. Fortunately, my people and army of Sanghi are united to quell the rebellion. Today more than 3,000 rebels are ambushed. Such thieves. Death is not enough. Kill them. Your Majesty. Lord Pillar. Kill them. All the people looked at the rebels kneeling in the field with hatred and indignation. These are the people who destroyed my home. My father was the only family I had left with me, and the rebellious remnants deserve to die. thinking of his father who was killed by a sword. A young man standing in front of the crowd couldn't help but wet his eyes. That was his only relative. Son, my son, you wicked people, give me back my son. An old man pushed his way into the crowd and, trembling, picked up his cane and threw it at the rebels. A Qin soldier rushed to help the old man and didn't let him fall. I, for one, will use the blood of these people to honor the heavenly souls of my Shangqi relatives. Chan Chuan, Ying Zheng spoke. Your Majesty. Qin Mu stepped forward to stand shoulder to shoulder with Ying Zheng. Execution. Qin Mu nodded and raised his hand as the executioner carried his sword towards the rebels. Death by lynching. As Qin Mu's words fell, the blunt knife made a single slash across the rebel's body. At once the whole harbor was filled with miserable screams, one after another, and the rebellious remnants were filled with despair and tears. Yesterday, some people resisted and were eliminated their tongues, and then some people in the prison bit their tongues and killed themselves, and the guards of the Qin army simply eliminated all their tongues. Now the rebels can't even scream. A knife cut on the body, escape and can't escape, can't die. Under the death of 1,000 cuts, blood flows and stains the entire harbor. Some of those with poor tolerance have died under a few cuts. I don't know whether they died of pain or fear. Your Majesty, Lord Pillar, someone is out of breath. Expose the corpse for 3 months. A cold light appeared in Ying Zheng's eyes. Nah, those who were already dead were thrown outside the city and exposed to the elements. When the people saw this, their hearts were happy. Fortunately, His Majesty and Lord Pillar were here. Otherwise what ability did they, the common people, have to take revenge? The lynching continued and more people died. Qin Mu nodded toward Ying Zheng and walked over to the several people kneeling in the front row. These guys haven't stopped trembling since they arrived at Shangqi yesterday. Qin Mu had to wonder if he was given a fright. These are the rebel leaders, who saw the situation yesterday and threw down their soldiers to flee for their lives, and were recaptured for His Majesty. Shameless, indeed. They are thieves and rats who only care about escaping on their own. Damn it, kill them. The disgust of the people was unmistakable, leaving their soldiers to flee for their lives. The rebels were shameless. Their Majesty and Lord Pillar had personally killed the rebels and saved so many of them in their time of distress. Such disloyal and unrighteous people. Flesh torture. Execution. Qin Mu's icy voice rang out. The executioner walked over to a few of the higher-ups. A few people tried to hide in fear, muttering only under their breath that no. The first punishment, tattooing. Feel the hot tip of the knife piercing your skin. Several people had only one feeling, pain. The screams were unrelenting, the eyes festering. The people looked at a few people with contempt and pointed. After a while, several people fainted. The executioner wakes up a few people and continues the execution. Repeatedly, several people were so depressed that they were already somewhat delirious. The voices in the arena trailed off, and Rebel had screamed until his voice was hoarse and his body was numb. Ying Zheng on top of the high platform spoke again. I'm going out to patrol the world in order to celebrate with the sky. For many years, I have been suffering from physical ailments, and I have been worried about the subjects of Great Qin all the time, so I am fortunate to have the help of the Pillar State. I, eliminating my stubborn disease, have attained immortality. The heavens can't kill my Great Qin. De Qin Yongchang. The generals of the Qin army under the stage shouted in unison, and their voices carried through the clouds. Both His Majesty and Lord Pillar's faces are young and handsome, not quite matching their ages. His Majesty lives forever, and Lord Pillar lives forever. What does that mean? It means that His Majesty is back on top and Lord Pillar is forever in Great Qin. His Majesty the first emperor, who swept away the 6 kingdoms, lived forever. It means that Great Qin is long-lasting. Such a Great Qin is destined to open up the territory, and the territory of Great Qin will surpass any country before. Chapter 59, Purge of the Yin-Yang clan. It's an honor, and it's an inexhaustible amount of merit. Even the people's eyes were filled with excitement. With His Majesty and Lord Pillar's presence, their peaceful lives were guaranteed. It will not be like before the unification of Great Qin, when there were wars everywhere. Moreover, His Majesty and Lord Pillar had only just saved them, and the people's hearts only hoped for the betterment of these two. At that moment, a voice broke the harmony around them. Great Qin will prosper forever, and your Majesty will be blessed. A figure stumbled and scurried out of the crowd. The puzzled eyes of the crowd gathered on the man. Qin Mu's eyes narrowed a bit. Ying Zheng shifted his eyes over. Cloud breather? Su Fu had an embarrassed look on his face as he hurriedly saluted. Greetings, your Majesty, Lord Pillar. There were a few shady glances in his drooping eyes. Someone had pushed him out of the party. The mirage was in the city of Shangqi. and the Yin-Yang family was in charge of the Mirage. So the Yin-Yang family was also responsible for the defense of the Sanghi garrison. This time, the Yin-Yang clan was responsible for the loss of Sanghi, whether they were involved or not. But there is always an explanation to be given to Ying Zheng. There were still the Moon God and Star Soul on the Mirage, but the two were originally fugitives, and they were even more afraid to appear in front of Qin Mu. The two then instructed Su Fu to come. Su Fu went down to the Mirage and saw the execution of the rebels this sight. This is not a good time to contact Ying Zheng. He planned to wait and see what happened first, and after the execution was over, go to the other palace. But I didn't expect to be undermined. The Yin-Yang clan has great guts. Are you appearing now to ask for punishment? Ying Zheng abruptly changed his tone, and his aura was blazing around him. Your Majesty rests his wrath as we have failed to protect the Emperor. Su Fu was startled. The Ying Zheng he had seen was not weak in majesty, but he was basically sick and suffering, which had somewhat reduced his vigor. It was the first time he had felt such a breathless pressure. Where was your Yin-Yang family during the Sanghi rebellion? Ying Zheng's voice went cold. Minister, I am in the alchemy room, and only today have I yet learned of the rebellion. Su Fu was accustomed to coquettish talk. Oh, this Prime Minister has sent someone to invite the Yin-Yang family that resides in Sanghi. Qin Mu came in salty from the sidelines. Your Majesty, I really don't know. Su Fu bowed. He felt the danger. Ying Zheng already had killing intent. The previous plan had long been thrown out of his mind. And in front of life and death, Su Fu only wanted to escape. Deceiving the king and ignoring the king? How dare you? Take it down. Qin Mu spoke sternly. The Qin army instantly surrounded Su Fu. The reason why the Yin and Yang family is in such a position. It is also because they are expected to refine longevity pills. With Ying Zheng's longevity, the Yin-Yang clan is no longer valuable. If they knew how to be obedient, Qin Mu wouldn't bother with these people. However, in the name of refining is longevity medicine, the Yin-Yang family scavenged for property and medicines, expanding their power and secretly carrying out their own plans. It's about taking public money and realizing your own interests. Such assholes who only know how to take from Great Qin have no right to exist on Great Qin's land. Yun Zhongjuan obviously knew this as well. At this moment, when Ying Zheng and Qin Mu became angry, he knew that these two had no intention of letting him go. What are you waiting for? Yun Zhongjuan roared while grabbing a handful of pills and feeding them into his mouth. As the words fell, a man descended from the sky and landed beside Yun Zhongjuan. The man had strange lines on his face. His eyes were lightless, and he stood in an odd position. Medicine man. Qin Mu knew at a glance that the man was a medicinal man refined by Lord Yunzhong. It was said to be somewhat similar to a zombie, except that it was refined with a living person, which could increase its combat power and also listen to the command of the person who refined it. In the middle of the field, the Qin soldiers held spears and attacked towards the medicine man and the Cloud Lord. The spear sliced through the medicine man's body, drawing a shower of sparks and not even leaving a mark. Swords and guns. The medicine man inclined his head, and with an outburst and a sweep of his cross leg, the spear in the Qin Jun's hand was broken and his body was sent flying out. The people were in an uproar and scattered in all directions. In a few moments, they returned in droves again, with copper spades and hoes in their hands. Shoot him! Protect His Majesty and Lord Pillar! The people surrounded the medicine man, but did not dare to go forward. Ying Zheng's eyes were slightly stunned when he saw this. He didn't expect the people to be able to do so, and immediately ordered, "Protect the people." The Qin army swarmed around the medicine man, taking the place of the people. Su Fu swallowed the elixir, and his figure grew violently larger. The adults stood up to his heels. All of them were shocked and frightened by the huge Su Fu in front of them. Ying Zheng also frowned slightly. Su Fu's eyes were as wide as bronze bells as he took one step towards Ying Zheng. One way or another, no one had been able to break his giant spirit illusion yet. Why don't you just settle for Ying Zheng and save yourself the trouble later? Yin-Yang clan. Ying Zheng sensed Su Fu's intentions, but stood still. He would like to see what was unique about the Yin-Yang technique. Why do you need your Majesty's hands for such a small ant? Qin Mu walked up to Ying Zheng. Ying Zheng was helpless. Then I'll be grateful to Great Qin Pillar. Qin Mu hooked his lips in a smile, mouthing off. Su Fu clenched his fist and attacked Qin Mu. The huge fist was like a big mountain pressing from the sky, blocking half of the light, and the wind of the fist lifted the wood piled up around it. Under the tremendous pressure, the crowd stared wide-eyed and held their breath, not knowing how to react. Qin Mu curved his hand into a claw and directly met the mountainous punch. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. Lord Pillar intends to take it hard. A big fist pressed down before the crowd could react. Su Fu's mouth spilled blood already lying on the ground. smashing out a burst of white ash. Qin Mu pinched his neck. No way. Su Fu stared incredulously. How did it break his giant spirit illusion? How did you see through it? Being pinched by Qin Mu's chi veins, Su Fu's face turned red as he spoke with difficulty. Go underground and take your time thinking about it. Qin Mu's hand crushed Su Fu's neckbone with a single push. Giant spirit illusions, after all, are just illusions. What's the situation? The surrounding crowd was uncertain. I clearly saw Lord Pillar meet that punch. How did it turn into choking Su Fu? Looking toward Qin Mu, a few more points of awe were added to the eyes of the crowd. Lord Pillar, truly a man of God. Good. What a Yin and Yang family. Qin Mu heard these words as he walked up to Ying Zheng. Ying Zheng looked toward Mirage. Mirages were originally used to go out to sea in search of the immortal mountain and to seek the medicine of immortality. This heavy responsibility he gave to the Yin-Yang family. Nowadays, it seems that all of his Qin's money and silk are paving the way for the Yin-Yang family. Your Majesty mustn't be angry. The Yin-Yang clan is now out of control and sooner or later it will have to be cleaned up. Qin Mu also looked at Mirage. This matter, then, will be handled solely by Nagawa. Don't worry, Your Majesty. Qin Mu spoke. He's not going to let the Yin-Yang family group of assholes off the hook. At the very least, he wouldn't let the assholes die that easy. Chapter 60, A Million Corpses in a King's Wrath. On the other hand, something happened to the master and the medicine man was unresponsive. The Qin army couldn't take it for a long time, and the 12 drakes of Tianqi were impatiently waiting. With a flash, the ghost captured the medicine man and waited for him to be disposed of in front of Qin Mu and Ying Zheng. The opponents suddenly disappeared, and Qin Jun was stumped for a while before he saw that the medicine man was already on the side of His Majesty and Lord Pillar. The medicine man seemed to be in a state of madness, being restrained by the ghostly shadow. He was still resisting, which was an animal instinctive reaction. At this point he was no longer considered a real human being. Qin Mu looked at the medicine man for a while before he spoke. Bring it down. This guy, he's got a little something going for him. The tattoos on his body are from Mount Shushan. Chanchuan wants to keep him? Ying Zheng glanced at the medicine man. Medicine men are refined by living people. Qin Mu nodded. A living person refining? I didn't know that the Yin-Yang family was so capable. The emperor was furious, and even the ghostly shadow was shaken at heart. The days of this what's-his-name Yin and Yang are over. On the other side, the people were indignant at the corpse of Su Fu. Su Fu was always in Sanghe, scavenging herbs and oppressing the people without fail. If we get rid of Su Fu today, we'll get rid of another evil for the people. The lynching continued, and under the executioner's deliberate maneuver of avoiding the vitals, there were still people who stayed alive. As long as the rebels are not finished dying, the punishment of lynching in the harbor will not end. This matter has come to an end, and Ying Zheng waved his hand. Back to the palace. Qin Mu nodded and followed behind Ying Zheng. Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, Lord Pillar. The people greeted him when he came, and the people returned to the palace to see him off. The 6 nations, utterly defeated. Among the crowd, Zhang Liang sighed slightly in his heart as he looked at the harbor that was a sea of blood. As long as Ying Zheng and Qin Mu are around, the remnants of the 6 kingdoms and the anti-Qin forces, these people's tactics can't bring down Great Qin. When Ying Zheng goes on a tour of the world, some rumors will be dispelled. Great Qin will also coalesce up and down because of this tour. All the people return to their hearts. The world is returned to Qin. At that time, there will be no place for anti-Qin rebels to survive in the whole of Great Qin. Ying Zheng and Qin Mu. Not only do we know how to strengthen our country and our soldiers, more deeply political. Mr. Zhang Liang, His Majesty has an invitation. As he was thinking, Zhang Han came to Zhang Liang's side and said, Zhang Liang's eyes changed. So fast. Lead the way. On the way back to the farewell palace, I don't know who led the way. The people followed the caravan, chanting all the way. Long live Great Qin. Long live His Majesty. And long live Lord Pillar. Long live Great Qin. Long live His Majesty, and long live Lord Pillar. Ying Zheng looked happy, and with a thought in his mind, he said to Qin Mu, Chanchuan, I will not return to Xianyang for the time being. Your Majesty. Ying Zheng raised his hand to interrupt Qin Mu. When I think about it, I have never personally visited any of the 36 counties of Great Qin. Since we are touring the world, we are going to travel all over Great Qin. Ying Zheng turned his head to look at the calm-faced Qin Mu and hooked the corners of his mouth. Chanchuan always had a calm and relaxed demeanor, and because of this, the two of them were able to trust each other without fear. I will not return to Xianyang, but will first tour the world. Upon hearing this, Qin Mu was helpless. Ying Zheng was trying to dump his stall on him. Your Majesty, the world's affairs may still need your decision. Leave it to Changchuan. I am relieved. Ying Zheng looked at Qin Mu. Changchuan will not dishonor his mission. Qin Mu nodded, unable to argue with Ying Zheng. When he returned to the other palace, Ying Zheng made arrangements for the parade. Zheng Han was shocked, but when he saw Qin Mu, he didn't say anything more and received orders to personally prepare for the tour. It doesn't look like it's coming back. Above the mirage, Star Soul looked toward Sanghe City. Qin Mu and the others left the harbor before he dared to come out to check the situation. Looking at a bright red harbor, Star Soul's eyes came down with a gloomy look. He only dares to hide in his house and be a shrinking violet nowadays. What's the difference between that and these people who are being tortured? The hand cupping the fence clenched, and the solid wood fence was crushed in a raw piece. Splinters erupting. Don't be careless. I always have a bad feeling about this. The moon god's voice came out as she sat before a desk with a copper box in front of her. She and Star Soul were placed on top of the mirage because of this box as well. It's about the Yin-Yang family's plans. Donghuang Taiyi originally told them to take the box and leave. But Ying Zheng and Qin Mu suddenly came to Sanghe. And there was also the matter of the rebellion. They were momentarily trapped on top of the mirage. We're going to have to find a way to leave. Once that punk, Yun Zhongjuan, dies, Great Qin will surely send someone to retake over the mirage. We have to get out before someone comes. Purple flames danced in Star Soul's eyes. Fleeing like a bereaved dog made him feel bad in his heart. But there is nothing to be done about it. Qin Mu, sooner or later he'll get everything back. The moon god raised his hand and flicked his sleeve. And the copper box on top of the desk was put away. She and Star Soul exchanged a glance and simultaneously used the secret art of Yin and Yang, their figures disappearing inside the house. Where are you two going? Above the mirage promenade, a clear and crisp voice rang out. The moon god and the Star Soul stopped steeply in their tracks. Star Soul's figure turned around and struck out with a palm strike, but two figures blocked in front of him. Humph! Star Soul swept over the two men with disdain. Two purple longswords instantly coalesced in his hands. Clanking, sparks were flying and knives were flying. In the blink of an eye the three had exchanged several moves. The husband and wife who fought with Star Soul. The husband singing Eternal Life Crutch confronted the Star Soul sword blade, and the woman followed attack from the side. Star Soul's eyes sank, shocking away the husband's song while the blade of his sword slashed to force back the woman's followers. The three of them simultaneously stepped back a few meters and stopped their engagement. Lord Pillar moves fast. Star Soul opened his mouth sorrowfully, his hand gathering chi into a blade spreading a gloomy aura. It's hard to find a little mouse when it burrows into the gutter. Qin Mu hooked his lips. The moon god and Star Soul blushed. They had completely confronted Qin Mu. I didn't expect Qin Mu to come so quickly. There was no time for them to escape. The only thing left to do at the moment is to fight with all your might. Lord Pillar has already killed Lord Yunzhong, and the Yin-Yang family is willing to withdraw from their sphere of influence and serve only Great Qin. Luna took the initiative to step back and buy time. Fugitives are in no position to negotiate. Qin Mu slowly opened his mouth, and behind him, the 12 fiends of the heavenly pond had murderous chi surging out around them. Lord Pillar is not going to leave us alone. Star Soul's eyes stared at Qin Mu in a gloomy manner, and with a flash of cold light from the chi gathering into a blade in his hand, his figure was already forcing Qin Mu. Suddenly, a chill ran down Star Soul's back, and he turned to catch the incoming white blade. So fast. Star Soul took a few steps back, staring cautiously into the void. He didn't even know where his opponent was. The ghostly shadow suddenly appeared from the side of the Star Soul, and the sword light connected, and the Star Soul frowned. The opponent was too fast and godlike. He could only defend. This can't go on like this. Purple flames danced in his eyes as Star Soul spread his breath around, looking for the direction of the ghostly figure. Found you. The figure moved, gathering chi into a blade to chop behind a door. The wooden door exploded. A black shadow flashed to the front of the Star Soul. A burst of swords and swords. The two confronted a stalemate. On the moon god's side, her hands flipped out of the shadows. Yin and Yang spells were sent out, and her husband sang and danced with his hands at the same time. Break the Yin-Yang spell directly in the air. Facing the four people who attacked, the moon god's figure retreated while his hands formed seals. The surrounding area transformed into a dense forest, and countless brightly colored vipers with their fangs bared flew towards the four people attacking the moon god. The four of them turned around. An abyss of 10,000 feet suddenly appeared under their feet, and their toes pointed at the viper's body, utilizing their strength to step on the trunk of the tree beside them to leap into midair. Interesting. Chapter 61 Yin and Yang fall. Everything comes to life. It was the first time that Hussein had seen such a realistic illusion. Even though it's an illusion, the damage is real. The four men had to dodge flying vipers. The everlasting abduction in his hand swept away a flowery serpent, and the fugitive sang as he landed on top of the abyss. While the viper had an attack, the abyss was just an illusion, a seemingly unfathomable chasm where the actual Fujoshi still stood on top of the floor. The woman fell with the hand dance as well. The four quickly closed in on the moon god and attacked at the same time. The moon god's eyes glazed over as he dodged the incoming walking stick and sent out a palm. The woman's follower followed, and Luna sidestepped to block the woman's follower with her other hand. Then, bending over to avoid the two men coming up behind him, after a few exchanges, Lunar God used defense as the mainstay, lending his strength to the fight. The blue light around his body became more and more prevalent. The moon god jerked back, disengaging from the four. Then a feminine and thick chi force came. The four were slightly startled and dodged to avoid it. However, the chi was extremely fast and the four were lifted out, smashing through several doors on both sides. The spirit of the dragon swims. It is a Yin-Yang technique that even the five spirits of Xiantong can hardly master, releasing the dragon's chi to attack, and it can also visualize the three-legged golden crow. As the right protector of the Yin-Yang family, the moon god's attainments in the Yin-Yang technique were exquisite, and the power of the soul Ruwashi dragon swimming that he made was not normally comparable. The dragon swimming chi repelled the husband and wife hand-dancing four and headed straight toward Qin Mu. The remaining people from the 12 fiends of Tianqi silently retreated to the side. The adults had struck. They had to stay away, and such an aura was enough to overwhelm them. The chi surging out from Qin Mu's body was actually on par with the powerful dragon traveling chi. How? The moon god's pupils tightened. Soul Ruwashi dragon swimming was one of the most profound yin and yang techniques, and its dragon might was extremely oppressive. Her own strength wasn't weak, and the Soul Ruwashi dragon tour she made was even more powerful. Ordinary people simply couldn't even condense their chi under such might. Qin Mu, however, was able to compete with the dragon swimming chi with his own chi. This is still human. Sensing that things were not going well, Lunar God struck with all his might and prepared to take advantage of the chaos to escape. Boom! Suddenly a strong sound of colliding auras came. Her dragon swimming chi collapsed, and the aftermath of the chi struck her, forcing her back a few meters, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. The aftermath of the collision of the two chi forces seemed to be waves that quickly swept away. The walls of this floor were blown up as much as possible. The solid wood pillars were scarred, and the entire mirage was shaken. The moon god's shocked expression was mixed with disbelief. The spirit of the dragon swims, and it's just broken. There was some despair in the moon god's heart, so much so that she couldn't escape. Sweeping around the wreckage, Star Soul was not there. Star Soul had been searching for an opening when the moon god had used Soul Ruwashi dragon swimming, and while Qin Mu and the moon god were confronting each other, he used a secret technique to flee the battlefield. At the same time, he also suffered from the backlash, plus the injuries sustained during the fight with the ghostly shadow. At this moment, the Star Soul was within a secret passage, blood gushing out of his mouth, his hand covering his chest, his breath weak. But he couldn't fall, he couldn't stop, he had to get out of Sanghi as soon as possible. This side of the battlefield, the matchmaker went forward and retrieved a copper box from the moon god and presented it to Qin Mu. Lord Pillar is so calculating. The moon god looked at Qin Mu. She was already sure that Qin Mu was dealing with their Yin-Yang family for that copper box. Great Qin, isn't it also a group of intriguing people, all trying to get that secret? Thanks for the compliment. This box is good. This prime minister takes it. Qin Mu ignored the moon god's sinister look. The Yin-Yang clan's ambitions are not small, and the 7 cranes of the Cthulhu dragon is the secret they've been searching for. The secret is said to help one gain the world, and the world regards it as a treasure. Qin Mu, however, didn't think there was anything precious about it. The world, Qin Mu will take, and not only this great Qin's world, wealth, in the face of absolute strength, these things no longer matter. With these 7 boxes of secrets, it was just icing on the cake for Qin Mu. I know the secret of the bronze box. Doesn't the Pillar Lord want to know how to unlock this box? Not bad. The bronze box had been in the hands of the moon god, and she had finally gotten some clues after practically studying it day and night. At this point, she hoped that they would change her life. Don't want to. The corners of Qin Mu's lips slightly hooked as he faintly spat out 2 words. Luna's eyes snapped open, and a sharp knife had passed through her chest from behind. The corners of his mouth quirked, and in the end not a word came out. The woman followed the knife back behind Qin Mu, full search of the mirage. At Qin Mu's command, countless shadows acted in the mirage. Someone soon returned to report. A woman was captured and there were dozens of medicine men in a secret room. Qin Mu followed the delinquent to the secret room. There were only a few faint candle flames in the chamber, and medicine men slumbered in pools of medicine, large and small. The medicine man killed it. Qin Mu's eyes were ice cold as he spoke. Those medicine people have been taking medicines and soaking in medicinal water for years. They have lost their vitality and cannot be saved. Eyes turned to the woman being held to one side. The woman was dressed in a strong suit and looked determined, with a bit of hatred. The Shushans? Even though the woman deliberately covered it up, Qin Mu still found some traces. The woman frowned and stared warily at Qin Mu. Have we met before? Qin Mu spoke. Little sage manner. She's been there to deliver food. Later on, at an inn. The man's figure also passed by in a flash. Kill if you want to. The woman didn't seem to want to come into contact with the people of Great Qin. You came to the Mirage to deal with the Yin-Yang clan, didn't you? Coincidentally, so am I. The woman stared tightly at Qin Mu. This person she couldn't understand. I also met a Yuan guard yesterday. As soon as Qin Mu's words left his mouth, the woman's eyes widened, and then her eyebrows furrowed. What did you do with him? Shushan was besieged by the Yin-Yang family with their men and robbed of the ancient tree of Fusang. And even the elder died trying to protect her from escaping. She is a Yuan escort, and her mission is to find her brother, who infiltrated the Yin-Yang family earlier. Join forces to avenge Shushan. She would never let the Yin-Yang family go. There aren't many survivors left in Shushan today. If there was another Yuan escort, it had to be her brother. The Prime Minister didn't do anything to anyone. You can have the man, but you have to do the work for me. Shushan witchcraft is also a good force to be reckoned with. What do you mean? The woman looked at Qin Mu in shock. Cluck! Don't you get it, little girl? Our Lord has taken a liking to you, and that's a blessing for you. The matchmaker is holding a sunflower fan, and her old habits are coming back to haunt her. The woman's gaze shifted to Qin Mu with a look that she would rather die than give in. Join the undesirables. Qin Mu's expression was calm. The woman was silent for a long time. You really have him? Qin Mu didn't reply. If she doesn't agree, there's no point in keeping her. Chapter 62. Abandon the vehicle to protect your honor? Then I'll make you happy. My name is Xiao Yu. The woman spoke. She knew that the man in front of her was not a good person, and she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to get out of this mirage if she didn't agree. And, whether what he said was true or not, she had to find out. There was no sign of her brother in the entire mirage. This man's words were the only hope she had. Qin Mu nodded. Xiao Yu. That's Yu Ji. Xiao Yu followed Qin Mu out of the secret room. A delinquent suddenly appeared and reported. There is no sign of Star Soul. So fast. Xiao Yu was amazed in her heart. Such a fast speed was not easy for even her to cope with. My lord, may we pursue? The 12 drakes of Tianqi asked. No need. Qin Mu shook his head. Star Soul isn't worth looking at. It's the Eastern Emperor behind him that's a bad find. How do you pull out a big rat without a tail? The Star Soul is this tail that pulled out the Eastern Emperor. In Sanghe City, Ying Zheng, who had left everything in Qin Mu's hands, had already set off on a tour. Zhang Liang rode on top of his horse. He didn't expect Ying Zheng to assign him such a task. Travel the world with you. Zhang Liang had never known Ying Zheng before, but now he seemed to resemble Qin Mu. All of them act in their own way, seemingly without reason but not without discipline. Zhang Liang vaguely had an indescribable feeling. Great Qin would take an unprecedented path in the hands of these two men. When Qin Mu returned from the mirage with his men, he saw the procession that was sending them off. Your Majesty's safety will be in your hands. Qin Mu said to Zhang Liang, Zheng Han and the others. It is our duty to protect His Majesty's safety. Zheng Han arched his hand and said, Liang will certainly do his best. Zhang Liang also arched his hand. Although the Battle of Sanghe removed a large force of anti-Qin forces, however, there are still quite a few remaining forces throughout Great Qin. These forces are not strong, but they are a hidden danger. All in all, Ying Zheng's tour is not destined to be peaceful. Traveling with the king may seem scenic, but it is a great responsibility. There's no need to worry about Changchuan. I have my own ideas. Ying Zheng's voice came from within the carriage. Departure. A line of cars and horses started slowly. Qin Mu returned to the other palace and also made preparations for the return trip. Xiao Yu met the medicine man, and it was indeed his brother. Yu Ziki. It's just that Yu Ziki is controlled by drugs and spends very little time awake. As a matter of fact, it was already not easy for him to survive. With his Shushan Kung Fu and his strong will to resist this Yun Zhongjuan's medicine, Yu Ziki was actually very weak now. After stopping the medication, though, his condition will slowly improve. When Xiao Yu sees his brother, he wants to seek revenge on the Yin-Yang family even more. But now that the Moon God and the Cloud Lord were dead, and the Yin-Yang clanspeople were nowhere to be found, she could only follow Qin Mu around, looking for a chance to find out the whereabouts of the Yin-Yang clan. Qin Mu sent someone to retake over the mirage. In fact, above the mirage, besides the three moon gods, there was also a genius from the Yin-Yang clan, the amazing concubine of East County who was trapped in the 10,000 years Xian ice formation, Yan Dan's wife. However, before Qin Mu went to the mirage, this genius with the highest attainments of the Yin-Yang clan had already broken away from the Yin-Yang clan's control. Qin Mu didn't send anyone to find her. The Yin-Yang family is out of power, and she's all alone, so sooner or later, she'll show up. Monty is temporarily stationed at Sanghe. Qin Mu boarded the carriage and officially embarked on his return journey. Yin-Yang. Hundreds of officials gathered at the city gates to welcome the Lord Pillar's return to the palace. The magnificent carriage slowly drove towards Yin-Yang city surrounded by the 12 drakes of Tianqi and the undesirable people. Welcome back to the palace, Lord Pillar. The 100 officials and the people watching saluted in unison. The carriage slowly came to a stop, and Qin Mu stood on top of it and spoke. This trip has identified the Yin-Yang family's wolfishness, and their crimes are threefold: colluding with the remnants of the rebellion and robbing death row inmates, aiding and abetting the rebellion and placing His Majesty in danger, amassing wealth for personal gain and oppressing the people. The people have been talking about it and telling the Yin-Yang family what to do. The Yin-Yang family has always acted in a high-profile manner, and it's common for them to disregard the people. In the past, with Ying Zheng's trust, the people could only keep it inside. Now that they had heard of the crimes of the Yin-Yang family, the indignation in the hearts of the people was aroused. I told you the Shades weren't good people. I didn't realize it was collusion with the rebels. The people shook their heads in disgust. In the hearts of the 100 officials, however, there were waves of ups and downs. His Majesty and Lord Pillar went out on a trip and came back to finish off the Yin-Yang clan. What's this all about? Those who have evil intentions, execute them. Qin Mu's eyes swept over the people present. The people agreed, and the officials lowered their heads as ostriches. What do you say, Lord Wu? Qin Mu looked towards Fu Nian, who was holding his head up. My lord is wise. Fu Nian arched his hand. He also knew something about the Yin-Yang family, especially when he was in the Sanghe. Some of the Yun Zhongju's behaviors, he had long since looked at them with displeasure. Your Excellency is wise. The officials heard Fu Nian speak and hurriedly followed. At this time, the Yin-Yang family residence. The atmosphere of the entire Yin-Yang family was somewhat heavy, as if a storm was coming. Dasheen frowned at the busy disciple. Lord East Emperor had told her to activate the secret art of defense when necessary. When necessary? Dasheen couldn't figure out. With the strength of the Eastern Emperor Tai, could those people really threaten the Yin-Yang clan? The Yin-Yang family has received the news of the moon god's death. One didn't need to project to know that Great Qin was already preparing to take on the Yin-Yang family. They could leave, but so many disciples of the Yin-Yang clan couldn't leave for a while, and almost all of the Yin-Yang family's heritage has been here for so many years. They're already evacuating. When the disciples had all withdrawn from Yin-Yang city, they would also leave. I hope the Yin-Yang clan can survive this. De Siwei spoke. Beside her stood Shaoxi, dressed in purple. However, Shaoxi didn't answer the words of the person next to him. Pillar House. Qin Mu's sword brows stared as he spoke. Lost him? Yuan Tian Gang, who hadn't seen him for a long time, appeared in front of him. My subordinate is incompetent. The East Emperor lost him, but my subordinates deduced that he went west. Not bad. Back in Sanghe City, Qin Mu had instructed Yuan Tian Gang to personally keep an eye on the Yin-Yang family. When the Yin-Yang family was in danger, the East Emperor Tai Chi had already abandoned his disciples. Yuan Tian Gang followed Dong Wang Tai around in all directions first, but the general direction he was heading west. The Eastern Emperor's stance was peculiar, and amidst the frequent yin and yang secret techniques, Yuan Tian Gang still lost his target, only to come back and resume. Trying to ditch the car? I'll do this as he wishes. A cold light flickered in Qin Mu's eyes. Leaving the star soul alive in the first place was still useful. Mobilize the troops. Execute the chaotic traitors. The Yin-Yang clan. Qin Mu's killing intent surged up around him. Promise. Yuan Tian Gang led the order to retreat. Round up. At the Yin-Yang clan's compound, the Qin army's pace was neat and tidy as they stepped and surrounded the entire temple. Chapter 63, The Overthrow of the Yin-Yang clan. The king's way of ruling the country. What does the Lord of the Pillars mean by this? The Grand Secretary went out and looked at Qin Mu. She forced herself to calm down, not expecting Qin Mu to be so quick. There are still many disciples who have not evacuated out of the city. Who are you? Qin Mu looked at Desiwei as if he really didn't recognize her. The corner of Dashin's mouth twitched. Qin Mu still had this bad taste. The house of Yin and Yang. The Grand Master. Oh, the Yin-Yang family, and you're the only minions left? Qin Mu shook his head. These people still didn't know that their greatest reliance had already abandoned them. Lord Pillar, what is the meaning of bringing troops to surround my Yin-Yang family? Dashin just hoped it would drag on just a little bit. The Yin-Yang family should be put to death. Don't you know that? Qin Mu's words changed, and his aura was chilling around him. Dashin fiercely got up and retreated backwards, and the 12 drakes of the heavenly pond had already reached her. Pupils suddenly shrinking. The Grand Priestess shouted, "Activate the secret technique." The entire temple instantly glowed with light, forming a barrier on the outside that blocked those outside from entering. Within the barrier, an encircling starry sky formed. In this starry sky, the Yin-Yang clan disciples will be much stronger and will also attack intruders outside of the Yin-Yang clan. This was actually more on the side of a killing formation, and it was trapping the enemy in a cage and strangling them. Combined with the Yin and Yang secret art, the formation speeded up and multiplied in power. This Yin-Yang clan temple was a formation in itself. The temple at this moment exuded an aura of danger. The 12 fiends of Tianqi and Yuan Tian Gang all looked alert. With the help of the power of the secret art, Desimen's bright red hands were like iron as they twisted a long sword and retreated to Shaoxim inside. Shaoxiwai's eyes were indifferent as he looked at the center of the temple. As long as they moved, the stars in the sky would send out attacks. With interest in his eyes, the child emperor moved to charge out, and several beams of light shot toward him, grazing the corners of his coat, which were instantly scorched. Interesting. Seeing this, the child emperor was even more excited and headed towards the Star Chen at the side of the Great Hall. The disciples of the Yin-Yang clan swarmed up and blocked the Tong emperor's path. Get out of the way. With a sweep of his sleeve robe, the child emperor repelled a large group of Yin-Yang clan disciples. But they were not to be outdone and attacked again. It was only then that the rest of the 12 fiends of the heavenly pond began to move, heading towards the edge of the Great Hall. The disciples left behind by the Yin-Yang clan tangled with the people from the 12 deadly fates of Tianqi. There was an eye of the formation, but the whole hall was empty, and it would take time to find the eye of the formation. So they first took care of these little flies for the adults. Yuan Tian Gang protected Qin Mu's side and cleared the surrounding Yin-Yang clan disciples. Is that all the Yin-Yang family can do? What a disappointment. Qin Mu stood in the center of the hall never moving and slowly spoke. Humph. Lord Pillar has a big mouth. Break my Yin-Yang clan's secret technique first. Dasiman's hands were nourishing with poisonous qi. Taking advantage of Yuan Tian Gang being held back by his disciples, he leaped towards Qin Mu to attack. Shaoxiwai made a seal with both hands and floated up in the air, green leaves surrounding her like blades. Qin Mu inclined his head and bent sideways to avoid Dashin's poisonous hand. Such beautiful hands. It's a shame. Qin Mu tackled the arm of Dashin, flipped his wrist, and sent Dashin flying with a palm strike. A long whip formed by green leaves then attacked, and Qin Mu turned his feet and deflected his head to avoid it. Shaoxiwai's toes pointed on top of a floating leaf, 2 fingers together constantly changing, the long whip as if it had a life, and Qin Mu entangled endlessly. Dasiman attacked again from behind Qin Mu. Qin Mu's figure slightly turned, raised his hand to block Dasiman's attack, at the same time, grabbed the winding leaf whip, and with a grip of his hand, the long whip collapsed into a piece of green leaves. On the other side, Dasiman curled his hand into a claw to grab Qin Mu. Qin Mu frowned slightly as his aura surged around him, directly shocking away the Grand Priestess. Dashin flew out backwards once again and smashed into the ground, a mouthful of blood spurting out. So much for secret arts. Qin Mu's tone was icy cold as he casually picked up a sword and leapt up. Stop him. There was a bit of panic on Dashin's surprised face. He found out. How is that possible? Shaoxiwai's expression was as cold as ever, and his wrists flipped. The routed green leaves are flaked and upright, with sharp edges. It was as if hundreds of blades formed a rain of knives flying toward Qin Mu. Qin Mu's eyes narrowed a bit as he threw out a sword. The copper sword went straight through the rain of blades, dispersing the cohesive aura, and the green leaves instantly shattered. The tip of the sword slashed across the surface of a leaf, and the entire leaf split in two. While the sword turned its direction and with a sound of breaking air, it struck directly at one of the northernmost Star Chen in the middle of the Great Hall. Shaoxiwai's beautiful eyes widened slightly, and there was a hint of surprise in her indifferent eyes. The long sword was so fast that there was no time to stop it. He really did find out. Dashin reacted, staring at the long sword striking the stars. Boom! The entire hall shook violently. Cracks began to creep into the shrouded starry sky. A clicking sound came out as the starry sky cracked into pieces and disappeared when it fell in midair. More and more debris fell, and eventually the entire barrier shattered, revealing a clear blue sky. "Do it!" A loud bellowing voice came, and Dashin leapt to his feet and had already arrived in front of Qin Mu. With this strike, Deci Min had gathered all her strength on her right hand. Her entire hand was bright red and blinding, carrying a corrosive aura. She seized the opportunity to sneak attack Qin Mu while he was watching the secret art. Breaking the boat, success or failure was at stake. "Looking for death," Qin Mu said in a cold voice, raised his hand and casually slapped his hand, and the Grand Secretary flew out like a rag, smashed on top of the stone pillars of the hall, and completely stopped moving. When Xiao Sifu heard that shout, she was ready to strike together, but several figures suddenly appeared to block her. "Such a handsome girl doll. It's not good to be so mean." The matchmaker sized up Xiaoxi with a sunflower fan. Xiaoxi's expression didn't change much as he stood in place and confronted the 12 fiends of the heavenly pond. The barrier shattered, and the Qin troops outside swarmed into the great hall. Before they could enter the temple earlier, they were blocked by a barrier. "Take it!" Qin Mu raised his hand and said. The Qin army surged towards the Yin-Yang family disciples. At this point, not many of the Yin-Yang family disciples were able to stand, and the Qin army easily escorted all of them to their knees. Surprised? Qin Mu looked at Xiao Siwei. Xiaoshi's eyes twitched. Apparently Qin Mu had said the right thing about her mind. If the Eastern Emperor Taiyi is in the temple, this secret technique won't be easily broken. It's just a shame that he's not. Not bad. This secret formation can be infused with power by the person who set it up, with the power to support it. The formation would continue to work and would not be easily broken even if the eye of the formation was found. Now the East Emperor Taiyi, who set up the formation, has long since fled. Without the support of the array maker, this would just be an ordinary array. It's just that the Yin-Yang family realizes it at the moment. Xiaoxi's eyebrows seemed to knit for a moment, then returned to normal. "Take them all into custody." Qin Mu lifted his foot and left the hall with a command. Qin Jun escorted the Yin-Yang clan disciples behind him. Since then, the Yin-Yang family has been removed from Great Qin. As for the Eastern Emperor, since he is heading west, he is still somewhat useful. Back in Xianyang, Qin Mu checked the admonitions submitted by the 100 officials. Fuxian's idea of kingly governance is colliding with the original inherent concepts. That's a good sign. Fu Nim has positional power in place, and sooner or later his thoughts affect the entire court. Chapter 64, Snipe and Clam? My lord, there is new news from the Nong family. Yuan Tian Gang came into the house to report. Farmers? Qin Mu raised his head. The Nong family was the school with the largest number of disciples among the 100 schools of thought. It honors the ancient Shinong clan, is proficient in the art of grains, and upholds the creed of the earth and all living things. The Shinong will not die. The generals and the princes would rather have the seeds than the others. The disciples of the farmer's family were unpredictable, hiding in the fields and markets, not seeking to reach the lords, and were always regarded by the anti-Qin forces as allies to be fought for. And in the original history, the farming families eventually became the biggest force against the Qin. The unholy one had been keeping an eye on the farmhouse, and at that moment there was a disturbance in the farmhouse. Not long ago, the divine farmer's order suddenly appeared, calling for 100,000 disciples of the farmer's family to go to the Six Sages Mound and run for the chivalrous leader. Every time the Shinong order appeared, it would set off a bloody storm in the Jianghu. The famous general Wang Jinbaiqi was hunted down by the former Nongjia chivalrous leader, who issued a bounty for his death, and summoned the top experts of the 6 Nongjia chambers to get rid of him by extremely secretive means. The Shinong order can only be issued through the hands of successive chivalrous leaders, and unluckily the current chivalrous leader died mysteriously 3 years ago. The Nong family has always been practically leaderless, and such a call is destined to cause internal strife in the Nong family. The heads of the Nong family's various halls were in the midst of their foolishness. Lai Shantang Tian Mang but the strange death, which officially opened the agricultural family's bloody storm. At this point in the farmhouse, a fierce power struggle is taking place. I'm also curious to see who has the ability to be this chivalrous leader. Qin Mu had a smile on his lips, but there was no temperature in his eyes. Pass the order down. The empire has learned that the Nong family is harboring the remnants of the thieves, and this prime minister will personally apprehend them. Nah. At this point in time, the farm family was in a constant state of infighting. There are 2 main factions competing for the position of chivalrous leader. The Union of the Shinong Hall, headed by the Shu family, and the Lai Shan Hall, Shi Yu Hall, Gong Gong Hall, and Kuei Kuei Hall, headed by Tian Yen. Siyu Tang Situanli was originally from the Zhu family's faction, but betrayed the Zhu family to Tianyan's side. The battle between the two parties has gradually entered a white-hot stage. Originally running for the position of chivalrous leader, the two parties are fighting on the way to the Six Sages Mound. At this point it was already a fight to the death. Once the other side got the chivalrous leader, they would eliminate the dissidents, which was the death of their own side. Hey! Within the dilapidated inn, a long sigh rang out. The Zhu family's faceplate changed to blue, and at this point he was both pained and worried. During the party's siege, Situ Wanli betrayed them and plotted to kill Dianqing. Dianqing was the biggest fighting force on one side of the Zhu clan, and even more so, someone the Zhu clan regarded as an old friend. The death of his old friend was unexpected and even more difficult for the Zhu family to let go of. What did you say this fight was about? Zhuge propped up his chin and grimaced bitterly. The Nong family is divided within itself, depleting the strength of both sides. It was said that the position of chivalrous leader could gather 100,000 disciples, but in reality it still weakened the entire Nong family. If an outside force intervenes at this point, the farm family can't defend itself. Big brother, you can't be discouraged. For what at first I don't know, but now it's for life. Lu Ji held his injured arm and turned to Zhu Jia. There were already casualties on both sides, and now even if they withdrew, the other side would not let them go. Whether it was for the position of chivalrous leader or to eradicate someone, Lu Ji no longer wanted to think about it. It's because of this that I don't know the significance of this fight. Xu Jia's face became a few degrees more bitter. Think of it as revenge for senior Dianqing. Lodge struggled to move to Zhuge's side. If we don't earn a result, elder Dianqing will have died in vain. Xu Jia's facepalm reddened at his words. The current Dianqing was his scales. Never let Dianqing die in vain. Qin Mu's side. The order to catch the thieves had been given, and Qin Mu led a group of people out of Xianyang City once again. All the major officials in Xianyang are looking forward to seeing the Lord of the Pillars go on a tour, and there are forces that are going to be lost. This is already a rule recognized in Xianyang City. Qin Mu was not slow along the way. No matter how much the Nong family fought, the ultimate goal was the Six Sages Mound. To solve the Nong family only need to go to the Six Sages Mound. Rushing there now, the Nong family's forces are scattered. It's not good to take them down altogether. The farm is a fat piece of meat. Qin Mu rubbed his jade trigger finger, a cold chill seeping from his eyes. Now that there are few anti-Qin forces left, the Nong family is a winnable ally that many people must be eyeing. This time, the matter of the Divine Farmer's Order is not simple, but I just don't know which force is behind it. After this fight, although it weakened the Nong's family to a certain extent, it could eliminate the dissidents and eventually gain the cohesive strength of the Nong's family. This time, the chivalrous leader is the ultimate beneficiary. And, of course, the man behind this future warrior leader. Trying to find ways to leverage that power for what? All that commotion will also attract more mice that smell it. It's getting interesting. A pass. The soldiers stationed there stopped a group of carriages. What man? Get out of the car and check. The soldiers held their spears and looked fiercely at Qin Mu and his group. This line of people was escorted by Jianghu people, and the carriage was gorgeous, probably from some rich family. If an official is traveling, he must be followed by uniformed guards. Identified. These people got reckless. Rich, but powerless, or never seen outsiders, is simply a fat lamb to be slaughtered. These soldiers don't do this kind of rip-off too often. They basically rake at anyone who passes by, especially such out-of-towners who have never been here at first glance. The emperor is far away here, and no one knows. Even if you know, this is the territory of the upper general Wang Li. Here, the upper general is the law. The general doesn't care about them, let alone the other minions. That's why even some minor officials passing by can't help these people. Get out of the car. Get out of the car. What's the holdup? Seeing that the carriage did not move, the soldier drank again. The carriage is still moving. Against you still. The soldier began to curse. Noticing the commotion on this side, a man walked over, his hand on the hilt of his sword, one who was the young leader of the place. The empire is strictly investigating anti-Qin rebels. This general sees you as very suspicious. If you don't get out of the car and cooperate with the inspection, this general has the right to arrest you. The little head honcho ends up being the boss. Yuan Tian Gang swept a glance at him, and the little chief's heart trembled. The man's eyes were terrifying, but he could not show his cowardice in front of his subordinates, and raised his chin with a strong composure and said, "Please cooperate with the inspection or don't blame me for being rude." Yuan Tian Gang and the others didn't move, and the little chief was puzzled for a while. How come these people didn't react when they hinted so obviously? The soldiers then felt something was wrong. The temperature around them seemed to have dropped, and an invisible pressure pressed down on them. A moment later it was covered in a cold sweat. What the hell? The soldiers were filled with horror. How had they ever encountered such a powerful aura? Mercy! Warrior, spare your life. We have eyes to recognize MT. Tai. Warrior please, said soldier opened the door bar to make way. Great Qin even has such assholes. A clear and crisp voice came from the carriage. Yuan Tian Gang and the others' brows also frowned. The soldiers were shocked. This tone. Could it be a certain high-ranking official? Chapter 65 Wind Chasing Arc Arrow. Zhong Li Mai. Forgive me, my lord. Forgive me, my lord. I won't dare to do it again. I have eyes to recognize MT. Tai. Please forgive me, my lord. The soldiers kowtowed vigorously. Kill it. Qin Mu was unmoved and ordered coldly. The soldiers' eyes widened in fear, and they were taken away by Yuan Tian Gang before they could scream out. Zhong Li saw the scene when he rushed to the chair. What kind of man dares to murder a sergeant? As the words fell, an arrow flew towards Yuan Tian Gang with a cracking sound. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Yuan Tian Gang. This archery is a masterpiece. Dodging an arrow. The arrow that shot straight out suddenly turned sharply and flew towards Yuan Tian Gang again. Yuan Tian Gang restrained the arrow with his scabbard and used his strength to knock it down. Half of the arrow didn't go into the ground. What subtle archery! Yuan Tian Gang couldn't help but praise it. Zhong Li frowned. To be able to avoid his arrows so easily. Who are you? Why did you beat and kill my great Qin soldiers for no reason? Rebel remnant? Zhong Li carefully looked at Yuan Tian Gang and the others. These people are all dressed like Jianghu people. Unlike which lord? But he dared to beat and kill soldiers in public. If they were anti-Qin remnants, how would they dare to travel on the official road? For a moment, he couldn't get the identity of the person in front of him. Although these soldiers were bad, they were at least great Qin soldiers. And you can't let someone take your life for nothing. Who are we? Little brother is truly a loner. Even Lord Pillar doesn't recognize it. The matchmaker cackled. Zhong Li was shocked. Lord Zhuguo was saying that he would personally come to catch the rebels. However, when Lord Pillar travels, he should be escorted by a general. What? Are they all jungle people? But in connection with all the things, this should be Pillar State no less. In doing so, one offends the king of the country. Rule the world with your majesty. Seeing a pillar is like seeing a king. My Lord Zhongli Chair pays homage to Lord Pillar State. I should be damned if I didn't know that Lord Pillar was here. Zhongli is not humble and straightforward to ask for forgiveness. Qin Mu didn't answer him. The matchmaker unfolded her sunflower fan and gave a giggle. Zhongli maintained the pleading position and did not move a muscle. For a long time, a voice came from the carriage. Wind Chasing Arc Arrow. The name lives up to its name. Would you like to follow this minister? Upon hearing this, Zhongli Chair was surprised for a while. He thought Qin Mu would punish him. But I am under General Bai too. The end of the line just wants to go into battle and kill the enemy. What do you mean? You can't go to war after this minister. Not as good as a white butcher? Qin Mu's voice was clear and crisp, but there was some faint coldness. Originally, he was going to kill Zhongli Chair. Mr. Chu Nan once predicted that if Xiang's clan wanted to achieve hegemony, they had to find the four wind, forest and fire mountain people who inherited the way of war. And Zhongli symbolizes the wind in it. However, after watching his wind-chasing arc arrow, he was able to force Yuan Tiangang's hand. It's kind of a rare talent. Moreover, the current Zhongli Egg Chair has not yet contacted Xiang clan, and is an uncompromising general of Great Qin. Instead of destroying this great talent, it would be better to completely let it be used for Great Qin. Forgive me, my lord. I never meant to do that. Zhongli finally reacted. How? Qin Mu's voice came again. If Zhongli didn't have this determination, then Qin Mu wouldn't be soft. My lord is willing to follow your lordship, although his heart still hopes to go to the battlefield to kill the enemy. Zhongli Egg Chair is clear. In front of Lord Zhuguo, he has no qualification to oppose, regardless of the fact that in the future, as a pillar of eminence, you will not go to war again. At least now, the Great Qin to pacify the civil strife all have the figure of the Lord of the Pillars. Followed by him is not necessarily confined to a corn. Qin Mu is still quite satisfied with Zhongli Chair's attitude. At least he won't commit to the Xiang clan anymore. My lord, may we continue the march? Yuan Tian Gang arched his hand. Go on. The carriage slowly started, and Zhongli Egg Chair followed behind the crowd. Only after Qin Mu and his group left did the surrounding people dare to probe. Looking at the bodies of the soldiers on the ground with disgust, these evil soldiers who had oppressed them were finally dead. In the middle of the crowd, a pimply-faced man with dark circles under his eyes swept around but looked thoughtful. With a last glance at the direction Qin Mu and the others had left, his figure drowned in the crowd. Meanwhile, a man in general's armor left the crowd. Inside the carriage, Qin Mu's residual light glanced vaguely at the outside of the carriage and hooked his lips. East County, another mixed bag of fish. His eyes flashed as he remembered the garrison general here, named Wang Li. The soldiers are oppressing the people, and they really think that the sky is too high for the emperor to control this land. What is it? In the drunken dream building, the sound of the zither was melodious, and Wang Li asked with his eyes open in vain. Pillar, Lord Pillar has arrived. Killed the soldiers stationed at the pass and took away Zhongli chair. Bai Tu stood at the bottom with his head lowered to report. Qin Mu passed through the pass he had been beside him without making a sound. Of course, he was also afraid of the aura of Qin Mu's group, and as soon as the other party left, he immediately reported the matter. Qin Mu. Wang Li picked up his wine cup and drank it down. He's really come to East County. Wang Li's eyes narrowed. He had always been close to Luo Net, and secretly support Hu Hai. Seeing that His Majesty is about to die, their plan is imminent. Qin Mu, however, killed Zhao Gao without saying a word and forced Hu Hai to die. A retreat for His Majesty to live forever. Wang Li smashed a lot of things on Hu Hai. Qin Mu this move let all his things have no return, but also cannot speak. Very suffocating. He had no good intentions towards Qin Mu. East County is not a fun place to be. Wang Li played with his wineglass. So, what do we do? Beidou said carefully. Lord Pillar has his own brilliant plan. We must not disturb it. Wang Li lazily said. I heard that Qin Mu did not bring a single soldier. On this want to eliminate the farmers. The known family's 100,000 disciples were not something a few people could move. At that time, his soldiers are never borrowed. As much as he'd like to eradicate the behemoth that is the known family. But now there are people who need to be dealt with more urgently. Wang Li's eyes deepened. The general doesn't look well. Is something bothering him? At this time, a beautiful figure came to Wang Li's side, and her onion-white jade hand filled a cup of wine for him. Seeing this, Wang Li's face spread a bit. Miss Flower Shadow is still so understanding. The general is making fun of Flower Shadow. Flower Shadow's red lips slightly opened. Her voice was ethereal, only a few unknown emotions in her drooping eyes. Chapter 66, The Position of Chivalrous Leader. Farmer's House. Six Sages Mound. At this moment, all the forces of the known family gathered here. The two phases confront each other. Tian Hu glanced condescendingly at the Zhu clan. Zhu clan. I didn't expect you to dare to come to the Six Sages Mound. Humph. You guys played a trick and killed Dianqing. I must avenge my old friend. The angry red face of the Zhu family is full of hostility. His eyes swept over the people present. Sito Manri bowed his head sheepishly. Situ, I usually treat you well, but I didn't expect you to betray me. The Zhu family gritted their teeth. Sito Wanli sniffed but instead came to be angry and glared back. I'm a gambler, placing bets only for maximum benefit. There is no profit in you. Fart. You're just a sinister villain. Thanks to me treating you as a brother. What's the point of backstabbing? Lu Ji scolded nonchalantly. If he hadn't poisoned Elder Dianqing's wine, how could Dianqing, who was all about swords and knives, have been found broken? Humph. Situ Wanli snorted coldly and stopped speaking. Lu Ji is notorious for being a jerk, and there's nothing to be gained by fighting with him. Elder brother Lu Ji. Hearing the voice of the Zhu family, Lu Ji scraped Situ Wanli head turned to the side. Will you all listen to me? Tian Yan's expression was calm, and one sentence caused the entire farmhouse to quiet down. I and you say. Tian Hu was the first to support Tian Yan. Tian Yan is known as the agricultural family's first think tank. Since childhood, intelligent, calm, and anticipate things like God, is a veritable agricultural female Guanzhong, and it was the eldest daughter of his own elder brother, Tian Hu. Tian Hu naturally trusted her more. In this fight, without Tian Yan's ploy, the Shu clan side had Den Cheng, who would be a difficult opponent. Moreover, Tian Yan had concentrated the power of many farming families on their side, and the victory or defeat of this fight was already obvious. Tian Yan nodded to Tian Hu, who had always acted in a drippy manner. Everyone is supposed to be competing for the chivalrous leader, but now our parties are at odds with each other, and instead of fighting for results, all of us have casualties. Tian Yan hereby suggests the use of the Yen Emperor's decision as a sign of justice. The Yendi decision, which was reached by unanimous consensus through a resolution among the known family's parishioners, was considered to be a just result. I agree. Who better to be a chivalrous leader than Missy these days? I push for Missy. Tianzhong opened his mouth with a twinkle in his eye. Tian Hu frowned. He had his heart set on the position of chivalrous leader. Tian Yan was also the one he invited out of the mountain. But now this position is actually going to fall to a girl child? Tian Hu looked to Tianzhong. The other party had been giving him advice. Tianzhong nodded to Tian Hu. Although he didn't understand what Tianzhong meant, Tian Hu knew that in today's situation, Ian's prestige was higher than his. It's just a matter of being family. Tian Hu also said in a heartbeat, I also push for Yin. Sweetheart's mind turned, and she said daintily, I'm a woman's man, so what everyone says is what they say. Situ Wanli also sided with Tian Yan. In this way, 5 of the 6 chambers are on Tian Yan's side, and Lu Ji is so angry that he stomps his feet. The forces that are supposed to be unbalanced are simply bullies. Does Uncle Zhu have any objections? Tian Yan took a step out and looked towards the Zhu family. Zhu Ji's face shifted without speaking. What objections? Doesn't the result of the Inferno Emperor's decision convince you? Tian Hu stared at the Zhu family. Shameless. Lu Ji muttered. But those present heard him clearly. Tian Hu's face changed. Uncle too. Tian Yan stopped him just in time. Yan is young and inexperienced, so he still needs the help of all the uncles, said Tian Yan as he turned to look at the Zhu family. When my father died, it was Uncle Zhu who was the oldest and most virtuous. I hope to give Yin a chance to continue the Nong family's centuries-old legacy with all of the Nong family's disciples. Yan, Tian Hu called out. Does that mean that the Zhu family should return with them? How is it possible that the two sides fought to the death and now they are shaking hands? Tianzhong and Tian Mi didn't say anything, but their eyes shifted, each thinking, Big brother, don't trust her. Lu Ji didn't even believe a word of Tian Yan's words right now. I just want the murderer of Noriaki. The Shu family facepalm changed to blue inside. Missy, Situ Wanli looked at Tian Yan in panic. If the Zhu family wants the murderer, they are bound to hand him over. Although the one who made the move to kill Dianqing was Tian Qi. Tian Qi was Tian Yan's own brother. Situ Wanli glanced at Tian Ji who was chasing butterflies on the side. There was no way Tian Yan would hand over that little cutie. Uncle Zhu Jia, Yan will give you an explanation for Senior Dianqing's death. Tian Yan opened his mouth. Of course she knew that the Zhu family would not agree to words of peace. The truth was that whether the Zhu family agreed or not, he would only be targeted more and more in the Nong family. Today's farmhouse is extraordinary, and we have a unanimous enemy. Ian hopes to settle personal grudges after the Nong family has survived this crisis. Tian Yan swept around the crowd present, and everyone's faces were moved. A few days ago, that pillar state of Great Qin had set out to come to East County. No matter how much the farmers themselves fight internally, they must be united in the face of an external enemy. On top of a hillside outside the Six Sages Mound, a group of people stopped here. What's the situation? Wang Li sat on top of his horse and spoke, reporting back to the general. The Nong family has arrived at the Six Sages Mound. A soldier arched his hand. Tell them that this general will not strike. What is due to this general? I hope they farmers are ready. A cold aura flashed in Wang Li's eyes. The Nong family's foreign enemies were on the horizon. Yet he was approached to join forces and told not to make a move. And the deal was the power of the Farmers' Hall and a promise from the next rogue leader. 100,000 disciples of the Nong family. One hall is a considerable strength. As for the chivalrous Kuwei's promise, even if he asked the Nong family to help him assassinate the emperor, these people would not dare to break their promise. Besides, he hadn't intended to make a move. Qin Mu could borrow no troops from him. It's a bargain for nothing. He wanted to see how capable Qin Mu was. Nah, the soldier retired at his command. Wang Li looked in the direction of the Six Sages Mound and turned his horse around. Go! The rest of them immediately followed him. Chapter 67, The Battle for Survival. Mound of the Six Sages, archaeological site in Xi'an. The farming family was indeed as Tian Yan thought. Now that the Nong family's external enemies were present, everyone's hearts were more inclined to put aside their personal grudges. Just as the Nong family was about to shake hands, a clapping sound rang out, followed by a clear and crisp voice, eloquent and tongue-tied. Not bad for a peasant girl stewardess. Who? Tian Hu's heart was on alert. They hadn't noticed a thing about when the people appeared here. Then he saw a man dressed in black appear in front of him with a group of people. The man had a dignified aura, handsome with a disdainful dominance. The atmosphere froze. The group that came had a dangerous aura. Lord Pillar has come so quickly. While the crowd was still on guard, a soft voice trailed off upwards. Tian Mi sipped a mouthful of cigarette, spitting smoke, ring red lips slightly open. Looking at Qin Mu, eyes in the autumn water is full, bold and shy. However, without waiting for Qin Mu to speak, a woman appeared in front of her. Delicate and charming bones, It's just a shame it's dirty. The matchmaker stroked over Tianmi's jaw with a look of pity. You. Tianmi opened her mouth, but didn't know how to retort. She was a woman, and she did use some means to get to the position of hallmaster. It's been kind of an open secret in the farmhouse, but being pointed out in public that, annoyed, ferocity flashed in Tianmi's eyes, and with a twirl of his pipe in his hand, he attacked the woman behind himself. The matchmaker moved the sunflower fan in her hand and forced the pipe toward Tianmi's neck with a few flips. Startled, Tianmi activated the pipe mechanism, and several concealed weapons flew out, only to be caught by the matchmaker with her bare hands. Girl doll, this poison can't hurt me. Missy, save. Before the sentence was finished, Tianmi had already gone limp. Don't yell at a girl doll. The matchmaker's body moved back behind Qin Mu. The Nong family's people were still in shock. Once they came and killed a hallmaster without saying a word. What did they think of their farming family? Tianyan glanced at the dead Tianmi. His brows furrowed slightly as he raised his hand to stop Mei San Yang, who wanted to strike. You're welcome. It's just a welcome gift from this minister to you. Qin Mu swept a circle of the crowd, ignoring the Nong family's angry expression as he opened his mouth. Great Qin Pillar State. Tian, whose entire body was enraged. He wouldn't think much about the twists and turns, only seeing that Qin Mu had killed their Nong family for no reason. It's unavoidable. It's too much of a deception. Uncle too. Tian Yan opened his mouth, and Tian, who tightened his grip on the long sword in his hand, staring viciously at Qin Mu, but did not strike. That's too much of a gift. My lord, the Nong family has not participated in the fight against Qin, nor have they ever had a conflict with Great Qin, and I'm afraid it's inappropriate for Lord Pillar to act in such a manner. Tian Yan calmly looked at Qin Mu. I didn't expect Qin Mu to come so quickly. The farm family is not flush right now. When did this prime minister say anti-Qin? This is a clearing of the eastern Jin thieves. Take that. With a command, Tian Zhong and Tian Yan were tackled. Tian Zhong felt the coldness on his neck, and there was a vicious dog at his feet showing its teeth. His heart was chilled to the bone in the end. He's just a little minded, though not small, but not someone who can face the big game. Ah Yan. Tian, who looked at Tian Yan worriedly. At this time in the farmhouse, the calm and collected Tian Yan had become the backbone. Eldest Miss, Mei San Yang tightened her grip on her belt knife. Tian Yan shook his head to signal the people of the Nong family not to act rashly. The person who hijacked her had a strange stance and its speed. She was not sure that the farming family could cope with it. Moreover, this line of people around Qin Mu were not weak, and now that they were facing each other head-on, the Nong family would not be able to do well. The Shu family stayed on the sidelines without saying anything, looking at the farming family and then at Qin Mu. In today's situation, even with Missy, the Nong family will have a catastrophe. Qin Mu, don't bully people too much. My Nong clan's 100,000 disciples are not to be messed with. Tian, who really can't bear this breath. Anyway, he has already torn his face with Qin Mu. How can he let him bully the farming family so much? At that, Tian Yan frowned. Stupid. Lu Ji cursed. Although he was a jerk, he still knew some things. Tian, who has always prided himself on his arrogance. But in fact, it is a straw man with courage but no strategy. And this time the warrior leader fight is being used as a gun. Zhu Jia also sighed in his heart. It is true that Great Qin is too deceitful, but it is not the same to say what is laid out in plain sight. The corner of Qin Mu's lips slightly hooked. These two are former Luo Net and the people. How can the remaining thieves get away with it? The people of the farming family are greatly shocked. Tian Zhong, even if Tian Yan big miss. Is it also related to the former Luo Net? Even Mei San Yan looked at Tian Yan in astonishment. Ah Yan? Tian, who was the nature to ask anything. At this moment, he looked at Tian Yan doubtfully. How come when he was talking, the spearhead was pointed at Ian? Even though the unknown secret was exposed, Tian Yan remained unperturbed. This vigor and composure is rare in a woman. It was no wonder that Tian Yan was able to manipulate the entire farming family. I will account for this matter later, it concerns my mother. Uncles, right now working together to get through the farming community is the most important thing. Tian Yan's calm tone was compelling and forced. Compared to Qin Mu, the farming family was more willing to trust this person who had lived in the farming family for more than 10 years. Although their hearts still wondered about Tian Yan's identity, the Nong family chose to be united. Whatever Ian has done, it's a matter for our farm family itself. Even if you are a pillar of Great Qin, an outsider shouldn't meddle in the affairs of another's family. Tian, who sounded greatly displeased. It seems that the Nong family is not only harboring the remaining evil, but also has a backbone. Take them all down for the prime minister. Qin Mu steeply changed his words and ordered the arrest of all the people of the known family. As soon as the words fell, the 12 fiends of Tianqi surrounded the Tian Hu several people. You, second uncle. Tian Yan spoke in time to stop Tian Hu's words. Tian Hu also knows that the other party is holding a hostage. It is not good to make a direct move. Strom holding his breath in Qin Mu confrontation. A pained yell sounded immediately afterward. The crowd turned their heads to see that the vicious dog that was leering at Tian Zhong had already pounced on him and tore at his body, and the scene was bloody for a while. Tian Zhong. Tian Hu glared at the Dog King. With a pang of indifference, the Dog King crooked his lips at the man glaring at him. The Nong family had lost 2 of their hall masters at once. Everyone hated Qin Mu. The red faces of the Zhu family blazed with rage. Originally, he thought that Qin Mu had come to subdue the Nong family. After all, the Nong family with 100,000 disciples was a disturbing force to any power, let alone an empire. In this way, the only way for the farming families to live is to adapt to changes and survive by going along with what the empire wants. It's not a good idea, but it's good to preserve the farming heritage. However, as things stand today, this Lord Pillar's purpose is not so simple. This is him, rushing to destroy the farming family, as it was in the beginning with the Mercers. The Shu family face is even more hideous. Is the Nong family really going to follow in the footsteps of the Mozi family? Big brother, I don't feel right. Lu Ji rubbed up against Zhu Jia, and in fact he tended to see this situation at a glance. Older brother Lu Ji, you can see it too. Zhu Jia opened his mouth. At this time, the farming family is facing life and death. Tian Yan knew the Nong family's current situation better than anyone else. This chivalrous leader competition was meant to unify the farming family, but I didn't expect De Qin to intervene. It seems that Lord Pillar is not going to let the Nong family go. Tian Yan looked toward Qin Mu. This person came with the idea of destroying the Nong family from the start. Miss Tian is really smart. Coldness rose in Qin Mu's eyes, no longer intending to waste time here. Tian Hu and the others also finally realized that the battle for the survival of the Nong family was imminent. Chapter 68, The Dryad Moxie. Don't hurt my sister. Suddenly, with a loud shout, 2 long swords with 1 blue and 1 red sword she shot out. The sword was fierce, and the ghostly shadow holding Tian Yan hostage had to avoid it. Tian Yan takes advantage of the situation and breaks free with a couple of feints. Tian Qi followed closely, and the dual swords of Dryad Moxie returned to his hands, directly attacking the ghostly shadow. The ghostly figure disappeared into thin air. Tian Ji was first stunned, then his twin swords chopped behind him, and the ghostly figure disappeared once again in a flash. Ghost Shadow is proficient in ninjutsu, and his stealth and speed are definitely not comparable to anyone else's. Although Tian Qi is obese, because of his incomplete mind, he still carries a simple and thick atmosphere. However, he was able to accurately determine where the ghostly shadows were hiding, and he was able to strike his sword crisply. Between the 2 exchanging blows, every strike Tian Qi landed exactly where the ghostly shadow was hiding. Just as the sword fell, the ghostly shadow had already dodged away. Seeing that he could never hit anyone, Tian Qi had a fit of gambling. Why are you always hiding from me? The baby can't even find you. The baby is going to get mad. Suddenly, Tian Qi's aura rose around him. The kung fu and killing aura were also violently intense. Second prince. Besides Tian Yan, the other person who cared about Tian Qi was Mei Sanyang. Seeing Tian Ji like this, she knew that he was in a stormy state. Tian Qi was the only swordsman to hold the top 10 pairs of swords in the sword score, and was recognized as the number 1 expert of the Nong family, especially when he entered the storming state. Tian Qi's feats would be even stronger, but this is also the time when he can lose his mind without distinguishing between his enemy and himself. Therefore, fearing that he would be exploited by someone with an ulterior motive, Tian Yan had not allowed Tian Ji to make a move, and at that moment, Tian Yan didn't stop him. At this time, Tian Yan, a strong suit and a long sword in his hand, he was capable and ruthless, a far cry from his earlier sickly state. Qin Mu swept the sword in her hand. The amazing salamander. The name is listed as the 8 swords of the Yuan, which is also the name of Luo Net's Tianzi level killers. Although Zhao Gao is dead, Luo Net is a 100-foot insect that dies but never falls down. I didn't expect Lord Pillar to know the Nong family so well. If it's really because of Tian Yan that the Nong clan is destroyed, I'll be the sinner of the entire Nong clan. Therefore, Tian Yan had to offend Lord Pillar. Tian Yan. No! The sword in the amazing salamander's hand flashed coldly. You can try. Qin Mu teasingly smiled. The Luo Net's people had a lot of guts. With a soft shout, The startled salamander had already arrived in front of Qin Mu with a long sword in his hand. Qin Mu casually lifted up a copper sword, one hand behind his back, and with only one hand, he easily received the stunning salamander's heavenly sword moves. The attack in his hands did not decrease, but the shocked salamander was appalled in his heart. Being able to rank among the original Luo Net's heavenly character level assassins, she thought that her strength was definitely above the many so-called experts. Even if she faced a Zhongshi level character, she was still certain that she would be able to kill him. Yet the person in front of her could easily handle her attack with just one hand. The stunning salamander chopped out with a sword, and then utilized his strength to flip over and pull away from Qin Mu, gaining a chance to catch his breath. It's too strong. The startled salamander's tiger's mouth tingled as it stared at Qin Mu warily. What realm of strength had this person reached? When masters dueled, they couldn't slack off in the slightest, and although amazing salamander looked relaxed, he had actually been preparing for battle. However, in the face of absolute strength, any preparation was useless. The corners of Qin Mu's lips curved slightly as his body moved, closing in on the startled salamander in the blink of an eye. The salamander's pupils snapped shut, so fast. A sound of swords clashing was particularly sharp. Immediately after that, a figure smashed out, and several pieces of debris flew out of the mountain wall. The startled salamander smashed against the mountain wall before rolling to the ground, splattering blood all over the place. The amazing salamander's sword landed beside her and broke into two. Eldest Miss Mei San-Yang saw the situation and headed for the startled salamander, but she was blocked by the two men. "Get out of the way!" Yelling out, Mei San-Yang let the sword slash at her body. All hard work, the blade slicing through, sparks flying, yet she couldn't break through the two who were blocking it either. On Qin Mu's side, the copper sword in his hand shattered into pieces. Qin Mu threw the hilt of his sword, and then a long sword suddenly broke through the air. His eyes narrowed slightly. Qin Mu sidestepped and avoided it while raising his hand to grip the hilt of his long sword. "Return the baby's sword." Tianqi's eyes were red and he had a murderous aura. Seeing that the startled salamander was injured, he subconsciously attacked the person who had injured her. Mo Xie's sword came out of his hand, striking at the man with a strong killing aura. "I didn't expect my sword to fall into the other party's hands." Qin Mu was also a bit surprised that this stupid kid was able to free his hand to attack him while fighting with the ghostly shadow. It is considered to be worthy of the first master of this farming family. Tianqi raised his dryad sword high and was about to slam it at Qin Mu when there was a steep chill behind him and the ghost shadow's attack had already struck. He had to turn and tangle with the ghostly figure. Qin Mu casually inserted the moxie in his hand into the ground and swept around the battlefield. Tianqi was missing a sword, and his power was halved. At this time, he was bent on getting Mo Xie back, so he fell behind in terms of qi. The known family disciples brought by several hall masters had long since been taken care of as much as possible. Tian Hu and others were injured to varying degrees. Qin Mu's side, however, fought merrily among them, and in the midst of the melee, a figure leaned more and more to the side. Seeing the situation, Situ Wanli used the cover of the dense forest to hide his breath. He moved behind a large tree and let out a small sigh of relief. No one's going to find out, and he's not going to die along with those people. As long as he entered this forest, even the Qin army would have trouble finding his trail. Not to mention that he was a small person that Great Qin wouldn't even care about. Sito Manli dragged his injured body and moved as carefully as he could into the forest. Qin Mu glanced at the forest with his afterglow and left it alone. And to the side, Zhongli Mai keenly realized that one person was missing. He stepped back to one side of the battle and listened to the wind. "Fetch the bow and strike the arrow." Zhongli Mai drew his bow and shot an arrow. The arrow flew out and didn't enter the forest, slicing through a leaf and turning its direction. Situ Wanli was startled when he heard the voice, and by the time he reacted, an arrow had already penetrated his neck. Situ Wanli's eyes were wide, and to his death, he couldn't believe that someone had discovered him. "Good arrow." Qin Mu didn't know when he arrived beside Zhongli Mai and opened his mouth. "Lord Pillar is too kind." Zhongli Mai arched his hand and saluted. Only now did he realize that the known family still harbored such thievery. How is it any different from the remnants of the rebellion to try to go against the empire? Since these are rebels, Zhongli Mai is also a man of the sands to kill. The kill will never be soft. On the other side, Tian Hu and the others had already been captured by the 12 fiends of Tianqi. The two Zhu family members, Lu Ji, took advantage of the chaos to escape. Zhongli Mai could vaguely see the two figures, within the range of the arrow strike. "My lord, just let them go?" If they were to be resolved, Zhongli Mai would not hesitate to send out an arrow. "Keep it for now." Qin Mu opened his mouth. "Those two should be going to the city now. Keep an eye on it." Qin Mu looked at Yuan Tian Gang, who nodded his head. Two silhouettes flashed by, chasing after the two members of the Zhu family. Zhang Limai was slightly shocked that there were still people hiding around here. He didn't feel the breath at all. What kind of strength did Lord Pillar possess? Qin Mu ordered all of the Nong family to be escorted up. He then looked towards the entrance of the Six Sages Mound. Chapter 69, A Sword Breaks the Earth. Zephyr Ziv. Nong's house was terminated by him at the entrance to the Sixth Wise Mound, and there was still no movement inside. The Six Sages Mound is the place where the major events of the farming family are decided. For example, in this competition for the chivalrous leader, one must finally be recognized in the Six Sages Mound to be considered a true known chivalrous leader. Previously, Tianyan had enlisted people's support and gained the support of the 5 halls of the Nong family to become the chivalrous leader, which was not considered a true chivalrous leader. There are 6 elders in the Six Sages Mound who are always on guard. The 6 men were in charge of the art of war, the calendar, the 100 herbs, cultivation, water conservancy, and music. The 6 men were the Lord of Soldiers, the calendar master, the king of medicine, the god of the valley, the U2, and the string zone. All 6 of them were highly respected members of the Nong family, and they were highly skilled, and especially well coordinated. Several people had been honing their skills for years, and the power of using the Farmer's Earth Zephyr 24 formation was far greater than that of ordinary knotted formations. However, the mission of the 6 people is to guard the Six Sages Mound, and they must not leave easily unless they have to. Qin Mu didn't go in either. He wanted to see how long these people could last. The farmer's family are also wolves, so execute them on the spot. Qin Mu's light-hearted sentence decided the life and death of the people present in the Nong family. The 12 deadly swords of the Tianqi immediately took orders, and a dozen or so Nongjia disciples were killed by the swords of their hands. You asshole. Although Tian Hu did not have much of a heart, but the Nong family disciples were his own people. Whether they were under his hall or not, they would not allow others to insult them like this. All the farmers glared at Qin Mu with hatred, and yet the chopping still didn't stop. Food for Immortals walked over to Tian Hu and grabbed his head and slammed it hard towards the ground. A dead man is in no position to talk. Food for Immortals said viciously. You, boo. The head smashed down again. Lord Pillar. It's not too much. Might as well give us a hard time. Tian Yan braced himself to look at Qin Mu. As soon as she thought about it, she realized why Qin Mu was making this move. The other party really wanted to completely destroy the Nong family. Not even the few people inside the Six Sages Mound. Go on. Qin Mu didn't even look at Tian Yan. Another dozen or so Nong clan disciples were killed, and Tian Hu's side was already dying. Kid, don't go wild. A powerful voice rang out. Several powerful auras appeared at the entrance of the Six Sages Mound, shaking away the 12 drakes of the heavenly pond and shielding the people of the Nong family. The 6 people had white hair but were hale and hearty, their sharp eyes staring at Qin Mu. Young age power is so deep, no wonder act so arrogant. Unbridled. Yuan Tian Gang stared at the several elders. It was the first time that someone dared to do this to his lordship. Qin Mu waved back Yuan Tian Gang and stepped forward. There's no need to put a person who will die in your eyes. What a mouthful. The 6th elder's aura surged around his body, and his eyes were cold and chilling. Great Qin wanted to drive their Nong family to extinction, really thinking that the Nong family was easy to bully. Today, they were going to leave this hotshot Great Qin pillar state above the boundaries of their farmland. As the 6th elder's aura grew more and more powerful, the surrounding heaven and earth began to change color. From spring to winter, from winter to fall, then summer, spring is day, the next spring is night, and so on, without any law of the 4 seasons. This was the result of the 6 elders' years of research and cooperation. They disrupted the order of the 4 seasonal changes of the 24 formations of the earth and zephyr, and added the change of day and night. At this moment, the formation was irregular, and with the 6 of them manipulating it, the formation was even more powerful, killing people everywhere. At this moment, Qin Mu was the only person in heaven and earth. The weather is cold and hot, black and white changes, and there are constant sword and string attacks, and every blade of grass around you is a killing machine. Qin Mu avoided the sword chi that came towards his face, and then a string killing chi attacked him. As soon as his body moved backward, a turquoise bush suddenly appeared behind him. His toes pointed at the ground and leaped into the air. The weather was suddenly cold. The piercing cold wind made Qin Mu frown a little. Aroma suddenly came from the wind. Qin Mu held his breath and turned to one side, and a few more sword chi attacked. Flipping sideways to avoid the sword chi, Qin Mu predicted where the sword chi would strike. Sheathing the Qin sword in his hand, he cut the silk strings hidden in the white snow. and rushed towards a white haze through the last taut string. The sky and the earth changed again, from winter to summer, and the dense foliage blocked Qin Mu's vision. Qin Mu hooked his lips, long sword blade light in his hand danced. The trees were all chopped off in a few breaths. A step on the tree trunk. Qin Mu's long sword stabbed down towards a void. In the blink of an eye, everything around them returned to normal. Lord Pillar? Yuan Tian Gang inquired with some concern. Fam only saw a circle of light and shadows with figures flickering in it, but even he couldn't get close enough to know what was going on inside. It was only now that he was relieved to see Qin Mu. Nothing. Qin Mu's voice was as salty as ever. At this moment, he was holding the hilt of his sword in his hand, while the sword had already been inserted into the body of the soldier Lord Elder. How is that possible? The Elder's face was filled with shock, and blood continued to flow from his mouth. A normal person normally breaks a formation and looks for the eye of the formation first. However, this formation had been improved by the 6 of them, and even if they found the eye of the formation, it would be difficult to approach it, let alone break it. And in addition to finding the eye of the formation, the rest of the place is killing everywhere. After several people repeatedly deduced that there is no breakage, a few of them even kept changing their positions and their whereabouts were uncertain. And Qin Mu unexpectedly did not look for the eye of the formation at all, directly breaking through the killing machine and accurately predicting his position, not only breaking the formation, but also killing him. In this way, even the known family's last reliance would be shattered. The soldier master elder broke off unwillingly. When the remaining 5 elders saw this, their faces instantly changed drastically. It was important to know that the 6 of them had painstakingly cultivated for 10 years and honed these 6 mastery skills into the Earth Zephyr 24 formations. It has now taken Earth Zephyr Ziv to a new level. In the third test, Wu Kuang saw that the fundamental flaw of the formation was that there were 365 days in a year. Together with the Qi of the 4 seasons, there were a total of 1,460 changes. The attacker will have a repeat after making 1,460 attacks. Although the 24 of the Earth Zephyrs were subtle, the laws of nature and the laws of heaven and earth, even the ancestors of Shinnong, could not be violated. This was the only weakness of the Earth and Zephyr 24 formation. But now, that Qin Mu not only broke the formation with a single sword, and it also took the life of one of the 6 elders, the soldier master. A set of movements came down in a flowing stream, as if they were not affected by the big formation in any way. That's what's most frightening about this great Qin pillar, because the big formation had just been broken. The 5 of them also suffered varying degrees of backlash within their bodies. In other words, there were only 2 people left who could barely continue to fight some more. The remaining 3, on the other hand, couldn't even catalyze their internal energy. Qin Mu gazed indifferently at the remaining 5. The cold eyes were covered with a murderous aura that was palpable. Tianyan and the others looked at the situation in front of them. Don't know what to do anymore. Is the Nong family really going to die today? Chapter 70, Destruction of the Farmer's Family. In front of the statue of Shinnong, the Nong family disciples were already dead and injured. Tianyan, who was standing on the sidelines, was no longer holding out much hope. She was badly injured at this point. Even if she wanted to fight back, it was simply impossible to save the day with the power of one person. Not to mention that standing in his face was such a terrifying existence. At this time the farm family has been plunged into the border of life and death. The remaining 5 elders had already suffered various degrees of trauma. Only 2 can continue to fight. The remaining 3 couldn't even raise their internal energy. When Qin Mu killed the soldier lord with a sword, not only did it startle them, the Earth Zephyr 24 great formations had been completely practiced by the 6 of them to the realm of shared mind. Once with it, he successfully hunted down by Qi, the great Qin god of war. And that battle was also a brilliant battle in which the 6 elders of the known clan had cooperated the most and succeeded the most. For a time, it made the hearts of the people in the jungle palpitate. It's been a legend ever since. But, today their myth has been ended by the great Qin's pillars. 6 people, now only 5. And 3 of them are still seriously injured. Either way they could no longer afford to cast Earth Zephyr Ziv. The master of soldiers is dead. A formation of 5 was far weaker than the power of a formation of 6. Even if he performed it, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to block Qin Mu's move. Earth Zephyr Ziv, the legendary formation that hunted down my great Qin god of war. By Qi, it's nothing more than that. Qin Mu, who stood with his sword crossed, coldly said, in Qin Mu's opinion, everything in this world has its own laws. Even the tough as nails Jizawa Ziv could not escape this iron law. The 24th of the Earth Zephyr is based on the laws that govern the operation between heaven and earth, and then with the 4 seasons. A total of 1,460 variations are derived. And after those 1,460 attacks, that is, it is repeated over and over again. It's like the changing of the seasons. Spring, summer, fall, winter and then winter into spring. So on and so on, alternately. Qin Mu saw exactly this layer of law. That's why we found the way to break the formation. And that one is the only weakness of Jizawa 24. The eyes of the 5 elders were filled with surprise. They couldn't believe that the 6 of them had been practicing for 10 long years for the 24th of the Earth Zephyr. It was actually broken by Qin Mu's sword, and killed the master of soldiers. They had underestimated the strength of this great Qin pillar. But even so, their faces showed no fear. The only thing there is helplessness. They themselves are quite aware of it. It was important to realize that the 6 of them were the last pillars of the known family. Now that they're down, then the known family is completely wiped out. Instead, they are now forced to accept a harsh reality. The 5 were already at the end of their rope. There is no longer any way to stop this colonist. At that moment, the 5 elders looked at each other, then nodded to each other. Then the 5 elders stood in a row. The aura on his body grew again. All of a sudden, the surrounding heaven and earth began to change color. The weather becomes hot and cold, swapping black and white. The invisible sword Qi attacked away in all directions. Sword Qi was far more lethal than the first time it was cast just. Even if it was only cast by 5 people, it was not in the least bit weaker than the one cast by the 6. Tianyan saw it, eyes closed in pain. She knew that this was the last blow made by the 5 elders burning their life force. Either Qin Mu would fall after this strike, either the 5 elders fall. This is the last thing the 5 elders will do for the known family. And the 5 elders are all very aware of it. They didn't have full certainty of killing Qin Mu, but then they get seriously injured or fall down. Qin Mu saw the 5th elder of the farmer's family once again cast Earth Zephyr Ziv. There was little extra expression on his face. He was not yet afraid of the Earth Zephyr Ziv cast by the 6, not to mention that it was cast by 5 people. Only, this time Qin Mu had no intention of letting them go. His aim was to completely eradicate the known family. There will be no more respite for the farm family. The sword Qi strings around them were getting stronger and stronger. Every blade of grass is a killer. The 12 drakes of Tianqi subconsciously stepped back. They clearly felt that the power of this formation was far more terrifying than the previous one. Some of them turned their gazes toward Qin Mu. Qin Mu's eyes were like torches as he stared at the 5 elders of the known family. An evil smile suddenly surfaced at the corner of his mouth. Blood showed at the corners of the mouths of the 5 elders of the known family. The Calendar Master, the Pill King and the Valley God Elder. The 3 of them were originally badly injured, now disregarding the injuries on themselves to forcefully perform the Earth Zephyr Ziv. It's also barely holding up. Just then, Qin Mu swung the sword in his right hand. The right foot stored up power and violently rushed towards the 5th elder of the known family. The 5th elder of the known family saw this. The gesture changed instantly. The sword Qi string sound attacked fiercely towards Qin Mu. Qin Mu dodged the blow with a flash. Then he quickly rushed towards the 5th elder again. The 5th elder saw this. Another quick change of gesture. A long sword with another true Qi condensed into a huge sword of leaves, blocking Qin Mu. Qin Mu swung the long sword in his hand. It was shaken back a meter or two. Qin Mu's face smiled. It seemed like it was just playing with itself. The Medicine King's hand waved. The long sword once again attacked Qin Mu violently. Qin Mu leaped forward to meet it head-on. Just when the huge long sword was only an inch away from Qin Mu instantly leapt forward, flying through the air into mid-air. Not good. Stringzong exclaimed, just about to make a string sound, but it was too late. Qin Mu arrived in front of them with a flash. Tianyan wanted to help with his sword, but he was stopped by the 12 deadly fears of Tianqi. Only Qin Mu's long sword in his right hand was seen swinging. A cold shadow flashed. Kanzan and Yutu fell. The power of the formation was suddenly greatly reduced. The remaining 3 elders were already severely injured. At this time, they were also spitting blood from their mouths. These 3 elders were able to support themselves until now. It had already sort of used up all of his true Qi. It would be easy for Qin Mu to kill him. The weather around us is slowly returning to its normal color. Cough cough cough. Elder Gushin coughed heavily. The 6 elders of the known clan. Now there are only 3 of you left. Qin Mu indifferently gazed at the 3. Humph. So what? The earth is zealous of all things. And Shinnong will not die. The Force Master, the Pill King and the Valley God tilted their heads and recited loudly. Oh, yeah. After the words, the long sword in Qin Mu's hand slashed. The 3 elders of the known family fell to the ground. Qin Mu took his long sword back. His eyes coldly swept the bodies of the 6 elders of the known family on the ground. At this moment, Tianyan saw that the 6 elders were already dead. The heart was in utter despair. Originally she had a glimmer of hope, but with the next moment the last 3 elders fell. Her hopes were dashed. The hopes of the farming families dissipated. Centuries-old farmhouse, and the Nong family, which was known to be the most powerful of the 100 schools of thought, was overthrown. The flame in Tianyan's heart went out. As the warrior leader of this generation, she no longer had the ability to lead the Nong's disciples to glory. Hope is like a flame in the heart. It had been doused by the scorching blood of the 6 elders. Pillar, what about these agricultural disciples? Is it killing, or? Asked one of the 12 drakes of Tianxi. Well, bring them all to Shang County to build the Great Wall, Qin Mu said with a wave of his hand. Nu awe. This heavenly pawn 12 Furies answered with an arch of his hand. It would have been possible to kill all of these farming disciples, but there's not enough manpower on the upper county side. After all, the vast project of building the Great Wall required more manpower. Instead of killing, might as well serve the empire. Chapter 71, Waiting for the Rabbit. 4 seasons. Shu family Lu Ji 2 people avoided a round of pursuit to come here. This is a secret base of the Shinnong Hall. Few outsiders know. Even the disciples of the Divine Agriculture Hall needed a slogan to enter this place. Otherwise, it will be killed. Secret bases are called secret bases for a reason. It's in the fact that it's hidden and safe. Without these 2 points as a safeguard, then it becomes a target for exposure. And the hunter lurking in the shadows waits for his prey to take the bait. I say boss, is this place safe? Lu Ji said as he surveyed his surroundings. He, old brother Lu Ji, this is the most secretive place in our Divine Farmer Hall. No one knows where this place is except the brothers of this church. Just put your heart in your stomach. A pleasant expression appears on Zhu Jia's faceplate. It signaled Lu Ji not to be nervous. Aha, with those words from the boss, I'm relieved. Even I don't know about this place, and the others know even less. Lu Ji looked like he was gloating. Let's go, old brother Lu Ji, to meet our brothers. Zhu Jia walked in front of Lu Ji, heading towards a very large house not far away. Lu Ji nodded. Then follow the jukes. Although there is a guarantee from the Zhu family's words, but Lu Ji's heart was always in turmoil. While walking towards the large cabin in front of them, eyes glanced toward the surrounding area on one side. Zhuja walked up to the door of the big wooden house. 3 knocks on the front door, then 2 more. The door opened. See Hall Master. Inside, a cadre of Divine Farmer Hall disciples kowtowed. Hey, the brothers are all here, Zhu Jia said with a smile, rubbing his big, round belly. We are all brothers in our own family. No need to be polite. Now, Zhu Jia's words were interrupted by Lu Ji before he could finish. Old boss, there is an ambush, Lu Ji said violently. Zhu Jia looked in the direction Lu Ji deserved. A figure stood on top of the roof next to it. All around. Oops. The Shu family's facepalm turned into a panic rise. Hall Master Zhu, I have been waiting here for a long time. This person was no one else but Qin Mu's capable general, Yuan Tian Gang, ordered to hunt down the Shinnan Hall. Boss, what should we do? Lu Ji's face became heavy. Harm, old brother Lu Ji, it's all because I've harmed you. I'm afraid it's going to be a big battle if we want to get out of here today, Zhu Jia said in a deep voice. If anything, what came was a minor player in the empire. Then they have absolutely nothing to worry about. With the advantage of the large number of people in Shinnong Hall, it can be flushed out. But the other side went to be Yuan Tian Gang. The strength is extremely terrifying. Plus the other side was equal to themselves flagging in terms of numbers. This was originally the advantage of the Divine Farmers Hall now couldn't account for half of the benefits. Boss, if you're a brother, there's no need to talk about this. The big deal is that we'll all report together to the King of Hell. A look of determination surfaced on Lu Ji's face. Worthy of being my good brother, Zhu Jia said as he patted Lu Ji's right hand. Brothers of the Divine Farmer Hall, let's fight together side by side, Zhu Jia said in a loud voice. Side by side, side by side. The high-pitched voices of a line of farming disciples resounded through the Four Seasons town. Humph, out of your depth. Kill. Yuan Tiangang's eyes flashed with killing intent. The words just fell. Those undesirable people brought in by Yuan Tian Gang leaped forward. Towards the Zhu family Lu Ji and the others came attacking. Up. Zhu Jia swung his right hand violently. Moment. The disciples of the Divine Farmers Hall and the undesirable people fought to a standstill. The long sword in the unsavory man's hand slashed. A disciple of the Divine Agriculture Hall arrived down. Then the second. The third. This side of the Shinnong Hall. 3 disciples closed in on a delinquent. The undesirables see it. Leap. attacking the Shinnong Hall disciple right in the center. That Shinnong Hall disciple swung the longsword in his hand, stabbing at the delinquents. The unholy one steps to the side to avoid the strikes. As the two figures crossed paths, the longsword in the undesirable man's right hand instantly moved to his left. It was too late. The longsword plunged into the back of the head of that Shinnong Hall disciple. The longsword was drawn and blood spurted. That Shinnong Hall disciple fell heavily to the ground. The remaining two Shenongtang saw this. He also raised his sword and attacked this bad guy with left and right attacks. The unsavory man casually threw a concealed weapon from among his clothes. The Shinnong Hall disciple on the right was hit on his right cheek. In moments, the face turns black. Foaming at the mouth, he fell to the ground. With that, he dodged and slashed past the Divine Farmer Hall disciple on his left, only to see the long sword break in his hand. Blood flowed from a slit in his throat. The pupils of both eyes are dilated. The heart collapsed in dismay. The delinquent then plunged back into the fray. The Divine Farmer's Hall and the undesirable people were engaged for less than a tea break. It was already a clear underdog. Boss, if we keep fighting like this, I'm afraid the brothers will be lost. How about withdrawing? Lu Ji's brows tightened for a moment. Harm, I'm afraid it's difficult. Zhu Jia shook his head. Damn it, old me will fight today. After speaking, Lu Ji drew his longsword and slashed at the undesirable man. Brother Lu Ji. Before the Zhu family could stop it, Lu Ji rushed into the middle of the battlefield. At that moment, Yuan Tian Gang, who stood on the roof, tapped his right foot. A few spins brought him to Lu Ji. A sharp kick was offered. Lu Ji parried with his longsword, but it was still shaken back several meters, until a hand braced behind Lu Ji's back. Lu Ji just stopped. Older brother Lu Ji, is everything alright? Zhu Jia's head poked out from behind Lu Ji. It's okay, boss. Looks like we've hit a hard spot. Lu Ji twisted his right arm. Elder brother Lu Ji, let's go together. Zhu Jia's facial expression turned into a pleasant one. Together, beat the son of a. Lu Ji said angrily. After the words, then he attacked Yuan Tian Gang. Lu Ji's longsword stabbed Yuan Tian Gang. Yuan Tian Gang stood still and didn't move. Body to one side. A flick between the fingers of the right hand. It then shook the long sword out of Lu Ji's hand. Zhu Jia performed the three-hearted pointing hands to attack Yuan Tian Gang fiercely. Unexpectedly, Yuan Tian Gang has extremely strong inner strength. This move doesn't do much physical damage to him. How is it possible? It's clear that he's already been hit by the point, but he's actually fine. Zhu Jia exclaimed. Just this little trick. Not to me. Yuan Tian Gang sneered. Boom. Yuan Tian Gang shook it off with his inner strength. Zhu Jia was bounced several meters away, then spit out a mouthful of blood. Boss. Lu Ji called out toward the Zhu family. Cough cough cough. Zhu Jia coughed a few times. Use any other tricks you have. I'm so I can end the fight as soon as possible. Yuan Tian Gang said coldly. It's not good for them if time drags on. Humph. Looks like we can only use that move. Zhu Jia muttered to himself. Lu Ji, who was on the side, knew that his boss was going to perform his last move. Then he also held his breath. If this move can defeat Yuan Tian Gang, then they might be able to escape. If you can't, it's just a matter of tying your hands. At this point, Lu Ji bet all his hopes on the Zhu family. The aura on Zhu Jia's body instantly increased. The breath around them became weak. A leaf dances in the wind. It slowed down instantly, or stopped. The Zhu family's Facebook is changing faster and faster. Immediately after, thousands of Zhu Jia appeared in midair. I don't know which one is true, which is false, and all of these jukes have different expressions on their face sheets. This is the Chu family's specialty, 1,000 faces. But performing this stance was extremely mind-consuming. Using it once would take 20 years of effort. Therefore, the Zhu family generally never used this move until the life and death situation. Humph. Interesting, but it's a pity. Yuan Tian Gang shook his head. Yuan Tian Gang took out a thin needle from his pocket. Huayang needle technique. Yuan Tian Gang recited under his breath. Then catalyzed the inner strength. Shoot at these doubles. In an instant, those doubles were broken. In the end, the real body hidden in the double was also hit in the acupoints by the Huayang acupuncture. Can't move, boss. Lu Ji was just about to step forward to free the Zhu family. He was poked in the acupuncture point by a sudden fine needle. The entire body was immobilized just like Zhu Jia. Battlefield. The undesirables had almost finished killing the Divine Agriculture Hall disciples. Only the remnants of the disciples were still fighting back. Yuan Tian Gang dodged forward in a flash. A few figures flashed by. The remaining Shinnong Hall disciples fell in droves. My lord, A delinquent stepped forward. Press them down, Yuan Tian Gang ordered as he looked at the Zhu family and Lu Ji. No. The delinquent responded with an arch. A few delinquents then escorted the Zhu family and Lu Ji out of Four Seasons Town. Chapter 72, Triumphant Song. Dezhe Mountain. In front of the statue of Shin Nong, Qin Mu gave an order. Escort all the Nong's disciples to the upper counties to build the Great Wall. Since then the Nong family has been declared completely destroyed. Qin Mu looked at the corpses of the 6 Nong family elders lying on the ground. The eyes were cold and there was no semblance of expression on his face. It is thought that the Nong family is considered to be one of the most powerful of the 100 families of the ZZ. 100,000 Nong's disciples. With a capable leader, it's bound to make a huge wave in the empire. And this giant wave has threatened the very foundation of the empire. So before it's even molded, necessary to strangle the agrarian family in the cradle. Such a vision was not only possessed by him, Qin Mu. It is also something that Ying Zheng has more of. And even if the farmers didn't want to subvert the empire, but he has the power to destabilize the empire. This is the root cause of the farm family ending up where they are today. Come on people. Qin Mu lightly called out as he looked at the corpse of the 6th elder of the Nong clan. Pillar State. A Tianqi 12 Furies ran over and answered with an arch. Send an order to Wang Li to come quickly to clean up the battlefield in front of the divine farmer statue. Qin Mu spoke. Promise. This 12 fiends of Tianqi saluted then turned around and left to deliver the message to Wang Li. Pillar, how to deal with this woman. A few Tianqi 12 Furies escorted Tianyan to Qin Mu's face. Qin Mu turned around and his icy gaze landed on Tianyan. Tianyan's eyes glared angrily at Qin Mu. There was nothing but contempt on his face. She had no hope of surviving at this point. The Nong family has been overthrown. As the chivalrous leader, she is still alive in this world. She couldn't face those dead Nongjia disciples, dead relatives, and herself. At this point, she seemed to have a look of death on her face. Well, kill it. Qin Mu watched the change on Tianyan's face and spoke coldly. Promise. After saying this, a few of the 12 fiends of Tianqi escorted Tianyan to the side. Tianyan didn't put up any resistance. She knew it was futile to resist. One of the 12 deadly swords of Tianqi drew his longsword and his hand rose. A head rolled off. Blood splattered on a cluster of wildflowers. Qin Mu knows. Today the farm family has basically been wiped out. Tianyan no longer had any use for him. Summon her? That's simply not going to happen. People like her. It is impossible to betray your position. The reason why the Nong family was able to attract the attention of himself and Ying Zheng. One big reason is that the farmers are an organization with extremely strong beliefs. And once such an organization grows, there must be a great threat to the imperial power. Therefore, Tianyan cannot stay. Except for the fact that she's the chivalrous leader. More importantly, she acts as a spiritual leader. And he was about to extinguish that fire once and for all. Let's go. Qin Mu shrugged it off and left the divine farmer statue. The 12 fiends of Tianqi and their entourage followed Qin Mu. As for cleaning up after the battle, I'll leave it to Wang Li to clean up. Drunken Dream House. It's only about 10 miles away from the statue of Shinnong. Wang Li got up immediately after receiving the news. Come man. Wang Li's gruff voice called out. General. A general walked in and answered archly. Gather the army immediately and head to the divine farmer statue. Wang Li ordered. Nu awe. The general arched his hand in response, then turned around and went out to gather the army. When the adjutant general on the side saw that the general walked out, he went to Wang Li's body and asked, General, what happened? The Pillar State has sent word that the Nong family has all been wiped out, and asked this general to go and clean up the battlefield. Wang Lei said verbally, Oh, has the Pillar not reported this news to His Majesty the Emperor? A wry look surfaced on that vice-general's face. It wasn't mentioned in the message. Wang Li said slowly. When that vice-general heard this, he took another step closer to Wang Li. General, this is your chance. The adjutant general lowered his voice and said, What is the meaning? Wang Li turned his head and swept a glance at the vice-general. General, the overthrow of the Nong family is a great honor. It has always been a thorn in His Majesty's side before. Now this can be a thorn in the side of the heart is gone. His Majesty the Emperor will be pleased. The general may take the opportunity to invite credit for this eradication of the Nong family to his name. Let's just say that it was himself and Lord Pillar who cut out the Nong family together. Then you, General, have more prestige in the army than ever before. His Majesty the Emperor will also reuse the general in the future. The vice-general lowered his head and lowered this voice to Wang Li. Wang Li's right hand clenched for a moment and then stretched out. A sharp slap to the left side of the lieutenant's face. Asshole, deceiving the king and ignoring the king, don't you want to die? Wang Li let out a broken cry. General. General. The next official knows that he is wrong. General, spare his life. General, spare his life. The adjutant general slammed down on his knees and hurriedly kowtowed and begged for mercy. If it weren't for the fact that you've been following this general for years, this general would have pulled you out and beheaded you a long time ago. Wang Li glared at the vice-general who begged for mercy. Yes, general. My subordinate will never dare again. Never dare again. The vice-general hurriedly responded. There are some boundaries that can't be touched. You'd better remember this sentence clearly, or else. Wang Li's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. My subordinate understands. Fine sweat had already broken out on that adjutant general's forehead, and his arms were slightly trembling. Roll up. Wang Li spoke coldly. Nu awe. The adjutant general stood up warily, standing in silence, grabbing credit with Qin Mu. Wang Li didn't think of it that way. He was a little out of sight before. That was because he didn't understand Qin Mu's temper. What Qin Mu was showing now, let Wang Li understand. Offending this pillar will do you no good. Despite being a general himself, his grandfather, Wang Jian, and father, Wang Ben, made great achievements for Qin. Such merit naturally brought extremely high power and honor to the Wang family. But His Majesty the Emperor's trust in this pillar is far deeper than the Wang family. Even the Meng clan, which is also a powerful military clan, its trustworthiness can't catch up with the pillar state either. Take credit with him. It is like playing with fire. Besides, what kind of person is His Majesty the Emperor? Cannot know the end of it. It doesn't matter if you suffer yourself. Involving the family is something Wang Li would never say. See. Report. The general's report came from outside the house. Come in. The king said verbally. Report, General. The army has already assembled. The sergeant arched his hand and reported. Depart. Wang Li violently threw off his battle robe and headed towards the outside of the house. The adjutant general followed with his head down and without saying a word. Yin-Yang, the royal palace. Zheng Han received the information. Immediately, he offered it to Ying Zheng. At this time, Ying Zheng was busy reviewing the documents on his desk. Your Majesty, news has come from the pillar state. Zheng Han reported. When Ying Zheng heard the word Zhugua, he immediately stopped reading. Oh, the pillar country has come with news. Quick, present it to me. Ying Zheng said eagerly. What he wanted was not what Qin Mu reported. Rather, it's whether or not what Qin Mu is carrying out there is going well. Compared to intelligence, he was more concerned about Qin Mu. Nu awe. Zheng Han presented the information to Ying Zheng. Ying Zheng opened the booklet and read it. On top of the booklet was a shortcut report of Qin Mu's eradication of the gnome family, and take the 80,000 captured gnomes disciples, remanded to Shangxian to build the Great Wall. Ying Zheng looked at the information. There was an unspoken joy in my heart. Color. Ying Zheng couldn't help but spit out a sentence. Everything Qin Mu did, all thought of the same thing as myself. Even think of the next step before you do. Such a wizard. Being able to get yourself access. It can be considered a blessing for great Qin. Not only is he absolutely loyal to himself, and never take credit for it either. This can no longer be found in a full court. And wise men like Qin Mu too. To have such a virtuous man at one's side. What are your own concerns? What are the concerns about the future of Qin? Chapter 73, 500 miles of expedited action. The spirit Nulla passes. 3 days later, Qin Mu sat inside the carriage. The driver drove the carriage slowly into Yin-Yang city. On the periphery of the wagon, Yuan Tian Gang steered his horse beside him, escorting Qin Mu. Next is the 12 drakes of Tenchi, followed closely by the undesirables. On the streets of Yin-Yang, all the people had crowded around the sides of the street. Various cheers rose and fell like waves. They scattered brilliant colored flowers to applaud this pillar. The gorgeous colored flowers were like beautiful petals. It slowly landed on top of Qin Mu's carriage in midair. In the bright sunshine, it appeared to glisten. Yuan Tian Gang and the rest of the group steered their horses and slowly marched forward, a placid expression on his face. This overflowing sound of welcome, it warmed even them cold killers. Qin Mu in the carriage. Seeing the people of Yin-Yang city so enthusiastic, Qin Mu's heart was also indescribably happy. They were proud that Great Qin honored their heroes, proud of them for honoring the talents of Great Qin. He knew that the people of Great Qin were a nation that worshipped heroes, and any nation that worships its heroes, their blood is hot, the will is strong. If Great Qin's people are like this, what is Great Qin's future to worry about? Qin Mu whispered. The carriage slowly pulled into the center of the street. At that moment, the people who had been standing on both sides of the street applauding kneeled down. There was a look of devotion on his face. Such a scene, Except for the current emperor of Great Qin, Ying Zheng, there hasn't been a second person with this honor. The people were kneeling down to worship Qin Mu. It seemed that in their minds they had long equated this pillar state with His Majesty the Emperor of today. They are not afraid of Ying Zheng's blame. They know this Lord Pillar has gained the trust of His Majesty the Emperor. All that is said and done may represent the will of His Majesty the Emperor. And this time the pillar was able to make a triumphant return. It's not just an honor for them. It's more the honor of Great Qin. It wasn't just Qin Mu they were kneeling to. More than that, it is the collective honor and pride of the 10 million sons and daughters of Great Qin. Lord Pillar has wiped out the Nong family, the largest sect in terms of Jianghu power. In a short period of time, you can truly be called a wizard. A citizen praised with a face full of envy. That's not true. After all, this makes a pillar of my Great Qin. As long as his old man goes out, what kind of Nongjia, Majia and the like, it won't be a problem to exterminate them all. Another citizen picked up the conversation. I don't know. Have you guys heard of it? Lord Pillar broke the 6 elders of the known clan's Earth Zephyr Ziv with just one sword. A middle-aged man wearing fine silk clothes said excitedly. Not only that, I heard that Lord Pillar killed the 6th elder of the known clan with just one person's strength. A young man next to him added. Really? Lord Pillar is so powerful. That's the 6th elder of the known clan. A young man nearby was shocked upon hearing this. Then his gaze fell inside the carriage. In his heart, he immediately admired Qin Mu, who was sitting inside. The 6th elder of the farmer's family. Most of all the Great Qin subjects had heard of their mighty name. Back then, they combined their efforts to hang Bai Qi, a famous general of Great Qin. It's been a hit ever since. And the 6 elders of the known clan have been in seclusion at the 6 sages' mound for years ever since. Even so, their names were deeply imprinted in the hearts of the people of Great Qin. I wonder, what is His Majesty going to reward Lord Pillar this time? A farmer muttered to himself. Qin Mu saw through the slit in the car curtains that the people outside were kneeling toward him. Qin Mu didn't have too much expression on his face though, but the heart was haunted by a wave of excitement. He didn't stop the wagon to let the people up. Rather, they gladly accept such a liturgy. Qin Mu then entered the royal palace under the kneeling of the people of Xianying City. Not long after, Qin Mu's carriage arrived at the bottom of the stone steps of the Grand Hall. My lord, it has arrived, Yuan Tian Gang said as he dismounted and arched his hand. Aha! Qin Mu stepped out of the carriage. You guys wait here, this pillar state will go to the court to meet His Majesty. Qin Mu casually endured a sentence then raised his feet and quickly walked up the stone steps towards the main hall. No! The crowd responded in unison. Qin Mu walked into the main hall. Ying Zheng had long been sitting on the dragon chair waiting for him. The 100 officials below stood neatly in 2 rows. Silence with his head bowed. It seemed to be the status quo that had been maintained until Qin Mu had arrived. Your Majesty. Qin Mu quickly stepped forward and bowed. Zichuan quickly refrained from saluting. A look of joy appeared on Ying Zheng's face as he raised his hand in greeting. Thank you, Your Majesty, Qin Mu responded. Zichuan, come sit by the side. Ying Zheng gestured to Qin Mu. New awe. Qin Mu didn't excuse himself. He then walked beside Ying Zheng. He sat on the dragon chair with Ying Zheng, overlooking the 100 officials standing under the courtroom. The 100 officials below saw this. Dare not say more. They know His Majesty's temper, who he trusts and likes. He's close to whoever he is, but since His Majesty ascended the throne, even if one likes and trusts that minister again, never has he been on equal footing with himself as he is today, and the average minister let alone approaching His Majesty in the Great Hall, without Your Majesty's permission. Anyone who comes within 100 paces will be punished with a felony for great disrespect. Now that the Nong family has been overthrown by Qin Mu, originally His Majesty trusted him, and I'm afraid that he will rely on him even more in the future. Alas, sighed one of the ministers who was now at the forefront darkly. I'm afraid that the only one who can sit on an equal footing with His Majesty is Lord Pillar. It is beyond our reach. A minister in the center shook his head slightly. What does Your Majesty mean by this? The Pillars have destroyed the Nong family. Such a marvelous feat. Is it possible to enthrone the title of Pillar State Clan King? A minister on the left said worriedly. Lord Pillar is also truly devoid of the courtesy of a gentleman and a minister. The minister in the center on the right tightened his brows. The 100 officials below each thought darkly. They knew the character and temper of this pillar. Never soft on your opponents and enemies. And it doesn't matter if he's doing it right or wrong. His Majesty will always stand up for him. Absolutely trust him. So they would definitely not mess with Qin Mu even if they went to mess with anyone. Zimu, how did you eradicate the Nong family? Speak to me. Ying Zheng opened his mouth and asked. All thanks to Your Majesty's dragon might? The Nong family collapsed. I just did what I had to do. Qin Mu responded blandly, an expression of unworthiness surfacing on his face. Zichuan always likes to save face for me. Ying Zheng snickered. Just then, a eunuch ran in quickly. Report, Your Majesty, 500-mile expedited express. Present it. Ying Zheng said blandly. Nah. Reese took it and presented it directly. Ying Zheng opened. Calmly look at the top. Then a look of great joy appeared on his face. After reading it, he handed the booklet to Qin Mu. Qin Mu took it and read what was on it. Didn't say anything. It was handed directly to Reese. Reese read it and had a delighted expression on his face. Afterwards it was brought down to the ministers. Ministers have been passing it around. Not long after, the 100 officials saluted in unison after reading the brief. Congratulations, Your Majesty. God bless great Qin. I, once again, will create feats that no one has done before or since. Your Majesty's holy judgment. Your Majesty is wise, the 100 officials said in unison. The content of the bamboo slips is that His Great Qin's spiritual canal to the Lingnan land has been opened. This means that the recapture of the land of Lingnan is just around the corner, and Great Qin's territory will expand again. Chapter 74, Offering to Help. All of a sudden, there was a joyful atmosphere in the courtroom. The spirit canal was opened, which meant that the Great Qin Empire could once again attack the Lingnan land, incorporate the land of Baiyue into the territory of Great Qin. Great Qin's territory will be expanded once again. Before that, Ying Zheng had sent troops to attack Baiyue. The one who was ordered to do so was none other than the Qin general Tu Suo. At that time, Tu Suo was ordered to lead an army of 500,000 men in a southward expedition to the Lingnan land. But in the end, the final soldiers were defeated. Lost an army of 300,000 men. The remaining remnants of more than 100,000 troops fled back to Yin-Yang in haste, and the Qin general Tu Suo died on the battlefield. To this day the body has not been recovered. Heard a rumor that he died from Baiyue's compulsion. Ying Zheng thought about it every time. Both felt it was a shame for him. It is also a disgrace to Great Qin. From that time on, he then ceased to use his troops easily toward the land of Lingnan. It wasn't that he was afraid of failing again. I'm just afraid that I won't be able to take the Lingnan land. This would only add to the casualties. This was the last thing he, Ying Zheng, wanted to see. So he's been preparing for it for the past few years. Only the spirit Nulla to Lingnan was successfully opened. Then Ying Zheng has the conditions to conquer Baiyue again. After the crushing defeat of the last one, Ying Zheng became calm about recovering the Lingnan land. To conquer the land of Baiyue one must be completely sure. But the time is now ripe. The spirit canal has been opened. Timelessness. He has already secured 2 shares. At this time, if you do not use troops on the Lingnan land, more time to wait. Today, with the opening of the spirit canal, I will once again march to Lingnan. What do the ministers have to say? Ying Zheng looked down at the 100 officials below the courtroom. Ying Zheng said this. The courtroom was in an uproar. Your Majesty, please think twice. Imperial historian Shenzhen stepped forward to admonish. Your Majesty, the spirit canal has just been opened. The situation is unknown. Please think twice. Zhuo Shiplaning remonstrated. Your Majesty, the treasury is empty. If we use troops outside again, I am afraid that. Xiaofu Lu Yu worried, seeing his colleagues advising and counseling Ying Zheng. Liz, who was standing in front of him, also stepped forward to speak. Although at this time Li Si was not yet the Prime Minister of Great Qin, but as an admonisher he was. You can't play dumb at this point either. Watching Ying Zheng make mistakes. Your Majesty, the previous southern expedition to the Lingnan land lost a large number of my Great Qin's elite. The troops are insufficient, and the nearest county to Lingnan, Xianzhong County, has only tens of thousands of troops in its cantonment. It is unfavorable to conquer Lingnan again with such a force. Lingnan terrain intricate go. Thousands of miles to use troops is for the military taboo. Furthermore, now that the spirit canal has just been opened, the situation is still unknown. I have the audacity to advise that Your Majesty is expected to go on another expedition to Lingnan after some time. Waiting until the troops are sufficient and the spirit canal is unobstructed just before sending troops to Lingnan is not too late. Li Si finished bowing slightly. Li Si had looked up the land of Lingnan before, especially in the land of Baiyue. Although the land of Baiyue is poor and mountainous, but the hidden perils of it are known to 5 people, plus countless hidden tribes as well as oddballs. A long history of origins, especially the witch clan of Shushan. Extremely good at compulsion, killing without form. The previous Qin general Tu Suo and his hundreds of thousands of generals who had gone on the expedition died tragically. It's not because the other side has more troops. Rather, The methods of the people of Baihui were extremely bizarre and cruel, thus leading to the Great Qin's elite being defenseless. That fear is still etched in the hearts of the surviving returning generals. The ministers were heard admonishing. Ying Zheng was in deep thought. Reese was right in his analysis. The spirit canal has just been opened today. The situation is uncertain, and the previous use of troops against Lingnan lost hundreds of thousands of Great Qin's elite. It led to a time of empty troops. The only thing left was the Meng clan's 300,000 strong army led by Meng Tian, and this army is for the Huns in the north. Once this army is used, the barbarians in the north are bound to prey on the central plains, threaten the foundation of Great Qin, so not as a last resort. Ying Zheng won't be able to utilize this large army easily, but his own determination to go out to Lingnan was set. Take it back. It wasn't easy for Ying Zheng either. That defeat has always been a scar on Ying Zheng's heart. He himself was able to annihilate the 6 eastern kingdoms. Let all the land of the 6 kingdoms be Qinland. I can't believe I fell on my face while recovering Lingnan. It's not just a slap in the face, also big on the face of Great Qin. This is something that Ying Zheng can never tolerate. Qin Mu, who was sitting beside Ying Zheng, could see what was going on in Ying Zheng's mind. I know that Ying Zheng can't let go of this piece of fat meat in Lingnan. Then he took the initiative and spoke. Your Majesty, I am willing to lead an expedition to Lingnan, to share His Majesty's worries. Ying Zheng listened. The expression was slightly agitated. This full of civil servants and only He Jichuan knows his own mind the most. Those ministers under the court are not lacking in loyalty though, but do not know what is in his heart. Many of them are also of outstanding ability. There were even some ministers whose strategies were not below those of Zichuan. When they think more first of what the times are like, what the situation is, and forgot one most important thing. It is far more important to speculate on the mind of a king than to analyze the affairs of state. There are emperors before there are hundreds of officials. It's the only way to have a courtroom. It's what makes the world go round. And Zichuan was able to understand to get his thoughts at all times. The pace is always in tune with yourself. This is not as good as the group of ministers. I am very pleased that Zichuan took the initiative to ask for help. But attacking the land of Lingnan is far from a Jianghu dispute. Ying Zheng turned to look at Qin Mu. His eyes filled with appreciation despite the words of persuasion. As far as the sun and moon shine, as far as the eye can see, all is Qin land. The land of Lingnan in the district is not enough to worry about. I am willing to lead a powerful brigade to expand the territory for Great Qin. Qin Mu's every word was powerful. The following ministers were all silent after hearing this. Qin Mu's words spoke to Ying Zheng's meaning. Naturally, it also slapped the 100 officials in the face. Ying Zheng's eyes lit up upon hearing this. The expression became excited. Qin Mu was at your service. Ying Zheng spoke. I'm here. Qin Mu rose and answered with an arch. I will appoint Qin Mu as the general of the south and Meng Tian as the vanguard. Lead an army of 300,000 troops to Lingnan to open up new territories for Great Qin. Ying Zheng gave an order. New awe. Qin Mu replied with determination. Then he gestured for Qin Mu to sit beside him. Qin Mu sat back down again. Where is Lu Yu, the young prefect? Ying Zheng lightly called out. I am here. Lu Yu bowed and stepped out. I'll leave the matter of the army's rations to you. I do not wish to hear news that I should not have. Ying Zheng's cold gaze fell on Lu Yu. Lu Yu hurriedly bowed after hearing this and responded. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will do my best. Well, that's very good. Ying Zheng nodded. Now that we are ready to use our troops in Lingnan, then be well prepared. Especially the issue of rations for a large army. As the saying goes, before the 3 armies move, food and provisions go first. This is the usual practice for all expeditions. Chapter 75, Preparations for the Expedition. Standing on the sidelines, Meng Tian heard His Majesty the Emperor. Enthrone yourself as a pioneer. There was no joy on his face. This meant that he would lead the Meng family's 300,000 strong army on an expedition to Lingnan. And this army, it has been cantoned in the realm of Zhongshan. It was used by His Majesty the Emperor against the Huns on the northern border. But now His Majesty does not hesitate to transfer south to Lingnan. To know, the Hu people in the north are far more serious than the southern barbarians. Once the troops are drawn and transferred, it is bound to give the Hoosiers an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. The Iron Horsemen of the Hu people have always been the greatest threat to the civilization of the Central Plains. The southern barbarians are strange and treacherous though, but it will only be snailed into its own nest, as long as no one else messes with them, destroying their lives. They are then not aggressive externally, but not so with the northern Hoosiers. They are nomads. Resources are already scarce. It is only able to invade foreign countries and plunder their possessions. It's the only way to ensure the survival of one's people. That's why they've been belligerent. The lure of the rich resources of the land of China, making them the greatest threat to successive dynasties. Monty stepped out and spoke. Your Majesty, these 300,000 troops are Your Majesty against the northern border Huans, and now that they are transferred south, I am afraid. Monty's meaning was clear. The northern frontier Huans are more dangerous than the Lingnan barbarians. I understand Meng Aiching's concern. I have decided to take the land of Lingnan before using my troops against the northern border. Ying Zheng opened his mouth and said, today the spirit canal to Lingnan is open. This meant that Great Qin could enter the hinterland of Lingnan directly by water. He will not give up such an opportunity, and obviously with the added benefit of a spiritual drain. It was far easier to deal with the southern barbarians than the northern frontier Huans. The previous failure was a moment of carelessness on his part, but after being fully prepared, he, Ying Zheng, has full confidence and certainty. I believed Qin will win this time, because he believed Qin Mu would not disappoint him. Monty would have tried to persuade, but seeing His Majesty the Emperor looking so determined, had to give it up. For the general, obeying orders is a vocation. Nu awe. Meng Tian made a bow. Nothing more was said. When will the pillars depart? Ying Zheng turned to ask Qin Mu, who was sitting beside him. 3 days later, Qin Mu said indifferently. Good. According to what Chu Guo said, 3 days later, we will send out troops to attack Lingnan. Ying Zheng's eyes were filled with refined light. Then he turned and looked down on the 100 officials. Do the ministers still have a book to present? I have nothing to say. The crowd bowed and rose. Retire from the court. Ying Zheng said coldly. No. The 100 officials saluted. The 100 officials then bowed and exited the hall. Only Ying Zheng and Qin Mu remained in the hall. Zichuan, are you sure about this expedition to Lingnan? Ying Zheng turned and spoke. If not, this can be put on hold. After all, I don't want to lose you. A gentle look emerged on Ying Zheng's face. As the Emperor of Great Qin, it was so imposing in front of the 100 officials. However, in front of Qin Mu, he appeared approachable. Even a push. It was hard to imagine Ying Zheng in front of Qin Mu. Let go of all imperial majesty. Qin Mu was already irreplaceable in Ying Zheng's mind. Your Majesty need not worry. The land of Baiyue in the district, the micro-minister took it like a bag of tricks. Besides, once His Majesty opens his golden mouth, it would be detrimental to the prestige of the Son of Heaven to retract it. In the future, there are those who will take His Majesty's word at face value. If that is the case, the micro-minister has committed an unforgivable sin and has become a sinner of the ages. Never. Qin Mu joked. Qin Mu wasn't joking either. Ying Zheng is the Son of Heaven. It would have to be prestigious. Otherwise it is impossible to control the ministers. An emperor who has no majesty to speak of in the eyes of the 100 officials, just as a cute little sheep in their hands, ready for your own fiddling. Himself, as the person His Majesty the Emperor trusts and relies on the most. One must honor Ying Zheng at all times. Look out for Ying Zheng. This is your duty as a courtier. Even if one's eyes are no longer in the right place. He knew there were some lines that were not to be crossed. Zichuan's words, to the point of causing me some embarrassment. But I, for one, am really worried that you might get hurt. This is the last thing I want to see. Ying Zheng's face became somewhat anxious. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will definitely return in one piece. Offer Your Majesty the complete land of Lingnan. Qin Mu's eyes lit up. With Qin Mu's words as a guarantee, what is there for Ying Zheng to be uneasy about? Okay, it's a deal. At that time, I will definitely set up a long gate banquet for Zichuan. Ying Zheng waved his hand in a determined gesture. It's a deal. A look of surprise appeared on Qin Mu's face. I will never go back on my word, Ying Zheng said without hesitation. At this time, Ying Zheng and Qin Mu, it doesn't look like king and subject, more like a good friend or confidant, and a soldier dies for a friend who understands him. A woman is a woman. This is also the sentence Qin Mu can think of at this time. Qin Mu came out of the main hall. Yuan Tian Gang and the 12 Furies of Tianqi were waiting on both sides of the carriage. Qin Mu came to the carriage. Go back to the house. With a faint word he got into the carriage. The carriage then slowly drove towards the mansion. Not a moment too soon. The carriage stopped by the side of the gate. Qin Mu got up and got out of the car. Then walked in. Come to the lobby. Master, you're back? An elderly butler entered the hall to greet Qin Mu. Back. Qin Mu nodded. Butler. Another soft call followed. Master, what are your orders? The butler bowed and asked. Go and call the 5 tiger generals of this pillar state. Qin Mu spoke. Nu awe. The butler bowed and saluted before walking out of the hall. 5 tiger generals. A reward for signing in on your own. They are Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Zhao Yun, Ma Chao and Huang Zhong. Since being summoned, most of the time it has been sitting idle in the mansion. Today, he took the initiative to ask for help to go out to the land of Lingnan. It's in need of good generals. These 5 heroes are unrivaled talents. Not only is the force superior, and will also lead troops into battle, it's just condescending to put it in your home. Let them accompany themselves south. This way one's chances of winning might be greater. It's less than half a cup of tea. The 5 tiger generals were led to the hall by the butler. Master, the 5 tiger generals have been brought. The butler bowed slightly. Qin Mu waved his hand, signaling the butler to step back. The butler then turned and left the hall. See Lord Pillar. The 5 people saluted in unison. Be excused. Qin Mu raised his hand in a gesture. Thank you, Pillar. The 5 men rose and responded. I called you all here today to give you some orders. Qin Mu swept a glance at these 5 people before slowly speaking. Lord Pillar, if there's anything you want, just give me an order. Huang Zhong arched his hand and saluted. The remaining 4 nodded as well. This pillar will attack Lingnan in 3 days. The 5 of you will accompany me on my journey together. Qin Mu spoke. Knew all. The 5 responded in unison without hesitation. I am willing to go through fire and water for Pillar State. Huang Zhong stepped forward, kneeling on one knee and exclaimed, willing to go through fire and water for Pillar State. Immediately afterward, the remaining 4 people also knelt on one knee and responded with their hands. Good. Thus the fighting spirit. Why worry that the land of Lingnan will not be the territory of my great Qin? Get up. Qin Mu raised his hand. Thank you, Pillar. The 5 men rose. Qin Mu looked at these 5 formidable generals. There was also a pang of emotion in his heart. This battle of Lingnan. The scales of victory will inevitably tip in favor of De Qin. Chapter 76, Swinging South. 3 days later, Qin Mu was packing his bags at the mansion. The butler suddenly ran in. What is it? Such a hurry? Qin Mu saw that the butler's behavior was a bit out of character. Grand Pillar Kingdom. There is a general outside the door seeking an audience. The butler reported after straightening his face. General? Qin Mu raised an eyebrow. Yes, he said his last name was Monk. The butler added. Bring it up. Qin Mu nodded his head. He had probably guessed who it was in his heart. No. After saying this, the butler ran out of the hall. He thought it was His Majesty the Emperor who had changed his mind. No more troops to attack Lingnan, but know that the other side is Monty. Then the doubt was dispelled. Monty was the spearhead of this expedition. Today on the doorstep. Naturally, he came to report to himself. Is it possible to depart? Although this Meng Tian is a military general, but the etiquette is quite thoughtful. This impressed Qin Mu. The heart was more than ready for this young and talented general. After a while, the butler led Monty to it. Pillar, General Meng has arrived. The butler bowed all over. Junior Meng Tian pays his respects to Lord Pillar State. Meng Tian cupped his fists and saluted. General Meng is welcome. Quickly absolve yourself. Qin Mu raised his hand in a gesture. Thank you, Lord Pillar. Qin Mu looked Meng Tian up and down. A pale dragon armor. A bronze sword was attached to his waist. The left hand was gripped above the hilt of the sword. The face was stony. Both eyebrows are thick. Eyes like a torch. It's really majestic. Qin Mu inwardly sighed. If it wasn't for Hu Hai and that eunuch Zhao Gao in the first place, this general of the empire will not be buried either. It is also to the extent that there were no great generals available at the time of the Second World War. Alone, Zhang Han struggled to hold the empire together. Guess it's the fate of the empire. It was able to become an extremely powerful dynasty over history. Yet again, it survives only 2 generations of kings. Then it died young. It's a bit of a shame when you think about it. But now history has rewritten itself. Great Qin cannot die in the Second World. All will go against the grain. Him, Qin Mu. It is the true chosen one of this world. There is no one who can really stand in his way. Even the so-called fate of the great Qin. Because, he, Qin Mu, did not believe in fate. He believed in himself. And one represents the divine order. Meng Tian looked at Qin Mu for half a day. Then he called out softly. Lord Pillar? Qin Mu returned to his senses. I lost my temper. I hope General Meng won't be offended. Qin Mu smiled. Don't dare. Lord Pillar. The end of the line is ready. Is it possible to depart? Monty inquired. Depart. Qin Mu nodded. Knew all. Meng Tian bowed and answered. Qin Mu got up and walked towards the outside of the house. Monty and the butler took a step back on either side. He then followed behind Qin Mu. Qin Mu came to the front door. The wagon has long been ready. both sides of the wagon. Yuan Tian Gang. The 12 deadly souls of Tianqi and the 5 tiger generals had long been waiting by their horses. And then on the periphery are the undesirables. Qin Mu got into the carriage. Monty also straddled the warhorse. Depart. A booming voice came out of the carriage. Depart. Yuan Tian Gang shouted. Immediately afterward, the warhorse neighs. Steer your horse forward. Qin Mu's ride was in the center. Yuan Tian Gang led the delinquents to the front, clearing the way for Qin Mu. On either side of the carriage were the 5 tiger generals and Meng Tian. Behind them followed the 12 deadly souls of Tianqi. The group then proceeded towards the city gates. It didn't take long to get out of the city gates. At this time, a high building in the Yin-Yang palace. The figure of Ying Zheng stands here. From a distance, he looked at the group led by Qin Mu. The mind is restless. He wasn't sure if he had made the right decision this time. It wasn't that he didn't have confidence in Qin Mu. Rather, it's your own decision-making. At this point, Li Si, standing behind Ying Zheng, spoke again. The pillar is wondrous, but His Majesty shouldn't be in such a hurry to attack Lingnan. Wait to hoard troops for a while, and then in that time send out troops to attack the land of Lingnan. The inevitable win. Li Si's words made Ying Zheng doubt his decision even more. After all, that previous crushing defeat, it made Ying Zheng more or less shadowy. He still hasn't forgotten it. Looking at those great Qin elites who fled back. What a breakdown of spirit. How powerful the great Qin soldiers are. What bloody scene has not been seen. Being able to make them so afraid. The enemy must not be idle, but as an emperor himself. Say the words. And how can it be taken back so easily? Even if it's wrong, it has to be a mistake too. The prestige of the king is not to be questioned or challenged. And he believes in Qin Mu. Just then, Fu Nian, who was standing directly in front of Li Si, also spoke up. Lord Li's words aren't exactly true. Reese swept a glance at Vanan. Speak on, Ying Zheng said without looking back. No. Fu Nian made a bow. The land of Lingnan is intricate though, but now the spirit canal is open. Going deep into the land of Lingnan is simply easy, though the army was defeated before. That's because my great Qin generals are not adequately prepared. And then they marched in. And the land of Lingnan is mostly made up of various tribes. Able-bodied people hide their talents, especially good at compulsion, resulting in the defeat of General Tu Sui. But this time is different. The Juguo will lead the troops to Lingnan, inevitably return in triumph. The pillars, the celestial beings, with him around, the southern barbaric lands will definitely be returned to Great Qin. Fu Nian analyzed with a flurry. This is very true, sir, and very much in my heart. With Pillar Gui here, I have no worries. A look of excitement appeared on Ying Zheng's face. Fushan's words. It's not just talk, or just to please Ying Zheng. He was telling the truth. Because over the years, Qin Mu has never let Ying Zheng down. Far from it. Take a recent event. Eradicate the known family, which is the most powerful of the 100 schools of thought. In just that short period of time, decapitate all the top people of the known family. How strong the 6 elders of the known family were. It also only allowed Qin Mu to break it with a single sword. The second and third swords. Then they took the lives of the elders. Without absolute strength and guts, it's definitely not going to be easy to accomplish. Therefore, he, Ying Zheng, trusted Qin Mu completely. And he knows, the end result was exactly the same this time. That's why Ying Zheng was so quick to agree to Qin Mu's attack on Lingnan. Ying Zheng looked out at Qin Mu and his group. Gradually, the figure then disappeared from his view. Gallant old Qin, fight to the death. Ying Zheng murmured in a low voice. He will wait here for Qin Mu to return triumphantly again. Chapter 77, Arrival in Zhongshan. Midnight Massacre. Qin Mu led Yuan Tian Gang, the 12 deadlies of Tianqi and the 5 tiger generals to sail out of Xianying City, toward Nakayama. Meng Tian's 300,000 strong army is hoarding troops here. So first of all, where to meet the army? Then swing the army south. The journey from Xianying to Zhongshan takes about 5 days. Qin Mu had enjoyed this 5-day trip very much. Drive at normal speeds all the way. Catch up on the road while enjoying the scenery along the way. Unawareness. Qin Mu's mood was much more relaxed. A day of living a life of killing and destruction. More or less monotonous. Return to nature once in a while to wash some of your mind. It's also a very pleasant thing to do. Qin Mu, on the contrary, was not tired of killing things, and sometimes enjoying it. Not that he likes to kill. Rather, it's on the road to officialdom. There's no avoiding these things at all. Either eradicate your enemies, either be eradicated by your enemies. There's no compromise between that. Even if they come together based on interests, that's also temporary. Once the common good is gone, it is bound to go to the opposite side again. The time of meeting. Swords shall be drawn. 5 days later, Qin Mu and his group arrived at the Zhongshan camp. At this time, a Qin general came out from the army tent to greet Qin Mu. My Lord Qin Fan sees Lord Pillar. Get up. Qin Mu's voice came out from the carriage. Thank you, Lord Pillar. Qin Fan responded with an arch. Then he spoke again. Lord Pillar, my lord has previously received His Majesty's decree, waiting here for a long time. If there is any dispatch, at the command of Lord Pillar, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. After saying that, he bowed and saluted again. Aha! Qin Mu nodded indifferently. Qin Mu then got up and walked out of the carriage. Extremely, the army tent could not be seen at a glance. Lord Pillar, please. Qin Fan sidled up and raised his hand in a gesture. Qin Mu walked towards the center army tent. They were closely followed by Yuan Tian Gang, Meng Tian, Qin Fan, the 12 Furies of Tianqi and the 5 Tiger Generals. Not a moment too soon, Qin Mu then entered the army tent. Sitting on the general's platform, Yuan Tian Gang and the others stood on either side. How long have you been stationed here? Qin Mu swept a glance at Qin Fan. It's been 3 years since I returned to Pillar Country. Qin Fan responded with an arch. What do you know about the Lingnan land? Qin Mu asked. Back to the Pillar State. The land of Lingnan is composed of 5 great mountains, the Yuchang Ridge, the Dupang Ridge, the Mengzhu Ridge, the Riding Field Ridge, and the Daiyu Ridge, mostly primitive lands, or externalized lands. Qin Fan spoke. Aha! Qin Mu nodded and, go on. Nu all. Qin Fan bowed slightly, then opened his mouth again and continued. Most of the local area is made up of small and large tribes. They go their separate ways on weekdays. Non-aggression. In these tribes, large and small, there are 7 main large tribes. 7 tribes? Qin Mu's eyes lit up as he interjected. Yes, Lord Pillar. Qin Fan nodded. These 7 tribes are made up of the upper 3, and the lower 4. The upper 3 clans are the Ancient Yu, the Divine Wind and the Eastern Yi. The next 4 clans are Baishi, Feng Ping, Shiha and Nancy. Among them, Guyu and Kamikaze are the most powerful. They don't just have tens of thousands of generals, and also bizarre witchcraft and compulsion. The dead can be brought back to life and become available for them to drive. Not only that, rumor has it they have a magical compulsion. It can make the human body invulnerable to knives and guns. No unusual blade weapon can hurt. This is where the great Qin soldiers were defeated before. Qin Fan said here. His face became heavy. Qin Mu listened with undivided attention. The eyes sank slightly. Witchcraft? Compulsion? It's rather like the style of the 100 Yue land. Qin Mu smiled indifferently. A calm expression appeared on his face, as if these bizarre tactics were not worth mentioning in his eyes. Yes, Lord Pillar. It is said that the Ancient Yu possesses an army of the undead. By virtue of them, the Ancient Yu became the first tribe among these tribes. An undead army? Qin Mu's eyes lit up. Interesting. Qin Mu's face showed a hint of excitement, as if he was somewhat looking forward to meeting this army. What special means does the Divine Wind tribe have? Qin Mu instantly withdrew the look on his face and calmly asked. Back to Lord Pillar. As far as I can tell from my probing, the generals of the Kamikaze tribe are extremely good at jungle combat, and the stance is weird and fast. It makes people unable to defend themselves, in pairing with compulsion to fight. Basically let the enemy army have no return. Qin Fan reported cautiously. These are extremely important messages. Qin Fan naturally had to report carefully and cautiously. Otherwise something goes wrong at the time of the engagement. He can't afford the responsibility. Aha! Qin Mu nodded indifferently and didn't seem to put much stock in it, because no matter how powerful the opponent was, the final result to the same. That is, the land of Baiyue became the territory of Great Qin. Own triumphant return. Standing on the sidelines, Meng Tian was a bit dumbfounded by what he heard, though the face remained calm and collected. At the bottom of his heart, there was a sense of incredulity. His long years of contact were with the northern frontier Hu people. The Hoosiers have a simple method of combat, just good at charging. Strong BMWs with cold, shiny war knives, charge into the enemy with a swift cavalry charge. This is a common way of fighting for the Hu people of the northern border. And in the face of such an offense, only Great Qin's powerful arrow formation was able to suppress it. Lord Pillar, this is all the news that I know. As for more specifics, my lord did not explore in detail. So I hope Lord Pillar State will forgive me. Qin Fan cupped his fists and apologized. That's enough news for Benjamin. You've done a great job. Qin Mu slowly opened his mouth. Thank you, Lord Pillar, for your appreciation. Lord Pillar, it's getting late, is it? Qin Fan wanted Qin Mu to rest early. After all, we have to leave for the land of Lingnan tomorrow. That would be another lot of physical and mental effort. Aha! Qin Mu swept a glance outside the army tent as the setting sun sank in the west. Twilight was approaching. New awe. Qin Fan responded with an arch. Immediately afterward, Qin Mu was led by Qin Fan to the army bedroom. Yuan Tian Gang and the others' bedrooms were close to Qin Mu's. Once there is Qin Mu in danger, can be protected in a timely manner. It's night. The night is deepening. Everyone had nearly fallen asleep. At this time, outside the barracks, there were hundreds of figures that suddenly descended, each with a weapon. The Comer is not good. At that moment, Qin Mu violently opened his eyes. There's a killing aura. Qin Mu warned. Humph. I can't imagine that a rat in the gutter would dare to come here. Seek death. With that, the mind moved. Yuan Tian Gang. The 12 deadly souls of Tianqi were instantly sensed. He came outside Qin Mu's military tent. Kill. Not a single one will be left behind. Qin Mu's eyes flashed with a killing intent. The words just fell. Yuan Tian Gang. The 12 deadly souls of Tianqi then surged forward. Swing your weapon in your hand. Kill the incoming figures. The men hadn't had time to figure out how they had been discovered. Then he was passively thrown into the fray. Next, a tussle broke out. An otherwise serene night. Wake up amidst the sound of a short fight. Tranquility is scratched. Blood and screams decorated the earth beneath the stars. It lasted until dawn. Chapter 78 Advancing into the Land of the 100 The next day, Zhongshan Camp. The battle continued until dawn. The battle had just ended at this point. In the middle of the barracks, there were hundreds of bodies of last night's assassins lying around. Originally they were ordered to assassinate Qin Mu, but unexplained falls first. It's pathetic to say the least. Hearing no more fighting outside, only then did Qin Mu slowly walk out of the military tent. After he gave an order last night, then he turned and walked into the army tent. Then go back to sleep. His mission is to sleep, fighting and killing things. Just leave it to Yuan Tian Gang and the 12 deadlies of Tianqi. Such curmudgeons. No need to strike out on your own. Lord Pillar. Lord Pillar. Qin Fan hurried over. What is it? Qin Mu asked calmly. The last general was not well guarded. I hope Lord Pillar State will forgive me. Qin Fan knelt down on one knee, arching his hand with a nervous expression. The latest assassin to come. He himself is under the military orders of Meng Tian. Make the rounds in the backcountry. So this side of things is not known to him. Until dawn. Only then did a sergeant report to him. Qin Mu's side was assassinated by assassins last night. That's when he rushed over. Monty stood aside, also arched his hand and apologized. The army was negligent in taking precautions. Please forgive me, Lord Pillar. No harm done, Qin Mu said indifferently. It was he himself who didn't want to alarm others. Plus, district rats couldn't even get close to him, not to mention injuring him. Pass on this Pillar's order that the army is ready to start. Target, Lingnan. Qin Mu gave an order. New awe. Meng Tian and Qin Fan answered with an arch of their hands. Immediately, Qin Mu slammed his sleeves and got into the carriage. Yuan Tian Gang. The 12 furies of Tianqi steered their horses to protect the sides. Last night was a fierce battle until dawn. Yet the look of exhaustion was still not visible on his face. The 5 tiger generals were close behind. Last night, the 5 of them did not participate in the battle, just guarding outside Qin Mu's account, until the tussle is over. Not far after them, it was an army of 300,000 led by Meng Tian. These 300,000 troops walked on the winding avenue, like a long dragon, eyes far away. It's impossible to see the end of it for a while. 10 days later, Qin Mu's army has arrived in Lingnan. Forward is the land of Baiwei, Hyakugoshi, also known as Hyakugak. This area is surrounded by mountains, and the climate is cloudy. Extremely. It is all mountains and pristine trees. In a place like this, not to mention combat, even walking, or finding your way, becomes incredibly difficult. It's no wonder the Chinese call this place the land of externalization, where the giant trees are in the sky. I'm afraid there's still the poison of miasma. A little inattention, then it was inhaled into the abdomen. Maybe not enough to kill, but it can put people in a trance. Can't discern the direction. Ended up trapped in a maze. It is no wonder that Ying Zheng was beaten so badly when he sent troops to attack Lingnan. The people of the southern barbarians can fully utilize the geographical advantage. Destroy the incoming enemy. Qin Mu sat within the carriage, surveying the Baiwei border through the slits in the curtains of the car. Not by the heart and soul. He had been mesmerized by the view before him. His first thought was not how to defeat these tribes in the land of the 100 Vietnams. Instead, immerse yourself in this beautifully painted scene of brocade mountains and rivers. It's just a shame. One is here to fight this time, not to swim in the mountains. Otherwise he would have been this place to endow a chapter. Where is ahead? Qin Mu's voice came out from the carriage. Yuan Tian Gang took out the map and looked at it carefully. Then answered. Back to your excellency. Less than 5 miles ahead is the realm of Baiwei. Pass the order that after entering the realm of the 100 Yu, the army will set up camp and repair in place. Qin Mu gave an order. Nu all. Yuan Tian Gang answered with an arch of his hand, then turned his warhorse around and galloped to the army behind him. After conveying Qin Mu's military order to Meng Tian, he returned to the side of the carriage. A few incense sticks later, the army has all but entered the realm of Baiwei. Next, Monty ordered. The army set up camp and repaired in place. The 300,000 strong army then stopped at the realm of Baiwei. The reason why Qin Mu didn't march in a hurry. Mostly, it's good to not have an understanding of what's going on this side of Bacchus. When more useful information is learned, it's not too late to take the initiative again. As the saying goes, know your enemy and know yourself. A high ground. Qin Mu stood looking out over the dense forest not far away. The mind was in a state of flux. I heard Qin Fan introduce it before. The Kamikaze tribe is extremely good at jungle combat, and the dense forest not far away is the only passageway to the Baiwei hinterland. An ambush there could not be more appropriate. The Qin army specializes in charging in coordinated battle in military formations. Even with powerful arrows and crossbows, it's bound to be limited in such a dense jungle. The art of war says, don't enter the jungle. Speaking of this, but Qin Mu's face didn't have a trace of worry on it. Instead, a strange smile hung at the corners of his mouth. It seems that such an unfavorable geographic location of combat doesn't worry him at all. Instead, it's a done deal. If it was anyone else, having this confidence can be questionable. But he is Qin Mu. It's a pillar of Great Qin. This Great Qin world is supported by him. Any hardship, it was like a walk in the park in front of him. Just as Qin Mu was deep in thought, Meng Tian and Qin Fan came behind Qin Mu, reporting to Pillar State. The army has all set up camp. Meng Tian arched his hand and reported. Aha! Qin Mu nodded without looking back. Afterward, Meng Tian followed Qin Mu's gaze. Naturally, he saw the dense forest not far in the distance. Mental note. Already knew what Qin Mu was thinking. Lord Pillar, the dense forest ahead is the perfect place for an ambush. Should the last general send someone forward to detect it? Meng Tian hesitated, but opened his mouth. As a general of military excellence, nature has an extremely keen sense of crisis and preventive awareness. No need. Qin Mu raised his hand in a gesture. Qin Mu just wanted to see it. These tribesmen's tricks. Let them make as much out of it as they want. Take it for yourself as it is. Furthermore, if the enemy is intent on an ambush, it's bound to be God knows what. And how can you find them? And if scouted in advance? Instead, they spooked the snake. No. Meng Tian, despite not understanding, but still obeyed the order. The other side. The 7 tribes gathered in the halls of the ancient Yu tribe, discussing the military. This time the Qin emperor of the Central Plains sent an army to attack them. But even if you come to discuss the war, there was no shortage of good wine and meat on any of the tables. A chief in a tiger skin doesn't care. Then he took a piece of lamb from his own table. The crackling pit nibbled away. Another frankly topless chief, nor at the sign of the ancient Vietnamese chiefs. Then he hugged the big urn and drank. Other tribal chiefs have followed the example of these 2 tribal chiefs. This scenario, it felt as if they weren't here to discuss the war. Instead, I've come to a family dinner. Only the chief of the ancient Vietnam had a serious look on his face. Well aware of the seriousness of the matter, Great Qin is now once again attacking my land of Baiwei. I'm afraid it's not coming from a good place. Chief Guyu was the first to speak after sweeping a glance at the chiefs. How many more troops did Emperor Qin send this time? Chief Kamikaze asked. This Kamikaze chief was called Chicory and had a withered figure. Even so, but the face is gloriously glowing. The eyes were full of light. He sits in the first position of the seat on the right. 300,000. Chief Ketsu responded. A mere 300,000 dares to come and attack my land of Baiwei. Haven't you forgotten the lesson of the last time? Chief 100 Creek said as he gnawed on his meat. That's right. The last time Emperor Qin sent over 500,000 troops. They were beaten by us and fled in haste. I can't believe you have the nerve to come. Chief Nancy blurted out after taking a sip of her drink. Lord Feng, I don't think these hundreds of thousands of Qin troops are enough for Riga Viet to fight. Chief Feng Ping joked. The chief of the Guyu tribe was named Lord Feng. Legend has it that it is a descendant of Qi Yu. Let's see. How about we still eat and drink? These Qin troops don't need us to worry about them at all. Chief Shiha followed suit. Windjammer shook his head. He just sighed a little. Just defeated an unknown general of the Great Qin. Just get complacent. Crouching Tiger. Hidden Dragon. Central Plains talent. The people who came this time are not generalized. Detective Windjammer learned. This time, the one who came to crusade against him, Baiwei, was none other than the Great Qin Pillar State, Qin Mu. Everyone, do you know who was leading the army this time? Lord Wind opened his mouth and asked. Who is it? The crowd instantly cast their eyes on Lord Wind. Great Qin Pillar State, Qin Mu. Lord Feng slowly spat out these words. Is he? This Emperor Qin seems to be serious this time. That's a little tricky. A serious look immediately appeared on the faces of the chiefs. Qin Mu, Pillar of Qin. It was a name they had heard not long ago. With just one sword, he broke the 6 elders of the known family's Earth Zephyr Ziv, and struck them down. The big news has spread throughout the region. Although Baiwei is located in the middle of nowhere, but it doesn't mean it's closed. Knowing that the ones who came to attack them this time were no small players, then it got serious. Even though no one here has personally fought Qin Mu. Chapter 79, Jungle Ambush. The chiefs of the tribes heard that it was Qin Mu, the pillar state of Great Qin, led an attack on them. The hall immediately lost the relaxed atmosphere of a moment ago. The chiefs must not grow others' ambitions and destroy their own. So what if he's a pillar of Great Qin, and his strength is only from the mouths of others? I'm afraid that's not true. Plus, they've traveled a long way to this land of the 100 years of Vietnam. It's like a dragon entering the shallows. No matter how great his divine ability is, it will still be its end. Chief Divine Wind's face sank as his eyes flashed with a chilling intent. What Chicory said. I just don't believe that his Great Qin's pillar is really that powerful. You know, fighting a war is not a jousting match. Chief 100 Creek interjected. We can totally beat them with geography. Besides, I'm afraid that this Great Qin pillar has yet to learn our sorcery and compulsion. A wry smile appeared at the corner of Chief Shiha's mouth. I guess, this pillar will be scared to pee. Chief Windscreen joked. Ha ha ha. Several chiefs laughed out loud. Just then, a soldier in tiger skin battle armor ran in quickly. Reporting to the chief, the Qin army has entered my Baiwei territory. The soldier placed his hand on his left chest and saluted Lord Feng. So soon? Windlord's eyebrows tightened. Earlier, he sent scouts to pay attention to the movements of the Great Qin army, and ordered the Qin army to enter the land of Baiwei once. Immediately report. Yes, chief. What other information? Lord Wind opened there again and asked. Back to the chief. After Great Qin entered my land of Baiwei, they set up camp and did not continue their march. The soldier reported truthfully. What is the meaning of this? Lord Wind whispered. Got it. Probe again and report back. Windlord ordered. Yes. The soldier saluted and ran out quickly. The Qin army marched into the land of Baiwei. Then there was no further marching. Intuition told him it wasn't that simple. Can't think of any reason for it though. Chief Kamikaze, who was on the side, saw that Lord Windy had a somewhat worried look on his face. Then he spoke. Don't worry, old brother. If you're really unsure, my little brother can just send an army to greet them. Though the chiefs of the 7 tribes are on equal footing. But when it comes to relationships, it's still the upper 3 clans that are closer. Especially Guyu and Kamikaze. Chief Kamikaze has this to say. So naturally my brother doesn't have to say anything else. Just how do you greet them? Old man. With your 100,000 strong army. That's your old money. Lord Win looked at Chicory and laughed bitterly. That's not necessary. Little brother will try the depths of this army first. The Qin army has entered my land of Baiwei. Inevitably, you have to go through the Cumulin. I'll ambush there as a bit of a welcome gift for the guests from afar. Bitter Chicory's eyes sank slightly. Then I wish Chief Kamikaze a prosperous victory. Chief 100 Creek held up a large ceramic bowl in honor. After the words, the chiefs of the tribes present held up large earthenware bowls in honor of Chicory. The Kamikaze tribe specializes in jungle warfare. It was only fitting that their tribe should be the ones to try it out. In the Daqin military camp. At this moment, Qin Mu was sitting on top of the general's platform in the center studying the map. After Monty reported the situation around the patrol, then there was an opening to ask, Lord Pillar, what should we do next? The army can't just be stationed here all the time. Not to mention that this place is not only dangerous and unusual. The daily consumption of rations by the 300,000 000 strong army was astronomical. Consume one more day. It is one more point of passivity. 3 days from now, this pillar will personally penetrate the land of Baiyu. The army stays put. Qin Mu slowly spoke. Monty was shocked to hear this. Personally, I went deep into the land of Baiyu, not bring the army. If anything happens to Lord Pillar, I'm afraid that they, as subordinates, will not be able to go back and deliver. Plus, what a noble man Lord Pillar is. The only person in the entire courtroom who could make His Majesty sincerely care. And, he knows it. Lord Pillar is strong. But go deeper into the tiger's den without bringing a large army. This is tantamount to shooting yourself in the foot. The perils ahead are unknown. A slight misstep. Then he stepped into the thunderbolt. My lord, I hope you will think twice. Meng Tian said archly. This Pillar State's mind is made up. There's no need to play again. Qin Mu said without lifting his head as he looked at the map. Monty was going to try to persuade again, but thought better of it. New awe. Monty bowed slightly. 3 days later, you will travel with this pillar. Qin Mu then spoke. The last general obeys. Meng Tian cupped his fists and responded. Qin Mu knows. In the eyes of these generals, he has always been an honored pillar. A confidant and a redoubtable man at the side of His Majesty the Emperor. One of them might well want to see what they can do. But for some reason, don't dare speak up. Since everyone else has meant it, then let them open their eyes. Instead of persuading with words, how about actions to prove it? This is how you can make others happy, even without that layer. It also serves as a deterrent. 3 days later, Qin Mu brought along Yuan Tian Gang, the 12 heavenly fears of Tianqi, Bad Man and Meng Tian. Then he advanced towards the dense forest not far away. The army was stationed where it was. Wait for your own orders. An incense burner. Qin Mu and his group entered the dense forest. Qin Mu deliberately slowed down his traveling speed. The trees here are sky high. Even if the sun is shining, it's also hard to get sunlight in. A deep, dead silence enveloped this side of the dense forest. It makes one's heart skip a beat. Yuan Tian Gang and the others guarded the sides of the carriage. Eyes sharp. Pay attention to the movements around you. Monty slowly drove his warhorse. The left hand clutched the sword at his waist. Qin Mu, who was sitting in the carriage, eyes tightly closed. The look is natural. Just then, a figure emerged from a giant tree in the sky. The men were dressed in rough linen. A scimitar and dagger were attached to his belt. The faces painted with strange red and white symbols. They were none other than the assassins sent by the Divine Wind Tribe to ambush Qin Mu. They were seen moving quickly between the sky-high trees. There were hundreds of bizarre figures approaching Qin Mu and his group. Chapter 80, Slaughtered to Death. Several hundred figures quickly approached Qin Mu and his group. They were moving extremely fast. It's hard for the average person to notice. But Qin Mu and his group were not ordinary people. Qin Mu, who was sitting in the carriage, detected a large number of auras moving around. A strange smile hung in one corner of his mouth. Then slowly opened his eyes. There was a hint of a triumphant smile in his expression. It's as if the trip wasn't falling into the enemy's trap on its own. Rather, the enemy went into his own urn. The carriage moved slowly forward. Qin Mu didn't call it quits. Yuan Tian Gang, the 12 deadly souls of Tianqi, and the bad guys paid attention to the movements around them. They had long since detected a large number of breaths moving quickly around them, just waiting for Qin Mu to give the order. Especially for Yuan Tian Gang. The enemy is moving fast though, but it's simply not enough to worry about in your own eyes. And the only advantage the other side has, in addition to being superior in numbers, they are but very ordinary jumpers. Monty's left hand gripped the hilt of his sword. A pair of keen ears had heard the ringing around them. He was a war general though, unlike Jianghu masters like Yuan Tian Gang, but with years of gallivanting. An extremely acute sense of hearing has long been honed. Plus he was born into a military family. He has been well read in the military since his childhood. Knowing that dense forests like this one are totally perfect for ambushes, it is natural for the enemy not to give it up. Their figures were already close to Qin Mu and the others. The closest is just a few meters away. A middle-aged man took out an arrow to Qin Mu in the carriage, then let it out violently. The arrow swiftly shot towards Qin Mu's carriage. Just as it was about to shoot into the wagon, Yuan Tian Gang made a flash. Catch the arrow, then violently flung the arrow to the ground. The middle-aged man was shocked. This stature. Obviously the other party is an expert. Protect Lord Pillar. Yuan Tian Gang spoke. Monty violently drew his long sword, eyes wide open looking in the direction the arrow came from. The 12 drakes of Tianqi immediately surrounded the carriage. Protect Qin Mu in the center. Immediately on the periphery are the delinquents. By this time the carriage had stopped. That middle-aged man saw his arrow. Stopped by Yuan Tian Gang. Not making plans to give up. Purpose of the trip. It is to ambush the Qin army. Would have thought. They'll face 300,000 Qin troops. In that case, just to disrupt the Qin army. Make them fearful. But seeing that the Qin army only had these few people, they then planned to change their original plan. Intercept them. Even though he could already tell. Yuan Tian Gang is not a bad fighter. But one is perfectly capable of mediating with them on the strength of numbers and geography. It's been a long time. Must have dragged the other side to death. Realize that this is your own territory. Come here. It's the equivalent of having half a foot in Hades. Captain, we've been spotted. Should we withdraw? A subordinate behind that middle-aged man whispered. Withdraw what? There is a great time before us. We can take them down in one fell swoop. The middle-aged man stared at Qin Mu's carriage and whispered angrily. But the chief just asked me to disrupt the enemy's army. There is no order for us to fight the Qin army hard. The subordinate reminded. Now who are you, captain? Or am I captain? The middle-aged man turned his head to glare at him in a small growl. You are. The subordinate said accusingly. Execute the order. The middle-aged man threw out a sentence. Yes. With those words, he quickly moved away. Lord Pillar, we are surrounded. Meng Tian alerted. Just in time. Qin Mu in the carriage slowly said, a wry smile on his face. Pillar, you are. Meng Tian was a little puzzled. Listen to the tone of the pillar. It didn't seem to feel nervous. Instead, there was some anticipation. Could it be that the pillar is using himself as bait? Draw out the enemy, then wipe them out, thus letting the various tribes of Baiyuan know what they are in for. Let this move alone to kill the enemy and make a name for itself. It serves as a knockout punch. Kill, leave no one behind. Qin Mu spoke coldly. The words just fell. Yuan Tian Gang made a quick dodge, moved behind a large tree. Only a few assassins hiding behind the trees hadn't had time to react. He was then cut in two by the long sword in Yuan Tiangang's hand. The undesirables also jumped up into the trees in droves. It was followed by screams. One by one, the corpses fell from the top of the sky-high trees. The 12 drakes of Tianqi did not make a move. Instead, they protected Qin Mu's surroundings. You guys go too. Qin Mu slowly spoke. New awe. After saying that, the 12 fiends of Tianqi made a few leaps and also entered the dense forest to join the battle. Meng Tian, you go too. Qin Mu saw Meng Tian gripping his sword tightly and looking around. But, your safety and security of the Lord of the Pillar is worried, said Meng Tian worriedly. He was now the only one left by Qin Mu's side. If you walk away again, who will protect Qin Mu? If anything happens to Qin Mu, I'm afraid he's not going to be able to deliver. In spite of being someone His Majesty admires. But compared to Qin Mu, it's simply not comparable. The curmudgeons are not enough to worry about. You go, Qin Mu said. New awe. After answering with an arch of his hand, Meng Tian dismounted. After a few quick steps, he disappeared into the dense forest. The forest. Yuan Tiangang's body is fast. Keep these killers out of reach. Their original strength was speed, but in front of Yuan Tian Gang, it's simply not enough. After all, they're just soldiers. And Yuan Tian Gang is a man of the jungle, and a rare Jedi master. Comparing yourself to him is a death wish. Only Yuan Tiangang's figure flashed behind the giant tree. The screams continued. Then there was a body falling to the ground. The 12 deadlies of Tenchi, working with bad people, on top of a large tree in a dense forest, killing it up. From above the huge trees, one by one, the killers crashed to the ground accompanied by screams. It's like it's raining. Those killers who had thought they had the advantage of the environment to kill their enemies, and now it's fallen to them. This seemed to have fallen to Yuan Tiangang's advantage for them. Monty carried a long sword in his hand, crossed swords with a young assassin. The assassin was his age, but the strength is strong. It's also in the middle of the pack with Monty. Monty stepped forward with his sword, stabbing at the young assassin. The young assassin was no slouch either, also waved the scimitar in his hand. Slash at Monty. The swords clashed. There was a loud bang. Then Monty turned violently, changed stabbing to picking, toward the young assassin's throat. The young assassin saw it. Quickly, he drew the dagger on his waist. Grid blocked away Meng Tian's long sword. Monty's sword blade was deflected. Build up your right foot. The left foot tucked toward the youth's abdomen. The young man reacted instantly, fended off with scimitars and daggers, but it still flew out several meters. Just as the assassin turned his head backward, Monty seized the moment. Throw out the long sword in your hand. When the killer turned back, it's already late. The long sword plunged into his heart. The assassin snapped to his knees. The pupils of his eyes were dilated. Spitting blood from the mouth. Collapsed. Monty walked over slowly, sweeping the body on the floor. Then drew his longsword, running deeper into the dense forest ahead. Chapter 81, A Small Gift. No honor. The other side. Qin Mu was sitting in the carriage, listening to the screams coming from not far away. A calm look came over his face. It's all on its own. The reason he didn't come with a large army. It's all about drawing out the snakes. Once the army and himself were deep in the heart of Baihui, then those ambushed tribal pioneers around. It wouldn't have been easy, and neither will he himself. To really get to the bottom of the Baihui tribe, use yourself as bait, lure the enemy in, and then kill them all. This move was a warning to the various tribes of Baihui. Put fear in them, weaken their will to fight. As the saying goes, the art of war. Attacking the city is the next best thing. Give up without a fight. This is the best policy. Captain, should we attack? One of the skirmishers in ambush said. Right now. Qin Mu didn't have any guards around him. This is the perfect opportunity for the offense. Once time has passed, those men of Qin Mu will then return to protect their master. And they listened to the screams, knowing that it was a group of masters of uncommon strength. His own hundreds couldn't delay it for long. The middle-aged man's face hesitated. It was not as confident as it had been a moment ago, but it has come out of this. That's when it closes. He was a little reluctant. Up, the man ordered after pondering for a moment. Yes, the junior soldier answered, then waved his hand to the assassin ambushed behind him. At once, nearly 100 showed up, surrounding towards Qin Mu. At this point in time, Yuan Tian Gang, the 12 deadly souls of Tianqi, and the undesirables. There was some distance from Qin Mu, nor did they notice this side of the situation. Qin Mu, who was sitting in the carriage, sneered, out of your depth, then picked up the long sword next to him. His left hand lightly tapped the scabbard. The middleman walked out slowly. Nearly 100 men surrounded the wagon in a deadly circle. Kill! That middle-aged man waved his right hand. Shasta! All of them pounced on the wagon. Just as they were about to approach, there was a sudden surge of energy within the carriage. Immediately after, a popping sound. The assassin who was closer died on the spot. The assassin behind him was also vibrated several meters away. It took several steps back before he could stand still. What? The middle-aged man's pupils tightened. He was in complete disbelief. The one sitting inside was surprisingly an expert as well. It's absolutely awesome. It made them, the killers, not dare to act rashly for a while. The middle-aged man dropped his gaze on the carriage. Only Qin Mu was seen sitting perilously on it, sword in his right hand. The sword is not yet sheathed. A morose expression appeared on his face. The eyes glanced slightly toward the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man. He was immediately creeped out by the icy chill. It's like falling into a pool of ice. He's lived most of his life. What horrible scene has not been seen? But it's the first time I've ever felt fear like I did today. He stood still for a moment. For a moment, I didn't know what to do. He wants to retreat. But it's too late. By this time, Yuan Tian Gang, the 12 deadly souls of Tianqi and the undesirables had rushed back to escort them. Monty also hurried back. As soon as they heard the explosions from Qin Mu's side, then he immediately rushed over. Plus, the killers over there are done with. There's nothing left for myself. Those tribal killers who originally surrounded Qin Mu, now surrounded by Yuan Tian Gang and his party. The mantis became a cicada. Take it. Qin Mu spoke coldly. New awe. Yuan Tian Gang and the others answered. Immediately, Yuan Tian Gang, the 12 deadly souls of Tianqi, and the bad guy struck out together. The assassins who had surrounded Qin Mu were killed. These killers also swung their scimitars to meet the enemy. They know, one can no longer walk out of this dense forest today. Years of living and training in the trees. In the end life ends but in the middle of the woodland. It's like it was arranged. Born in S. Died. Yuan Tian Gang throws a series of quick dodges, only to see dozens of killers fall to the ground. Then, take out the fine needles from the upper body area. Perform the Huayang needle technique. At once, the killers fell in a large number. The remaining killers, the 12 deadlies of Tianqi and the delinquents. Less than a tea break. It's all settled. Bodies were everywhere on the ground. Blood invades the soil. Turned red. The originally fresh air was now thick with the smell of blood. Yuan Tian Gang looked at the middle-aged man not far away. He had been dumbfounded. There was awe on all their faces. The body had become rigid. Standing there not daring to move a muscle, Yuan Tian Gang walked towards him. That middle-aged man subconsciously stepped back. Yuan Tian Gang walked up to him, holding the long sword in his hand high, prepare to stab at the middle-aged man. Just then, Qin Mu spoke up. Wait a minute. Keep him alive for now. After hearing Qin Mu's order, Yuan Tian Gang put away his sword. Escort him over. Qin Mu ordered. Nu all. Yuan Tian Gang answered with an arch. After the words, Yuan Tian Gang then escorted the middle-aged man to Qin Mu. Kneel down. Yuan Tian Gang kicked his right foot violently to his knee. The man knelt down. Then Yuan Tian Gang stood aside with his arms folded. What's your name? Which tribe is it? Qin Mu swept a glance at the middle-aged man kneeling on the ground. The middle-aged man didn't answer. Instead, he shifted his gaze elsewhere, a condescending look on his face. Lord Pillar asked you a question. Yuan Tian Gang growled as he glared at him. The man still ignored it. There are a few backbones. Qin Mu's eyes sank slightly. Then he dropped his gaze on Yuan Tian Gang for a moment. Yuan Tian Gang would have it. Quickly, he drew his long sword. 2 fingers of the middle-aged man's right hand were cut off. Ah! The middle-aged man screamed loudly in pain as he covered his wound. Speak! The tip of Yuan Tiangong's sword pointed at the man's throat. I said, my name is Bitoroshi. I am from the Kamikaze tribe. The man ninja said with severe pain. Oh, the Divine Wind tribe. No wonder. Qin Mu's face wasn't much surprised. Jungle combat was originally their tribe's specialty. Even without asking, Qin Mu also knew about the assassin who ambushed him. Also from the Kamikaze tribe. Tell this pillar your true identity. Qin Mu looked at the rare dagger at his waist. This dagger has a jeweled sheath. By no means can an ordinary person have it. Or what a junior officer should have. I'm just a squad leader. Nothing else. Bitoroshi lied. Kill him. Qin Mu spoke coldly. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'll tell the truth. I'm the biological brother of the chief of the Kamikaze tribe. Bitoroshi spoke. Monty's eyes lit up as he listened. Captured a tribal nobleman. Confidential information within the tribe can be obtained from his mouth. This was for the tribes attacking the land of the 100 Vietnamese. Very helpful. Oh, blood brother. That's all the more reason to kill. Qin Mu's eyes crossed a killing opportunity. Lord Pillar. This person may be useful to keep. Meng Tian stepped forward and said with an arch. As a soldier, which knows about extracting information from the enemy. Very important for marching in fighting. It's so much less work and effort than probing on your own. In particular, there is no way to find out what the enemy's internal information is. Do it. Qin Mu ignored Meng Tian. His had other plans. Don't kill me. Don't kill. Yuan Tian Gang received the order. Hands up. Decapitated Mitsukoshi's head. Monty came without having time to stop it. Bitoroshi's head then rolled off. Monty had to stop. Send this great gift to the Kamikaze tribe. Tell them that this pillar state has come this time to annihilate their various tribes. Qin Mu looked at Yuan Tian Gang and ordered. Nu all. Yuan Tian Gang made a bow, then turned around and picked up Bitoroshi's head, and disappeared with a few leaps. Chapter 82 The Hegemony of the Great Qin Pillar State. Deep in the dense forest, Qin Mu, who was sitting on top of the carriage, stood up. The wagon has been destroyed by itself. No longer useful to myself. You can only travel on horseback. Go back to the military camp. Qin Mu spoke. Monty listened in disbelief. Isn't the Pillar country going deep into the Baiwei hinterland? Why are you going back now? Lord Pillar, we're not advancing? Meng Tian asked as he stepped forward and arched his hand. It's done here. There's no need to advance any further. Qin Mu swept a glance at the corpses littering the ground. Now he had beheaded the personal brother of the chief of a clan. Perhaps, you don't need to send troops yourself. These tribes will then come forward. At that time, the Qin army only needed to keep watch. It also spared the army a lot of trouble. Nu all. Meng Tian cupped his fists and answered. Still a bit dubious though. But, as a soldier, obedience to military orders is a vocation. Lord Pillar, please get on Mordecai's horse. Meng Tian bent over and arched his hand in a gesture. Aha! Qin Mu nodded and didn't excuse himself. Subsequently, Meng Tian also got on Yuan Tiangong's warhorse. Qin Mu and his group reversed direction, sailed toward the camp, and these bodies lying under the dense forest. Then it becomes a memory of yesterday. Deeds become history. The body is transformed into food and sustenance, become lunch for the beasts of this dense forest, and fertilizer for the senatorial trees. Kamikaze tribe. Bittersweet was accompanying a guest in the council chambers with a strange red and white symbol painted on his face. This man is no one else. It was the chief of the Guyu tribe, Lord Feng. The relationship between the Kamikaze tribe and the ancient Yu tribe was already very close. So when the kamikaze chief took the initiative to ambush the Qin army, then he also followed bitter chicory to the kamikaze tribe. Wanted to see what would happen this time when the Divine Wind tribe and the Qin army crossed paths. The two of them crossed their legs. Sit on the ground. Take a big bite of the beef. Big gulps of rough liquor. The mood looks good. Bitter chicory old brother. Letting his own brother be the vanguard of this ambush against the Qin army. Isn't it a bit of a big deal? Lord Wind had already gotten used to addressing chicory with the term elder brother. And bitter succory also gladly accepted such a title. After all, the relationship between the two was there. It doesn't even make sense not to call it intimate. The middle-aged man named Bitteroshi. It's Chicory's own brother. It had now been decapitated by Qin Mu. And they don't yet know the specifics of what's going on over there. Ugh. It's not like you have, or don't know, my no-good brother. Not weak, just likes to be good. I'm really worried that one day he'll be ruined by this, Chicory said and shook her head. I say, old man, you're just being wishy-washy. He just always had you as a good big brother to protect him. Only somewhat capricious. He's also just trying to prove himself. Trying to make a little something to show you. You on the other hand, speak ill of him behind his back. Windlord said slowly after he and Chicory made a toast. That's not what the words say. He's just so eager to prove what he can do. So many times fall back on things. He's just an overgrown kid. It's a couple dozen years old. And heart. Bitter Chicory cut a piece of beef with a stone knife and put it in his mouth to gulp it down. Humph. If you don't worry about him, who do you worry about? It's not like you have children at your knees. And he's the only one with 2 sons. Speaking of which, I'm only 10 years old this year. Look which 2 children he has raised white and fat. Besides, you're stretching both feet in the future. This big tribe is still to be handed over to him. Lord Wind clapped his hands. Brother said yes. I hope it's true as my brother said. Bitter Chicory had a look of disgust on his face, but in the bottom of his heart, he was happy. Come on. Asterisk. The two of them slammed into a large ceramic bowl and dried off. Then Lord Windy got a little worried. This time the Qin Emperor has sent their pillars to come. It looks like it really wants to annex us all. Chicory poured wine into a large earthenware bowl. Hearing his big brother sound a bit troubled. Then he opened his mouth to comfort. Brother need not be overly anxious. Even the great Qin pillar. Come to this land of the 100 years of Vietnam. Trying to take us down is a fool's errand. Last time, Emperor Qin sent 500,000 troops to be beaten by us. Same this time. Could it be that he, a pillar of great Qin, is worth 200,000 troops? Bitter Chicory shook his head. This time, Qin Mu only led an army of 300,000 men. So the Bitter Chicory thus speaks. What the old man said. They marched 1,000 miles. And extremely unfamiliar with the land of Baiwe. Attacking us. Our Baiwe warriors aren't any pushovers either. Hearing Chicory comforting himself, Lord Feng's mood became half better. He wasn't afraid of Qin Mu, nor was it fear of the great Qin army. Rather, they don't have much confidence in themselves. This is probably because of my own age. Here, do it again. Don't go thinking about all that uselessness. Isn't that still me? Chicory toasted to Lord Wind. Not bad for my good buddy. Asterisk, said the man. The two of them then hugged the large ceramic bowl and gulped it down. Drink up. Windjammer wiped his mouth with the palm of his hand. How long has Bitteroshi been out? Counting the time. It should have already returned. Lord Foam looked outside. It was already getting late. The Great Qin's army was stationed less than an hour's journey from here. Plus it's impossible to get lost. They were all more than familiar with this land of the 100 Vietnams. It's the Qin army that's going to get lost. Bitter Chicory felt the same doubt in his heart. It's been almost a day. Haven't heard from them yet. Plus, he himself just called the Bitter Viet detectives to check on the enemy situation. By the way, more harassment. Stirring up the Qin army. But no orders were given to fight the Qin army hard. Just as they were wondering, a clan member of the Divine Wind tribe hurriedly barged into the hall. Report. What is the reason for such panic? Bitter Suckery gently chimed in when he saw that his clan members were a bit out of sorts. Reporting to the clan leader. There is someone outside seeking an audience. The clan member reported. Who? Bittersweet's eyebrows tightened. I don't know. The visitor didn't say. It looks like they're from the Qin army. As soon as I heard that it was the Qin army, the two of them tensed instantly. Chicory in particular had a bad feeling about it. Lead the way, Chicory said as she rose. With that, Lord Windy also rose, followed by Chicory, toward the outside of the hall. Outside the kamikaze tribe, Yuan Tian Gang stood outside with an expressionless face. In his hand he carried the head of a man cradled in burlap. Bottom. Blood is trickling to the ground. Good guts. We haven't gotten to you guys yet. You guys even took the initiative to come to the door. Bitter Chicory said with a fierce face. Humph. I didn't come here this time to fight with you guys. By order of the great Qin Pillar State, I have come to deliver some gifts to your tribe. Yuan Tian Gang gave an evil laugh. Gifts? Chicory was a little puzzled. This is it. Yuan Tian Gang pointed, then tossed the object he was carrying in his hand. Chicory took over. Open it. The eyes were suddenly filled with blood. A look of extreme anger and grief appeared on his face. Brother, I'm going to kill you all. Yuan Tian Gang had anticipated this level, so there was no act of panic. The pillar has asked me to convey to you this personal visit to Baiwa. It is the end of your tribes. After the words, a flash and it's gone. Chapter 83, Revenge and Hatred. Brother, ah. Bitter Chicory's angry voice resounded. At once, sand flew around them. At this time, the Bitter Chicory was extremely sad and angry. It's gone into a frenzy. Frantically, he lashed out at the location where Yuan Tian Gang had disappeared. Even if Yuan Tian Gang had disappeared, he still kept gathering his true chi with his palms, pounding away at that. Shasta. Originally flat ground. Hardly a large crater was blasted out by his domineering palm energy. His own brother died. His only real brother is dead. The future heir to the throne of his own tribe was thus killed by the Qin army. He had no children at the knee. There's only such a thing as a blood brother, although he usually annoys him. Blame him, but that's family too. A little bickering. Even the bickering made it feel like there was a family atmosphere there. But, he's dead now. His own brother has since disappeared from this world. The location of the chief of the Kamikaze tribe. Now pass it on to whoever. Passed on to which of his two sons? But they are less than 10 years old. Able to carry the burden of this tribe? He himself is over 50. Can it sustain them as they grow into adults? None of this is known. Originally, he had planned to pass his position to Bitoroshi, but all that has changed. It's all coming so fast. His own brother was a bit childish though, like to prove yourself in front of your own. But the strength is not low. If we talk about martial arts alone, one may not be his opponent. The reason why he himself is the patriarch of the Kamikaze clan. All because your own is more stable, ability to look at the big picture, but on the battlefield, his own brother said it was second, and yet no one dares to say it's number one. But, nowadays, he's dead. Heads were also chopped off by the Qin army. The men of the Qin army also entered the entrance of the tribe with impunity. Bring me the head of my own brother. As soon as he thought of it, just think of it as a great shame. It was simply contempt for their Kamikaze tribe. He was filled with grief and anger turned into hatred. Another slap at the clearing. Behind him the chief of the ancient Yu tribe, Lord Win, saw the disoriented Bitter Chicory. There was also a frown. How many years? He hadn't seen Chicory lose her temper like that. Seeing your brother in this kind of pain. His heart as an elder brother was not in the right place either. Upon seeing that one head on the ground, both pupils also shrunk slightly. Bitoroshi's dead. His heart naturally did not feel good. After all, he and Bitoroshi were also quite close. Alas, this is going to kill Chicory. Lord Win sighed. A moment ago, he was talking happily about the ambush of the Qin army led by Bitter Viet. And now things are turning out this way. Originally they had fantasized. Bittersweet was able to ask for useful information. Nowadays it is not expected. Intelligence was not prying either. He himself was killed by the Qin army instead. The head is still decapitated. The hundreds of assassins brought along for the ambush. None have returned. It also looks like all of them were killed by the Qin army. To say that this group of killers led by Bitoroshi is not weak, especially in terms of detectives and speed, far from the usual unusual armies that can be compared. Plus, even if you can't beat it, it was also perfectly possible to take advantage of the geography of the time. Stay alive. But it's amazing that even such an advantage has turned into a disadvantage. Instead of inquiring for reliable information about the Qin army, instead, the Qin army was all but destroyed. Not even one person came back to report. Even if the person who came to report it, also from the Qin army, plus how he found this place. The terrain here is intricate, like a mystery. Without the tribesmen to guide them, it's bound to hit a dead end. Think about that. Not only did the Wind Lord get a little backed up, he was close to the Kamikaze tribe. Naturally, he understood the strength of the Divine Wind tribe better than anyone else. In its opinion, the Qin army could never keep them. Not to mention this advance team led by Chicory. And the Qin army that came just now has made it very clear. This time they're on purpose. It's about eradicating the big and small tribes in this land of Baiwei. Although this time the Qin army was not as numerous as before, but it was able to kill all of the several hundred people that Kamikaze had sent out. It was enough to prove that the Qin army had come prepared this time. It seems that this 300,000 Qin troops are far more difficult to deal with than the 500,000 back then. Lord Wind whispered, a heavy look appearing on his face. Looking at the still frenzied bitter chicory, Windjammer couldn't help but call out, "Suckery old man." For crying out loud, the endive fell to a halt. But when the endive twisted his head, but it took Lord Windy by surprise. Just one full of murderous aura, bitter chicory with red eyes. One can't help but be intimidated by the sight of it. Though Windjammer had some chills, but one can't bear to look at one's brother. Keep up this torture. Then he said aloud, the murderer of the Bitteroshi brothers is still in the Qin army barracks. You need to calm down now. Don't lose your head. Lord Wind finished the sentence. Bittersweet regained a trace of sanity. Qin army, Bitter Chicory said to himself. Then came the anger. I kill. I'm going to kill all the Qin army. I want revenge. Revenge, shouted Chicory, standing at attention. It looked like it was getting even more out of hand. His mind was now filled with hate. Can't listen to anything anymore. Windlord was also anxious as he watched from the sidelines. Himself originally tried to calm Chicory down. Now it was making him even more out of control. Lord Wind's heart was also heavier. Bitteroshi just left a short while ago. If his own brother was also due to insanity, and do something bad out of it, that's dangerous. Lord Wind was worrying like this. At once, Chicory calmed down. Next, picking up the head of Bitteroshi on the floor, he walked inside the hall. Lord Wind had a feeling that something bad was about to happen. Then he followed quickly as well. He feared that self-suffering Chicory had gathered his 100,000 strong army to take revenge against the Qin army. It would have been just like that before, but things are different now. The several hundred men of the Kamikaze tribe who were sent out to ambush were all wiped out by the Qin army. It was clear that this Qin army was far more powerful and mysterious than before. Before one can fully figure out the Qin army, just rush to attack. The results were predictable. Windlord didn't want to let his brother go to his death just like that. Windjammer followed to the hall. Older brother, you need to calm down. Asterisk off. Chicory pushed violently. Windjammer doubled back. It wasn't that he wasn't strong. Rather, he had no defense. Bitter Chicory didn't care if Lord Feng was injured or not. Instead, he headed straight for the tribe's camp. Not a moment too soon, the horn of the Kamikaze tribe sounded. Only then did Windjammer stand up. Hands slammed his knees. It's over. Windjammer walked down the hall, racking my brain to figure out what to do again. He knew Chicory's temperament, though usually not a talker. But once it gets serious, 8 horses couldn't pull it back. Just go and attack the Qin army. Nothing to understand. No battle plans are made for anything. Definitely a loss. The more Windjammer thought about it, the more anxious he became. Keep circling the halls. Suddenly, there was a flash of light. Something seemed to come to mind, then quickly ran towards his tribe. Chapter 84, Crisis in Baiwei. The ancient Vietnamese tribe. Lord Windy hurried back to his tribe. Then send someone to gather the chiefs of the other 5 tribes. Not a moment too soon. The chiefs of the 5 tribes of Dong Yi, Bai Shi, Feng Ping, Nan Shi and Shi He, getting together, discussing the situation. The reason why the ancient Vietnamese tribe has such a great calling, it's because, for thousands of years, his Guyu tribe was the strongest of these 7 tribes, but never interfered by force in the politics and lives of other tribes, to the extent that, led by the ancient Vietnamese tribe, tribes of all sizes in the realm of the 100 Vietnams, all presented a scene of harmony and friendliness. Although their level of production is comparable to that of the Middle Kingdom, it's still very backward, yet they value their land and their faith. It has been though, there is no unification in the land of the 100 Vietnams, but the ancient Vietnamese tribe is just a cut above the rest. The leaders of the other tribes subconsciously took the lead of the Guyu tribe. So, as soon as the chief of the ancient Vietnamese tribe gives any notice, they assemble immediately. After the crowd was seated, seeing the heavy face of Lord Wind, who was sitting in the center of the room, they know, what's the big deal again? Don't know what's going on though, but it was able to weigh down Lord Windy. Must not be a small thing. This time, Lord Wind swept the hall with a heavy expression, saw that the chiefs of the tribes were basically already there. Windjammer couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Then slowly he spoke. Chief Bittersweet has led his army of 100,000 100 men on their way to the Qin army. What? Isn't Bitter Sukari going to spy on the Qin army? Why are you suddenly attacking the Qin army with an army of 100,000 men? That's his blood money. The Eastie clan chief was the first to speak. That's right, going to fight the Qin army on your own without calling on these brothers. Trying to be a hero all by yourself. Patriarch 100 Creek joked. This bitter chicory old brother is not that impulsive. I guess there must be something fishy in it? Patriarch Shiha thought for a moment and spoke. In his eyes, Bitter Chicory does things never. Organized people. You don't do things without thinking about the consequences. Today this is. The words of Lord Win came out. It made the patriarchs of the various tribes instantly excited. If he hadn't kept his mouth shut, they don't know yet. There's one more person missing from their midst. Ugh. Don't mention it again. Bitteroshi is dead. Lord Win shook his head inside. What? This can't be. What's going on? Ugh. It's a shame. The patriarchs were surprised to hear this. They couldn't believe their ears. They didn't know Bitter Crossing as well as Lord Win though, but I've heard about it over the years. Although Bitteroshi does not do things as calmly as his big brother, but the strength is not low, even compared to his big brother. It's been there and done that. In the land of the 100 Vietnamese, it's also one of the few masters. Its command, and a special secret squad, a well-rounded soldier that combines scouting, assassination and combat. How it could have been killed. And, who has such strength and guts in this realm of the 100 Vietnams? Lord Phong, tell us the original story. The Eastie clan chief opened his mouth. The Dong Yi tribe belongs to one of the upper three tribes, and the parity of the ancient Vietnamese tribes. It was up to him to take the lead in the questioning. Couldn't be more appropriate. Seeing that the Eastie chief had spoken, Windjammer also stopped beating around the bush. Just as it was, he repeated what had happened before. The patriarchs of the tribes heard it. He was also taken aback. The chiefs of the tribes looked at each other. The look on his face became heavier. To say the least, Chicory's own brother was also a master of his craft, surprisingly on a mission. Put your life on the line, and not one of the hundreds has returned. Such a thing they don't believe in at all. Plus, they're from the Kamikaze tribe, especially good at jungle combat, detection and speed. It's also so much higher than the average army. Facing the first arrival of the Qin army, there is also only dominance. How is it possible to be killed by the Qin army instead? Even if he, the great Qin pillar state, was through the roof, it's also impossible to kill all of them. Are they to be convinced? All of Great Qin's military camps are filled with Grand Masters, so it's no trouble at all to deal with the kamikaze? The crowd thought about it. Both shook their heads. It's not going to happen. Grand Masters aren't that easy to train. Even if he is a crouching tiger and hidden dragon in the Central Plains, the barracks couldn't be full of Grand Masters either. Matriarch Nancy is a person who doesn't really like to think with her head. It's a simple and rough kind of thing. I don't see any need for us to think about it here. It's not just 300,000 Qin troops. Last time it was 500,000 Qin troops. It's all been beaten up by us. As usual this time. Matriarch Nancy slammed into the table. Magnificent words. The patriarchs of the tribes heard him say that. It feels like a few more things. Each of their tribal armies was not as large as the Qin army though, but it adds up. Then it can be equalized with the Qin army. Plus, he also knows witchcraft and compulsion himself. This is an extremely bizarre and mysterious means. Killing without form. The last time we defeated the 500,000 strong army of Great Qin, that's what used him, and killed the Lord Commander that time. Windlord was not as naive as these tribal patriarchs. He knows what they think. They want to do it the old-fashioned way. There is no excuse for doing so, but once a method is used too much, it will lose its effect. Perhaps this time the Qin army had already been prepared for it. This time, the death of Bitteroshi is a living example. He had to think calmly. That's a wrong move if you make it. Then Baiwei is facing the extinction of its race and its people. Then Lord Win swept the crowd in the hall. Slowly, he spoke. You're forgetting something important. When that man delivered the head, he had already said that this time he came to exterminate a tribe of Baiwei. Windjammer put that out there. It's already obvious. This time the Qin army is not coming at some Baiwei tribe. Rather, it's all the tribes in the realm of the 100 Vulcans. But, in the eyes of these patriarchs they only saw the matter of Bitteroshi, and all without giving a thought to the fate of all the tribes of Baiwei. It's only for a moment's pain. The crowd heard Lord Win's reminder. Become contemplative. If the tribes of Baiwei don't unite at this point, just know how to rant above the lobby. Then they end up where they end up. Probably the same as Bitteroshi. Chapter 85, The Battle of Cumulin. The hall was silent for a moment. The faces of the patriarchs of the various tribes became heavy. After a reminder from Lord Wind, they knew immediately. It's not just about the kamikaze tribe. Rather, it was a matter of life and death for all the tribes, large and small. In the land of Baiwei, they had to think carefully. At the moment only the big and small tribes are united. It is only to save Baiwei from the crisis of extinction of the race. Now Bitter Chicory has gone to seek revenge on the Qin army, after they realized the crisis at this level. Don't want to get into another discussion on this either. Windjammer uttered these words with a purpose. It's to get the tribal leaders to pay enough attention, lest you make a big fatal mistake when it counts. But the good thing is, after a reminder from Lord Windy, the patriarchs here have caused enough alarm. Plus, Windjammer was in front of them. It's always been the big brother image. Naturally his words. They are still able to listen. Let's put this aside. Now the patriarch of the Divine Wind tribe has led an army of 100,000 to the Qin army camp. I'm afraid it's all on the verge of a fight. The best thing to do now is to find a way to bring him back. Don't fall for the Qin army's tricks. Lord Feng slowly spoke, a slight look of worry on his face. Windjammer was clear. If anything happens to the endive, that's only bad for them. And, in these 7 tribes, only the 2 tribes, the Ancient Yu and the Divine Wind, were the most powerful. If the kamikaze is lost to the Qin army, then it's just the tribe of Kuketsu that's struggling to hold on. They will face even more pressure then. I'll go this time, the Eastey chief said. His relationship with the kamikaze patriarch was not as good as that with Guyu though, but it's not even close. I'll go too. Both grew up on the land. If a brother is in trouble, naturally we can't see death to save him. The 100 Creek clan chief fiercely stood up and said, "Count me in." Patriarch Sisi stood up as well. "Count me in as well." Immediately after that, the windscreen patriarch also stood up and chimed in. "Well, let's see. All of us will go." When Lord Wind saw that the patriarchs of the tribes were so much more forthcoming, his heart became much more relieved. "Fine. Go together." All the tribal leaders present spoke up in agreement. After the words, Lord Wind was the first to walk out of the hall. The rest of the tribal patriarchs followed suit. They also wanted to see what the Qin army really had up its sleeve. Eliminated the Qin army of a few hundred numbers in Bitter Crossing. The other side, Bitter Chicory leading his 100,000 strong army had gradually approached the place where the Qin army was stationed. This crowd of 100,000 walked the sheep farm trail. It's like a long snake. Each and every one of them wore battle armor made from ancient vines. This battle armor covered the entire body, helmet masked, leaving only one pair of eyes out. A scimitar and dagger were attached to his belt. In his right hand he held a spear polished with stone. In his left hand, he holds an ancient vine shield. The marching pace was neat and resonant. At first glance, they are highly trained and elite. Bitter Chicory steered his horse to the front of the line, wearing ancient vine battle armor. A long battle sword was attached to his waist. A delicate dagger was stuck between his abdomen. Just see the endive at this point. The face was grave. The eyes were glaringly fierce, like a belligerent wild wolf. Now he was filled with deep hatred. The heart that had been calm became blood-curdling. He's going to kill the Qin army, with their blood and heads, a tribute to his own brother. The army slowly sailed into Cumulin. This place is where his own brother was killed. He knew his brother was lying somewhere in this place. Stop. Chicory waved a hand. The 100,000 strong army stopped immediately upon hearing this. "Come on man," Chicory called out. "Patriarch." A general dismounted and answered with an arch. "Send someone to find Bitteroshi's body. After finding it, directly transport it back to the tribe for a thick burial." Bitter Chicory's face became a little softer. "Yes." The general saluted before turning around and ordering a group of soldiers to look deeper into the dense forest. Subsequently, another order was given to the army to continue onward. A tea break. Bitter Chicory's army had traveled to the place where the Qin army was stationed. Bitter Chicory looked at the Qin army's camp not far away. The eyes grew more and more ferocious. The murderer of his own brother lies ahead. He didn't want to wait a moment longer. All he wanted to do now was to rush into the middle of the Qin army camp, cut him and them all down. I only saw Bitter Chicory draw his long sword, lifting the horse's reins violently. At once, the warhorse leaped high into the air. A long hiss. "Warriors of the Kamikaze tribe, the enemy who invaded my home is just ahead. Being a descendant of Baiwei, now, defend our homes and dignity with the weapons in our hands." Bitter Chicory swore loudly. A killing intent flashed in his eyes. The sound echoed between the languid valleys. "Kill, kill, kill." The 100,000 strong army answered in unison in a loud voice. Loud sounds. Resounding. Kill. Bitter Chicory's long sword pointed towards the Qin army camp. The words just fell. The battle cry sounded. The 100,000 strong army of the Divine Wind tribe fiercely attacked the Qin army. The originally calm ground was broken by countless roars. Compared to before, this time it wasn't just the trees that were crowding. The ground was also densely packed with figures. Although the Qin army had 300,000 men, and the Kamikaze tribe has 100,000 of them, but since the beginning of time, examples of doing more with less abound. Plus, the generals in the land of Baiwei could take advantage of the local geography. This was a bit of a setback for the Qin army. All the surrounding area is mountainous. This made the heavy armor weapons of the Qin army not able to line up at all. Originally, the arrow formation was the Qin army's advantage. It becomes a disadvantage again because of the terrain. Even Monty's golden fire cavalry. It's not going to be pleasing in such hilly terrain. This reduced the Qin army's combat effectiveness. Even with an army of 300,000 men, I'm afraid its combat power won't be half as effective. So 100,000 against 300,000. In the end, who is the final winner of this battle? Particularly knowable. Outside the Qin army camp. Outside, the shouts and killings of the 100,000 troops of the Divine Wind tribe resounded through the sky. Monty and the others had already noticed it. Especially Yuan Tian Gang. The news was known before the Kamikaze tribe entered the Cumulan. The delinquents under him. It's not just the jungle masters. And it's also good for asking for information. Just get within sight of the undesirables. No move escapes their eyes. The reason why Monty and the others didn't act. I just haven't received any orders from Qin Mu yet. So no unauthorized strikes. However, Meng Tian had already had the golden fire cavalry ready outside the camp. Just waiting for Qin Mu to give the order. He then brought with him the best of the Empire's elite, killing the 100,000 strong army of the Kamikaze tribe. Chapter 86, Invisibility Charm. Bitter Chicory's 100,000 strong army charged towards the Qin army camp. Meng Tian had already prepared the golden fire cavalry for battle on the outskirts of the barracks, but seeing Qin Mu's delay in giving orders, the heart can't help but feel a little anxious. A battle between two armies is no child's play. Whoever seizes the battlefield first, whoever has the equivalent of the initiative on the battlefield, the balance of victory naturally wants to lean towards that release. Plus, what an honorable man Qin Mu was. If something happens to him, I'm afraid it's hard to keep my own head. Not enough to die yourself. But Qin Mu's status was different. He is the one His Majesty the Emperor trusts and relies on the most. Monty, was looking at. One thought. Monty then felt some pressure. Although Qin Mu had taken the initiative to use himself as bait before, all of them killed the tribal assassins who came to ambush them. But that was just these tribes sent to test them. It simply didn't show the true strength of those tribes in the realm of the 100 years of Vietnam. And this time is different. It's 100,000 troops on the other side. It's not possible just based on the last time. Let a few masters just wipe out the 100,000 among them. Yuan Tian Gang, who was standing on the side, looked calm. There doesn't seem to be anything to worry about. It was as if they didn't even put the 100,000 strong army in front of them in their eyes. Where did Monty know? Yuan Tian Gang had complete confidence in Qin Mu. He couldn't be more clear about his own master's strength. People who can make their hearts happy. And how can it be generalized? Just as they were looking at the army of the Divine Wind tribe that was charging up not far away, Qin Mu had already shown up by this time. Monty and Yuan Tian Gang turned and arched their hands. It's true that it's right. They still sent themselves to the door automatically. A triumphant smile hung at the corner of Qin Mu's mouth. Deliver to her the head of the Kamikaze matriarch's own brother. As the head of a clan, how could they stand such a strange shame? The agitation had worked. At that moment, Qin Mu waved his hand. One of the 12 drakes of Tianxi stepped forward holding a small box. Then looking at Monty, he said, "You take this one." Monty dropped his eyes to the not-so-small box. There was a hint of doubt in his mind. Lord Pillar, what is this? Now on the occasion of the opening of the war, what's a columnist doing giving himself a suitcase at this point? Shouldn't we kill the enemy first? In here is 100,000 invisibility talismans. Distribute it to the generals. It's naturally clear. Qin Mu spoke. The stealth talisman was the reward Qin Mu got from signing in for the 6th year. Can be recycled. Once a person is equipped with this talisman, one becomes invisible. And there's no upper limit to the duration of the charm. New awe. Meng Tian arched his hand in response, although Monty didn't know what the charm did either. But seeing Qin Mu with such a confident look, naturally, it's not a good idea to ask more questions. Besides, the enemy army was about to attack outside the gate of the camp. The first order of business is to repel the enemy. Monty took the box. Then he turned toward the barracks gates. This time again these charms are in hand. Destroy these barbarians. It's still not easy. Great Qin's elites were already courageous in battle. While coming to fight in the land of Baiyue, the terrain here is not favorable to the Qin army. But with the help of this 100,000 invisibility talisman, that totally makes up for being at a disadvantage geographically. A wry smile appeared on Monty's face. Not a moment too soon, Monty then arrived outside the gate of the barracks. 80,000 men of the Golden Fire Cavalry were waiting on their pillows. Monty summoned his lieutenant to distribute the charms. With that, he put away the rest of the charms. Then straddle the warhorse. The lance swung. The warhorse neighs loudly. Great Qin warriors, kill! Meng Tian gave the order. The 80,000 strong Golden Fire Cavalry swung their long gorges and charged towards the 100,000 strong army of the Divine Wind Tribe. Monty rushed to the front. At less than 100 meters from the enemy, Monty put the long-prepared invisibility talisman on his body. Monty and the warhorse disappeared at once. Saw his general disappear instantly. The Qin soldiers were alarmed, but it came back in an instant. Then the 80,000 strong army took out the talismans that Monty had issued in their hands. Shasta. 80,000 Qin troops disappeared instantly along with their war horses. The people of the kamikaze tribe who were close by were instantly dumbfounded. They can't believe it. The Qin army that was about to approach him suddenly disappeared all of a sudden. All the soldiers of the kamikaze tribe stopped in their tracks, eyes looking in all directions, but still not a single figure. Bittersweet, who was on horseback, was also alarmed at the sight. These tens of thousands of Qin troops disappeared instantly. Is this some kind of blindfold used by the Qin army? Just as Chicory was surprised. What was even more surprising to him was this. A soldier suddenly collapsed, followed by a second, and then a third, fourth, the fifth. Then there was a big fall. What's going on? The general of the Divine Wind Tribe said in horror. But no matter how terrified they were, how's take the spear in your hand for defense? There were still patches of soldiers falling. Ah, came the scream of another soldier. Then came countless screams, but they didn't even see anyone. Some of the kamikaze tribe soldiers had already lost control of themselves by this bizarre phenomenon, raising his spear to stab indiscriminately, but not careful, but stabbed one of his own. There's a beginning, followed closely by the second. But the stealthy Qin generals were slashing their way through the Divine Wind Tribe's army, and kamikaze soldiers were only able to passively give away heads, even though the stealthy Qin army was right in front of them. They can't detect it either. And the spear, even if it stabbed the invisible Qin army in front of them, but it was like stabbing the air. The Qin army didn't do a single bit of damage. However, the Qin army's long spears were able to pierce their bodies viciously. Meng Tian, who had been killing for a while, immediately felt the effect of this invisibility talisman. Not only is he able to make people invisible, and the ability to shield your weaponry at the same time, not only that, the enemy can't hurt them at all, but one can attack them at will. Such a magical and powerful charm, when really, only a pillar lord can have such a divine ability. Meng Tian marveled. Immediately, Meng Tian ordered the stealthy Golden Fire Cavalry to surround the 100,000 strong army of the kamikaze tribe, not letting them escape out. Since the annihilation, then there will be none left. Exterminate the tribe. The stealthy Qin army then cut off the kamikaze tribe's back road, then surround them dead center in their own enclosure. Some of the kamikaze tribe soldiers wanted to escape, but it was already too late. The sounds of fighting in the army were loud. The Divine Wind Tribe soldiers were like fish meat on a chopping board at this point, at the mercy of the Qin army. Chapter 87, A Dead End. It was too late for Chicory to stop it at this point. He was also trapped in the encirclement of the Qin army, seeing his army dead and wounded. Inside, he was also anxious at the same time, but one can't stop it. Originally, I thought I could take advantage of the environment, but this dimension is not working now. Can't even see the Qin army. What's the battle to be fought? Don't disorganize yourself. Stay in formation, Chicory shouted, but the already disorganized generals couldn't even hear bitter Chicory's military orders. These generals, swinging the long gauntlet in his hand, jabbing into the air, for defense, but nothing stabbed. Instead, due to this boundless fear they disorganized themselves. There were quite a few soldiers of the kamikaze tribe who died at the hands of their own people. Qin Mu watched the battle. A faint smile appeared on his face. Under the effect of his own invisibility charm, the district's 100,000 strong army was simply not enough to worry about. Even if it's an army of millions, already will be defeated by his own invisibility charm. You guys go too. Qin Mu swept a glance at the 5 tiger generals. New awe. The 5 tiger generals arched their hands in response. Immediately, straddle the warhorse. Sprinting into the middle of the battlefield, Yuan Tian Gang and the 12 Furies of Tianqi stayed in place. This side of the battlefield, the generals of the kamikaze tribe were dead and wounded. Out of 100,000, there's less than 30,000 left. And from the time the fight lasted until now, it's only been a few incense sticks. Bitter Sukri watched as his army was about to be beaten out of existence. The heart is anxious and hateful, but there's nothing one can do to change that. His eyes had been filled with rage, but he couldn't care less anymore. Straight ahead on horseback, heading towards the Qin army's camp. But just then, the 5 tiger generals galloped in. Thief generals don't go wild. Changshan Zhaozilong is here. Zhao Yan steered his horse and marched in front of the 5 men sitting. The stealthy Qin army saw the 5 tiger generals arriving. A gaping hole opened up instantly. Let the 5 tiger generals enter the formation. The 5 tiger generals entered the formation, didn't bother with the shrimp. Instead, he directly swung the weapon in his hand towards Bitter Sukri to kill him. The lance in Zhao Zilong's hand moved. The tip of the gun picked its way toward Chicory's heart. Chicory has his right hand palm out on the ground. A suction with inner strength. A lance for soldiers came to hand. Immediately after that, Bitter Sukri used his lance against Zhao Yun's lance. Zhao Yun's long spear broke in an instant. Then the head tilted downward slightly. The feathers on his helmet were chipped off by Bitter Chicory's lance. If Zhao Yun is half a beat slower, I'm afraid that at this moment, heads would have already fallen to the ground. This time, he used his inner strength against Bitter Chicory, attached to the lance. Otherwise the one that broke was the lance in his hand. I'll come to your aid. At this time, Zhang Fei had already arrived, and his Zhangba snake spear fiercely killed towards Bitter Chicory. Bittersweet didn't budge at all either. He just wants to kill now. Kill all the Qin troops, to avenge his brother's death. Bitter Chicory's lance was up. It met Zhang Fei's Zhaba snake spear. Dang! Zhang Fei's Zhaba snake spear instantly bounced out. Just as Bitter Chicory's spear stabbed Zhang Fei, Guan Yu rushed up on his red rabbit horse, waving the green dragon crescent blade in his hand. That's a blocked shot by Bitter Chicory. Immediately after that, Guan Yu's greatsword slashed at Chicory. Chicory held horizontally, blocked Guan Yu's cut. Guan Yu, this Qinglong crescent moon blade weighs 82 pounds. Plus Guan Yu's arm strength is amazing. This big knife goes down. The power is extraordinary. If it wasn't for Bitter Sukri using her inner strength to protect her lance, I'm afraid the gun would have been broken long ago. Guan Yu's Danfang eyes sank slightly. Keep pressing downward. But nevertheless, Bitter Chicory is also not at all stressful. Instead, it looked pretty easy. Guan Yu's strike was undoubtedly a full force strike, but it was easily blocked by Bitter Chicory. After all, Bitter Sukri was a great master strength, and Guan Yu is just a military general. There's no internal power added, more by force. Even if the last 5 tiger generals were more powerful, they're more of a bandwagon. On jungle fights, singles, they have less capital for mastery, inner strength and stances. Just under Bittersweet and Guan Yu stalemate, Ma Chao and Huang Zhong had already rushed up. Ma Chao swung his lance, stab at the endive. Immediately after that, Huang Zhong's long blade also slashed fiercely towards the top of Bitter Chicory's head. Ma Chao and Huang Zhong attacked from the left and right. Chicory saw the situation. The true Qi instantly condensed into a barrier. Ma Chao and Huang Zhong's weapons were blocked by this barrier. The 3 great generals have combined their forces to surround them, but it couldn't hurt Chicory in the slightest. It's not that they're not strong. Rather, the other side is perversely strong. What kind of existence is a Grand Master? Except for the celestial realm. Invincible being, and as the head of a tribe, it's not unusual to have that kind of strength. With strength like yours, you're just here to die. Bitter Chicory's eyes flashed with a vicious chill. After the words, true Qi leaks out. Guan Yu, Ma Chao and Huang Zhong were instantly sent flying by the powerful true Qi, fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. It seems to be badly injured. Zhao Yun and Zhang Fei saw this, couldn't care less. Directly picking up the spear from the ground, he charged and attacked Bitter Chicory. Bittersweet thrust the spear in his hand into the ground. Both palms transported enough true Qi. It swung violently at Zhao Yun and Zhang Fei. Zhao Yun and Zhang Fei couldn't dodge. It could only be fended off with a spear. At once, the spear breaks. The two were equally bounced out, fall to the ground, heavily spat out a mouthful of blood. That's all. The famous 5 tiger generals, defeated by bitter chicory. Perhaps they are invincible beings who charge into the enemy army and decimate the enemy general. But compared to a martial arts master, that's a world of difference. It was only at this moment that bitter chicory pulled up his spear, toward the 5 tiger generals. Naturally, he could show no mercy, because they are from the Qin army. As long as it's from the Qin army, it is one's own enemy. He's going to kill them all. Not one of them can stay. Qin Mu looked over here. The face looked calm. It seemed like everything was going his way, so it wasn't much of a disappointment. He called the 5 tiger generals to go. It was really just a test run. Let's see just how strong the strength of which kamikaze tribe's patriarch is. Judging by the way bitter chicory fought his own people, he knew that this patriarch of the Divine Wind tribe was also a great master. That surprised him. He thought that it was already very good for this barbarian land to be able to produce a Zhongshan powerhouse. I didn't realize it was actually a grand master. Qin Mu was surprised. It was also a pleasant surprise. If the patriarch of this tribe is a grand master, then the patriarchs of several other tribes should be similar, at least a Zhongshan or above. Looks like this trip was the right one. Qin Mu muttered to himself. It seems that this trip to Baiyu did not disappoint Qin Mu, but this means just the same. There is only one way for them to go. Dead End Road. Chapter 88, Death in the Yellow Springs. Qin Mu dropped his gaze on Yuan Tian Gang. Yuan Tian Gang would have it. Afterward, he bowed all the way toward Qin Mu, then sailed towards the battlefield with the delinquents. This side of the battlefield, Bitter Suckery walked slowly towards the 5 tiger generals with his spear. His eyes were all indignation. At the moment, Bitter Chicory wanted nothing but revenge. It's all about revenge. Hatred had robbed him of his sanity. Chicory has always been a steady doer. People who look at the big picture. But now his brother was killed by the Qin army. As the saying goes, family blood is thicker than water. He can't escape this. At this point he was square. There was a complete lack of the usual sense of reason and composure. Chicory slowly raised his spear to the 5 tiger generals who fell to the ground. Immediately, leaping high, he fiercely killed towards the 5 tiger generals. Just then, Yuan Tian Gang moved in front of them in a flash, drawing the long sword in his hand. It blocked the strike from Bitter Chicory. Boom! Bittersweet backed up a few meters. It's you! Bitter Chicory said viciously after seeing that it was Yuan Tian Gang who had brought his own brother's head to his door that day. That's right, it's me. I never thought that we would meet again so soon. A cold smile surfaced on Yuan Tian Gang's face. It was you who killed my brother. Bitter Chicory's lance pointed at Yuan Tian Gang. Avenge your brother if you have the ability. Yuan Tian Gang crossed his sword and provoked. Bitter Chicory's eyebrows sank as he listened, eyes filled with rage. I'm going to kill you. After the words, the right foot slammed into the ground, dancing the spear in his hand. He stabbed at Yuan Tian Gang. Yuan Tian Gang also raised his sword to meet him. After the two figures flashed by, the spear in Bitter Chicory's hand snapped in two. Your weapon doesn't seem to be very good, Yuan Tian Gang teased. Chicory violently threw the broken spear to the ground. Then he drew the war knife at his waist. A flash arrived close to Yuan Tian Gang. Bittersweet waved the battle sword in his hand. Slash at Yuan Tian Gang's chest. Yuan Tian Gang took a sidestep. Bitter Chicory's warblade. It deflected down from the near side of his chest. Immediately after, the Bitter Chicory blade was crossed. It swept toward Yuan Tian Gang's body. Yuan Tian Gang saw this. Spinning around, he blocked the move with his long sword. Bitter Chicory sees potential. The long knife spun. Follow Yuan Tian Gang's long sword upwards. At this time, Yuan Tian Gang's right foot moved. Kick Bitter Chicory's long knife away. Bittersweet took a few steps back. Bitter Chicory, who had stabilized her footsteps, glared viciously at Yuan Tian Gang. Both he and Yuan Tian Gang were great masters, so the fight was indistinguishable. It was impossible to tell the difference between a win and a loss for a while. If you don't dismantle hundreds or thousands of moves, it's hard to know who's actually better. And Yuan Tian Gang's fighting style and moves are different from Bitter Chicory's. Yuan Tian Gang is closer to the Zhenghu fighting mode, and Bitter Chicory is more of a fighting type beatdown, close combat. It's one of his big strengths with this style of play. At this point, Chicory is both angry and anxious. He wanted to finish off Yuan Tian Gang early. Then we'll kill our way into the Qin camp, kill all the Qin troops inside. He just wants them dead. The rest he didn't want to think about so much. Yuan Tian Gang wasn't in as much of a hurry as he was. On the contrary, he is much more subdued than Chicory, deftly responding to Bitter Chicory's swift attacks, and slowly taking the initiative. Several times, Bittersweet's attacks were repelled by himself. It didn't hurt him a bit though, but one is perfectly capable of pressing the Bitter Suckery to fight. Bitter Chicory saw that he couldn't hold Yuan Tian Gang for a long time. Very angry, then he swung a few slashes at Yuan Tian Gang. At once, several powerful blade chi attacked Yuan Tian Gang. Yuan Tian Gang didn't dodge either. Swinging the longsword in his hand chopped these blade chi into pieces. Suckery saw the situation. Despite the urgency of the heart, the head is also like mush, but intuition told him, fight like this, time is bound to be bad for you. Although he can't win himself, but you can't win against him yourself. Not after a long stalemate. And there are other helpers here. His own army had been almost killed by the Qin army. There was nothing more he could do at this point. Who knows what kind of evil magic those Qin troops used. Make tens of thousands of troops disappear in an instant. Though he's strong by virtue of being strong, it was possible to vaguely feel the flow of the breath of those disappearing Qin troops. But his own army didn't know that, and it's impossible to do it on your own. Just kill all these tens of thousands of people. Bitter Chicory had a plan. Geography can be utilized. Behind Yuan Tian Gang is Qin, led him there. Himself with years of jungle combat experience and his own strength. Totally kills Yuan Tian Gang, to avenge his own brother. Bitter Chicory thought this way. With that, he attacked Yuan Tian Gang. Yuan Tian Gang stood there motionless. Prepare for this blow from Chicory. But it was unexpected. Bitter Chicory leapt past Yuan Tian Gang with a flash. Bitter Chicory stood a few meters away and glanced provocatively at Yuan Tian Gang, then directly rushed out of the encirclement of the stealthy Qin army, toward the Qin. For Chicory's shenanigans, Yuan Tian Gang had already seen it a long time ago, but he, Yuan Tian Gang, was no coward. Thought I could take advantage of the environment. Then you can defeat yourself. That's underestimating him. A few leaps directly followed, chasing towards the figure of Bitter Chicory. At this point, the other side of the Qin. There are 6 figures speeding this way. They were none other than the leaders of the 6 tribes. They didn't come here this time to go to full-scale war with the Qin army. Rather, it is for the salvation of the Chicory. So they didn't bring any big army with them. These 6 were all grand masters in strength. In particular, the Wind Lord of the Guyu tribe was the strongest. A powerful person who was one step away from entering the celestial realm. It won't take them long to get this way from the Guyu tribe. This time, Windjammer stopped abruptly. What's wrong? The Dongyi Patriarch asked. There are 2 powerful auras in the dense forest ahead. There's a strand in Bitter Chicory very much wanted. The other strand. Not good. Lord Wind's pupils shrunk. Hurry, it's too late. After the words, Lord Wind leapt forward, sprinting toward the Qin. Several of the tribal patriarchs were too late to ask more questions. He also followed closely behind Lord Feng. Chicory sighed. Bitter Chicory has been ambushed in the dense forest. Seeing Yuan Tian Gang follow him, heartily, a wry smile showed on his face. Into this dense forest. Even if Yuan Tian Gang has great skills, to get out alive from their own hands, that would be difficult. Yuan moved quickly through the treetops, looking for the Chicory figure. He knew Chicory was hiding in the neighborhood. Just as Yuan Tian Gang looked to his right, Bitter Chicory appeared violently on Yuan Tiangong's left side. A long sword slashed at Yuan Tian Gang. Yuan Tian Gang reacted quickly. A flash backed behind a tree. But Bitter Chicory didn't give Yuan Tian Gang a chance to catch his breath at all. Followed by a swing of the long blade, slash at Yuan Tian Gang. Yuan Tian Gang crouched down violently. Bittersweet's long knife slashed the tree. The large tree was cut into 2 large pieces by his slash. Seeing Yuan Tian Gang crouched down, Bitter Cake jerks his right foot up, kicked to Yuan Tian Gang. Yuan Tian Gang blocked with his long sword, but it was still kicked several meters away. A quick smile appeared at the corner of Chicory's mouth. It then attacked in the direction where Yuan Tian Gang had bounced out, only to see a long sword flying violently towards him from the shadows. Bittersweet blocked with his sword. But just then, 3 thin needles stabbed Bitter Chicory's heart. It was the Huayang needle technique performed by Yuan Tian Gang. Immediately, the long sword in Bittersweet's right hand fell to the ground. The man fell down with it, crashing heavily to the ground. Chapter 89, A Powerful Duel. Bittersweet's body fell heavily from above the treetops. Fall to the ground. Those 3 silver needles hit Bitter Chicory squarely in the vitals. Already dead. Eyes open in horror. Blood was left at the corners of his mouth. The patriarch of the Kamikaze tribe died just like that. Originally, he wanted to introduce Yuan Tian Gang into the dense forest. Take advantage of geography. Kill Yuan Tian Gang. But there was no thought. Instead, he himself was killed by Yuan Tian Gang. Now this Qin Mu forest became the place where the two brothers, Bitter Chicory and Bitter Koshi, lost their lives together. The place of Cumulan seems like an intentional gram of these two blood brothers. They, the Kamikaze tribe, had trained in the dense forest for years, has extremely practical combat skills and excellent combat abilities. This made the Kamikaze tribe's jungle combat aspect the strongest in the realm of the 100 Voyages. If anything, in jungle combat they are second, then no tribe dares to claim first place. But now, their leader, however, was killed by the Qin in the midst of circumstances most favorable to him. Yuan Tian Gang stood above the treetops. Coldly, he looked at Bitter Chicory, who was lying on the ground. To say that one's strength is not on par with Bitter Chicory, if it wasn't for a flash of his own brain. Throw out the long sword in your own hand. Take advantage of Chicory's distraction while he's blocking. The Huayang needle technique performed by himself. It wasn't always possible to kill Bitter Chicory. That said, Yuan Tian Gang also used a ploy. Otherwise, we don't know who will die in the end. Monty sighed. Meng Tian saw the patriarch of the Kamikaze tribe escaping out of the encirclement. He didn't go after it himself. Someone else will deal with him. One's duty is to the 100,000 people of this Kamikaze tribe. And now the 100,000 elite of the Divine Wind tribe had already been nearly wiped out by themselves. The original 100,000 troops of the Kamikaze tribe. There's less than 30,000 left. All of this wasn't entirely because of how powerful Meng Tian's 80,000 Golden Fire Cavalry were. Their battle power was certainly the most powerful existence within Great Qin, but without Qin Mu's invisibility talisman's boost, Monty's 80,000 Golden Fire Horsemen are going to be in such a short time. Destroy the vast majority of the Kamikaze tribe's 100,000 people. Obviously it is impractical, and with the help of the invisibility charm, Monty's army would have nothing but attacks. The army of the Kamikaze tribe fought even more valiantly. It's also just passive-aggressive. Immediately, Monty ordered the whole army to narrow the circle towards the center. Have a dumpling. The stealthy 80,000 Golden Fire Cavalry then closed in on the center. The soldiers of the Identity tribe, who had completely lost much of their fighting spirit. It was a mess in the formation. They were desperately trying to rush out, but just a few steps away, or be killed. Either that or be shaken up. It's like an invisible wall of danger, trapped them dead inside. All that awaits them is despair and death. Cumulan sighed. Yuan Tian Gang pulled out the long sword stuck in the tree, leaping down to the ground. Come to Bitter Chicory. The Qin army has a practice when it comes to killing the enemy. That is, to decapitate the enemy. Great Qin practiced the military merit system. Promotions are based on the head of the enemy army. At this point, Yuan Tian Gang is the one who is going to chop off the head of Bitter Chicory. Hand it over to Qin Mu. It's not like he's looking for a raise. Yuan Tian Gang himself doesn't care about fame and fortune. He only obeyed Qin Mu's orders. And now Qin Mu's orders. It's all about the head of the endive. At that moment, Bitter Chicory slowly raised the longsword in his hand. Just when it was time to decapitate Bitter Chicory, a high-pitched voice came. Stop. Yuan Tian Gang was shocked. The next moment a palm had come up close to him. Yuan Tian Gang hurriedly raised his sword across his body. Bang! That long sword that followed Yuan Tian Gang instantly snapped in two. Yuan Tian Gang was also bounced off. The body hit a large tree heavily, then fall to the ground. There was a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Yuan Tian Gang slowly stood up. Behind him were eyes full of cold. Block with your own long sword. This extremely domineering palm force, though he blocked it himself with his long sword. But there was also a hint of internal injury. But someone sneaked up on me out of the blue. Spoil yourself. This made Yuan Tian Gang furious. Yuan Tian Gang looked up, saw a strong man dressed in tiger skin and linen, appear in front of yourself. His face was covered with many strange red and white symbols. A turban was placed around the top of the forehead. There is a feather sticking out of the turban at the right ear. Who are you? Yuan Tian Gang spoke coldly. Chief of the Guyu tribe, Lord Feng. The Wind Lord answered with a sideways glance and cold words. He came as fast as he could. It's just that I'm afraid I'm late. I just saw Yuan Tian Gang preparing to chop off Lord Feng's head with his sword. Lord Feng transported his true qi. A fierce palm attacked Yuan Tian Gang. That's what saved Yuan Tian Gang's head. But even so, Windjammer is still late. Chicory has been killed by Yuan Tian Gang. Lord Wind looked at Chicory having died. A tight brow sank. The eyes showed an angry color. Did you kill him? Lord Wind asked coldly. So what if it is? Yuan Tian Gang replied in a domineering manner. Then you go to hell. The words were finished. The Wind Lord's right foot stomped violently. A flash moved to Yuan Tiangong's near side. A fierce palm blasted out. Yuan fights off with a double elbow strike. But how domineering and rigid was Lord Feng's palm force? Even if Yuan Tian Gang had utilized all his internal energy, used both elbows to fend it off. However, he was still blown out a dozen meters away by Lord Wind's palm. Yuan Tian Gang fiercely knelt down on one knee. A mouthful of blood came out. To say that Yuan Tian Gang is not low. The strength of a Grand Master. This was the most invincible existence besides the Celestial Realm. But Lord Wind was above him. One step short of being a Celestial Realm powerhouse. This is why the Guyu tribe is the most powerful of these 7 tribes. It's all about strength. Yuan Tiangong's weapon had been broken by Lord Wind. There were no weapons in hand. And one is not very good at physical combat. The only thing left on his body now was some silver needles. But they don't kill much. So on the occasion of the strike, it can only be fired out at the most lethal part of the opponent's body. But in front of a supreme master like Lord Wind, the probability of a shot is almost zero. But whatever. Yuan Tian Gang is going to give it a try as well. Suffer death. Lord Wind quickly attacked Yuan Tian Gang violently. Just when Lord Wind was almost in front of Yuan Tian Gang, Yuan Tian Gang instantly shot out a dozen silver needles. Lord Wind reacted instantly. The right palm blasted out violently. The dozen or so silver needles were instantly shattered. Lord Feng did not stop attacking Yuan Tian Gang because of the influence of these silver needles. His figure had come up to Yuan Tiangong's face. Just as he swung out his right palm, a figure appeared in front of him. Lord Wind was alarmed. Didn't swing the slap. Instead, he immediately stood up straight, wary of the sudden appearance of the man. The figure was no one else. It's none other than the great Qin pillar. Qin Mu. Chapter 90, Qin Mu's Way. Windjammer scrutinized the man in front of him. He was dressed flamboyantly. The body exudes a noble, domineering aura. Obviously not ordinary people. The commander-in-chief of this attack on his land of Baiyue. It's Qin Mu, the great Qin pillar state. And this person in front of him had a different kind of kingly aura coming from his whole body. Plus, being able to appear silently and suddenly in front of one's face. And one doesn't notice. To say that one's strength was already close to the celestial realm. It was also difficult to identify an existence that rivaled his own in the entire land of Baiyue. But the other party actually appeared without being aware of it. The opponent's strength was definitely above his own. Lord Wind's pupils shrunk. One possibility comes to mind. The man standing in front of him was Great Qin's pillar state, Qin Mu. Rumor has it that the Great Qin pillar state's strength is unfathomable. I saw it today and realized the rumors were true. Qin Mu at this point looked sideways. A cold sweep. He's in the barracks. Just felt a few powerful currents. Especially one of the strands. It's already very close in with itself. Qin Mu was curious. A few more heartbeats. Qin Mu didn't think about it. Here in the land of the 100 Vietnamese, there were actually strong people who were one step away from entering the celestial realm. If one's guess is correct, it should be the chief of some tribe coming. And Yuan Tian Gang is only at the level of Grand Master. Naturally, he was no match for him. Besides, the ones who came were several powerful people. Either that or he's a henchman. Either that or the chiefs of other tribes. If it's the latter, then he's just in time to wipe them out in one fell swoop. In this way the most powerful tribes of the Baiyue were not broken. The rest of those small tribes are naturally not enough to worry about. Yuan Tian Gang saw Qin Mu show up. Ignoring the injuries on his body, he hurriedly got up and went to Qin Mu to apologize. Lord Pillar, my subordinate is incompetent and is willing to be punished. Lord Feng heard Yuan Tian Gang respectfully refer to this man as Lord Pillar. The suspicion in his own mind had been confirmed. This man whose strength was above his own. It's none other than the great Qin's pillar state. Lord Wind's double eyebrows sank slightly. Mentally, he sighed. To get out of this cumulin today, I'm afraid it's a little difficult. Qin Mu listened to Yuan Tiangong's words, didn't say anything, just a faint wave of the hand, signaled Yuan Tian Gang to step aside. Yuan Tian Gang bowed slightly behind him, then he retreated behind Qin Mu. You, who are you? Qin Mu said coldly with a sideways glance. Seeing Qin Mu's question, Lord Wind lowered his stance, arching his hand. He responded, Chief of the ancient Echidna tribe, Lord Wind, I believe you are the great Qin pillar. The man, Lord Wind, has great political foresight. Since the visitor is a pillar of great Qin, the commander-in-chief of this attack on his land of Baiyue, why not take the opportunity of this meeting to talk? If it is possible to stay out of the way of the sword, just strike a war. It couldn't have come at a better time. Can't really talk about it. It is not too late to settle the matter by force then. The endive is dead. This has become a fact. It can't be remedied. But the Baiwei had other tribes to survive. Chicory's death. More of his own making. As the leader of a tribe, whatever comes up, the first thing you need to learn is to be calm. Otherwise, we won't be able to get revenge. And put his own life on the line. Lord Psyche hated the Qin army as well though. It's also tempting to kill Yuan Tian Gang. Or bolder, kill Qin Mu. But as far as singles go, one may not have the strength to do so. Plus, his own as the head of a clan, even the chiefs of all the tribes, he couldn't just think about the immediate revenge. He had to be calm, looking at the big picture. That's why. The reason why his ancient Vietnamese tribe was able to convince the people. Reasons why the other 6 tribes recognize him as their big brother. He's not looking at a particular tribal thing. Rather, it is the future fate of all the tribes, large and small, in the realm of the 100 Vietnams. It is precisely this pillar state, Qin Mu said in a deep voice. Baiwei and the Central Plains have always been well watered. Why did Emperor Qin attack Baiyu? Lord Feng said in a peaceful manner. His Majesty doesn't need a reason for what he does. Do it. This pillar has no time to spend with you. Qin Mu spoke coldly. Hearing Qin Mu respond to himself like this, Lord Win knew that trying to make peace was no longer viable. Then the only solution is by force. Himself, despite not being Qin Mu's opponent, but life and death, particularly knowable. Since the pillar didn't take Baiwei seriously, though Baiwei is a bullet point, but it can't be insulted for outsiders. The words were finished. Windjammer is on fire. It violently attacked Qin Mu. Qin Mu stood still, didn't even move. Windjammer swings away with a right-hand palm. It wanted to attack where Qin Mu's heart was. But just then, a layer of true Qi rose from Qin Mu's entire body, protecting Qin Mu. Let the Wind Lord's palm power be as amazing as it was. I'm afraid it's hard to break through this protective true Qi. Lord Wind would have to say that he was also one step away from entering the celestial realm powerhouse. This palm was basically an all-out strike. But, who is Qin Mu? Ever since he signed up to get the heavenly sword, after becoming an heir to the nameless, all of a sudden, he became a strong person in the celestial realm. Celestial realm. In this world, it's basically a ceiling for warfighting. Even though Lord Feng was only one step away from being celestial realm strength. But this step is only a step away. The strengths are worlds apart. Qin Mu slowly raised his right hand. Fingers snapped. The protective true Qi leaked out at once. Lord Wind was shaken out, only to see Lord Windy fall heavily onto a large tree. That big tree instantly snapped. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of Windjammer's mouth. Wind Lord, we're here. A voice came at this time. The Dong-Yi tribe they have rushed over. As soon as they arrived they saw Lord Windjammer being sent flying through the trees. Qin Mu saw that the ones who came weren't Lord Feng's men. Instead, it's the chiefs of other tribes. There was also a moment of joy in his heart. Looks like he guessed right. Be careful. He's Qin Mu. Lord Feng frowned and warned. Qin Mu? Isn't it the great Qin's pillar state? That peerless powerhouse who broke the 6 elders of the known family's Earth Zephyr Ziv with a single sword. They actually met him. The leaders of the tribes had heavy expressions on their faces. Stand there, not daring to move for a moment. It's not that they're timid. Rather, Qin Mu's strength was too terrifying. It can't be taken down by a siege of experts. Monty sighed. Meng Tian ordered to close in on the less than 30,000 remaining kamikaze tribe soldiers. Stealthy golden fire riders. Swinging the long gauntlet in his hand. Stabbing towards the heart of the kamikaze tribe soldier. Just one scream after another. In an instant, another big one fell. Some of the kamikaze tribe soldiers had gone crazy. Swinging the spear in his hand to stab indiscriminately. Their spirits are broken. Completely incapacitated and without the will to fight. Now it's just a bunch of fish to be slaughtered by the Qin army. The circle formation surrounded by 80,000 Qin troops was getting smaller and smaller. The kamikaze tribe's numbers were dwindling. 20,000, 10,000, 3,000, 300, 100. The last kamikaze tribal soldier committed suicide because of a mental disorder. He's down. Declared. The kamikaze tribe's 100,000 elite were all wiped out. The scales of victory in this war has favored the Qin army. Chapter 91 Decisions. Qin Mu's side. The chiefs of the several tribes that came up behind them, knowing that the person in front of him was Qin Mu. One time, the crowd didn't dare to do anything rash. They were aware of Qin Mu's formidable reputation. Despite haven't really seen what he's capable of, but his aura of dominating the world and being the only one, let them also be emboldened by it. They are also the leaders of a tribe. Count on the king. But in front of Qin Mu, he's nowhere near as imposing. And even though Qin Mu was only a minister of Great Qin, but such an aura, it was not only what he, Qin Mu, possessed himself. More than anything, it represented the might of Great Qin. Why does the Middle Kingdom keep calling the neighboring peoples, who, barbarian or Ran? It's because of this powerful pressure and confidence in the Middle Kingdom. The feeling of superiority given. The leaders of the remaining 5 tribes looked at each other. I'll go first, whatever the pillars are. To my place. It's me who says so. The always rude matriarch Nancy was the first to break the stalemate, then attacked towards Qin Mu with a leap. Windjammer hadn't had a chance to block it. Matriarch Nancy had then flashed to Qin Mu's near side. As the leader of a tribe, Matriarch Nancy's strength was naturally not weak, although not as powerful as Lord Windy, but he has the most power of any of these tribes. If we talk about power alone, none of the other 6 patriarchs were better than him. Only the Nancy matriarch's right hand was clenched into a fist. It fiercely blasted at Qin Mu. Qin Mu didn't avoid it either. At that moment, the aura on Qin Mu's body suddenly changed. Countless invisible sword chi swiftly killed towards the Nancy patriarch. What? Patriarch Nancy's pupils shrunk and her face was shocked. Spinning back legs. Change attack to defense. A true chi condensed into an oval shape. Shield the Nancy matriarch inside. But even with a powerful body protection chi, Qin Mu's invisible sword chi was Heavenly Sword Nameless best move. Not only does it kill in a moment, and the attack was overbearing and harsh. Any body protecting true chi was no match. Several invisible sword chi attacked on the Nancy patriarch's protective true chi. The true chi instantly shattered. A dozen or so sword chi flashed immediately afterward. Matriarch Nancy was already all over the place. If Qin Mu makes this move, have a mind to kill the Nancy clan chief, then at this moment he is a dead man. The injured Nancy matriarch rolled several meters on the ground. The patriarchs of the other tribes saw this, hurriedly stepped forward. Get him up. Patriarch Dongyi channeled his true chi to Patriarch Nancy. Treat him. The patriarchs of the 3 tribes, Baishi, Fengping and Sheha, escorted in front of them. Beware of Qin Mu's attacks. But if Qin Mu really wants to attack, and how could the chiefs of these 3 tribes keep it? Qin Mu is just lazy. Even if they were all together, the end result is the same. That's complete defeat at your own hands. Not to mention, it's now a seriously injured one. One minor injury. At that moment, Lord Wind slowly walked in front of them. In this battle today, we must bring out our full strength. Otherwise, this Kumu forest is our burial place. Lord Wind sidled his head and said with a heavy face. The patriarchs of the 3 major tribes behind them listened, looked at each other. A nod followed. At this point, Matriarch Nancy had slowly opened her eyes. Under the treatment of the Eastie chief, Matriarch Nancy looked much better. Immediately, the Eastie clan chief took out a small medicine bottle from his arms, pour a small green pill out of it. It was handed to Matriarch Nancy. Gesture him to eat it. Matriarch Nancy didn't hesitate, picked it up and put it in his mouth and swallowed it. In an instant, the blood on top of those sword marks of Matriarch Nancy stopped. Just take a good rest and leave the rest to us, Clan Chief Dongyi said as he patted Clan Chief Nancy's shoulder. Before Matriarch Nancy could answer, the Eastie chief then rose. Stand in a line with the Patriarch of 100 Creeks. Wait, eat this. Dongyi flipped the palm of his right hand, only to see several young pupae appear in his palm. The crowd's eyes sank slightly. A stony look emerged on his face. Old man, at this time when you bring them out, do you want our lives or the life of that pillar kingdom? The Patriarch of 100 Streams opened his mouth. Eat it, it's all we have now. Maybe there is still a fight. At this moment, Lord Wind slowly spoke, then took the lead in eating it. At once, the veins on Windjammer's neck rippled. The entire person's body instantly doubled in size. The power was also tripled. This young pupa taken out by the Eastie chief. The name is Skyworm Blood Chrysalis. It is bred from the blood of a child's body. The time of nurture. It is then put into a soup made of precious herbs such as Tianshan snow lotus and snowfrog. Then it is immersed for 91 days. It was only then that the 3 young pupae could be practiced. His main function is to enhance one's power. The potency is 3 hours. But there is a backlash. After the effect has dissipated, the person taking it will be totally deflated. 3 days of rest and recuperation are required. If it's taken by an ordinary person, then you need to recuperate for a month. The extent of the backlash depends on that person's fitness level. The patriarchs of several other tribes saw that Lord Foam had already eaten. then they ate it together as well. Immediately, they became as tall as Lord Windjammer. The power was simultaneously tripled. Qin Mu saw this. There was not the slightest ripple on his face. The land of Baiwei specializes in the use of sorcery and parasites. That was what he had guessed. He hadn't thought that the parasites in the land of Baiwei were so strange. It is actually capable of doubling the size of the human body. But they're no more powerful. The end was already predetermined. Nearly 2 meters tall, the leaders of the various tribes, a bounce high in the air. Together, they violently attacked Qin Mu. Qin Mu saw this. A flash moved aside. Only a huge crater appeared where the attack was resisted. The large trees around them instantly fell. Yuan Tian Gang saw such a fierce attack. The pupils flinched. "My lord," called out Yuan Tian Gang. Qin Mu ignored him and spoke to himself. "Okay, interesting." Immediately, Qin Mu soared high above the treetops. The aura on his body instantly exploded out. 10,000 swords return. Shasta, countless powerful sword chi, toward the leader of the tribe. He attacked. The tribal leaders stood in a line, condensing his true chi to protect himself. But this powerful sword energy, it's like 1,000 armies. What a stiff and dominating attack. Even if they have eaten the young pupae, boosted 3 times the power. But under the full force of the celestial realm's attack, how could they be able to resist a few grand masters in their area? Even if Lord Wind had boosted his power by 3 times, but the strength is still that of a grand master. It didn't elevate to the celestial realm. It's just a matter of bringing out all the hidden potential on oneself. It's just more powerful than an unusual archon. At this point, Qin Mu's right hand fingers flicked forward again. All the invisible sword chi instantly gathered at one point. At once, the tribal patriarch's protective true chi was instantly broken. Immediately after, Qin Mu's fingers moved. Several sword chi swiftly pierced into the bodies of the various tribal patriarchs. Shasta, they actually didn't move a muscle. Lord Wind was shocked in his heart. Murmured, "What? Sword chi sealing points." Qin Mu sealed their acupoints with a few sword chi, causing them to be unable to raise their true chi. Nature does not attack. Several of the tribal leaders couldn't move now. They wanted to flush out the sword chi in their bodies, but nothing can be done. True chi can't even be lifted. How else can you run internal energy? Qin Mu leapt forward, standing in front of them, coldly looking at the leaders of the 5 tribes. Then slowly he spoke. "This pillar gives you 2 choices. One is to submit to Great Qin. Baiwei becomes Great Qin's territory, and serve Great Qin from now on. 2. Die." The reason Qin Mu didn't kill them, it's about giving them another chance. As for life and death, it's up to them to make the decision. Chapter 9200 U. The only way to fight is to die. Qin Mu could have killed the leaders of the 5 tribes, but at the last moment he stopped. Not because he's compassionate. Rather, they have their own plans. If the leaders of these 5 tribes, willing to submit to Great Qin, incorporate the land of Baiwei into the territory of Great Qin, and serve Great Qin, let the people of the southern barbarians govern their own place. This will surely lead to twice the result with half the effort. If you don't know what to do, choose the second one. Then, the 5 tribal leaders stood still and couldn't move. They had already had their acupoints sealed by Qin Mu's sword chi. True chi can't be lifted, only able to stand there obediently, listening to the 2 choices Qin Mu gave. The leaders of the 5 tribes were not shocked. For the first option, they had expected it. This time, Great Qin had come to attack his land of Baiwei, wanted nothing more than the land of Baiwei. And the second option, they weren't not surprised much either. Death. For them, Baiwei, it's not unfamiliar. Naturally there is no fear. Instead, it's the first option. Makes them very resistant. They have their own beliefs in each of the 100 Vietnamese tribes. But I just don't believe in the Ying Zhengs. He is the only one in the 4 seas. The warriors of Baiwei are free. They will only fight for what they believe in. Let them return to Great Qin, to serve Great Qin. This is absolutely impossible. So for Qin Mu's words, Windjammer responded to him with a determined look on his face. If you want to fight, then fight. We Baiwei people are especially greedy and fearful of death. Even if Ying Zheng himself comes to Baiwei, we will not yield. Baiwei, the only way is to fight to the death. After Lord Feng finished speaking, the leaders of the other tribes nodded in agreement. A gust of wind gusted through the woods, as if in solidarity with them. They, the Baiwei tribes, never give in. The only way is to fight to the death. Since they didn't choose the first one, then what awaits them is death this way. This is Qin Mu giving an alternative. But Qin Mu had a faint smile on his face, didn't seem to be annoyed by their answer. Instead, I admire their determination and choices. Courage is commendable. Qin Mu nodded. Then he spoke again. You guys go. This pillar will not kill you today. Go back and gather your army. This pillar is waiting for you. Qin Mu said this. The tone was flat, but say it with aplomb. The chiefs of the 5 tribes did not choose the first. It would be the same as choosing the second one. Death. But to see them so determined and yet confident, this caused Qin Mu to temporarily change his mind. Since the 5 tribes want to be with themselves, take the army and fight again. Then simply play with them. One has plenty of time anyway. And the end result is the same. The leaders of the 5 tribes heard Qin Mu's words. The heart is astonished. Originally they had no hope of making it back alive. None of the 5 of them could move. At this time Qin Mu wanted to kill them. It's simply easy to do. But surprisingly Qin Mu spared them, and he was allowed to go back and recruit his own army. Against him, Qin Mu. What does this Qin Mu want? To enlist the great armies of the various tribes of his own Baiwe, less than 2 or 3 times as many as his Qin army. Even if his great Qin's army fought bravely, being able to take one for the team. But their great army of Baiwe was no vase. Lord Feng saw the confident look on Qin Mu's face. This shocker. I can't believe I'm a little backed up. But there is no turning back from the bow. Windjammer and the others have made a bold statement. Then the tribes in the realm of the 100 Vietnams would never submit. And he won't change his mind. Qin Mu waved his finger, unlocked the sword chi on them. The 5 tribes moved away, then looked at each other. You guys can take this person away as well. Qin Mu swept a glance at Bitter Chicory's corpse. Lord Wind walked over to Chicory's body, carried on his body, then spoke up. Let's go. After saying that, Windlord took the lead, disappearing in place. The rest of the group followed suit. After the leaders of several tribes had all disappeared, Yuan Tian Gang stepped forward and reminded him, My lord, if we just let them go back, will Yuan Tian Gang still have to finish? He was interrupted by Qin Mu. Humph, the results are all the same. Qin Mu said indifferently as he looked at the place where several tribal leaders had disappeared. Subsequently, it also went back to the Qin army camp, the ancient Vietnamese tribe. A figure rushed in. No stops were made along the way. Straight into the hall. Inside the council chamber, the chiefs of the 6 tribes are present. How? Lord Wind opened his mouth to ask with a grave expression on his face. The visitors were the clansmen sent out by Lord Wind. They were afraid of Qin Mu's strength. No more personal trips. Instead, scouts were sent forward to inquire. Bitter Chicory body death. But the 100,000 generals that were brought there don't know the situation yet. These are the old money from Bitter Chicory. Say anything to bring it back. Even if you can't bring them all back, bring back as much as you can. We can't let them all fall into the hands of the Qin army. That's why the first thing that Lord Wind did when he returned to the tribe was to send people forward to investigate. Let's see if we can find the battle situation on the side of the 100,000 generals of the Kamikaze tribe. Facing a question from Lord Windy, the man hurriedly answered. Back to the chief. We have been observing for many hours beyond the range of the Qin army's quarters. Not a single member of the Kamikaze tribe. Hear this. The chiefs of all the tribes present looked at each other. The face was grave. The Qin army is actually terrifying to this extent. He actually killed all 100,000 generals of the Divine Wind tribe in such a short period of time. It's something they can't believe. 100,000 people. Even if decapitated one by one, it would also take days and nights. But it's only been a while. It's less than half a day. Not a single one of the 100,000 clansmen of the Kamikaze tribe escaped back. Go down. Lord Wind spoke breathlessly. The face was full of exhaustion. Now the 7 major tribes of Baiwa have lost one of them. From now on, only their 6 tribes are left. And these 6 tribes are only a little bit more powerful than the Guyu tribe. The rest of the 5 major tribes looked up to the Guyu tribe more than anything else. The ancient whisperer who came to report respectfully retreated. The door to the hall reclosed. At this point there was dead silence in the room. Ryoko, the Wind Lord's voice was low, and he slowly opened his mouth. Bitter Chicory died, and the 100,000 clansmen of the Divine Wind tribe were also decimated by the Qin army. The crowd is well aware of this. Still, Windjammer chose to emphasize it again, laying the matter bare for all to see. Then there was another silence. At that moment, Matriarch Nancy slammed the table. Rising to his feet, he exclaimed, "What are you still doing here? Hurry up and gather an army to fight the Qin army. His Qin army is only a mere 300,000. We have less than 600,000 troops from all the big and small tribes of Baiwa combined." Still afraid of his great Qin army. After saying that, he got up and was about to leave. Chapter 93, United Again. Fight to the death. Just as Matriarch Nancy was about to walk out, a voice came. Stand still. Matriarch Nancy stopped dead in her tracks, turning back to Windjammer, eyes full of anger. Now he's determined to go. Not even Lord Wind could stop it. How could Lord Feng not understand what these elders were thinking? The tone slowed. Try to stay calm. All of us want the same thing. We can't wait to kill the Qin army. Avenge bitter Chicory and the patriarch of the Divine Wind tribe. But can you win a victorious battle just with this passion? Hasn't Chicory's lesson been enough? Matriarch Nancy listened, with a heart full of resentment, slammed his fist on the table, as much as he hates to admit it. But Windjammer has a point. The intentionality is not enough to get revenge. Instead, you'll end up like the end of the endive. That's a big no-no as a tribal leader. Saw Matriarch Nancy sitting down. Windjammer breathed a secret sigh of relief. Then the eyes burned. Since we are not willing to submit to Great Qin, then this battle is unavoidable. The eyes of the crowd lit up, waiting quietly for the following. The Qin army is coming in strong here. And even more so, it is harboring a killing move that we don't know about yet. Qin Mu's strength alone is already terrifying. What other means are hidden behind him? We don't know yet, but it was able to make all 100,000 of the Divine Wind Tribe's army disappear. It seems that such tactics can only be found in the Great Qin Pillars. The crowd heard Qin Mu, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The battle just now was still fresh in my mind. That terrifying figure was still lingering in their minds. A powerhouse of this level could already turn the tide of battle with the power of one person. Windjammer took in the reactions of the others. Zhang reminded the crowd, we can no longer act recklessly today. Otherwise, we'll end up like the endive. The crowd frowned and nodded. With that, the words changed. But we, the Baiwei clans, will never give in. If you want to fight, you have to have a good battle with the Qin army. So, for today's solution, all of our tribes in the land of the 100 Vietnams are all united, together against foreign enemies. We'd like to see who's more powerful, our warriors from the land of Baiwei, compared to the Qin army. Lord Wind finished. The remaining few chiefs immediately just felt a rush of hot blood ignite in their hearts. With that, everyone got up. Take a stand in a high voice. I, Dong Yi, am willing to join the war. The leader of the Dong Yi clan stood up his chest and spoke. The 100 Streams tribe is willing to participate in the war. The patriarch of the 100 Creek tribe followed the patriarch of the East E tribe in agreement. I, Windscreen, will never lag behind. The Windscreen clan chief patted his chest and answered. How can I be missing my Sai tribe? Grandma, waiting for this moment. I, the Nancy tribe, would like to be the vanguard. Attack the Qin army camp, kill all the Qin army, and behead his great Qin's pillar. Patriarch Nancy slammed the table in a bold statement. The patriarchs of the 5 tribes responded. Consistent attitude. All of them couldn't wait to compete with Great Qin's army. Lord Win looked around the room, saw the chiefs of every tribe fighting. Wariness is high, smiling slightly to himself. I, the head of the Guyu tribe, am willing to fight, and hereby declare war on the Qin army. Matriarch Nancy laughed out loud. Good. It hurts. This time all of our tribes in the realm of the 100 voyages are united once again. It is certain that we will fight the Qin army to the end in actual battle, and we will not rest until we are dead. Immortality. Ho ha ha. Lord Win roared as he swung his fist upward. Immortality. Hoo ha ha. The rest of the tribal leaders, followed by Windjammer's concurrence. Moment. The whole hall was filled with an atmosphere of enthusiastic fighting. Their eyes were equally hot. The determination is just as resolute. This time the 100 Vietnamese tribes have joined forces again. The army is less than 600, 000 to 700, 000 men. More than twice as many as the Qin army. Even how brave his great Qin army is. How strong Qin Mu was. Facing an army of 600, 000 to 700, 000 men. Nor is it likely to have any ability to turn the tide of battle on the battlefield. The battle speaks for itself. The scales of victory will clearly be tipped in the direction of his Baiwei side tilts. There is an army of Baiwei of this size. What else are they afraid of? This battle. They have confidence. Qin army camp. At this moment, Qin Mu was listening to Meng Tian reporting on the military situation. For what the 6 tribes are going to do, they don't know yet. But whatever his Baiwei tribes want to do, he, Qin Mu, accepted it as it was. Monte's battle was short-lived though, but the battle was well fought. They had annihilated 100,000 of the Divine Wind tribe's army. 100,000 people is not much to say. Say no less. If you put it in the year when the Seven Kingdoms were fighting for supremacy, the battle record of exterminating 100,000 people was nothing at all. Monty, however, was very happy. He certainly wasn't excited about 100,000 people. What made Monty so excited was the fact that there were not a single casualty on his side, not even a wounded man or warhorse. He was 14 years old when he followed his grandfather south, experienced countless wars, large and small, and there are basically casualties in every battle, but never to this one, without damaging a single soldier. Just annihilate all 100,000 generals of the kamikaze tribe. Such a thing is unbelievable on its own. I'm afraid no one else would believe it if I told them. Monty reported the battle with a start. Qin Mu didn't have much of a reaction, although he had just fought against the leaders of other tribes in Cumulan. But these results had long been expected of him, so there's nothing to be surprised about. Has its own invisibility charm. The outcome of this battle was naturally a solid victory. This is 100,000 stealth talismans. Now returned to Lord Pillar. After reporting on the battle, Meng Tian presented the small box that originally held the invisibility talismans. Qin Mu swept the box. Then faintly, "No, you can keep this box for now." Qin Mu didn't have much use for putting it on his body. Might as well put it on someone who needs it. This is how you can utilize the invisibility charm. And Meng Tian used this invisibility talisman to wipe out the 100,000 strong army of the kamikaze tribe. This shows that this charm is used appropriately. New awe. Monty bowed slightly in response. Meng Tian saw that Qin Mu had no intention of retracting it. It's not good to be in the middle of a conversation. Plus, he had also seen the power of this invisibility talisman. Keep them to yourself. It will be a great help to your own conquest. With them added to the mix, the golden fire cavalry of the great Qin Empire, it will be an invincible, all-conquering elite. Chapter 94, The Final Battle. At this point, there was a sudden sharp report from outside. Qin Mu calmly watched as a soldier barged in. "What is it?" Monty asked, frowning. After that, soldier saluted Qin Mu and Meng Tian successively, then slowly opened his mouth to report. "General, the ancient Yu tribe has sent a letter of war." After the words, a letter of war was handed over with both hands. Monty took over. Then it was presented to Qin Mu. Qin Mu took it. The war book is a white tiger skin. It had strange writing on it. It's quite a hyakugo. Monty waved his hand, signaled the soldier to go down. The soldier saluted Qin Mu and Meng Tian, backed out. With that, Meng Tian hurriedly looked at Qin Mu. "Lord Pillar." Qin Mu didn't wait for Meng Tian to finish his question. A single powerful burst of true qi rubbed the warbook to pieces, and then muttered to himself, "A useless struggle. Just asking for death." Early the next morning, wind and sunshine, the ancient Vietnamese tribe, ho ha ha, ho ha ha. A group of clansmen from the Guyu tribe worshipped around a Chiyu boulder. A wizard in the center dances. A strange cry escaped from his mouth. Every hoo-ha-ha. The clansmen gathered around bowed once. The tribesman on the sidelines. Mouth swallows a mouthful of wine, then spit it out violently. Spray it on the torch. The torches burst into flames. It's like some kind of ceremony. Finally the wizard in the center stopped dancing, also towards the stone statue of the giant Qi. Top worship. Then get up again, closing his hands and stretching them out to the surrounding clansmen. This ceremony was declared over. At this point, countless clansmen picked up the clay bowls around them. Raise it over your head. Then some other clansmen slowly approached, pouring wine into their large earthenware bowls. With that, the clansmen drew the daggers at their waists. A cut was made in his own palm. Make another fist. Place on top of a large ceramic bowl. This blood ran down the palm of his hand into the wine. 3 drops later. Drink. The wizard in the center shouted. The words just fell. These clansmen of the Guyu tribe tilted their heads violently at once. A mouthful of cans down the drain. Then violently slammed the large ceramic bowl on the ground. Every single one of them was in a state of exuberance. When it's all over, the ancient Yu tribe's patriarch, Lord Feng, appeared in front of everyone, then shouted, "Blessed by the ancestors, this battle will be won. This battle will be won. This battle will be won." The tens of thousands of people of the Guyu tribe responded in a loud voice. Hoo ha ha, hoo ha ha. Windlord nodded in satisfaction. Warriors, depart. Windlord waved his hand. Hoo ha ha. There was another war cry. The Bayue began to turn around neatly. One column after another went off into the distance, spear and shield in hand. In the last row, they were dressed differently from the hordes walking ahead of them. It's not spears they're carrying. Instead, It was a huge axe made of stone. Upper body candid. Underneath was simply a tiger skin around his body. There were no shoes on the huge feet. Walking barefoot, these men were all tall and lanky. The eyes were stern and bloodthirsty. Each had symbols painted above their faces in red and white colors. A hideous image. This pedestrian traveled straight toward the distance. Wherever it passes, all are scattered in all directions. The beasts stand down. Such scenes were likewise seen in other tribes, although each tribe has different beliefs. But this grand battle, every tribe performs rituals before going out on the field. Pray for divine refuge. They were believers in the existence of gods. They have always believed that their ancient ancestors did not die. Rather, they exist in the form of gods. And the sorcerer is the medium that connects the gods and the people. Passing the ritual. A shaman communicates his tribe's message to the gods, and the message from the gods is conveyed to the sorcerer. It is then communicated by the shaman to the tribal clansmen. So in those areas where primitive life still exists, witches are highly respected. The Nancy tribe's ceremony is in its final stretch. Same as the ancient Vietnamese tribes. All the clansmen held large clay bowls, pour wine into the bowl, then drip blood, and then finally slam it down. Matriarch Nancy finished her drink. The spear was swung, then straddled the back of an elephant. Yell. Departure. At once, the army of Nancy's tribe followed suit and straddled their mounts, walking slowly towards the Qin army's barracks. Nancy's tribe in addition to a large army. There's an elephant, a tiger and a python in the back. Hordes of them sped off into the distance. Such a large army in action. The earth trembled. The remaining 4 major tribes repeated the same behavior. They were then led by their matriarch to run off into the distance. Every single one of them is imposing. The 6 tribes are out in full force. Battle cries resounded through the realm of the 100 Vietnams. In comparison, quieter would be just the Shiho tribe. This tribe isn't as loud as the others. It's all hands on deck, too, though, but the walk was quiet. Every man of the tribe that went out on the warpath. Only the bottles and cans he was carrying made some noise. People in shadows are gathering. The pace is neat. It's different from the other tribes. The people of the Shiho tribe each carried large urns and jars on their person. And I wonder what's in it. Step up your pace. Only the leader of the Shiha tribe was seen urging on his warhorse. Apply this compulsion to the weapon. A valley. Qin Mu had already been waiting here with his army. The 6 tribes made war. The place of the duel is here. Compared to the rest of Baiyue, it's either a high mountain or a dense forest. It was much emptier here. Suitable for large-scale army combat. Qin Mu sat quietly inside the carriage. God is relaxed. The same goes for Yuan Tian Gang and the 12 deadlies of Tianqi. Doesn't seem the least bit worried about this fight. Monty, on the other hand, had a double gaze. It seemed prudent. Although he had 300,000 troops, there are also 100,000 stealth talismans added. But if the other side came in far greater numbers, that's even if they are killed one by one. There was no end to the slaughter for a while, although the invisibility charm is able to be invisible, and there is no time limit. But a soldier's stamina is limited. If the enemy uses will tactics, over time, it is bound to be detrimental to one's army. Once the enemy finds a way to break it, the battle will be rewritten in an instant. And the previous battle, the Baiyue tribe had not yet used witchcraft and compulsion. This tactic he, Monty, had not seen before, but he was able to defeat Ying Zheng's 500,000 strong army with this. Strength is certainly not to be underestimated. Qin Mu in the carriage, on the other hand, didn't have so many concerns. For the 6 tribes' invitation to war, he didn't give it a second thought. Since you put them back yourself, wouldn't have to worry about any results. Yuan Tian Gang and the 12 deadly souls of Tianqi as well as the 5 tiger generals all had relaxed looks on their faces. They had been following Qin Mu for a long time. Naturally, he was clear about Qin Mu's strength, so there wasn't much to worry about. Present, only Monty was a little anxious.